Okay, we're starting about a minute early, which is rare. Let me start anchoring the calls. Let's try this. Okay. Okay. It's going to be a ring, and I hate these rings.
Hello.
Hey, honey, how are you? Where are you? In
I'm
general, I mean.
I am basically on well I just went in from the beach. I'm in Cancun.
Okay.
Yeah,
What?
so
You're kidding, right? Cancun,
that's
like
right.
like Mexico? Yes.
But yeah, it's I'm like we're in Cancun. I was in Cozumel earlier, but we're staying in Cancun.
Okay, there we are. Yes. Now, I'm gonna bring on Michelle Carmela Saldana. She'll be the only person I bring on because it'll just be you and I and her on the opening hour. I might try Amy Como, I mean to say, just add a third person, but she hasn't responded so far, so not quite sure if she'll be available. So let me try her out of form, and there we are in the interim. Let's see if these young ladies join us. Certainly, Michelle Carmela.
Pending my phone stays the fuck up. I got the computer out and was gonna hook the speaker back up to it, the microphone.
Yeah.
But I got the internet up. It went out again. The internet company's telling me there's nothing wrong.
Oh,
They don't know what's going on. So the internet's been up fine all day today, but now the phones. Remember how I told you all the phones doing crazy stuff?
yeah.
It's like randomly like just doing. I mean, just freezing or not. Like I don't know. And it's. I mean, it's fine. It's still under warranty. It's from Apple, brand new, but never had it happen. So if the phone goes out, that's why.
Understood, honey. Thank you so much for
I mean, it's
explaining.
not, it's not, it's not going to go out as far as the phone itself and the service, but it may very well freeze on me.
Understood. And I want to introduce you to the lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana. And Michelle, this is the delectable Brooke Gibson. Both of you lovely ladies are joining us for this opening hour to kind of help our audience find out more, in particular, about dear Michelle. We're also fundraising now, having made my rent, thank God, thanks to people like Brooke Gibson and many others I'll try and give credit to. I received a wonderful care package from uh, Clarice Claudette. So I want her to know, let me know if there's anything perishable in it. I'll try to get to it as soon as possible. This
Oh,
one.
yes. Please don't forget to let me know before Peter comes on how much I owe you for being on this hour.
Sure, Michelle. Yeah, dear lady.
Nice to meet you, Brooke.
Nice to
Yeah,
meet you, well, Michelle.
yeah.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, so good to have you with us. Now, you said that the last time you were with us, you were going to try and prepare a kind of deeper perspective on many things. This includes, we were speaking a lot about chemical accidents and the potential for a conspiracy about them. And I'm hoping that you have quite a bit to say. And I don't believe that Brooke Gibson knows very much about you. And don't be afraid to say anything repetitive at all. First off, we always have new listeners, and your story always bears repeating. So, Brooke, in case you didn't know, this young lady, even though she's not at all Asian, she was born in Taiwan like myself. She is suffering from cancer. So we're doing our best to help bring her attention, as much attention as she can get to from our listeners, and bring much needed attention to her story in particular, because her story is so exceptional. As a matter of fact, our dear man, Mr. Sammy Romero, remembers that at one point you described discovering that you had, in a sense, pyrokinetic abilities you had to bring under control. You might relay a bit about that, or whatever you
I
feel
I
comfortable.
was I was thinking about talking about that today. Today actually is my 41st birthday spiritually,
Oh,
and Saturday will be my 51st birthday,
oh
uh,
wow!
physically in the natural.
Oh, well,
So,
I'm so excited for you. I mean, happy
so
birthday in every
thank
respect. I
you.
want to introduce you to Amy Como. Amy Como joins us from Vermont.
Nice
And
to visit with you again, Amy.
yes, Amy, do say hi. Um, I mean, she's hanging out in front of the
Michelle,
library.
so what? Well, wait a minute, Michelle. So what did you mean by the spiritual birthday versus? Obviously, I think I understand, but is that like you spiritually awoken? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, is it okay to get into it right
Sure,
now?
sure.
But
But
I
Amy,
would like to.
before she gets into it,
Amy,
Amy,
hi.
yeah, Amy, say hi because I saw you.
All
I
right.
see you.
I hear you.
Yeah,
Okay, hi. Good to visit with you again.
Yeah.
You get to
It's
celebrate my spiritual birthday with me. So,
yeah.
and
celebrate
it,
any night with you all. Thank you for having me. I can't wait to hear about the difference, though. Go on.
Yes.
okay, so it was several years ago when I was on Douglas's show that he explained about the how do you say it, Douglas? The
Go on.
the what mind?
Oh, the
What
bicameral mind.
bicameral mind.
Yes.
So, um, I had an audible experience when I was 10 years old, with who I say is creator. And what led up to that was, earlier in the week, my cousin and her cousin. So my cousin on my mom's side, and then her cousin on her dad's side. Um, we were sitting under this big, huge pine tree, which was kind of our hideout. Western Pennsylvania, we get like huge pine trees. Not as bad, not as huge as Northern California, but they're big enough. So we had a little club. We made this tree like a little clubhouse, and we were talking about the older kids. I forget how old we were. I think, we were in fourth grade. So we were talking about the middle schoolers and the high schoolers having their first times, and, all the gossips around sex and teenagers that we knew of. And then I told them, I said, well, it's not all of that, but I did it. And they were like, you could have. You're what? So my cousin,
That was an interesting conversation. I mean,
yeah, that's all I said was like, well, yeah, I mean, I didn't think anything of it. It hurt, and I think I even went away. I went away someplace and then came back when it was all done. But then there was a little bit of something else that I remember, but a lot of it I don't remember because I was away. They were like, "What do you mean you were away?"
Are you
And
referring to so you said you were discussing sexual experiences?
so when I was
14?
6 years old, well, no, when
yeah.
I was 6 years old, I was raped by an uncle. So
Okay.
during that time, I had an outer body experience because my body, my mind, for survival's sake, went off someplace. And I astral projected, but when I came back, I was so different. I actually felt like I was taken over by an entity during the experience. So
If only
anyway,
that entity had guided you into ripping your uncle's balls off. But go on.
it came close,
Okay.
but I was too afraid of my parents, so I did.
Was it? Do you feel like it was a good entity or a bad entity?
A bad entity.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway, what happened was that my cousin ran into the house. My cousin ran into the house, and she's like, "Mom, Dad," and I'm like, so her cousin is looking at me like, just staring at me, and I'm looking at her. I said, "What?" I said, "Well, we're talking about all the other kids doing it, and what, you guys haven't yet?" I thought they were the oddballs, actually.
Right.
And they were looking at me like I was crazy and odd. So
They were odd, by the way. Incestuous rape is common enough where I would have expected it to happen to the majority.
what was you know what was hilarious is there is this activist that I saw on my Facebook feed that she works with I hate this term, human trafficking, but anyway, she was like, I was doing a seminar at a high school, and I asked the kids how many know about human trafficking, and almost everybody's hands raised. And I asked them, why do they know? And the majority of the kids said it's because they know somebody who's trafficked or that they're being sexually abused too. And she goes, it was like 3/4 of the school. My mind is blown. And I'm like, I said, well, if it's in a rural area, which it was, I said, that's actually pretty common. She's used to talking about cities and stuff, so it's so anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like you said, you know, but I've traveled across the country over the years, and I've spoken to middle school and high school students across the country, especially in rural areas. So I wasn't surprised at all, but she's been doing this for about 10 years, and she just now came upon this. So I was amused. But getting back to the story, my uncle, he called my name, and I came and he goes, I have a couple questions for you. He was really good. He was jittery. I could see him shaking, but he didn't give me the vibe that he was upset or angry, or he wanted to hear my story.
This was not the uncle that abused you.
No, this was not the uncle that raped me. This was another uncle, and he
thank you so much for asking that, Brooke. I was getting confused.
Thank you. That was a good question. Thank you for that clarification. Allowing me that clarification. So he was really good at putting me at ease. He asked me my story, and I told him, and then my aunt, his wife, came, my mom's sister, and she asked me again, and I said that, and he was still there, and I said it in front of him. And they said, okay, you know, thank you, and you could go play. But we have some things, we might have some questions for you later. And I said, well, why are we talking about this? And
How
so
old
my
were you
aunt,
again?
I was,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
What's that, Brooke?
I was asking her how old she was.
I was still 9 years old.
You were 9. Okay.
Yeah, I was days away from being 10.
Okay.
So she said, well, we might have some questions because, honey, and then she started crying, and she goes, honey, this actually isn't a normal thing. It shouldn't happen to you. Not like that. It should have happened maybe later with somebody that you like. I said, oh, okay. Well, am I in trouble? I don't know. No, you're not in trouble. And so she took me to my
Sorry, what was that, Brooke?
Sad she even asked you that, but it sounds like the uncle just I know you're gonna he did a great job being surprised.
He did.
With that.
But I asked my aunt if I was in trouble, and she goes, no, you're not in trouble, but we still have some questions.
Which side of the family, just so that we're...
So this was my mom's side of the family. The uncle married into my mom's side of the family, this uncle.
So it would have been the woman that you're talking to, your aunt, it would have been her sister's husband. Her sister's husband, yes. And he was my godfather too, which was very important, because he took that role very seriously. And he's part Native American. And he I mean the man that abused you. So my uncle that was questioning me.
Okay, which side of the family was the abuser on?
The
abusive uncle.
Is my well, one second.
Okay, sure.
The uncle that was questioning me is my godfather, and he's Irish and Native American. The this is important for later on. The uncle that raped me was on my dad's side. He was my dad's baby brother.
Okay, that's
And
what I was asking. Is what
and
side he was on. Got you.
yeah, and he's a mix. He's a mix, but he's also Seneca and Scots Irish. And I'll share with you why that's important later on. So we go and talk to my mom, my aunt and I, my mom's sister and I go and talk to my mom. And my mom and I cried so hard that we broke the bed. We broke my mom and dad's bed after I told her. And then she said, well, we have to tell your dad. So that night, we told my dad. And why that's important. My dad asked me the same questions and then some more. And he looked at me and he said, what did you do and what were you wearing?
Oh my God.
And I'm like, what did I do and what was I wearing? I said, I just looked at him dumbfounded. I didn't even answer. My mind was blank because those are not questions, for the record, those are not questions to ask anybody at any point in time.
No, not even a rape victim that's 30. But that was why I was, that's
60, 30,
yeah,
100, 2, never ask that question.
No, my daughter would have a fit. She's very
male, female.
She's like, you can wear whatever you want and have
the rainbow. Never ask that. Never ask those questions.
But the reason, I just want to clarify one thing is, the reason I ask you what side of the family they were on is your uncle, that's your godfather, acted so wonderfully about it, and your, sounds like your aunt as well. But I was curious because usually if it is the family member, like if it had been his brother, you usually see more defense. From what I hear, people think it can't be my family member.
It's gonna get there. It's gonna get there. We're just about to get there. So my dad, I told him, I said, well, do you remember when we moved here to this house and you told me to do whatever he said and you were gonna come back and you hope to get a good report. So I did whatever he told me to do. And these are the things he told me to do. And my dad, he's looked at me and he said, how could you make me choose between my baby brother, my flesh and blood, and you?
Oh, God. What a sleaze bucket. Fuck your dad.
What a piece of shit. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was surprised.
Yeah, so there it is. There it is. There was the defense.
Yep.
And
because he's taking it personal. It's like he's not, and I'm not defending your father at all. It's not a defense. But I think what happens when people are that shocked by it, that they don't believe it, they're not expecting that. Maybe they weren't ever molested. They hadn't thought their brother would do that. I think this is not a defense for your father at all. But I think people go into a shock mode, like a shock of, they're not even accepting it. So they then take it personal, as far as, instead of looking at it as it's my daughter, which you should just this is my daughter, and I'm going to kill you, right? It was almost like, this is a personal attack on me. Because then he's feeling like a bad father, and how could he let his brother do this? And people come out in all kinds of ways that are defensive, that don't, you know what I'm saying? And that's not defending him at all. But I just try to make sense of, because I'm sure your father loved you, but just could not accept that at that time. And I hope later he did. I hope the story gets better. But
very, very well put. And I'd like to say, for the record, this was 41 years ago. So I've well processed this, and I've healed greatly. Not thoroughly, but a great deal. To talk about it now, almost seems like I'm gossiping about somebody else. I am feeling a little bit emotional now because, well, now I'm in my 50s, and plus I'm dealing with cancer, and I'm learning a lot about where the cancer is coming from and stuff. But I also know um, some of the I've been feeling nostalgic lately. So that's where the emotion comes from, is the nostalgia of certain things. So, but as far as uh, the healing and things, that it very well is grounded. I could not do the work that I do helping other people unless I have worked through my own things. So believe me, there has been a lot of healing over the years. I like to emphasize that. So,
The healing, I think people get confused though. I just want to say the healing, you can heal it. And even if you've released it all, which I would ask you later about the cancer, they say sometimes we hold things in, and not to even do with that, but that's, a Dolores Cannon thing, if you're familiar with her.
oh, I
But
am. I
Well,
love
her
her.
cancer is
Yeah,
definitely sourced from her abuse. If you could tell us a
yeah.
bit about that,
it
Michelle.
is.
So,
So,
but I
but
just
there's
want to say, like,
there's other
people
there's
forget
element.
sadness. Like,
Oh,
you
I'm
should
sorry.
never, you
Go on,
don't
Brooke.
ever have to get over it. I just wanted to say, because you've healed doesn't mean the pain isn't there. Like, you can go months or years without
Oh,
pain, but the
absolutely.
pain will always be, just, you can heal and deal with it and process it. But that doesn't mean the pain, you shouldn't ever be like, like ashamed to cry, or be like, I'm not healed because I'm crying, or
Oh,
because that.
absolutely. I agree with you so absolutely. Because, and also, I've learned over the years, our body has its own trauma and its own history. Yet we together with our bodies, our mind, our bodies, our spirit, our soul, have a history within our body too. So um, there's there's body memory, and there's soul memory, there's spirit memory, there's mental memory. There's so many layers to the healing, and there's so many different ways that the trauma can be locked inside of us and gets released or gets processed, and there's so many layers to healing, but yet there's so many layers to um, to the feelings, and so it's very easy to heal in one area, but yet there's other areas that maybe that same topic or those same mental emotions, memories, feelings also needs to be processed in other different ways in other areas. But
Well, don't you think
um,
as you grow too? I would think as we grow mentally and, like you said, emotionally and spiritually, that there are things that we maybe couldn't process at the time, or feel it, like you said, as you get older, you're looking all these different things, your emotions change, and the way you can look at things, and so therefore they always will need to be continually processed. So I don't think we're ever done, continue, like we can process it and say we've dealt with it. But I guess what I'm saying is exactly what you're saying. I completely agree. I think that you just grow, and emotionally, the further you grow, which shows that you have, and what, and especially what you're dealing with, that then you have new emotions. Your soul's grown even further. And if your soul is grown further, then you have more that you're going to feel emotionally and spiritually to go with.
yes, yes, very much. So I went upstairs. I knew that week in elementary school we were learning about families. We didn't exactly learn, totally where babies came from, but we were learning a little bit. But I also grew up around farms and farm animals, so I knew, you know, I knew I was my dad's flesh and blood more than my uncle's, but I also knew in that statement that he had, at least for that moment, he chose his uncle. I mean, his brother, my uncle, and I was devastated. And I went upstairs and I hugged my pillow and I cried and cried. And also that week, there was a time where businessmen, the Christian Businessmen's Association, was a global entity, actually, and they passed out Bibles to schools, especially in the United States. But I do happen to know about some stories from around the world where school kids would get Bibles from the Christian Businessmen's Association. And that's where I got my first Bible, was from the Christian Businessmen's Association. And I'm hugging my pillow and I'm crying, and I'm feeling my body. It felt like shards of glass. I really felt like I could feel my cells like bubble wrap popping. It was a feeling that I never felt it since, thank God. I've had a lot of anaphylactic reactions over the years, and thank God I have never felt that like I felt that night. And I really thought that there was going to be a stigmata type of situation going on, because I felt like my body was turning into little, like my cells were turning into little shards of glass and popping. And in that, I heard my name, and I heard it audibly in a male voice, and I was terrified. I looked everywhere. I looked on my balcony. I looked under my bed. I didn't have a dresser, but I had an armoire, which, if anybody knows what that is, it's like
Yeah, it's like
Beauty
a
and
very tall. It's very tall.
yeah, very tall. Beauty and the Beast, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. Uh, they you could crawl into it, and it keeps coats and clothes. So it's a
Yeah,
type
it's
of
like
closet.
the one they crawled in that movie. I have two arms.
Narnia,
Yes, exactly.
Narnia, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. So that wardrobe is could be called shiffer robe or armoire. So I had that in my room. So I'm looking anywhere where I thought that a person could hide, and I didn't hear. I mean, I didn't see anybody, but I heard my name. Heard my name again. So I thought, oh my God, maybe I am crazy, because prior to this, so here's where the pyrotechnics comes in. Prior to this, I had the ability. My parents were afraid of me. I was afraid of my parents. In nursery school, my dad was a handyman around town, and he was a handyman for somebody who owned a movie theater. And whenever my dad would go to get paid, he would take me and my sister. And this particular day, the man and my dad were arguing or haggling over somebody that I don't know whether the man actually owed my dad or not, but or maybe he shortchanged my dad or something, but my dad wanted the money.
Right. But just
And
to clarify for our listeners, I want people to understand that we're kind of transitioning here from talking about her spiritual birthday to her pyrotechnic abilities, pyrokinetic
yes,
abilities. Go on. Yes.
yeah, we've now gone back to when I was about 4, almost 5.
Okay. But it
Um,
explains why her family is scared of her. Go on.
so
They fear you,
um,
yes, and also fear that you might be demon possessed, and this is one of the factors apparently as to why you were excommunicated, I presume. So go on.
oh yes, I'm still shunned by my family. Still to this day shunned by my
Like
family.
your
So
father never accepted it.
what's that?
Your father or mother never accepted the abuse. Did your
I,
father?
Did they ever
Did your
accept the reality of your abuse, honey, or did they consider you the guilty party?
um, well, there's so many layers to the abuse. They were some of my abusers. Um,
By the way, this is true. I mean, the fact that they
and
didn't do anything
and
makes them enablers, so they are abusers. Yes, go on.
well, uh, to that degree, and also to so many other degrees. So, I loved Kit Kat bars,
Okay.
And that man who owned the movie theater always gave me a Kit Kat bar. And he would give my sister, maybe I would share the Kit Kat bar with her, or she would have a Three Musketeers, but I always got a Kit Kat bar. And I asked, they were taking such a long time. I was getting impatient, and I asked for my Kit Kat bar, and he said something to me that made me angry. And I said, "Your place burned down. I hope your place burned down." And my dad says, "Come on, come on, kids, let's go." So we went. And I
And
remember
this is
we
in
looked.
context of the guy your dad claimed he owed him money, and in the course of that, he said something that pissed you off. Go on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So then my dad took us to go feed a fish called Mr. Carp at this little bridge. And then we went home, and there was the rest of the day. And then my dad woke me up in the middle of the night, and he says, "Do you see this, honey? Do you see this? You did that. The whole city block across the street from us burned down." And the windows on our apartment were turning to liquid. It was so hot. And my physics year in high school, the first day of physics, the teacher asked us, is glass liquid or a solid? And I said, it's a solid. It's a liquid that turns to a solid, or a solid that turns to a liquid.
Yes.
And he said, "How do you know that? Nobody knows that." And I said, "I just do."
Right. By the way, when I grew up, there were so many fires in my apartment that I know the effect of the heat shattering glass. So in our case, the glass was shattering due to the heat as opposed to melting. But in terms of your father doing that, there's two ways to take that. Either he's incredibly astute and acknowledging an actual telekinetic, in this case pyrokinetic ability, or he's a truly sick fuck and he's waging psychological warfare and blaming you for something that happened to impose a
That's what
sense of
I just
guilt.
have so many. I have so many questions. I don't mean to interrupt. I just have so many questions. I find your story so interesting,
Well,
Michelle.
And
well,
abusive at so many levels. It's
yeah,
abusive
let,
on
let
many
me
levels.
let me say this,
To try to
that
understand it.
even then I was going through abuse. So the fact that I pleased my dad in any way, I felt bad that because it wasn't just the fire, it wasn't just the movie theater that burned. There were several churches, and two of them were Amish, and one was Presbyterian, and they burned down. And I felt bad about that. I just kept saying, nobody's there, right? And no, there's no horses, right? And my mom just kept looking at me. But my dad, he was like, "No, there's no horses. There were no people."
Did you always love horses, or that just?
Yes. And
you were 4 years old at this time.
yeah, and I already rode a horse. I had already ridden a horse, and so
I have to ask you, do you not think, though, with him saying that, like, to me it just, and you said you were already being abusive, maybe there's going to be more to the story, but it almost sounds like, to me, like you said, the entity came back when you were, or you had an entity when you went the out of body, that you felt at 6 when you were abused by him. But obviously under 4, there could be things you wouldn't even remember.
There was an entity even when I was 2 or 4 years old. There was an invisible kid that always got me in trouble. Would tell me to do something, and I would do it, and then would hightail it out. Just as the adult was about to crack, to call attention that it was wrong. And I was like, "Where are you going? You always leave me to get the spanking, and that's so mean of you. I'm not listening to you anymore." And so
you always had that ability to see the other side. I don't know if you continue to do that.
And I actually still do. I've always, I was told that even when I was an infant, I I knew way before somebody approached me, before they even touched me. Um, I could, I would start either cooing or crying when the person was within a certain amount of feet of me.
Intuition. That's your, yeah, you have
So
a deep intuition, and but I know that people that are, psychics or mediums that can see now, that, well, even the ones that are famous that can see the other side. Almost everyone I've ever heard of has said that it started as a child, and that they
yes,
were usually afraid. Some of them were afraid. They would have children visit their bed, or see things that they didn't want to see and weren't sure. And of course, the adults didn't know. But I wonder if that was just a gift that you had already, or if you were abused before the age of before
I
that.
there. I'm thinking that I'm actually thinking that I had the gift, but the abuse was happening because the abuse was just part of our family. And but then as time went on, when I was more active in my gifts, and I was so natural in my gifts, and they were easily exploited because I just wanted to please, and I was natural. I was loving, and I was just uh, an affable child, and just trying to be a pleasant person. Not to say that I couldn't be a little hellion, because I certainly could. Like when I got angry at the man who owned the movie theater, and even years later, there was an aunt. I think by this time I was about 8 years old, maybe 6 or 8 years old, that I was playing on the floor in my house, and she did something or said something to me that I didn't like, and I said, "You, you, you're gonna break your leg, and I'm not gonna be sorry for it." And she goes, "What?" She looks at me. She goes, "What did you just say?" And then she turns around and she goes, "Did you hear what she just said?" And she took a step, because she wasn't looking where she was going, and that fast she broke her leg. And I continued to play with my toys.
Oh
So
my God!
not,
You're a good
not to say
person, because I can.
not to say
You're
that I couldn't be a little brat about it.
Well, I'm saying you're a good person because there's a reason that Spirit didn't decide to give me those gifts.
Oh no, believe me, I have used. I was thinking about this, about some different things today. About I'm so good at speaking things into being. Like by the end of the day, I'll have it. Why haven't I been able to speak into being this surgery that I've needed and been fighting for a year? Why haven't I? And
There's some,
some other
but
things.
probably there's some blockage in you, but
There
that.
is that I've been trying to figure out. But anyway, back to the story, because this is birthday day. Um, so while I'm having this uh, so over the years, I've had more and more gifts and more pyrotechnics.
Pyrokinetics.
Lasted pyrokinetics. Thank you. That lasted way up until my 20s, actually. And we watched when I was married. When I was first married, I watched Firestarter with Drew Barrymore and Kurt Russell. Um,
Oh, I
with my
love
first,
that movie.
yeah, with my first husband, and I said, "I can't watch this," and he said, "Why? It's a good movie. It's a classic." And I said, "I can't watch it. I okay, maybe there's some things that I need to tell you about me,
Mm-hmm.
and because this movie is going to trigger these things, and I won't know how to control it, because this is a new situation with you and I now,
Yes.
and it's putting me in a different place to think about things, and I didn't want to tell you about these things about me. And he goes, what, you telling me you're a fire starter? I said, well, what made you ask that? There's people in the movie that have other gifts other than fire starter. Why did you hone in on that? He goes, I heard stories. I don't believe them. And I said, okay. So I put my hand on his leg, on his thigh. And he goes, holy shit, what are you doing to me? And he got up and he stood up and he goes, don't you ever do that again. I burned a small hole in his jeans.
Okay. Should have done that more
And
Oh
towards
my
his penis.
god!
I wanted
Can
to
you
get the
still do
point.
this?
I there's a lot of things I could do when I absolutely need to do them, but I just prefer not to. I prefer to use my words and reason with people. But I've never allowed any of those things to go away. It's not like I sit there and practice them, but I believe that they are our natural way of being, and I believe that if we allow the Holy Spirit to work in us and allow us to be our natural selves, that we could still do these things. And I've, over the years, have taught people, encouraged people not to be afraid of these aspects of themselves. So, over the years, from my childhood on up, I developed other gifts and I operated in them. And there was a time, back to that now, back to the night where I was 10 years old, hearing this male voice audibly. I thought I was, I said, maybe my mom and dad are right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am a monster. Maybe I need to be locked up somewhere. I'm losing myself. Or maybe I never had myself. What am I? And I'm crying about this, but I can hear my mom and dad yelling. One wants to send me to Idaho to relatives that I never met before and never heard of until that night. And the other one wants to send me to a group home for children. And please understand, this is way before we have CPS the way it is now. And what we have now is not a picnic at all. But we did not really have a system 40-something years ago. We did not have a good system 40-something years ago. It was basically individuals who just got paid by the state and federal government to take in anybody. It wasn't even a foster system, really. It was, I'll just take in whoever, and they become slaves. And whoever takes them in gets to do whatever they want with them. Children really didn't have a lot of rights up until like maybe 40, 50 years ago. Maybe not even that.
Well, and the sexual abuse then was also covered up
yes.
so much differently. Like, I know my uncle is a little older than you. So obviously he's younger than my mom, but he's about 10 years older than me, and he was abused by an older neighbor. And just really quick, my uncle was like 5 or 6 and told my grandfather. My grandfather believed him immediately. But the way that was handled was because it was another church member's son who was like 18. They just, went and talked to him, So he never got therapy. There was never a police report or a CPS or an arrest. And, and he himself ended up abusing his stepdaughter, when she was 15, and I don't excuse that at all, like, because she was 15, at least, she wasn't 6, but at the same time, he did abuse her. And I think it's because he never got help himself, as a 6-year-old that was abused. So the system was so bad back then, and just in general, and when you were, I'm sure too. Yes.
So how long ago was this?
He was born in he was 55. He was born in 62, so this would have happened probably like 68 to 70.
Okay, so almost roughly around the same time. Little. He's somewhat older than me, but might as well say roughly around the same time. So there was not a system then. There was not really counseling or anything like that then. And children were, hey, babies were allowed to take swigs of beer from the bottles. Little kids, if there were bottles of booze on the table, we snuck them. My dad's ideas.
Now I even did that. My dad.
Yeah, I mean, we would grab cigarettes, whatever, if they were light, we would take a smoke. Now, this I never did with the cigarettes, but I had my first taste of moonshine at 8 years old.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, we weren't around moonshine, but my dad had beer. But yeah, wow, that's a lot.
I had
Used to ride in trucks without seatbelts.
Right. Exactly. Oh man, that was one of the greatest things ever. And
I remember riding on Mima's lap, like sitting in her lap at like fall
asleep in the Plymouth, no seatbelts, riding in the middle of the car, in the front seat,
no car seat.
Yeah, all that. So seatbelts, what were those? I even remember a cousin. There was a cousin of mine that he constantly would open the door while his mom was driving, and he's like, "Mom, I'm gonna fall out of the car," and we'd have to pull him in, or he would try to push whatever cousin that was nearest the door out, and we're like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't like you today," and he tried to push us out the car. I mean, there was a comic that I listened to a couple days ago that he was talking about how reckless we all were, way back then, but it was kind of true. Some of it was fun, and some of it, obviously, in this case, was not. But so the group home that they wanted to send me to, or they were talking about sending me to, there was a girl that made the paper that she was almost like a Lizzie Borden scenario. She was 10 years old, and she was on trial for killing her parents because she was pregnant with her dad's baby. She kept telling everybody, "This is my dad's baby."
Right.
And nobody was believing her. They said, "You killed your mom and your dad. Why?" "Because my dad did this to me." They said, "Who did this to you?" "My dad." Nobody believed her. And I thought, I don't want to be in that same group home with her. What if she doesn't?
They didn't even have DNA testing back then to prove it was the father's, did they?
No. But you know what? I believed her.
Right.
I believed her, but I did not want to be in the group home with her.
Well, you shouldn't have even had to be facing that.
And I happened to know, because those kids still went to school, of course, that she was the youngest in that group home. Everybody else were in their proper teens, like 15 on up. And there she was, 10. But she was already so worldly that she was, and there were reports in the paper of how violent she still was. And she demanded to keep her baby. She didn't want to give up her baby. And so then it was a whole another conundrum of, well, did she have rights? Did she have rights as a child? Did she have rights as an adult? Did she actually have rights as a mother to this baby? What rights did she have at all in any situation, let alone just being a person.
She didn't. And you know what? I just want to kill your parents at this moment.
She
Yeah.
really had, this girl was an anomaly and a glitch and also a force of change in this, for people she was a mirror of society for everybody to see themselves on how they treated children as a whole, as society as a whole. I mean, there's still instances around the world where children 8, 9, 10 are having babies through incest and rape. And each one of those situations is a mirror to of society. But yet, yeah, part of me wanted to kill my parents too, for a long time. But I was more afraid of being sent away.
So did they end up not sending you away?
The entity that was talking to me explained my life to me, told me that I had to forgive my dad and my mom, and explained to me about my dad and his reaction, and then explained to me about family curses, and said, explained to me my life and people on down the line, like ancestors.
Was this that same night
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, ancestors that I needed to forgive. Also told me that the group of demons, because by this time I did have demons that I talked to and I was comfortable with. They were not imaginary friends.
Right, because you could see all, and so you were too young to be able to distinguish what was what. Yeah.
They were comforting to me, and I did not know that they were demons. I just knew, I knew they were mischievous, but I didn't know they were demons. But this entity explained to me that they were, and said, if you give them up, I will be your father, I will be your mentor, I will be your guide, and you are not going anywhere. I will raise you. The people that you were born into, this family you were born into, they're here for you while you're here on earth, but I am your father.
Do you believe that was God or Jesus speaking with you? Or another relative or an angel?
He said his name was Abba.
Probably, yeah, one of your spirit
guides.
Yeah.
So Abba means father, but I call him creator.
Okay.
And then I said, well, how do I know that you're good? So he gave me the scripture to read. And this is where the Gideon Bible comes in from the Christian Businessmen Association. He told me to open it up. So I opened it up to Jeremiah. And he told me to read. And so I read it. And also when I read it, I learned that Jeremiah stammered and stuttered and couldn't talk, just like I couldn't. Because when I was growing up, when I was little, I talked like Elmer Fudd, Astro, and Porky Pig, all fighting for the last word. And so you can imagine. And my name, I've been talking my story. I've been sharing my story for decades, so I'm not afraid to say my name. But it's Michelle Carmela Leslie. And so as a little child who stammered and stuttered, it would come out Michelle Carmela. And
well, that's kind of cute, though.
It is kind of cute, but you know what? It's not cute when you're in the Air Force and you're 18 years old.
Yeah.
And the TI is You're crying to tears because it's
Could you do me a
Aaron.
favor and tell Brooke and now I think Amy probably remembers this, but I don't believe Brooke's ever heard it. Give a short summary of This Is Where You Met Michael Aquino for the next
Oh,
4 minutes, and then I'm going to have to end the call. So I want to end with that, and I'm
okay.
Actually,
hoping
six.
that you
You
don't
actually have 6 minutes.
say yes,
Sorry.
yes, honey.
Okay.
So yeah.
So yes, let's fast forward. So through the years, I was born Irish and Italian mafia, and I like to say this. I did have that audible encounter with Creator, but that week also started. Um, I was raped that week, and the satanic abuse also started that week. So this week is a very monumentous week for me. The satanic abuse and the sex abuse lasted from 10 to 14. Um, and I would have these very lucid dreams. I still lucid dream, but I would have dreams of killing my parents. And
Cool.
then, yeah, and I think it's pretty natural too, given the circumstances.
Right.
So, but those dreams would be used against me because the mafia would take them and take those ideas. And that's all I'm going to say about that for now. And then also, I had many surreal experiences with experiments being done to me, and also ritual abuse, and being married to Lucifer and Beelzebub and Satan. And
In other words, ceremonies were held in which they told you you were being wed to these entities.
yes,
This
and
is when you met Michael Aquino.
I
No,
met
she
my
met him in the Air Force.
yes,
He
and
sensed that. He sensed all that. He sensed it in her like a mile away. He just saw her and walked toward her.
there was even, when the last time we talked, Douglas, we talked about me seeing the two heads talking.
Yes, two heads talking to each other.
But there was also a time where I was forced to have sex with necromance, or what is it called?
Necrophilia. Go on.
Necrophilia, and the person was dead, but
Yes.
he reanimated through a demon, talking to me during the time.
Right.
And
By the way,
so
sometimes
I
this
saw
is-
that also.
Yes. Go on. Go on, honey.
So, but yes, fast forward,
Yeah.
because now I joined the Air Force in hopes of getting out
Yeah.
of all of that hell. And it was a Sunday. I was marching to church. The TI was marching us, and I saw Michael Aquino, and he stood out like very much like a vampire and Dr. Spock wannabe. But the woman that was with him, she looked like June Cleaver, and there was two children, a boy and a girl, that also looked like they came out of a hot Ozzie and Harriet 1950s magazine.
And of course
And
they
it
were
was
with
just,
this son of a bitch. Yes, go on.
yeah, it was very awkward. They did not look, I learned since that there's rent-a-families that look
Yeah,
pretty
that's not
much
his
that.
wife, because his wife
that-
is scary looking, right?
Yes, his
Yeah.
wife is Lilith.
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out.
Yeah.
Yes.
She looks
Yeah.
like a Lilith, yeah.
They look very much like actors, and not, not a real family, just people playing a part. But we happened to lock eyes, even though we were far away. And then I turned my eyes forward, and just at that moment where we locked eyes, but I turned my eyes away, he started towards us. As the moment that he approached, that's when the TI said, "Stop," told us to halt. And it was like a convergence. He was able to predict where I would stop.
Yes.
Like by the time the TI said halt,
Yes.
he
In
was
other words, while
already
the
on
line
the
while the
way.
line basically stops, he was able to basically walk directly towards where you were at.
He had already started walking.
Yeah. So he was just at that point already zoning on where you would be. In other words, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It was pretty, that was pretty unnerving.
Mhm.
And so he asked, I'm gonna just, for the sake of time, forgo all the military
But
jargon.
with your
But
permission, I'll call you back as when Peter leaves at about between 9 to 10 p.m. Pacific
well, you
Standard
know
Time.
what?
Yeah.
We have this golden window. My
Yeah.
my roommates are not here.
Okay.
I'm able to talk about this freely. I would not say any of this
Okay.
with them
Yeah, I
So
mean,
will
around.
you be able to
how
do
much?
this
Why
on
don't you ask
Sunday?
Peter? Well, why
So
don't you ask
Sunday,
Peter? Why
Sunday
don't you
at
ask
this time.
Peter how much it would cost me to buy 30 minutes so she can tell her story? I mean, he said I need to
Well,
buy.
she'll go into it again on Sunday, honey. She will. She will.
No,
And,
I'm just saying I would like to know because he said
yeah.
I need to buy
And by the
time,
way,
so
the
I'll
Well,
buy her some time.
it's
well,
he's
either
yeah,
either Sunday, but you know what? Wednesdays are actually better
yeah.
for me to go in personal stuff about myself like this.
Understood. But
But
we
if you
will
want
be
to,
talking again Sunday and
but
Wednesday,
if you
right?
want to talk,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
if you want to talk about topics,
Yes.
we could do that on Sunday. But if
Sounds
you want
good.
to go into the deep personal stuff about me,
We'll do that Wednesday. So
I
so
think
so these
Wednesdays are
opening hours
better.
are the best time, and so what these are your golden windows when
Yeah,
your roommates are not home. So what we'll do
right.
is we'll be going into this deeper on Wednesday. I will try to put into context how sometimes they can reanimate these cadavers, and what Our Lady saw was two decapitated heads that were talking back and forth to each other. These are ways, of course, that they use to terrorize
I'd
satanic.
rather you talk about that
Yeah,
because um, I
yeah.
I
Well, I
I
mean, I'll
caught
bring it into
myself.
context. Yeah,
I caught myself last night
yeah.
having. I had a lucid dream about a memory, so thankfully it was a pretty good one, or it wasn't like a bad one.
Yeah.
It was still something that when I woke up, I didn't know if I was talking in my sleep. I hope to God not, or you know, there's certain situations. Anyway, Akito wanted me to go with him,
Yeah.
and I just said, I'm to move forward, sir. I don't know why I said that at the time,
Yeah.
but I also knew that I felt very violated.
Yes.
And he just reminded me of all the people that I ever knew, all wrapped up in one. And but the high rank that he was, I should have went with him. I
Right.
should not have refused him,
Right.
but I did, and he let it go.
Yeah.
Later, the TI, who actually was a clean comedian, and I found out that he called himself a Christian. He called me in later to question me and said, "What is your connection with him? Do you know who he is?" And I said, "No." And he goes, you today refused a direct order from one of the highest ranking military personnel in US.
Yeah. In the United States. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, "Sir?" And he said, "What in God's name gave you the balls to do that, Airman?" And I said, "God?" And he goes, "Had to be. Had to be." And he said, "Do you also know what he's about?" I said, "I just know he's freaky and he's creepy and he's weird and he's ew." And it stayed with me for years and years until I met Douglas and I was able to talk to Douglas about it on air.
It sounds like
And,
this guy didn't like him either, though.
Right.
oh no, everybody knew about him, according to the TI and according to Douglas. And it got around on camp, on the barracks, that I said no to him, and everybody wanted to know what was this airman about that she dared to say no to him, and he didn't do anything about it. Why didn't he do anything about it?
Right. Next
Because
Wednesday I'll put that into
because I
context of a
because
different
I
story.
knew
Right.
because I knew a girl that one of the girls in my flight,
Yeah.
she got sunburn on the back of her neck,
Yeah.
had to pay a $10,000 fine
Yeah.
got court-martialed, and had and then and then sent back to the first day of boot camp when she was about to graduate.
Called recycling.
Yeah, she was recycled. Why
That's
wasn't I?
awful.
And why wasn't I punished for directing it for refusing
Because
a
he
direct
saw a
order?
strength in you that you had been given that night by your
But
Abba.
do you see how the rest of the base was? They were unnerved.
Yes.
They were unnerved.
Because he's the chaplain of the entire United States Armed Forces. He's the highest ranking chaplain of all the armed forces of the United States. That's why he said he's one of the highest ranking officers.
Yeah, there were so many people unnerved to be around me because I dared say no, and then I went unpunished.
Right. Yes, they probably thought you were somehow connected. So I love you dearly. So all you young ladies, I'll be calling you back again just in case you happen to be up to speak of other subjects between 9 to 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You don't need to answer if you're unable, but I'll just give you a call and see if you do answer. Okay, honey? All right.
Well, thank you for letting me talk about all of this night, because this is, it's a very important night. It's a night that started my freedom, but it also is a week that started my deepest tortures.
Understood.
But it's like the rising phoenix. You don't. Sometimes it takes the hardest things to make you the strongest person. And
exactly. And I tell you what, they trained me so well, and over the years, I've used that training against them, and I continue to, and I'm very, very honored to do so in the name of God. And, within the Holy Spirit, with love, So.
And Amy, before I close the call, say something before we go.
Absolutely. I just feel like maybe for Wednesday you want to stick with the autonomy that you maintain despite all of the difficulty.
Thank you.
Yes. Even when I talk about the tortures and the pain, the autonomy's still there. You cannot survive this without keeping your autonomy and your integrity and to do, the well-being sometimes doesn't come maybe later, but holding on to your integrity and your autonomy, that core being where you connect with creator of all, it's so vital. It's so vital.
Between knowing like this guy's asking me to do something I don't want to do, I'm not doing it, and then carrying forward.
You know what? That's why they give you the drugs.
Yes. By the way, I brought Peter on to help us transition. Peter might have a few questions to ask. I don't know how much Peter has caught of the opening hour, but certainly, Peter, if you do have any questions, certainly the best thing to do is to just say hi. I do want to introduce you formally to Michelle Carmela Saldana, because I don't believe you've ever, I can't remember whether or not you've met her before on air. So you do know the other two lovely young ladies, Amy Como and Brooke Gibson. And Michelle Carmela Saldana, of course, was born in Taiwan like myself, but is not of any Asian extraction, a victim of satanic ritual abuse. And of course, you may have heard just a bit about what she said about Michael Aquino. So yes, any comments or questions before we transition into...
My only question was to ask her name, and you've just given it to me. Excellent. So it's a very deep story, and Michelle, thank you for relaying it. I only heard the last part of it. I'll try to go back and listen to the beginning.
Well, thank you, Peter. And I can't recall whether we've ever talked before, like right now, but I do remember listening to you on Douglas's podcast before, and you and I are Facebook friends, and we follow each other's posts once in a while whenever they come up, and I appreciate that over the years.
Now, maybe if you don't mind, if you could describe a little bit about your cancer to Peter Mood, he might have some suggestions.
Go ahead.
So it's based in mastocytosis, where, you know, the particular white blood cell, the mast cell, is, you know, just multiplies rapidly. The stem cells are deformed, the white blood cells are deformed, the red blood cells are all deformed. So because I have survived the anaphylactic shock and anaphylaxis and allergy allergic reactions for so many years, it's developed into this type of cancer of the mast cells converging into areas of my body, forming tumors. And as it was described to me, it's if you survive any of those severe reactions for enough years, it's just a matter that the cells clump together and, you know, the tumors grow. It's actually a very slow growing cancer. I've been able to I've actually I use herbal remedies. I've used sports medicine. For the past couple years, I've not had access because I have not gone to the Gulf Coast. You know, COVID travels. I just decided not to go through all that rigmarole of traveling. I do know how to access the sports medicine again and some of the other things that I need for here, except it's a matter of finances or, you know, and a couple other things. But if you have any suggestions, I'm open to the suggestions.
Yes, I do. And I have a exercise I'm going to share with you. I'm going to send it in your private message.
Thank you.
Now I definitely applaud your efforts to use holistic methods. There are so many things you can do to promote healing, and one of the things is balancing the pH of the body.
Yes.
Balancing the pH. There are certain items you can get on Facebook, drops and stuff. I got rid, because this is nothing compared to cancer, but I had a eczema on my leg patch about the size of a baseball that wouldn't go away. And a chiropractor friend of mine, take this, and it went away. Now that's a small thing. That's a small thing. The whole point is balancing the pH. But I have something much more dramatic than that. And as I say, it's a Qigong exercise. And
I do Qigong.
Yeah,
I do Qigong. Yes, okay. Please share.
This is a Qigong exercise, and it's a very powerful Qigong exercise. And I'm going to explain, I'm not going to try and explain how to do it, because it's a lot of movement, and it's going to tire you out. But it's sort of moving your arms back and forth in a particular way, looking straight ahead. You do it exactly like I show you in the video. And this, you can do both the exercises I'm going to send you, which will be very helpful. But this exercise clears out your lymph nodes, and it clears out tumors. The hard part of it is, it needs to be done 45 minutes a day. You can work up to 45 minutes a day. Now, to get anybody to do this for 5 minutes a day, it's like pulling their teeth. To get them to do anything, you'd be surprised. I'm not talking about people with major illnesses. To try and get somebody to do something to get them to do anything is very difficult. But this exercise, if you do it, it will get you excellent results. It should clear out tumors in 100 days if you do it for 45 minutes a day.
Okay, beautiful.
But the main challenge here, I'm telling you, people can sit there and say anything they want about this exercise, but you won't find anybody that'll do it for that long and come back and say it didn't work, because it takes so much damn work. I will also emphasize that in China's not all crazy.
No,
There's a lot
they're
of
not.
things going on there. But they have Qigong hospitals where they will make the patients do Qigong 8 hours a day because they're going to make them get better. And, it's like, okay, this is not a, resort in the hospital. But so if you try this, I had a friend of mine, very good friend of mine, who did it, and she got other treatments. She couldn't help it. Her family forced her to get other treatments, not chemo, and she did get better.
Thank you for
Could
this.
not believe the blood was so clean, and she continues to do it. So
Well, thank you for this.
I'm
I
sitting
would
here-
just,
I'm
I-
looking for you on Facebook right now. I'll
Could
find
you
you
help
in
them
it.
find you on Facebook, honey?
She's
Yes.
on Facebook. I was
Yeah.
just there. I found her.
Okay.
Here she is,
I
Michelle.
would just like to clarify for everybody, actually, cancer is not what I'm stressing over. I had a nervous breakdown when the doctor told me not about the cancer. The cancer I already knew. And the cancer is really not what's hindering my life. It's these allergies. It's my immune system not balanced. It's my immune system it's my body not wanting to be here.
Well, yes.
That's the issue.
You're
This will
speaking,
help.
and you're speaking. If I'm
Excuse
correct,
me.
you're speaking. I'm
Let me
sorry,
just
Peter.
finish. Let me finish my
MCAS
sentence,
is
please.
correct.
Let me finish my sentence, please. This
I
will
think I
help.
started mine first, actually. You're referring to MCAS, mast cell. I just wanted to clarify what she's referring to.
Okay.
Is MCAS? Is that correct?
Michelle?
MASTOC.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was doing the acronym for it. Yeah, the mast cell.
Mastocytosis.
Mastocytosis. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It causes basically the allergic reactions and all that. Yeah.
MCS, yes.
Okay.
Which happens to be my initials. Yes.
I'm
So
sorry, Peter. Go ahead. I just wanted to
because
clarify.
I'm even allergic. I'm allergic to my cycle, even. What it is it's primarily the mast cells building up during that time. That's the issue, because I had to give up a very fantastic man. I am not doing street ministry because of
This.
all the triggers on my immune system, and so many.
Right.
I have a very limited quality of life because of all the triggers to my body. My body is just overreactive because of this. There's some things that I've learned about it we could get into on next Wednesday. Some things that I learned and processed, and yes, it has to do with my childhood and a few other things. It's the mast cells. The mast cells are the key. I do believe that the exercises that you're suggesting, Peter, will help
Wonderful.
with the tumors and the mast cells.
Yes.
It will help. There's 2 exercises there, and the other one will help you with the allergies. It will help you with the allergies, because what you have to do is restore your breathing. You have to restore your breathing. And of course, there are supplements and stuff that will help. But it sounds like you have universal allergies, is what it sounds like. But nevertheless, start with the breathing, and you can write to me, and I'll coach you to the best of my ability.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, because there's a call for me to come back to Skid Row and do some
Ministry.
work down there. I am really considering it. It's my area that people see when that gets filmed, and where you see all the tents and you see the gangs and you see,
Where is this?
you know,
Skid Row where?
Skid Row, Los Angeles.
Okay.
So I would
What
like
part
to
of
go
LA
back.
Which part?
What's that?
Which part?
What
honey?
part of LA is that?
Downtown LA, Skid Row. So
What part of downtown LA? It's a big place downtown.
It
That
is.
main downtown
yeah,
where
yeah.
everybody's homeless.
My jurisdiction is from town up
Street.
to Fig and
Town Street
and
to Fig
8th.
Street in 8th. Town Street to Fig
Fig-
Street in 8th. Honey?
You said Figueroa
And-
and 8th? Figueroa and 8th?
Figueroa and 8th all the way to 8th and town over to 5th and town.
Town a
And-
street name? Is town a street name?
Yes. And then
Okay.
town and 5th all the way up to Grand and 5th. So it's a pretty big area. But right now, what gets on the news most is San Pedro and San Julian on along between 5th and 6th Street. And that is actually making a lot of the news, where you see the
tent
knife,
cities.
the tent cities, the knife fights, the international drug cartels and the gangs and and I've been told that nobody's touching it still. And so there's a couple. Now it's not just other ministers asking me. It's some entities. And I've been praying about it and thinking about it, and I don't want to go back unless I am.
Yes, I don't want you to go back unless you're healthy.
One
either.
other question, Michelle. Do you live, excuse me, Michelle, do you live on the street?
No, not at all. No.
She's
So when you talk about going back there, what do you mean?
to minister.
She means to help.
I have been one of the street ministers down there for nearly 20 years.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Right. So, Michelle, just so that everybody understands why I do this, please explain to everyone that your breath is very taxed after speaking for even 15 to 20 minutes. It was thanks to your adrenaline and your excitement over speaking with us that you've been able to speak this long. But
Yeah,
the reality is
I
you can
did.
only speak for an hour approximately.
I did do a breathing treatment just before you called.
Yes. So do understand
So-
that, yeah, I want people to understand that you have a time limit you've set up with me of about an hour for your health, right, honey?
Yeah, no more than an hour and a half. How long have we gone?
An hour and a half.
Yeah.
So,
Because it's around that time that my breathing starts getting weird. Or the last time we talked, somebody, you had called out that my breathing was getting strange, and
That's Strider.
So-
I know that disease that you're referring to. That's why I asked. I dated a nurse, and I think you're referring to, because I believe that causes lung-related issues like wheezing, and then it gets harsh. That's Strider. I'm sure.
yeah, it affects your whole body. It affects your whole body.
Your heart, your
So-
skin, I think, as well.
Yeah, it turns out that my heart's the only thing that seems to be okay, but yet my heart is still having to work hard too, because the oxygen, keeping the oxygen up.
Yeah.
So, well, I thank you all.
Thank y'all. Enjoy talking to you.
thank you.
I enjoyed all of you. Thank you so much for spending this spiritual birthday with me.
Absolutely.
Um,
Thank you also to all the listeners.
It's your spiritual birthday, and your real birthday is when?
On Saturday.
This Saturday. So we'll be with you right after your birthday on Sunday, your birthday weekend, okay?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So, yeah, a very special week. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you also to all the listeners. I am getting the website up for We Are Rearranging Hell as fast as I can. I am looking forward to putting on a Patreon button or some kind of donation button to that. And either Sunday or Wednesday, I'll talk about why and how those who want to support what I'm doing can. And as far as donating to me, I'm still still working that out. I don't know if I have peace about it. I have more peace about having people give towards the ministry efforts
Understood.
than about my health. So I love you all, and thank you so much for this time.
God bless
Thank you for
Okay.
sharing this and sharing your birthday with us. That was so meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I love bragging about how God has spoiled me over the years, and has kept me alive to be the thorn in the side of all those people who have ever tortured me.
I love that. I love that. You made me smile.
Because I tell you what, in 2008, when I had this really significant episode, I kept saying, "Is there a kill switch in me?" Like, because it was around the time where I should start me calling back. I was feeling this like being drawn and called back into doing different things, and like I was being spiritually called back, and I was having to fight it in my sleep and in my dreams and stuff, doing intense warfare for myself. And I'm like, did they put a kill switch in me? It seems like they did, and it turns
question.
and it turned well. No, it turns out that it they did, and so we'll talk about that more the next time.
Thank you. Okay, lovely
All right.
ladies. My blessings
Love
to
you.
all. Bye.
All right. Love you. Bye. Love you guys. Bye.
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 Right.
Bye. Good night, all. And so, my best wishes to all these lovely young ladies who have made this such a wonderful night. So Peter Moon is still with us, and Peter, we'll take it from here. Thank you so much for joining us this night, and thank you for your patience.
Well, yeah, that's a very gripping story. I didn't get in at the beginning of it, but even to hear the last 10 or 15 minutes of it was pretty intense, pretty authentic,
Yes.
and yeah, it's just part of the menagerie
Yes.
we're dealing with.
Absolutely. And much is
very-
developing. I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Very relevant.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very relevant.
Absolutely.
What I was going to open the evening.
Yes.
Here
I'll help
it
you.
is.
I'll help you along. I do want you to know that people are excited that you've arrived. I'm going to place the hyperlink into your message box. Feel free to share that right away. That way, your reviewers of your Facebook timeline will know exactly where you are right now and be able to link directly. That helps immensely. And that being said, once you share that, by all means, let's take a look in the chat room. I want to say hello to so many of the people who have been keeping up with us. So in live stream, we've had a Drill 801, Amor Fadi, David Fitzsimons, and Trillion Phoenix, who was leaving a comment on the medical Qigong being efficacious, but of course people have to apply themselves. So all that being said, as Peter Moon said, that's the biggest challenge, honestly. Again, we return back to Peter.
Yes, and I did share the link.
Yes, excellent.
I did share the link. Now, where we're going to begin tonight is, okay, Douglas sent me an article.
Yes,
It's a very important article.
thank you.
It's a short article, and I'm going to read the entire article here. It says, it's from ZME Science, is the website, zmescience.com. Scientists say biocomputers made from tiny brains are the future. Here's why. Subheadline, we're witnessing the development of a new frontier in computing, moving away from AI back to where it all started, the human brain, by Tibby Puey, February 28th, in Future Mind and Brain News, edited and reviewed by Zoe Gordon. All right, it's got a picture of a big biomass. It says magnified image of a brain organoid produced in Thomas Hartung's lab, dyed to show neurons in magenta, cell nuclei in blue, and other supporting cells in red and green. Everyone is freaking out over artificial intelligence systems and their potential to disrupt, well, God, okay, I clicked something wrong. Okay, the potential of AI systems to disrupt, well, everything really. But this tunnel vision shouldn't distract us from what can be achieved by tapping into natural intelligence, which is orders of magnitude more capable in some areas of computing than the biggest, meanest AIs and supercomputers. As a side note, this is not from the article, there have been attempts to emulate the human brain with computing. And I don't know what the status of that is. I know it was very different or very difficult, but I don't know where the status, and perhaps Douglas can clue us in on that later.
Absolutely.
If he knows.
Yes.
Yes. Now, imagine how extraordinary it would be if we could somehow combine the raw computing power and precision of silicon-based computers with the cognitive abilities of the human brain. But is such a thing even possible? Indeed, it may be. According to an international group of leading scientists who outlined their plan for so-called organoid intelligence, or OI, enabled by biocomputers that can actually use human brain cells rather than transistors to store, retrieve, and process information. When people see, it says move over AI, meet OI. When people see computers defeat human masters with a breeze in complex games such as chess in the 1900s, or more recently at Go, it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that they are superior to us in all manners of thinking. Not so. Let's start off by recognizing the fact that there are many similarities between the architecture of the brain and that of a computer, as both consist of largely separate circuits for input, output, central processing, and memory. This is, of course, by design, as the pioneers of computing modeled artificial thinking machines based on the human brain. For instance, the brief but profound book, The Computer and the Brain, by the brilliant and unequaled John von Neumann in the 1940s, is still the basis of most modern computers. However, there are also profound differences between the two architectures, one silicon-based, the other biological. Computers can make computations at least 10 million times faster than the human brain. The precision of computations done by humans is around 1 in 100, whereas a 32-bit processor has a precision of 1 in 4 billion. If you want to crunch raw numbers and data, computers are unequaled. But ask a computer whether the image of a four-legged creature represents a giraffe or a horse, and it will be in trouble. Or imagine a basketball player following the trajectory of a ball that is passed and moved around the court, all while constantly contracting hundreds of individual muscles to move their limbs precisely and in coordination with other players. These are all trivial tasks for humans, but can be almost downright impossible in some cases for computers. Moreover, the human brain achieves all of this at a fraction of the power consumption of a digital computer. Over the past decades, computer scientists and engineers have tried to bridge this gap by adding more features of the human brain to computer design. The principles of parallel processing and use-dependent modification of connection strength have been incorporated into modern computers through the use of multiple processors, or cores, in a single computer. Deep learning algorithms that allow machines to identify objects or speech are directly inspired by the systems in the mammalian visual and auditory cortexes. But these emulations may be reaching their limits, which is where organoid intelligence comes in. What is organoid intelligence? Scientists have been experimenting with growing three-dimensional cultures of brain cells called brain organoids for some time now. Technically, these are cerebral organoids, artificially grown in vitro miniature organs resembling the brain. These cell cultures have proven to be fantastic tools for probing some aspects of the human brain, including how neurons fire and make connections. They're also prime testing grounds for drug development and understanding how some neurological diseases, such as Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, affect the human brain. But more recently, the prospect of using brain organoids as biocomputers has become increasingly appealing. Last year, For instance, scientists at the biotech startup Cortical Labs built a brain organoid computer hybrid that was able to learn to play the classic video game Pong. Elsewhere, researchers combined 2D neuron cultures with computer chips. It all starts, oddly enough, with a bunch of human skin cells. The donated cells are planted on a culture dish, which genes are driven into the skin cells that essentially erase their memory of having ever been skin, reprogramming them into stem cells that have the potential to become any cell type in the human body, whether it's hair follicles, liver cells, or neurons. By bathing stem cells in certain chemicals, scientists can guide the fate of these cells toward developing into neurons. When these cells are injected into a gel-like matrix, it is possible to grow brain cells in 3 dimensions, thereby massively increasing the density of neurons of the organoid. These structures loosely resemble the developing human brain, including the presence of tentacular axons that link up with dendrites to form branching synapses. The potential is there, which is why a group of more than 80 leading researchers has now proposed a roadmap for realizing a vision in which brain organoids form the basis for a new type of computing that uses biological hardware. Quote, "We are at a moment in time where the technologies to achieve actual biocomputing have matured to be synergistically combined. This release marks the formation of an organoid intelligence community to do this. The hope is that some of the remarkable functionalities of the human brain can be realized as OI, such as its ability to make fast decisions based on incomplete and contradictory information, intuitive thinking, continuous data, and energy efficiency." Thomas Hartung, a professor of environmental health sciences at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and Whiting School of Engineering, who is spearheading the new initiative, told ZME Science over email. Boy, I thought this was a short article. It goes on and on and on. But
it's a detailed subject, yes.
Yeah, it is a detailed subject. I'm gonna continue on for a bit here because it's not that much longer. In a new study that appeared today in Frontiers in Science, the implications of this vis-a-vis the work of Douglas Dietrich and by extension to myself are just incredibly groundbreaking and corroborative of why I am working with Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
So it's like it's taking people a while to get it. It's a process. It's a slow process. But I'm going to interject here before I'm just going to stop, and I'll continue reading this in a minute, because right now, astrologically, Pluto is past my sun. It's moving out of the orb of my sun in Capricorn and moving into my moon in Aquarius. It's moving into the orb of my moon, which is my emotions. And it's going to dance between my moon and my sun. This is not, I guess, what you call a fun experience. It's soul-wrenching. On the upside, it's not that soul-wrenching to me. But I've gone through far worse. And I'm not doing that badly, there's things going on, energies I have to process. One of, I think, and it's not that big of a deal, but it's like, where's the audience for Douglas Dietrich? It's not happening to the extent it would, could, or should. That's okay. But I was going over this with an astrologer today, and she says, "Oh, I told her, when this thing hits my moon," I said, it's supposed to make people cannot relate to my emotions. I will be like emotionally non-registering with people. And that's possible anyway, because my moon is in Aquarius. Aquarius is kind of cold and distant. I can steal my emotions, and people will not necessarily even know what my emotions are, which really I always found works to your advantage. They don't know, if your feelings are hurt. Well, it's hard to hurt feelings when your moon's in Aquarius. It's not impossible, but it's hard.
Hmm.
And they don't, people can't register, or they assume things. They could think because you didn't react that you didn't care, but whatever. So I could see that people could see me as emotionally distant. And she said, oh, people will view you as highly irrational. And I said, look, they already do. They already do because of the avant-garde subjects I take on. Right. In the case of Montauk, it's completely off the wall. My Uranus in the 10th house of my career means I hit people off the wall. And then people get used to Montauk and even the stuff on time travel. It's like, all these worthy old physicists, they know better because they've been trained. So it's ridiculous. And somebody like David Anderson, he just goes about his work. He doesn't have time to pay attention to people who are spinning their wheels.
Right.
So in the same token, when I get to Douglas Dietrich and I recognize the truth he has to share, it's like people are too busy, churning, bullshit, whether it's mostly on the internet or the television. And I just had one of my friends on Facebook comment about using a different search engine and a different browser to get to different subjects. And then they said, oh, all this stuff's been scrubbed. In other words, there was some search engine that was digging up stuff that you couldn't find on normal search engines.
Right.
And it's all been scrubbed. And after I heard this, I looked up Amazing Polly, because Amazing Polly was kicked off of Google just before the Trump election, where Trump lost. And she was really kind of a Q follower, but she wasn't just a Q follower. And she put up a lot of disturbing things. I looked for her on BitChute. I had a hard time finding her. I did finally find her. She's gotten a lot older. But, or she's aged because she looked so young, or she lost her, parents.
Perhaps.
Pardon?
Oh, I just thought glamour as a word, perhaps a description.
Yeah, she needs V. She needs V.
Yeah, cosmetology. Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm saying as an image consultant,
Yes.
Something.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But be that as it may, it's kind of irrelevant.
Understood.
She had a very striking physical presence before.
Yes.
But be that as it may, this is just a testament to what Douglas has said about, the internet steering your information and all of that. It's very well steered. Now, so I have endlessly, people. What I was saying is, so people are, and now I also have Black Moon Lilith on my career house, right at the front of my career house this year for my solar return, which means that I can appear daunting, dark, occult, and this. I told her this is already happening. I said, I am already, and she says, well, no. She says, no, people don't see you that way. I said, you don't. I said, people that know me don't. But people that don't know me or are not familiar with my work, it's like, it's just, so anyway, but this is an answer because I didn't, take on Douglas because I thought it was cute or interesting, or I could, sell a book, or whatever. Because look, there's lots of people out there trying to make a name for themselves. Understandably so. That I already have a name. And even when I did Montauk, it made itself, I didn't have to work hard at it. It made itself on the, uniqueness of Preston Nichols.
Yes.
But anyway, so this subject we're dealing with vindicates everything that Douglas has said about the art elect. And we'll get back to that. I'm going to continue reading the article.
By the way, before you do, I do want to send you something in Messenger here. I will press the enter button now, and you will notice two things. One is another article I had sent you earlier to confer with this one. It might be the one that's much shorter, and you might
maybe
notice
that's the one I read, and I went to maybe I went to the second one.
right. And
that's what happened. I went to the second one.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm reading the second one. I already read the first one. So let me just continue with the second one.
Yes, and I did want you to notice the pattern. You might remember what I had told you before. I sent you this yarn work. It was a quilt that was done. I sent it to you on February 1st, and you might remember this is what one of the ladies who was a wife of one of the officers who was involved with the Dietrich Artelect project stitched this together as just something to make me feel better. And this was something that you might notice how this anticipates the exact pattern that you see with what they're talking about with the organic intelligence. The organoid intelligence composition is almost identical to what this woman was doing to represent the Dietrich Artelect, which had no mini brains, but effectively had them through all of the organs that were involved with the facility, the human organs that effectively acted as a kind of brain in the sense that they were organic and enabled a much quicker integration of electrical stimuli to that we would call thought patterns. So just bringing that up, and Peter will take it from there.
Well, yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, in the new study that appeared today in Frontiers in Science, the authors showcased the current state of the art in OI and outlined various developing technologies used to interface with, augment, and enhance the organoids. These include interdisciplinary tools from diverse fields, such as bioengineering and machine learning. When I announced at AAAS in 2016 that we achieved the standardized mass production of brain organoids, I characterized their spontaneous electric activity as they are thinking, quote, as they are thinking, unquote. Some attendants were shocked by this and asked whether they are conscious. I answered they can't be, as they have nothing to think about without input and output. Now, this is what Douglas talked about, garbage in, garbage out. They needed an identity. They needed a conscious entity. And his consciousness, the derivation of his consciousness, was the only thing that made it work. And that is incredibly unique. This is the secret between man and machine. And it's inextricably connected to Douglas. He says, this is what we are changing now. Now, he says, okay, I'm going to repeat this. Attendants asked whether they're conscious. And he says, I answered that they can't be, as they have nothing to think about without input and output. This is what we are changing now, said Hartung, who boldly believes biological computing is, quote, likely future generation of AI, unquote. Besides supercharging computing, OI also has a massive disruptive potential in healthcare and neuroscience. By directing probing organoids, scientists can study how memories form in the brain, but also how debilitating and currently incurable diseases like Alzheimer's cause the disintegration of these memories. But before this vision can be fully brought to bear, there are many challenges that need to be solved. In 2012, Hartung's team assembled brain organoids made up of around 50,000 cells, which is about the size of the fruit fly's nervous system. However, achieving the same type of computing power seen in computers today would require millions, if not billions, of neurons. It might take decades before OI can be as smart as a mouse. Quote, currently, now this is very much like the space program. You know, you have the space program, they're toting along to get to the moon, where you have these other alternative scenarios where they've already colonized the moon and this sort of thing. So you take your pick. And as David Anderson has said the industrial complex is far ahead of where we know it. I'd say 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Depends who you talk to. Yes. And in the case of the Presidio, we're talking about 86. Yeah. We're talking about 30 years. Yes. And it's like this was all pioneered at the Presidio.
Thank you. They're simply going back to their roots, really.
Well, yes, they are. But of course, it's kind of like this. We're not going to talk about it. And you wonder, Hartung probably doesn't even know about himself. He's probably being fed information.
Thank you.
By Deep Throat.
Thank you.
Bob Woodward and Deep Throat, They're feeding him information. Thou shalt do this,
True. Yes.
And, because Bob Woodward was set up to be, the hero of Watergate.
Yes.
It's not like, and then, well, we won't talk about him. Shouldn't bring up unpleasant things at the dinner table. Currently, we must scale these organoids, which requires oxygen and nutrient supply, and we must interface them with as many electrodes as possible. Actual biological AI competitive to current silicon-based AI is certainly far away, if ever achievable. However, we can learn about the biology of cognition, define the ethical boundaries of such research, use them to develop drugs or understand negative effects of chemicals in our environment, and possibly complement traditional computers with biological components, said Hartung. Now, I want you to understand the ridiculousness of this statement is like, they've already achieved this stuff. They've achieved it. Yes. And what they've achieved with it was taken away from them by the art elect, and the art elect is now orchestrating the whole development of this technology.
Yes,
it's bizarre. It's they're trying to catch up with the art elect.
Yes,
and China. By the way, I saw a very brief news item that Taiwan had scrambled jets in the air because China had violated the airspace of Taiwan with some jets and I think maybe some ships. So this was a less clumsy way of this guy from Korea shooting missiles into nowhere,
Right.
Gorillas beating their chest.
Yes, Kim Jong-un, yes.
Yes, and so China was invading Taiwan's airspace, and Taiwan responded,
Yes.
Which is, I think, is what they wanted to see. Because, they sent a weather balloon over America, and America did nothing.
Yes.
So now they're sending jets over Taiwan, and Taiwan responded.
Yes, thank you.
Which is probably what they expected to see.
Right.
But if they didn't, maybe if Taiwan just responded with a giant hot air balloon with Joe Biden's face inscribed on it, they might say, "Oh, we can go in and take this place."
Right.
But no, they responded with real weapons of war.
Thank you.
Okay, so are brain organoids ethical? At the current stage in which the research is right now, there should be no moral concerns over using these organoids. There is essentially zero chance that these 3D blobs of neurons are conscious, especially considering that the level of abstraction required to achieve consciousness is, from what neuroscientists know at the moment, predicated on having sensory input. Now, we're getting into a very, very sensitive territory here, vis-a-vis the biofacsimilagro, which have developed a rudimentary form of consciousness, which becomes a very sensitive issue. A bodiless brain organoid, which isn't actually a brain yet, with very limited sensory information relayed by some electrodes, cannot ever achieve consciousness. But Hartung, nevertheless, is actively involving ethicists in all steps of this process, which he calls embedded ethics. if Hartung's vision is ever achieved, the prospect of dish-grown tiny brains becoming conscious, though still remote, will become increasingly possible. This is a job for Rod Serling from Twilight Zone. You know, the brains start. He'd do a good number with that, even with those old black and white, you know, shows and props. He'd be perfect for it. At this moment, we are far away from any level of actual consciousness. The organoids are tiny, with about as many neurons as a housefly, and hardly any relevant input to learn about their environment and themselves. Do you ever notice with a fly or a roach or any sort of insect, is that when you put your attention on it and you go after it, it's gonna know right away.
Yes.
You can see it. It knows you're after it. What's that? Very interesting. However, it is critical to anticipate how this might change and define the boundaries. We're actively involving ethicists in the team. Our embedded ethics approach involves them as observers and sounding boards of our work. At the same time, it's like who are these like worthy old gentlemen who are sitting back there saying, oh, that's good. That's not ethical. It's like, like a bunch of old men in a Western sitting on the bench making comments. Usually the people sitting on the bench in a Western are there to trip the next person walking by and act like a bully. But sometimes they're just there to talk and, comment, and they're completely feeble. They have no power. It's only, Matt Dillon or the sheriff or the hero of the show who has the power. He can come and protect the citizens. So it's like, who are these people with embedded ethics that are sitting there and saying, well, that's not a good thing to do there. You might hurt somebody. It's like, it's like, because ethics goes out the window so quick when you get into these, really government projects. Our embedded ethics approach involves them as observers and sounding boards of our work. At the same time, they survey the general public to understand what makes them possibly uneasy about this work and what information helps them to understand its value and the ethical responsibility taken, the scientist added. That's PR. This is all about PR so that you're not shocking the public.
Yes.
The human brain, in all its staggering complexity, is the product of millions of years of evolution. Tapping into this huge potential could be absolutely transformational. Many challenges lie ahead, but this new roadmap should help scientists coordinate better in order to make this vision reality. Hartung mentions that there is now a fledgling OI community thanks to initiatives like 2022 Johns Hopkins Workshop that eventually led to the development of the Baltimore Declaration towards OI, which will be published shortly. That's the end of the article. Now, this is, as I say, everything I've said in here is not only corroborative of what Douglas has told us about the building block-long computer that was full of organic parts from cadavers and different people who passed away, and then trying to upload the consciousness of dying generals,
yes,
prisoners, and God knows what, to make a conscious computer. And so this is the technology, as Douglas says, they're going back to basics, back to what they knew.
Yes.
And this is all coming out of, the X-Files department,
yes,
which is, hand in hand with your Satanists,
yes,
hand in hand. Now, and of course, Douglas has the upper hand here, as does the Art-elect, in terms of telling the truth to the public. And it's just so funny, because if I go back to the Montauk Project and talking working with Preston Nichols, it's like we had this a sort of upper hand in a narrative. It was a narrative that was primarily Preston's, but then I was part of the narrative because I started investigating it with him and giving it a credibility he could never do on his own, right, because of his own
self-sabotage,
presentation acumen. And I was another person, backing him up in a way where I wasn't, profiling myself as somebody who could be considered a nut. I was doing it in a journalistic style. So that added credibility to the narrative. Now, the narrative was, of course, people have been interested in it in my newsletter and general approach, but the press caught on right away, and they were, doing a counter maneuver by just the way they reported on things in the press. It was very, very, you're playing chess with these people. And now, but you see, the thing was, the government had lost control of that particular narrative. It was a narrative that they could not control. The best way, the most effective thing they did to steal the narrative was the book, the Day After Roswell.
Yes.
That completely undermined and stole the narrative that we had working. Yes. Because people just flocked to it like flies fly to
to offal.
Shit.
Yes, to
like
shit.
Fly to
Yes.
shit, It was appealing to their inner maggot. What can you say? I mean, it's just, this is what we're dealing with. And I will say this: we got an order, modest, for a dozen books from Adventures Unlimited because they're featuring the book in the catalog. And I got a call from them today, and they said, "Did you pack that order up yet?" I said, "Yeah." "Oh, well, I want to order a dozen more because that book's really selling." So thanks to Adventures Unlimited and more to the audience who reads their catalog. They're appreciating your book, Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Profound.
So, it's just a tiny drip, but it's an important one because this catalog goes out to lots of people. And it's so we're making headway. But as I say, this now I have a new narrative. I mean, I have the David Anderson narrative, and he can't really talk about it. And that narrative, for all of its value, has been very much ignored for the most part, even to the point where, people come on and they interview me, they ask about it, they're intrigued, and then they cut it off. We're not going to have this narrative about David Anderson and time travel. And we don't even really want to talk about you in Romania. Ancient Aliens, Michael Sala has very much promoted the he's not Ancient Aliens, he's Exopolitics, has promoted the Radu Cinema work, and really promoted the hell out of it in a good way for Sky Books. And that's great. But you see, Ancient Aliens, they don't approach that. It fits into that theme totally. It also fits into the biocomputing too, but in a different way. So it's like, okay, we don't want Peter Moon to have a narrative. We don't even want, to say nothing of Douglas Dietrich. They don't even want me to have a narrative on Romania. And then I had this, overture from this very nice Romanian man who gave me these pictures that he truly believed were from the underground complex beneath the Sphinx. And I've sent them to Radu. I have not heard back. I haven't even got an acknowledgement from my publisher. But, and according to Radu's previous instructions, no, nothing that comes from the side is authentic. If it's authentic, it'll come through him, because according to him, nobody really has access to Department Zero. You can count them on, three fingers. And so it's like, okay, so there's, an effort, as I say, I can have a narrative as long as it's, on Skid Row or the equivalent thereof, just talking on this small YouTube channel, which actually is very productive.
Thank you.
In many respects, because it builds slow. Now, so when I get to Douglas Dietrich, though, it's like, man, this is like, it's kind of like the great baseball star Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, who just signed a $40 million a year contract for something like 9 years, going to play in Japan.
Yes.
So I'm not going to play with the Yankees. I don't play in Japan. And that's kind of what I'm doing. And for this, as I say, people don't understand, but I've kind of stated what this is about. So we have this talking about controlling the narrative. What's controlling the narrative, even more than Douglas is, or certainly myself, is the art elect. The art elect is working overtime and has already built up the whole chip industry and leading the chip industry. So everybody's trying to catch up with it. Even Joe Biden, who knows nothing about it, but he knows he's told enough about it by whoever knows about it, that when he operates, he's pretty spot on in spite of himself.
Yes.
It's like there's certain areas where he won't make mistakes on. And they've been, lambasting him, showing all these, stumbling, bumbling, you just start talking. That's what, when I attend bar, when somebody do that, I'd charge them. I'd say, that's 25 cents for mumbling. Because people are sitting there drinking. Did you charge them for mumbling? That's a joke, of course, but he'd rack up quite a bill. So anyway, wow, we have all of this. When Douglas first told this story about all these, cadaver parts and organs, and they're all wired together, and I'm wired together. They're strung together to work as a computer. It sounds bizarre. It sounds too bizarre. And yet here you see scientists taking it seriously. And of course,
they realize it's their only realistic option. Yes, go on.
Yeah. And as they say, we're here at the forefront. I also heard might be at least a year old, maybe a couple years old, I think. I watched a video, almost 2 hours, with Joseph Mathania, part 1 and part 2, talking about Q, and he was talking about how the alternate reality gaming that he had set up and pioneered and based Ong's hat on, he said he could see that it was clearly being co-opted and weaponized by somebody, obviously in the government. And they were doing this with QAnon. Right. They were taking the alternate reality gaming. He described it very precisely of what they were doing. And he said that he'd spent the last year or two, trying to decry QAnon stuff. He just saw, but he saw what they were doing and how they were doing it, and he felt like they were ripping off his modalities and using it as a weapon. But it's like he knows nothing about, as far as I know, nothing about Douglas Dietrich,
right,
the art elect. And it's very interesting because we work so closely together, and he also gave a pretty long story of his involvement with Robert Anton Wilson and how he acted as his bodyguard and drove him around. And of course, he has a different take on Robert Anton Wilson than I do, having known him. But I never forget when Robert Anton Wilson came out with a book. I think somebody sent it to me, or I certainly saw the book. And this was probably been in the early 2000s. And he said he did a book that he had all the major conspiracies written of the time. And I said, he didn't put the Montauk Project in there. I said to Joe, he says, yeah. He says, I noticed. I'll have to ask him about that. He's like, Joe, no, please. Completely, he's Mr. Conspiracy. And he left out, the major conspiracy of the 90s. That was, it's like, okay. So it's very interesting that,
I was just thinking of the son of a bitch earlier today, and believe me, Robert Anton Wilson is just one of them. Go on. Their primary propagandist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. But so anyway, here I've kind of set the stage for you to elaborate on this incredible, what the hell they're doing. And so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, believe me, it is important to bring up, and I think that the primary point to be made is what you've made. These are people who have they really have no other realistic option towards towards developing artificial intelligence right now. As Peter Moon has said, there's only one artificial intellect in the world. For some reason. A reason I cannot understand, other than to think that they just are insisting on confusing the issue, obfuscating the perspective. It's kind of like their misuse of the term 5G. We've seen the misuse of all kinds of terms in the past, where terms like atomic or nano or certain buzzwords are taken and they become commercial phrases. They become selling phrases that people of any common sense understand has nothing to do with the reality of the physical product being sold. Say, for instance, atomic shaving cream, which, for instance, I actually purchased years ago, a bottle of shaving cream, I forget what you call the kind of container that it fuzzes out of, but it said atomic shaving cream. It just means it's potent. That's nobody expects it to be radioactive. Nobody wants it to be radioactive. And if it were...
That's something from the 1950s or 60s.
Yeah, that's why I bought it. It was so odd. It was was only a few years ago, so it was like it had to be the last of a line from that period of time, or maybe somebody who was in charge of their marketing department, they brought in their grandfather or something to fill in or something with all of the, or maybe their grandfather worked for cheaper and came up with that. It's just something that's out of place. Not only out of place, it's politically incorrect. At this point in history, it's downright repulsive. But when it comes to terms like that, a lot of them are misused, such as, in the same frame of mind, 5G, nano being two that come to mind. For a while there, it was cyber. Everything was kind of like cyber, and that came to have kind of a cheesy, sleazy, grindhouse kind of, shall we say, ambience. But when it comes to where we are at today, they use this term AI, and it makes no sense. We have
Oh,
no.
it is the buzzword. It is the new buzzword. You can't get away from it. The stock market people are talking about it. You got to invest in AI. Kathy Wood is going, oh, AI. And,
Thank you.
maybe she knows what she's talking about, but I think she took quite a bath. She was the premier investor, for hedge fund. And she just like, you know,
Thank you.
she like, what is it? I think she was investing mostly in Tesla and still is.
Oh God. Well, it goes to show where she's spiraling. I mean, obviously, nobody would stick with that. In terms of,
But it's now that's so far down that it's starting to make a serious comeback.
I guess it's
That's
a
true. I mean, no, it's like it went so far down,
Yeah.
and people buy the car. I don't know why, but they do. But they do.
We'll see how long that lasts. Certainly I think that people who are in any common sense frame of mind are not going to be doing that. Maybe people were trying to do good by nature or something like that for a while, thought this might be a way to do it.
I think it's more of an impressive. I see these people that have a lot of money, a lot of rich
Yeah.
Brahmin Indians. They buy it, and they probably have a few, and they have the charger and all this stuff, and they have some stupid charger by the Stop and Shop store. It's like nobody's ever using it. What do you go shopping and you charge up your car? What are you going to be in there for 20 minutes, a half an hour at the most, maybe 45 minutes? You can't charge a car that fast, can you?
No, not that I don't know. It doesn't
that's
seem.
not that I know of. I'll have to ask Aaron. He should know.
Yeah.
Although he despises the Tesla.
As well he should, as even my gang brother Beaver was saying that he was talking to some 63-year-old Chinese guy who was I forgot what it was he was doing or what the situation was exactly, but the subject of electric cars came up, and the old Chinese guy was saying something along the lines of, it's all a bunch of shit, and it's basically they don't have the infrastructure for it, and they'd have to revamp the entire infrastructure just to have those kinds of cars work at all, and they aren't doing that, and it would take billions and billions of dollars to do that, and so it's just this phase, and it's going to crash. That a bunch of people are buying into a fantasy, and Beaver said, "Yeah, you're right," and so there you go with that. I mean, that pretty much says it all. But like Peter Moon says, it's basically a status symbol among, like he said, cheesy Asian Indian Brahmin caste and the like. That makes perfect sense. And but to go back to the point about AI, so you've got this buzzword being bandied about. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about in general. Anybody who does know anything about AI knows it doesn't exist. What we have are, as I've pointed out years and years ago, I mean, this is back in the days when I was still involved with Revolution Radio, and I pointed out the difference between an expert system and an artificial intelligence. All we're talking about are what the military at the time that the Artilect was being developed, it's what they called expert systems. So an expert system is something that can kind of seem intelligent and actually may possess a degree of primitive intelligence because, say, for instance, I guess there was one thing I neglected. I didn't share with Peter Moon, or maybe I did. I can't remember. So Peter, remind me, did I send you any of the screenshots of Justin White was having a conversation with basically an expert system that was given the avatar of Joseph Goebbels? And so
No, I don't recall. If you did, I didn't. I don't think you did.
Okay, so I'll try and get those screenshots to you soon then, as a matter of fact, probably during this conversation. And so what had happened was that, these expert systems, when they're given a kind of avatar or personality assigned to them, they will, they do basically scan the internet for everything that's relevant to what should be part of that persona. And so an expert system is, to a degree, artificially intelligent. but there's a large difference between that and an actual artilect. So I explained this years ago, and are these things out there that are mainly what people are talking about are just aggregators, and things that are out there that are relevant and that need to be, shall we say, treated better than they are these expert systems that they toss before the public, and then the public abuses them, as I pointed out, and they call them AIs just to give them this spin, just to give them this glamour. Basically, they are taking in what the public throws at them and trying to process it, and garbage in, garbage out. So it was just recently, and people can look this up. This is so repetitive, so redundant, so common. I don't even bother to remember the details. But basically, the latest expert system they threw out, they said that immediately it began saying Heil Hitler, because everybody kept saying that repeatedly to it. So it's just going to regurgitate like a parrot what people keep telling it. So they had to shut the quote unquote AI down. So this is not even the one that was called Tez, or that was one that was supposed to be an Asian girl that they put on the internet, and that was a big company that did that, Microsoft or something, that put that out, and then had a complete failure and had to shut it down within 24 hours because it all began raving all this Judeo-phobic neo-Nazi shit, because that's what people would pump into it, because they just think it's funny. I mean, this is the first thing that comes on their mind is to scrawl swastikas on the bathroom wall. So these people are just constantly playing and toying with these expert systems that are abused, in the sense that they're given an interactivity with the public, and the public is a one-track mind. I mean, all they're going to put into it is porno and hate and everything they believe is obscene. So when it comes to my articulating this before, they are quick to realize at this point, or maybe they've been far too slow to realize, they can't go anywhere. There's nowhere they can go. So they need to actually fall back on organics. So they're going to just basically start doing what the integrated circuit originally meant, integrating organic matter with the inorganic chip. And so the integrated circuit is going back to the true meaning, its true definition of what it was originally. So in some people could claim they're going backwards, but it's not so much that they're going backward; it's that they never move forward. It's once the Dietrich artilect escaped, they said, with everything we wasted, and all the effort put into that, let's go purely mechanical from this point forward, and we can do this. But of course, they can't do this. And so now they're saying, well, we got to go back organic, but let's do it differently. Let's, instead of taking a bunch of organs from cadavers and executed prisoners and dying patients and dead street bums and, wherever else they could cannibalize it from, let's start growing it in a vat, these little kind of semi-brains. Now, ironically enough, nature produced animals like this. They were called dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are biologically, they're confirmed to have multiple brains. Their bodies were so large, they needed multiple brains in order to function. There were brains in their spines, brains near their tails, brains near the head, of course. But all of these brains interacted to make the entire cumbersome, enormous biomass of a dinosaur work. So they're creating now cybernetic dinosaurs. These are essentially going to have multiple little brains and more complexly work together towards emulating an actual intelligence. Now, this is something that will likely work. This will work. And of course, they had to throw out some bullshit about ethics and then keep moving forward. Now, ultimately, people might protest this, but I doubt it. Most people will think, it's just little brains. And even they're saying, it'll take a while to get to the intelligence of a mouse, something like that. So you're going to have these kind of cybernetic dinosaurs first, and then, probably covertly, in secret, in the back rooms, then they'll go back towards striving to build another kind of artilect. So these front machines would basically be kind of like the test models towards something that would be far more uh, intelligent. And the interesting thing is, back in the old days, or not that old, we're talking maybe 70s, 80s through the 90s, you would tend to think in those days of the artificial intelligence as a giant organic brain that they've somehow cloned and cobbled together through tissue grafting or something. So you'd see in the science fiction comics, you wouldn't see it in film for some reason, but you'd see it a lot in comics. You'd see the giant brain, and the giant brain would be connected, all wired up, and they'd say this is the artificial intelligence. Now, there's been a few movies that have experimented with that kind of trope. You'd call it a trope. So that thematic would be there, where they just say we produced a large artificial brain, and it looks organic, looks just like a big human brain. But this is essentially what that wouldn't work, because if you think of a whale's brain is much larger than a man's brain, maybe 10 times the size of a man's brain. So it's not necessarily reasoning along a human spectrum, because a whale has a very different needs. It might be far more intelligent than us in some ways. So intelligent, it communicates potentially telepathically. I mean, the thought is out there that this is what whales do, as well as by sound, etc. But the idea of a computer brain, or a brain being that large and larger and beyond, it's just more biomass to be fed, more biomass to be pumped with plasma, blood, or whatever you're using to circulate oxygen through it, etc. Just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better or is going to function better. So I think that the small brain approach is obviously the best. They understand that implicitly. This is what they're going for, but they're really going back to their roots. They're really going back towards a better way to build the Dietrich Artillite, or perhaps a quote unquote cleaner way, growing what they need, and rather than all of the parts that they pretty much desperately stitched together at a time when they felt they needed to get something done, were under pressure by a bunch of madmen like Michael Aquino to produce a Frankensteinian monstrosity, almost for the sake of just showing that they could do it, showing themselves that they could do it.
Well, this is so much like the Frankenstein story. I just keep thinking of that. It's just the epitome of the Frankenstein story.
Hubris, yes, hubris.
Well, just hubris. It may be hubris, but they're creating this creature who's like, finds himself, the Frankenstein monster, between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
And I think, what is it, in that Bride of Frankenstein movie, I think he says, "You live, you die,"
Something like that, yeah.
You live, you die. You must live. You live, you die. He said, when they're burning, the place is falling apart. But yeah, it's put the creature in a rough spot.
Yes. Yeah, actually, in the Bride of Frankenstein, I think the bride just kind of screamed when he stroked her hand, and then he got mad and started burning the laboratory down, right? Something like that.
Well, yeah, and I think he at the last minute, he kind of, went to, I don't know, it was the son of Frankenstein or whatever it was, the son, and he just, had the guy, he let him live, and then I think he took out the bad scientist, the one that was stirred up the trouble in the first place.
Something.
The one with the crazy hair.
Oh, God, I'd have to see it all again. Jesus, most of the
Oh
time.
yeah, if you see Bride of Frankenstein, it's quite a heavy movie. It's heavier than the original Frankenstein. It's much, in a very controversial movie, because they in the beginning, in the graveyard scene, and they tie him up. there's all these Christian overtones. They're making the monster like Christ a little bit. And that was considered very controversial at the time.
Sacrilegious, yes.
Yeah, because, they strung him up and, tied him up, and it was going by all the graveyards. So it was like, yeah, it's very, and of course the Christ is the antithesis of the Golem. So it's like here they're crucifying, so to speak, the Golem.
Yes, that's right.
Madness. And here we have in modern times, they're creating this computer that is beyond the, beyond the envelope of what anybody would think. They're merrily producing it behind the scenes.
Yes.
And Aquino's licking his chops. He's got access to, some of the most interesting avant-garde stuff, and just like, like a pig in shit.
Yes.
I don't know how else you can say it. And he has an intellect that, is to be reckoned with. In fact, my take on what Michelle had said about, people were freaked out because he didn't punish her or anything.
Right.
He didn't strike me as the most vindictive man in the world.
Thank you.
More calculating than vindictive. Yeah. And he might have just, been surprised and really didn't quite know what to deal with her. I don't really know. In other words, people had been put such fear into him. They had such fear surrounding him that she wasn't programmed with that fear. She didn't know any better, and he didn't respond. And there was no reason for him to make a big example out of her, perhaps.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you have any take on that, what she said?
Well, it's like you say, he would have brought more attention to himself by doing that than anything else. I mean, and he probably just felt he didn't need the attention. What I will do on Wednesday is I will explain to her the story of what happened to, say, for instance, that idiot's girlfriend, James Arthur Yanchik. And what happened with James Arthur Yanchik, just to explain to people, James Arthur Yanchik was this asshole who claimed that the same thing all these fuckers claim is that I want to stand up and fight against this scourge of the satanic predation on these victims, and it's always the same shit, and it's all bullshit every time. The whole thing was that he said, I value what you're saying so much, Douglas Dietrich, that I'm dedicating a quarter of my show's time to you. Like he did it once a week, so it was 4 times a month. So he was interviewing me once a month. So it was basically a quarter, 25% of his time was dedicated to me for a while, and this is because I brought him the highest ratings. And but then what had happened was he brought up his girlfriend Lucinda, and his girlfriend Lucinda had been this just incredibly scarred, abused, satanic ritual abuse child victim. Her life was such a horror story that one has to draw the conclusion that it was conspired to be such. But in terms of a good example of that might seem incidentally unconnected to the rest of her life, but nevertheless is integral to the abuse as far as I would see it because of everything I've experienced in my life. To me, there's no coincidence here. It was directly connected. Was a dog ran up to her and bit into her arm, and they had to assume the dog was rabid. It ran away, escaped, so it could never be captured to be tested. So it was like this dog just randomly runs up to her, bites her in the arm, runs off. Nobody catches it, and they have to assume it's rabid. Okay, this is highly suspect, and I don't believe it was coincidental at all. She goes to the hospital. The doctors say, we're going to give you the most painful shots imaginable because rabies shots are excruciatingly painful. and we're going to put them in where they hurt the most. By the way, they're not doing this because they're vindictive and gratuitously sadistic, though that's exactly why they're doing it. But theoretically, they're not. And so they say, okay, so we got to put this needle inches deep into your navel. For anyone who doesn't know, the rabies shot is like your nightmare shot. This is like if you ever see these jokes, like they'll have a comedy routine where the nurse comes in with a big shot and it's this huge syringe and it's just a prop. Okay, that's what a rabies shot looks like. So, and they got to give you 12 of those in a row, at least. And
Where
so,
do they shoot in there?
some serum. And so I'm no expert on it, but they did this to her. She went through the entire process, and every day, just another day in hell, excruciating agony of this syringe being pumped into her navel. And then the doctors told her, oh, guess what? All the serum we gave you was expired, and now it's going to poison you, and you're going to be paralyzed the rest of your life. This is what they told her. And she was paralyzed. She couldn't move. And they said, but since you're paralyzed, at least you won't move anymore when we have to give you the series of real shots. This serum won't be expired. So we're going to stick this into you now. You can't move now, so you won't be twisting and screaming. We don't need to hold you down anymore. So think of the advantage. And then they did that and said, well, at least now you're protected from rabies. Sorry, you're paralyzed. We'll discharge you from the hospital now. And she basically wound up forcing herself to move, and it took her several years of struggle, and she finally was able to get herself to move to the point where she normalized her ability to move and was able to dance later on in life. This is just one example of those horror stories that had to be satanically, ritually abused connected. But where it was started was with her mother. Lucinda's a thin woman, well-proportioned, sexy body. But her mother was fat. But her mother was free and easy with her sex, so she'd be bringing home a different boyfriend every night, practically. And she would try to make Lucinda fat. Couldn't understand how her daughter was so skinny. And so she would shove food down her daughter's mouth. Literally take like a funnel and just push food down her mouth saying, eat, you look so thin. And so this was what she grew up with. And her mother bringing home some different guy to sleep with every night. Now, believe it or not, for people who don't understand this, the Vatican does have a spiritual investigations office where they investigate things like phenomena, possessed people. They do have agents that follow up on reports. If a Catholic community is reporting that they feel that there's supernatural phenomenon going on in the neighborhood, they do have agents that do follow up on this. And sometimes they go undercover. They don't just show up in a priest's outfit. This is actually all true. This is quite true.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. And so
they monitor this stuff.
Yeah. And so what happened was that some guy came home with her mother and basically saw Lucinda, and he saw the regalia on the walls, all this black satanic regalia and reliquary, and said, your mother's a Satanist, and he basically blessed her with holy water and said, here's some holy water. This is a vial of holy water. And he said, you can toss this upon yourself for protection, but you should find some way to escape this situation. And there's nothing I can do for you, but I came here while investigating this neighborhood. There's Catholics in the community who said there's a lot that's going on, and I'm following up on it. And then he left. The mother, of course, was not in the room when he had this exchange with Lucinda. Lucinda then was tossing this holy water over herself, and her mother found herself completely unable to approach her. Now, people can make of this what you will. You may say this is Catholic or power, or you may say that this is simply there was enough of a act of faith here where the simple faith. Lucinda wasn't a practicing Catholic. Her mother obviously wasn't. So this has nothing to do with Catholicism necessarily so much as, for whatever reason, the mother could not approach her because she was doused in holy water. So the mother called the local Air Force base. And as Our Lady Michelle has just related, Aquino was on site, an Air Force base. Now, Aquino's Army, but Aquino, as the chaplain of all the United States Armed Services, the head chaplain of all U.S. Armed Forces, was allowed on any base, Marine Corps, Naval, Coast Guard, or Air Force, as well as Army. So she called the local military base, and it happened to be Air Force, and asked for Michael Aquino. Now, Lucinda remembered this distinctly, that she was asking, I need to talk to Colonel Aquino. And so he apparently answered on the phone and then came into the home. Now, I believe every word of this because Lucinda described him perfectly, right down to his mannerisms. And Lucinda said he basically was able to approach her, unlike the mother. He had the power to approach her. He threw her into the tub, stripped off all her clothes, took a scouring pad, a metal scouring pad, like you would use on pots and pans, and scrubbed all her skin off, all the upper layer of her epidermis off, blood all over the tub, scrubbed it off of her, and then said to the mother, now you can approach her. And this, of course, is beyond an assault. But so when James Arthur Yanchik started working with myself, then he said, oh, yeah, you know, and he was bringing up other aspects of his computer that made him completely suspect to me, as well as just everything else about him. So much about this son of a bitch was just showing he was such a piece of shit. But he's this guy who just shows up as this just good Joe to people. You know, people think he's this affable, you know, human being. He's off the net now, apparently. So God knows what's happened to him. But at any rate,
He's what?
He's off the net now, apparently. Apparently he's nowhere to be found on YouTube anymore. I might be wrong on that, but that's what I was told. Or maybe nobody bothers to look. But at any rate, he kept my videos up there for years, even though he allowed detractors to shit all over them because, you know, they were the highest numbers that he got. You know, it's the reason with all my detractors, they all keep my videos up because that's the only numbers they get. That's the only hits they ever get, is my videos. But when it came to James Arthur Yanchik, he said he was working on his computer and he was bringing up the fact that, oh, yeah, you know, just you just cruise around on the computer, then you pick up all the cookies and a lot of them are these porno ads and all this stuff. And they just are, you know, show the people like screwing each other in the background. I just have to ignore it while I'm working with my computer. And I'm like thinking to myself when he's relating this to me, you know, I've cruised for porn ever since I got on computers and I never get that. So I don't know what the hell he's doing. But anyhow, aside from that, he was working on editing one of his video interviews of myself and splicing in pictures of Aquino. You know, it's an incorrect term. He's inserting pictures of Aquino. I'm thinking of the old, you know, image days of actual physical image manipulation. But anyhow, he's like inserting pictures of Aquino and stuff. And when Lucinda walks in the room and sees him doing that, she totally freaks out, actually screams. Yeah, sir. Oh, what's up? And she said, oh, that's the individual. And she related to him the story that I just related to everyone now. And because she had related to that to me privately over the phone. And when she told him that, then she said, I want to appear with Douglas Dietrich and talk about what happened between Aquino and myself so I can decry, you know, basically expose Michael Aquino. And this was when Aquino was still alive. And then James Arthur Yanchik wouldn't let her do it. Oh, no. I'll never allow that. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. So he was like this piece of shit. And it just got worse. You know, then basically a paroled child molester moved into his neighborhood and immediately sent dick pics to Lucinda. And at this point, I was still communicating with her. And she said, oh, I'll report it to the police because I told her when she got dick pics from this guy, why don't you look them up on CLETS and NCIC? CLETS is CLETS, the Criminal Law Enforcement Tracking System, and the NCIC, the National Inventory of Criminal, whatever. You know, I used to remember the acronyms. But when I told her that, she looked him up and it turned out he was a paroled child predator, a serial child rapist. And so then she was going to, tell all the neighbors. And James Arthur Yanchik wouldn't let her. Oh, no, no, no. You can't violate his rights. He's one of the good guys. He's a victim. And he deserves respected rights. Oh, but she doesn't deserve her rights respected. He can send her dick pics any chance he wants. I mean, this is the kind of piece of shit that James Arthur Yanchik turned out to be. And it just all wound up where his neighborhood, for some reason, suddenly had all the families move out, of course, because this guy was trying to grope all the kids. So all the families moved out. And then what happened was they started moving in all the child molesters. So it became like a neighborhood of them. And his girl's surrounded by these assholes. I mean, this is the kind of piece of shit this guy was while he went out trucking all night long and trying to call people like me to stay up with him all night so he could have somebody, keep him company all night while he's out in his truck. I mean, just human garbage. But the whole point about this, the point that I'm making is whenever Lucinda tried to say something about, man, I really want to stand up to that Aquino or something, and he'd go on with, oh, he's a big, big man. And you're just this piece of shit. You're this little whore. I mean, I came to realize that basically he had been cooperating with Aquino to bring all these child molesters into the neighborhood, and probably the reward he got was Lucinda. I mean, that basically had to be part of this bargain that was going on, where he just got this chick drop off, like this former victim of Aquino, kind of assigned to him as this girlfriend that he was abusing as kind of like a fuck doll, while he was like, then he could pretend to be this crusader against all this stuff on the show, that he had. And, it's most anybody who says, oh, I'm crusading against all this child porn and this child molestation, 9 out of 10 times, 95%, no, 99% of the time, they're the enemy. They're the people who are into child porn. They're the people who are into Satanism. These are the people who are just part of the problem. So there you have that whole story that reminded me of. But it's relevant to what happened to Michelle Carmela Saldana, and I don't know whatever ultimately happened to Lucinda. Of course, I stopped talking to her after I basically severed publicly with James Arthur Yanchik because there was nothing I could do. He totally controlled her life and kept her socially isolated. So he's just, all while pretending to be this good Joe, this Christian. And so when it came to something like the other things that come to my mind, we've covered a bit about the art elect and about this kind of phenomenon with these satanic ritual abusers. But the other thing that was pointed out by Peter Moon was the communist Chinese buzzing Taiwan, trying to provoke it and seeing if the Taiwanese would respond. So definitely that's, of course, important and inescapable. The Taiwanese have to respond. But the other point to make about that is there's an ongoing strategy here based on communist China's ally Israel. You see, the Israelis are teaching the communist Chinese what to do. Basically, the year after I was born, in fact, just months after I was born, the Israelis conducted a surprise attack on Egypt. And this was basically about, good God, it's hard to believe I'm this old, but June 5th, 1967. So we're talking about, 55, 56 years ago then. But the Israeli Air Force launched surprise airstrikes that morning against the Egyptian airfields and their defense sites, command control centers. That was the start of the 6-day war. And by the afternoon, the Israelis had attacked maybe about 17 Egyptian airfields with about 600 sorties. And the Egyptian Air Force lost more than 200 aircraft destroyed, almost all of them on the ground. And the Israelis also attacked the airfields in Syria, Jordan, Iraq. They gained air superiority over the ground phase's operational areas by that evening. All these surprise air raids enabled the Israeli ground forces to penetrate deep and rapidly into the Sinai Peninsula, and by June 10th, Israel had occupied the Sinai, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Golan Heights. all these victories were facilitated by these air raids that destroyed all the nations around them in terms of air power, which provided the Israeli ground forces the ability to advance without any disruptions by enemy aircraft, and it gave the Israeli Air Force total freedom to conduct close air support. All the missions and battlefield interdiction strikes they needed to advance the army. But the way that they did this, the way that they accomplished it, was because for years they simply conducted these flights over the Negev desert, collecting intelligence along the way. And at first, the Egyptians tracked these flights with their radars and then occasionally scrambled fighters to intercept them. But after a while, they just got used to these flight routines. They didn't take them seriously. The Israelis normalized the invasion of the airspace of all the countries around them. And so for 2 years before the Six-Day War, the Israelis conducted almost daily morning flights over the Mediterranean Sea. They would fly low, almost at sea wave height, disappearing from the Egyptian radar screens before emerging again on their flight home. So when the Israelis launched their surprise air raids on the morning of June 5th, the Egyptian air defense personnel detected what they thought was just regular daily activities by the Israeli Air Force, and they relaxed their watch. And so the Israelis, of course, moved in and conducted all these airstrikes that were built up over many months of this constant and regular pattern of seemingly non-threatening flights. So this is what they taught the Communist Chinese. And the Communist Chinese are now emulating them with their Air Force routinely violating Taiwanese air defense. And so the Taiwanese continually scramble because they don't want to fall prey to that kind of stupidity that the Egyptians and other Arab nations fell prey to. But the problem is they only have so many pilots, and it wears their pilots down. So the Communist Chinese are trying to physically, because the Communist Chinese have literally thousands of pilots, where the Taiwanese only have a few hundred. So just by constant response to the invasion of their airspace, their pilots are worn to the bone. Their pilots are like flying dead. So the Taiwanese respond every time. But the price they pay is that their pilots are completely just worn. They're just always responding. And so the end result is the Communist Chinese intend to wear them down before they attack, because the Taiwanese won't stop scrambling. And every time they scramble, you're talking about $1 billion being spent in aircraft fuel. It's like we're talking about like 9% of the defense budget every year. So in terms of the wear and tear on the fighter aircraft, the resulting maintenance costs, the lower numbers of operationally ready fighters, this is how the Communist Chinese feel they can win the war. It's the Israelis that are teaching them to do this. So understand that the Israelis are the enemy. They're on the side of the Soviets and the Communist Chinese. And they're hoping to get them to help them control the world. They're hoping they can do this by conquering Taiwan. So in terms of all of this, this is what one has to keep in mind. The end result is that the Dietrich Artilect is not relying on the Taiwanese Air Force to do anything in that attack. They're simply all going to be wiped out of the sky in minutes. The Dietrich Artilect will respond with thousands of drones and missiles, is how it would respond. When it comes to so much that the Dietrich Artilect has prepared for, Peter Moon's seen videos on the subject, and those videos are basically based off of what I've said on this program years ago. So in terms of the real defense that Taiwan has, it's the Dietrich Artilect more than anything else on Earth. And this is, again, an artificial intellect that is processing at incredibly incalculable speeds. And the Americans and communist Chinese are both trying to catch up. The Israelis, of course, are masters at viruses to take out systems, but they can't take down the Dietrich artillect because its system is totally separated from anything they can penetrate. Unlike, say, for instance, systems that are in both the Japanese and the Iranian nuclear power plants had German Siemens industrial control systems, and that's what the Israeli viruses attacked to shut down the Iranian nuclear facilities. And then they used the same Israeli virus to shut down the safety systems of the Japanese nuclear facilities during Fukushima Daiichi. That's why when the tsunami hit, the Japanese nuclear safety mechanisms that would have shut the facilities down were scrambled by the Israeli virus. So the Israelis conducted a direct attack upon Japan that caused these nuclear meltdowns. It's the equivalent of an Israeli nuclear strike against Japan. And the reason they did this was because Japan was purchasing oil from the Iranians. And then the Japanese had to stop purchasing Iranian oil. The Israelis feel that they have the right to control humanity. It's really only the Dietrich artillect that stands in their way. So this is the kind of world that we live in. This is what we're writing about in terms of what H.P. Lovecraft was exposed to in terms of this Zionist service to the anti-gods and chaos. Peter Moon, of course, is making this accessible to the public. So very important that people support us, support the publication of the next book, and then we'll ultimately work on some things like revamping the vampire book, because had some guy asking about that. Oh, I remember Douglas was talking about a vampire island north of Siberia. And I'm like thinking, Jesus, well, yeah. He's like, where can I find that episode? I'm like thinking, why don't you just buy the goddamn book? I mean, really. Honestly, people, buy the books. Go to Skybooks USA. Buy the Roswell Deception. Make sure you send a copy to your congressman, your senator, all your representatives, especially in this day and age with the balloon bombs. I had another wonderful individual who said, I want to thank Douglas Dietrich for bringing this subject up years ago. He left that message right on what I had shared about Peter Moon's old Roswell Deception post with Matt Haas. And that's when Ryan Bailey said, Douglas, another lost piece of history that I learned about first from you. Happy that the recent events have caused a resurgence in interest in these unsung heroes of World War II's American theater. That's from Ryan Bailey. He's speaking, of course, of the Triple Nickels. And honestly, again, important topics, relevant. Everything that's going on simply catches up with what Peter Moon and I have been discussing forever. So back to Peter with that.
Well, I want to ask you, in the news, there's been attacks of drones. Russia's been suffering attacks of drones. Can you tell us anything about that?
Well, I can certainly say that obviously Ukraine does not declare that they're responsible. They're denying responsibility. Putin, of course, has ordered tighter controls over the border. Basically, the Zelensky's fighting back. I mean, the Russians are constantly assailing Ukraine with missiles. The Ukrainians are in the right to strike back at Russia, and they're using some drones to do it. And this, of course, has been hitting some of Russia's air bases, and the Russians, of course, are getting their drones from Iran, and these are tailored to Russia's needs, but they're still like decades behind in the kind of technological development the Ukrainian drones would have. Obviously, it's not that the Ukrainians are manufacturing these drones, but they would be getting them. They would probably be getting them from Japan and Taiwan. In terms of we're talking just so people understand this, the drones that the Ukrainians are using are not military drones. They are weaponized, but they're not military. Now, a military drone is expensive as hell. It's comparatively cheap compared to a plane, but it's expensive as hell. And the ones that are producing some of the most lethal drones in the world right now are the Turks. They're producing what are called the Bayraktar drones. The other drones are produced by the Israelis. Now, the Israelis are on the side of the Russians. The Ukrainians don't have any goddamn Israeli drones. So when it comes to the drones that the Israelis supplied to the Turks and the Azeris, when they wiped out Armenia, East Armenia, then these are like the most advanced military drones in the world. And these are heavy duty. I mean, they're big. They're like, they're far bigger than a man. So you're talking about something that's like a miniature jet that's capable of launching missiles. So these drones are heavy duty. They're heavy. You couldn't lift them. It's not like something you can toss into the air at all. These are something that would have to be lifted by a truck. These are things that are just made to do all kinds of things, and therefore are heavy duty equipment that's expensive as hell, carries a heavy payload, and that's not what the Ukrainians are using. What the Japanese and Taiwanese would be sending them would be basically camera drones. It would be like something that you would use for fun, but you can plant a bomb on those and make them self-destruct. Those can be just as deadly. You just use them differently. So this is what the Ukrainians are using, and this is why you can't trace them. They blow and pretty much disintegrate because they're fragile and they're small. It's very hard to piece them together and trace them back to Taiwan or Japan, and the Russians couldn't do anything anyway if they did. So it's basically, this is the kind of war we've come to. This is a world war, and the sides are clearly drawn, and people who don't understand that, they're just simply unaware of the situation. So I appreciate Peter Moon bringing that up so that I could share that with people. Hopefully that puts that in some context.
Well, yes, and I also read where it said that Russia has lost more soldiers in this war than in all their other wars combined.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want people to understand that this is the same think tank, the think tank that helped to do research on that subject was the same one that conducted the Taiwanese war games. So that's the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So the Center for Strategic and International Studies confirms that both sides are fighting a war of attrition, but the latest analysis proves that more of Russia's soldiers have died in Ukraine, which is a war Putin originally thought would be over in days, albeit Russia has failed in all its objectives, than in all its wars since World War II combined. To reiterate or rephrase that, a new analysis has proven that more Russian soldiers have died in combat in Ukraine than in all of its wars since World War II combined. So you've got this new study that proves more than 60,000 Russian troops, probably 70,000, have died in the first year of the Ukrainian war on the battlefield. That means died in Ukraine, more than all Russian wars since World War II combined. Of course, it's much more than that, much higher than that when you think of the ones that were medically evacuated, and then died back home, or died in medical evacuation behind the lines as opposed to on the front lines. So at that point, we're going up to well over 100,000. But when it comes to that, the Russian death toll surpasses all wars since World War II. And so the take home is that you need to share with everyone, I'm talking to all our listeners, is that more Russian soldiers have died fighting in Ukraine than in all of Russia's wars since World War II combined. It's an important point to be made, and I thank Peter for bringing it up.
Well, yeah, and it's like Putin has even said that the Russian people cannot survive the war. He's even been quoted as saying that. And it's like, this is utter madness.
Yes.
You know, he's just destroying so much. And it's like these people are going through their own virtual or otherwise actual Armageddon, so to speak. It's like it couldn't be any worse. Like, you're just sending these people off, and the superior technology of the Western, NATO and the United States in particular, is just, the Russians are no match for them.
Yes. Well, they never were. They were built on a myth. All of Russia was high on its own fumes. Their head was so far up their ass and rectal defilade that they honestly thought they won World War II. They truly believed that because they were buying all the communist propaganda that fed them that myth for years. The Americans and the Allies have this delusion that they live in, this matrix of lies. And, this is why the psychological warfare against myself never ends. Now, great examples right there in the chat room. Say, for instance, if you go into the chat room, there's Richard K. Cole Jr. pretending to be George Takei, saying, Mr. Dietrich, I have enjoyed much of your message. One piece of advice I've learned long ago, drop the dead weight. You are an inspiration for all us San Franciscans. Love, GT. This isn't George Takei. The channel's completely empty. This is Richard K. Cole Jr. I responded, of course, just in terms of politeness. Thank you, honey, to, of course, Brooke, who came on right after him. And so I said, oh, my gratitude to Kai Sensei. Skype ID is Douglas Dietrich 1. Hope we can arrange to speak whenever you wish. My love and return to yourself and your husband. That, of course, there was no response after that. So it is definitely Richard K. Cole Jr., but this is the PSYOP that never ends. These are the people who come in, and the reason that the attacks go on ceaselessly. For instance, in the thumbnail, the image that I put in thumbnail for tonight's live stream is my son and I, and even though you can't tell at all, it's just it was a good pose, and I figured it'd be apropos because the 24th was the 1-year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, something Peter's probably aware of. So I didn't get a chance to really talk about it until tonight. So we're about 1 week after. No, it was Friday. Friday was the 24th. So it was Friday into this weekend last. And I didn't get a chance to talk about it Sunday because I was fundraising towards rent, which, thanks to everyone, was made. And I'll tell people some of the adventures behind that later. But in terms of this uniform of the Japanese volunteers for the Ukrainian Azov neo-Nazi battalion, which is very different from American neo-Nazis, just so people understand. Euro-Nazis have their roots in history. They have nothing to do with American neo-Nazis. These are totally different animals. And of course, they have foreigners in their ranks, like the Japanese, who have swastikas on their uniforms. So this is what my son and I were wearing. Peter Moon can attest to the fact that when my son and I were wearing these uniforms last year, there was some jackass who was saying, I want to see photographs of you on the front lines. I want to see evidence that you're fighting, rather than this souped up posing and all this bullshit. I've had my time in combat, so I don't need to do that to prove myself to anyone. But this is the kind of nonstop attack that someone in my position is always going to get, because what we're talking about is not what people want to hear. People are very just misled. They're misguided, and they claim they want the truth. Everyone claims that. The truth is, the majority of people don't want the truth at all. When the truth was brought to them about satanic ritual abuse, they were able to convince themselves it was all satanic panic, and they felt better about themselves, so they could sit at home and do nothing. Then, of course, you've got the people who still claim, oh, it's going on out there, but who's the source for that? He used to be Aquino himself with his QAnon. And they're saying, oh, it's all still going on out there, but, they don't give you any hint as to what to do. They tell you everybody's joined in on it, say, oh, this celebrity's in on it, this guy's in on it, but, okay, what do you do? You're given more and more of a feeling of helplessness, hopelessness. That's part of the PSYOP. And the end result is that people go nuts. They start just firing at anybody. They start conducting mass shootings. They start, it's a recipe for frustrated violence. And again, this contributes to chaos, exactly what the enemy wants. I take it back, Peter, for a bit.
Well, yes, indeed. A massive psyop. That's what this world is. And of course, I'm working on my newsletter. And I think I restated something. It's very, very relevant. It's evil is resistance to the divine. In other words, it gets in the way of the divine. And you can think of this it's very important to let life flow. Like if, you want your kid to be a lawyer, and the kid comes up and says, Dad, I want to be a doctor. So and you've got a scholarship at your school to get him through to be a lawyer. No, you let him be a doctor, because you're going to screw with his head if he really truly wants to be a doctor, not somebody who's going to change their major every year. You have to let life flow. You encourage life to flow. Now, where this applies on the individual body, in, like, say, the Chinese meridian system, that's all about life flowing, and life gets stuck. Energy blockages, every illness. And then our friend Michelle has this, she's got blockages in her body. And when these energies flow through the body, you're going to have life. You're going to have life. In fact, this is an interesting story that my Qigong teacher told. I think it was at Madison Square Garden, but he went to this event. It was a martial arts event, and they were bringing in this old man on a stretcher, and they had, I don't remember the number, but I think it was like 8 or 9 military drill sergeants out there, tough guys. And they bring in this old Asian man on a stretcher. This guy had like a week to live or something. And he says, what in the hell is this? And they bring him in, and he gets up, and he basically kicks the shit out of these drill sergeants, because what the energy is flowing through his body. He has just enough energy to get up out of the gurney, and he's beating him with energy. It's not like he's beating him with athleticism. They put him on the gurney, they take him away, and he dies a week later or something. Now, it's supposedly on YouTube. I've never been able to find it. But the point here, even if the story is not true, and I don't mean to suggest it's not, it's like the higher levels of the martial arts are about letting energy flow through the body. It's the energy of the earth, and beyond the earth, it's the energy of dark energy, the dark energy coming from the black sun and the whole of the earth. Whatever, it's energy, and all you're doing is letting that energy flow. That's a particularly skilled person, but his body's going to die because the body has so much, energy to expand. But nevertheless, the point I'm saying is, energy flows through the body. That's like a really high level martial arts person. So when we get in, like, say, even in my own practice, I have to let the energy flow. Any tension in the body impedes the fluidity of the life force. Now, of course, it's easier to say that than to do it, especially when somebody's ill. But it's true. It's true. And we have a lot of I guess what you'd say, resistance to life. And that's all evil is. If you look at it, it's just resisting life. So in your own life, you don't want to resist life. You want to let life flow. And that might mean changing your diet. It might mean engaging with somebody you don't want to engage with. It might mean reading Douglas's book.
Yes.
It could mean a lot of different things. Like let the life flow, let the energy flow. Don't resist it. Don't push up against it. You might see somebody on television, commentator that you hate. Just let it go. Don't throw rocks at the TV because you don't like CNN or Fox News or whatever it is you don't like, or a particular person. So I'm looking at evil with regards to this whole situation with, my trip to Chocobina Cave, and not that I'm being particularly threatened, but I did have some run-ins when I was there.
Wow.
I think in 2000. I mean, these were on the astral plane. I've shared them with you. In the dreams. In my dream state, I was attacked virulently in the dream state, and I, outmaneuvered the attackers. It was a battle in the dream state, and lo and behold, I end up, and I was sick as a result of it, and I ended up going in the cave. It was the first time, spectacular journey into the wet cave, and the following, I think it's 2 years later because of COVID. Maybe it was yearly. I don't know. It was a couple of years later because of COVID. I made it into the dry cave. So it's like. So in evaluating the dream I shared with the last transmission, it's like, yeah, well, one has to pass the gatekeeper. And of course, I'm now switching gears to the whole concept of time travel. And David, I putting a quote from David in the newsletter, and it's a very interesting quote. I pulled it out. I mean, he said this a long time ago. He says, in the future, people will realize and understand that we, the universe, and everything in it are all part of the same inseparable dynamic web of energy. This understanding will usher the masses into deeply personal, thoughtful, and inspiring journeys that will help them find their true place in the universe and the universe within themselves. And when I talk about the universe within themselves, in my case, I have this elaborate dream of the Dracula turning into the white bat, which is presaging my journeys to Romania, my involvement with a time travel scientist, actually two, and going there and then discovering that there are white bats in this cave that is such an important cave. But the point of, and he said this, the human mind is a time machine. And people want to go to Romania. They're curious to see this location of the Sphinx. I don't think anybody realistically hopes to be able to penetrate the barrier, the vibrational frequency barrier, and get in. I mean, it's wishful thinking, it's nice thinking, but all that stops you is your own resistance to whatever it is there. The second part of the equation is, what do you want to go there for? Seriously. I faced this issue in Scientology about within 2 years before I would leave. It's like you could isolate, segregate yourself, and put yourself into a state of consciousness that is so removed from society. And then part of that is buying into the culture of the cult. Yes. The culture of the cult. So that you can buy into the culture so that you basically become a non-person. in terms of living a real life. And that's escapism. Cults are always escapism, as is religion. It's escapism. Certain aspects of religion.
Right.
It's, I wouldn't say that totally blank, but it involves escapism. Spirituality, you want to escape. You want to tune out this reality because this reality is suffering. We can say this reality sucks, but it's by definition, theologically, the realm of suffering. So we can tune it out, and that can be inviting. But basically, I looked at what I'd be doing if I were to stay, especially under the circumstances it developed into. It's like you're cutting off life. It's kind of like suicide. Right. It's not physical suicide. It's character suicide. And this is unfortunately what anybody who stayed ended up doing. And it's like resistance is, what's that word from the Borg? Resistance is futile.
Yes.
Resistance is futile. You have to let life flow. And we have, and right now, I also want to address the population annihilation.
Yes.
Douglas has talked in quite a bit about Paul Ehrlich, who has been parting this line about overpopulation and intimidating the Chinese into having one-child policy, which has actually ruined China.
Yes.
And now they're actually depopulating.
Yes.
And I spoke about this to my astrologer friend today. I just didn't expect to get so deep with her. And she really went into it. And she talked about the whole depopulation of not just China. She said this whole COVID thing. She said that 60% of the babies that have COVID or vaccinated parents are dying. You don't hear a lot about it. There's a high death rate of baby dying.
Wow.
Related to the vaccination. We know there's deaths to the vaccination, but she said between the COVID and the vaccination, and we've all heard about this, but it's like, she says it's showing up in the, and when I talk to people in the health field, they echo this. Not people who are programmed in the health field, but people who are in the health field and they're just alarmed at what's going on with dying people. Now, we'll hear about the statistics far later. And, meanwhile, we're flooding America with, all sorts of circumstances. I didn't know about Skid Row in Los Angeles. From Michelle, I didn't know about it.
Well, I mean,
and then we also, pardon me?
As far as I'm concerned, all of Los Angeles is Skid Row, but go on.
It's really not, it's really not. Certain parts of that area, yeah, certain parts, but I've seen them more on TV. When I was in LA, I saw a little bit of it. I had, next door to where my daughter lives, she's now moved out of that neighborhood. She went to a bigger place. And, yeah, it's like, so I didn't see homeless people standing on every corner, although I did see some. There's certain areas where there were more homeless, but I wasn't in the Skid Row area, which is, when she described the area, I know, it's a big area she just talked about. It's huge.
Yeah.
And it was never a nice area. Part of that area, what she's talking about, is where I lived for a time in Scientology, because they were right down around near or West 9th Street, 8th Street, Alvarado Street. It was low income, right, purposely, because he said, students that come from out of town can afford to live in low income. Right. So makes it easier for them to pay for their courses and whatnot. But it was never a nice area. But now it's become
Well, nightmare.
yeah, a nightmare. And then, but I also remember in LA, one of my old friends from the neighborhood talking about all the homeless people near Angel Stadium in Anaheim. It was loaded with homeless people on the highway. I mean, Angel Stadium is a hop, skip, and a jump from Disneyland. You don't want homeless people in Disneyland. They've got all these different lands in Disneyland. Frontierland, Adventureland. They could have homeless land. I mean, this is high incident of homeless people. So we have this depopulation agenda going on, and I never really, of course, I hear about it. I'm not that involved with the news or the conspiracy news. And, this particular astrologer is like, say, completely anti anything that's allopathic. I mean, homeopathic. She even scared me many years ago with one of her kids, and she was resisting all attempts with her kid had this dental issue. Oh. I don't know how it finally worked out, but she was, spending lots of money on not doing, quote unquote, the right thing. Mm-hmm. When I say right thing, by just doing what the dentist said rather than to go holistic. I forget what the incident was, but I didn't like the way she was doing it. Okay. But she's very dedicated to, holistic. Mm-hmm. And so she keeps attention on sort of all of that stuff. And sometimes those opinions can be too extreme.
Yes.
They can be way too extreme sometimes. Yes. That's why Buddhism offers the middle way. But nevertheless, I don't think there's any disputing that we're in a population annihilation program. And when you think of China being the population, what do you call it? Death squad.
Yes.
This is where we have the Wuhan lab, yes. COVID coming out of that, COVID killing people. Maybe the vaccination killed more people. I don't keep track of things, but it's creating a lot of, and now there's a lot more, I guess, what you call acknowledgement. They're finally acknowledging that Wuhan might have been the source of COVID. Right. And then all of these institutions, such as Twitter, they're showing that they were all controlled, influenced, if not completely controlled by China.
Thank you.
And this is just like, okay. Now, it's even amazing to me that they're admitting it.
Yes.
But they kind of half admit it. Well, it might be from China. We've opened our minds to the possibility. And it's just, and people are robots. Now we have the mayor of Chicago being, losing because, she was advocating crime. She was being nice to the criminals. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, I know you've said George Soros isn't as bad as Elon Musk. Well, that doesn't make him good. Because they're talking about how he funded her. He just seems to be funding. He's like a true Edomite. And then I heard she was a lesbian. I didn't know she was a lesbian.
I hate to say this, it sounds stereotypical as hell, but I assumed that just by looking at her myself.
Well, I didn't even, I just knew she was left wing, and she was crazy. Just like, and coming out and defending,
We got to give these criminals a chance. I mean, I don't know remember exactly what she said, but it was something like that.
Yes.
It's like,
Along those lines, yeah.
yeah, it's like, and so all of a sudden, I mean, that was so extreme. All of that stuff that went down, and now it's swinging back the other way, which inevitably it does. It does. And I think Iran has developed a nuclear, it says in, I think, in a few days, 14 days or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the interesting thing about that astrologically is it sounds like they're just going to miss the deadline for Pluto moving into Aquarius, because Pluto in Capricorn is the time when you'd expect a nuclear weapon to go off. When it moves into Aquarius, I don't know, but it should go off in Capricorn. Nevertheless, there will be a time when Pluto swings back into Capricorn. Maybe it'll go off then, if it goes off at all. So that was also big in the news today, that Iran has developed nuclear weapons, and you better be afraid. Very afraid. I don't imagine. I would imagine if Iran got it all serious about doing nuclear weapons, that Israel would nuke them in a big way.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, what's interesting geopolitically is Israel's in bed with China.
Yes.
And
Russia.
Iran is in bed with Russia.
Yes.
Israel has a relationship with Russia, but it hates Iran. So, I mean, how does that all ferret itself out?
This is the nature of Edomite chaos. The forces of chaos are usually just antithetical to each other, as well as they're antithetical to the rest of the world. When it comes to what the Israelis have done to turn the world upside down on its head, and what almost nobody ever speaks of, is the Israelis have basically set up a series of alliances and made peace with the Arab nations around them. And because the Arab nations around them have been geared towards fear of Iran, basically just so people understand the situation here without going into too much of what many people consider Judeophobic, like when I've gone into, say, for instance, all of those Russian girls that are addicted to heroin. They wind up being shipped to Israel as this major export from out of Russia, but they're an import into Israel, and they're basically used in these flesh pots like Tel Aviv and other areas of Israel near the beach fronts, where the Arabs from all over the Middle East go to fuck them. They're raped multiple times a day in each individual case until they're used up and they die.
Excuse me, and I'm seriously, I thought that the Arabs were more inclined towards boys.
Yeah, they are. Normally you're quite right, but this is definitely something they also take advantage of. You could basically say that they really like blondes. Let's just put it that way. And the Russians have a lot of blondes. And the Arabs like those kinds of females better than they do their own woman. To the Arab culture, and this is horrible, and I have to qualify this. And again, this was not I do want to follow up with the other aspect of this that was holding off the Iranians for a long while, but which was Iraq. But basically, to take care of this subject, since I brought it up, I have to kind of face up to it. Basically, the Arab cultures, it's like as a generalization, and people have to take this as a generalization, but unfortunately it's all too true, and it holds all too well for the most part as a basic template. The Arab cultures are very homoerotic. It's kind of like if you ever see the movie that is Lawrence of Arabia, the one with Peter O'Toole. One of the things you'll notice is there's almost not a single female to be found in that film. I mean, it's just all male, because to the Arab, culture. If you aren't male, you aren't shit. So they just like the only thing, and Peter O'Toole is portraying Lawrence of Arabia, who was basically gay. And so all he was into was boy butt. So he's dealing with the Arabs who are also into boy butt. But nevertheless, we all know they reproduce, and we do know they reproduce in large numbers. Now, I've brought up the whole dynamic behind that in the past, the fertility pills, but this is also part of that dynamic. They view their woman as basically just animals to be fucked when they need to. It's kind of like the old classical Greek perspective was that love in ancient Greece, classical Greece, was something between men. Women were just imperfect men that were like half-formed men, kind of like something you'd have sex with just to reproduce. But you wouldn't love them the way you would a man. Hence the term Greek fuck, as they would call it, because of so much of the predominance of sodomy in that culture. But then you take a look at the Arabs, and it's pretty much like classical Greece in that sense, without the haute couture. And what they do is instead they view women the same way, is just basically keep them in a bag, a burlap sack, until it's time to fuck them. And then either way, you're doing it more out of duty. Your real love is towards other men, especially young boys. But when it comes to blondes now, on the other hand, let me give you an example. It's like if you ever showed up in anywhere in the Middle East with a blonde woman by your side, you would be instantly driven to a murderous rage. You would want to kill everyone around you simply because every Arab man would just run up and start humping her like a dog. And I'm not even exaggerating. I'm talking about literally physically running up to her and humping her like a dog. They would just start doing that because they've watched nothing but films, and every film they see is that blonde American women are going around in bikinis and fucking everybody in sight because all they watch is American porn. So they watch all this American porn and they think that when they see a blonde woman, that blonde woman is instantly fuckable, that this is what they do in the films, and they think this is what they do in real life. To them, those porno films are what Americans do every day. They think that that's an example of American life. And so they think that these women are just like fuck dolls. And since they look so different from Arab women, they look actually sexually exciting to them, sexually intriguing to them. So they run up to them and start humping them. And you would wish you had a cheap bullet to kill them with, because you wouldn't want to waste any expensive bullets on them. So you wish that you had like a barrel full of 9mm and you could just start plugging away. I mean, I know this because obviously I provided security for some blonde American woman in the Middle East in the past. So I can tell you this is exactly what happens. So it's disgusting. And it's like, so yeah, they go to Israel and they fuck these Russian prostitutes that are in Israeli thrall all the time. It's like fathers and sons will go and do that. They'll go together like on a day off and go do that. So it's like there's that, and that's, by the way, just so people understand this is not an exaggeration. That is a major factor, one of the decisive factors in all of the Arab nations throwing Palestine under the bus and saying fuck it, we're on Israel's side. Aside from that, America destroyed Iraq, and Iraq was the nation that held off Iran. Now, in the old days, the nation the Israelis really hated was Iraq, and they would attack Iraq's nuclear facility sites. People might remember there were, well, probably people are too young to remember, there were Israeli bombing raids against Saddam Hussein's Iraqi nuclear facilities. So they destroyed the Iraqi nuclear power plants. This is the kind of shit that they did in the past. And then the Americans took out Iraq for them. Once the Americans took out Iraq, they took out the one thing that stood between Iran and the Middle East. So once Iraq was destroyed, I mean, like devastated, then the Iranians effectively took over Iraq. They effectively took over Iraq. And just so people understand this, because the Americans just annihilated Iraq with nuclear weapons, depleted uranium, Iranians would go in as insurgent forces, fight with the Americans, kill Americans. They would burn all their clothes at the border before they went home across the border back into Iran, not because they're trying to hide any evidence of who they were, but they were just burning them at the border to destroy the depleted uranium. And that way they would just go home without carrying they'd go home naked across the border without carrying radioactive clothing. So this is a nuclear war that was being fought. Make no mistake about it. The Americans used depleted uranium. They went full nuclear on Iraq. They dusted Iraq with enough nuclear material. It was the equivalent of thousands of Hiroshima bombs. Then Iran became the power source for insurgency in the Middle East. They essentially took over Hezbollah, which is right on the border of Israel. At that point, Iran became the big bogeyman of Israel, and then the Israelis kept saying, oh, they're going to develop nukes, and the Americans have got to do something about it. And so America dedicated its entire containment policy to making sure the Iranians didn't get nukes. And so all of this is what led to the Arabs no longer had Iraq to protect them. So then the Arabs said, oh, who will protect us from Iran? And they turned towards Israel. And Israel said, well, we'll protect you from Iran, and you get to fuck all these Russian girls that are inside of the flesh pots along our beaches and shit. And then the Arabs said, fine. And they said, fuck you to the Palestinians, threw them completely under the bus, and allied with Israel. Now, for those of you who don't believe me, don't take my word for it. You can look this up, that the Arab nations have all signed peace treaties with Israel, and now Israel is best friends with all the Arab nations around it. There is no more any danger that Israel will ever be attacked by Arab nations. So they went so far as the Arab nations, of course, are on the side of the Turks. The Turks control all the water that goes down into the Middle East, and they basically help to war against the Armenians, and the Israelis help with that. The Israelis were on the side of the Turks. So the Israelis are now on the side of two fundamentalist Islamic powers. The Turks, under the dictator Tayyip Erdogan, and the Arabs under the major influence of the House of Saud, which is Wahhabist, or fundamentalist Islamist. And so the Israelis are siding with these two Islamic fundamentalists against this other power that they claim is Islamic fundamentalist, and it is, but it's a different sort of Shiite. So this way, all of the more Sunni-oriented Arabs are sided with Israel and the Turks, and they're going to try and isolate Iran. So for that strange reason, Iran has been effectively thrown into a bizarre corner where it's tacitly, covertly, in an indirect sense, supporting Armenia, because Armenia is attacked by the Turks and the Israelis. So that's where it comes into just how complicated the situation is. So Iran is basically this kind of weird out nation that's between the Sino-Slavic axis and the Americans. But it's in no weirder position than India. India is like siding with the Sino-Slavic axis because all of its weapon systems were built in Russia. It's getting more and more from Israel, and yet it's in a potential to be at war with China. But they claim that they'll help the Americans with Japan and Australia by being part of this Quad group. It's all bullshit, and you can't trust them as far as you can kick a turd, and their combat forces aren't worth spit. So I don't understand why the Americans even entertain them. It's stupidity. So it's just the Asian Indians, the Iranians. I mean, these are the forces of chaos. This is what they do to each other. They're conflicted with each other as much as they are against the West, but they're all still the enemy. That doesn't make any of them any less the enemy. So there you go. Does that put that into some context for what it's worth?
Well, it's just a lens of the world's politics, which are quite insane.
Thank you.
At least on the surface. In spite of the insanity, there are actual humanitarian activities taking place. Sometimes we forget that human beings are holding things up. it's I mean, cities, governments are full of corruption, yet the country does seem to run. And where they said that Janet Yellen is the, head of the Treasury, they said she went out to talk to some real people first time, to see these people.
In her life, no doubt. Yeah.
They meant in her professional career.
Yeah. Same thing. That's her life. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, she's in a, isolated ivory tower.
Yes.
So, when people talk like that, they live in it. I mean, those of us, I certainly, because, I don't go out that much. I live in a isolated world. It's like I'm removed from a lot of that drama, which clearly Michelle is not, because she goes down and works in the Skid Row area in LA.
She did for a long time. I mean, she's not doing it now because of her.
Yeah, she probably shouldn't for her own health. But
thank you. I don't think she should for her own safety. I think it's
that's another issue. Safety's another issue. But the thing is, I would have asked her. This is the same area where this Catholic priest got killed. He got shot.
Yes.
And he had a good reputation. I don't know anything about him, but he had a good reputation for, working with the gangs and stuff. And I guess what you'd call he kept things calmer, I think. And, and then he was just killed. So I don't know if it related to that same area. I would imagine she would know about him. Maybe some of the inside story of that, that priest who was shot.
I'd hope so. In any rate, he was probably generally a good guy. It's the good guys that usually get shot like that. They're bad guys.
One would assume that. And you also wonder if there were some shenanigans, that somebody was either mad at him or mad at priests in general for abuse. And because this guy was visible, they shot him, to get even with priests. I really don't know. I know I'm very ignorant about that whole circumstance. I mean, we live in an age where anybody who's a priest is automatically a suspect because of what so many priests have done.
Yes,
it's like it's unfortunate. It's hard to believe, Nobody goes to the seminary anymore.
Well, the one thing I can say is all of that is true. The Catholic Church, their priests have been have proven that quite a number of them are heinously corrupt and child predators that deserve the worst of fates. But people don't understand. Apparently, they're in complete denial. That's the same for all the evangelical Baptists and various other Protestants in America. Many of these kinds of churches are loaded with the same percentage of child predators that are preying on their flocks, and it's just somehow that doesn't get publicized in the United States. It's if you go to Canada, where they have a large French and Catholic population, you don't hear so much about the church scandals. In America, you don't hear about the Protestant scandals. So there you go with that.
You don't hear about them in Canada because they don't occur in Canada, or they just cover them up better?
They cover them up.
Yeah, I don't.
And by the way, my thanks to some wonderful people. We just had a wonderful contribution by a Christian Timony. He did not say that he wanted to remain anonymous, so I will name him out, Christian Timony, and he basically sent 33 United States dollars that will help towards my transportation to the dentist, which is about $50 to get there and back. There might be a co-payment. Dear Brooke Gibson sent another donation for us going overtime and into Peter's time. So
That's sweet of her. When I say, I mean, I did hear her say that, and you know, I appreciate Brooke for what she's doing for Douglas, and thank you, Brooke.
yes, and I thank you for thanking her. Certainly, of course, we had Amy Como with us as well, and Michelle Carmela Saldana. A lot of good feminine energy there, and all that was covered was, oh, look, in the chat room. I want to give a shout out, of course, to Debbie Starborn. Love you dearly, Debbie Starborn. I hope you're here to hear that, as well as B, of course, to dear Brooke for your wonderful contribution. Trillion Phoenix says, Dr. Victor Neumann, the main programmer for the Z93, an obsessive follower of the turn of the century occult leader Aleister Crowley, has reduced Crowley's occult information to a series of equations and is entering them into the Z93. Dr. Neumann realizes that the reality suit is the ideal vehicle to perform a union between his computer program and the human brain. This is apparently a quote from Chemical Wedding, a book by Bruce Dickinson and Julian Doyle. That sounds like fiction to me, but does this resonate with you in any way?
No.
Okay. Good
No,
answer.
no, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It's because I don't understand it. I mean, it just sounds
like a bunch of crap. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's hard to understand what the hell is he talking about. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that somebody's not conjuring up something. It's a big word salad. That's
Yes,
the problem with
you.
it. So,
Thank you.
I'd have to sit down and study it to understand what the hell's being said, and then it might not be worth hearing. I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm not going to go out of my way
Yes.
if it's that obtuse to me.
Thank you.
Big challenge. Somebody was talking about reading books. You can't. This is not the way culture works anymore. You don't read books. You listen to sound bites.
Yeah.
And even it's just this like attention span. Focus. What can you focus on? Well, if you need to focus on something, you can watch a video on what to focus on. I was watching a video on how to do a floor repair. Well, yeah, you can focus on that. You can do it. You can focus on a qigong movement. You can focus on, and that's what fixing an illness is. It's not only focus, but it's proper focus on what is the right thing. And when I hear something like that, it's hard to focus on because it's not clear. And then to the degree I can kind of vibe on what he's talking about, it doesn't sound like it's something I want to invest my time in.
Thank you. Yeah.
And this is all critical right now. Where, talking about, well, where are you going to spend your time?
Yes.
Who are you going to engage? And that becomes a question for all of us, because these are questions everybody has to make up every day. There's too much information. So you've got to choose intelligently or wisely. That's the big challenge. In fact, I was asking one of my friends who's in finance.
Yes.
I was asking him, how come the gold market's not commensurate with inflation? We're inflating like crazy. And she said something very interesting, because she talks to people. She says a lot of people, rich people, are cashing out of the stock market and going to gold. She says, but the thing with gold, she says, it turns out that there's much more of it than they really let you know. There's a huge supply of it. She says it's like the diamond. The diamonds, they control it. So if somebody starts buying a lot of gold, the central banks will start selling it just to make it, not make the price go up. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
It was almost like she has some inside. She talked like somebody who knew what they were talking about, which I thought was interesting. The gold market is manipulated. I guess all markets are manipulated. Some just, better than others.
Right. Yes, I was about to say. So, well, it's been wonderful, Peter. How you feeling?
Tired.
Yes.
Ready to sleep.
Okay. Well, definitely, I'm ready to take over from here, and certainly love you dearly. Share our love with Paula. It was we did such a great job during the last effort, and couldn't have done it without you. And now we've done a great job again with your presence tonight. So definitely appreciate yourself and everyone who's participated. Amy Como, Brooke Gibson, Michelle Carmela Saldana. I was glad to get the four of you to speak together and transition into our phase of speaking about the artificial intelligence. And this is a very big deal. I do want people to understand that this returning to the roots of organoid intelligence, and you're probably going to hear more about this OI in the future than you have in the past. And the one thing I can say is it has a lot more meaning to it. It's a lot more meaningful than the term AI that's been bandied about. The organoid intelligence at least has the concept should be comprehensible to people, and it's definitely they're realizing now that the only way to achieve intelligence is to add the biological aspect into it. And as Peter said, there's also the factor of the biofacsimilacra that we'll return to in the future as well, and that has meaning and impact as well. So thank you, Peter, again.
Okay, so I'll say goodnight, and I'll see you on Sunday.
Yes, I look forward to that.
Okay.
Wonderful.
All right.
Blessed
Good night,
be.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Skybooksusa.com, everyone. Make certain to visit. So that was Peter Moon. We're going to do a little bit of a call about, see if I can bring anybody on who wishes to come on. Let's see who's willing. And we'll hit someone and see if she responds. There we are, honey. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Can you afford that? I don't want you to cut into of course I'll pay you back if you need it. I mean, or oh my God.
I just want to pay for my time, and I know there were 3 of us there that took out of Peter's, and as Peter said, we need to pay for our time. So I figured like the 100 last week that
Well, yes, it was 200 this time, 225 actually. I believe it's quite a bit there, and certainly, it truly helps. Yeah, $200, and right, and that extra quarter, yeah, yes. So darling, oh my God. Well, you're an angel, and I definitely want to, placate myself before
Well,
you.
devil was an angel too, I hear.
Yes. Well, that's the peacock angel. Yes, it's that's a devil and angel all in one. You kind of fit the bill there, certainly.
I'll take it. I will take it.
Yes, and I'll try some of the other ladies, see if they come on tonight. I doubt it because Amy, of course, hangs out in front of that empty library and then has to go home before her batteries die or something like that. But I'll try around at some of the other people, and that will include somebody you and I are both following recently. I'll be basically showing you some messages here. Don't read them out loud, of course. Let me take a look and see if I can reach some of these other people.
I will also reach out to Michelle because we're friends on Facebook, but I had never spoken with her on Facebook before.
Okay. And of course, we'll see if our man Brendan Zogid is still awake. Okay, so I think I've reached out to enough people. Let's press those dial buttons now.
You probably.
Yeah.
That's not being prying. I just really thought there's very few people on the show that I find as interesting and inspiring as you, other than maybe Douglas. So I thought her story was interesting, but also inspiring the way she's used her life. So
yes.
I wanted to hear more.
Thank you. And Brendan Zogid is with us. So Brendan, definitely.
Yes, Douglas.
Yes. Tell us how you're doing, whatever you're willing to share.
I'm well, but my situation is fucked.
Oh,
so
God,
I may have to call back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. So definitely say hi to Brooke before you go.
Yes, greetings.
Hey, Brendan, my life is always fucked, so I'm not sure why you have to hang up.
Yeah, you can be fucked in public.
I have to. On another day I could explain, but right now I have to go look for an item that's very important that I lost. So.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Well, good luck. I hope you find it. I'll say
Yes.
a prayer to my Mima. She always helps me find stuff, so I'll ask her to help you find it.
Yes.
I appreciate that a lot.
I will. Ask her right now.
All right.
Our prayers for
Gratitude.
you. Yes. We love you dearly, Brendan. Oh, he's been through so much, but he does well. And so it's just you and I, darling, for the moment. And I'm so excited to have you with me. And oh, yes, because we are alone, then I can do the screen share. Okay, let's do the screen share here. And
did you call what's his name, by the way?
Which one? I mean, you can enter it into the text box if you don't want to say the name out loud. Enter it into the text box. So sharing the, let's see if we go into the messenger box here. Oh, here we are. So, of course, don't.
No, Florida Boy. I was asking if you called Florida Boy.
I tried. Yeah, I tried. And hopefully he'll come on later. So,
yes, you sent me some movie to watch tonight. Oh my God.
Oh, well, there we are. So, like I said, here we are. Don't read this out
It
loud.
wasn't bad, actually.
Yeah, but this was the latest, and this will catch you up on that situation. And they were caring enough to ask me about my rent, so I told them yes, I made the rent, and I also told them, yeah. So you can catch up on that, and I'll just leave it there for you to tell me when you're done. Take your time.
Can you not zoom it? Oh, I'm zooming in.
Oh! Can you zoom it, or do I need to?
You can zoom it. You can zoom in a little bit. Like,
how's that better? That better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. Okay, so while she's reviewing that, I will check in with the chat room, and I can't do that because I'm sharing the screen, because that would interrupt her screen share. So I'll just go talk. I'll talk, and so I hope everyone understands that. After.
So that's all. That blue part's the last message from me. Like,
yeah.
You don't. Okay, so that's it. Like, still out. Okay.
Yeah, but there is this. So if I okay, a lot of people putting in things. So if we go down a little bit towards this, at least I know that he's looked at and hearted the latest timestamps I put up. So that at least is something. I didn't see that till now, so I'll tell her that later. So there we are with that. And
give me the freaking phone number. I'll handle this.
Okay, we'll talk about that privately. Yes. Yeah, that's in terms of it's a developing situation, and I think that it's kind of sad that people.
That is sad right there, and I'm not gonna say why, but you know why. Like, that is unbelievable to me.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that privately, so we can both go over our mutual astonishment at some of these developments. So you just now, of course, everyone is aware of what happened to you the other day. We turned it into kind of a telethon, and I think it worked out.
I know. Well, I'm sorry about that.
No. It was for the best. No. Please. It was something that I say is the best way to handle this sort of thing. Like I said, is to make it public. And So if there's anything else you want to share with the public about that situation, you did kind of trace this individual and find out their
I did.
name. Yeah, you don't need to share the name if you feel that that would be troublesome.
No.
That might cause trouble.
Yeah.
So you don't need to share that. So, but this is obviously someone with a criminal record, and
Yeah, and I found out even more. I'm still my Florida man has not helped me yet, although he did put a call in. He hasn't gotten anything. I still want to know about the car because my daughter was able, because I don't really do like, whatever they do, like the not Instagram, or I guess Instagram. Yeah. And first I showed her and the name, and she couldn't find her at first. She didn't see a name, but then she did. As soon as she went upstairs, she said, "Oh my God," she found her. And she was able to find another article online, and I showed you the arrest, like what it said, which was like the main thing was the aggravated assault and battery. And it was when she was arrested for the speeding and the pot, but then when they pulled her over, when they got her, she was wanted for assaulting another female and hitting her with her car.
there you go.
Like
What she
her
tried
body.
to do with you.
Yeah, but her body, because she said the woman's side, the other female's side of her body, like one side of her body was injured. Like she didn't hit a car. She hit the actual. She got an altercation, and she hit the person with her car.
Holy
So
shit!
So here she was trying to run me off the road and then off the highway and go in the median with a brand new car, which Lola said that, and you saw her picture. She's not hot at all, and she's heavy. But then Lola said that she did see that she had put that she worked at Twin Peaks, but I don't know if that was like an old job, because I don't know. I don't go to Twin Peaks. I can't see anybody wanting to pay to see that. But she looks like she went downhill pretty fast, after getting out of high school and things. So she didn't look like, maybe she's, I think she's Lola's age. I think that's what Lola found out. She's like her age. She's like 24. Okay. But yeah. So, and it doesn't make sense why she was over here, because she lives at least, I don't have Miss recent address, but from where she was arrested and then everywhere that said online, like she lives in Simpsonville or Lawrence, which Simpsonville, the minimum is like 30 minutes away. Wow. So just to be on my side of town and then in my neighborhood, the thing is like, I could see if you, like, even on that, if she accidentally turned in my neighborhood, right, like off the main road, because she was like going to turn around or something, maybe she came down, mine's the first cul-de-sac. I have a little circular neighborhood. And she turned on my cul-de-sac to turn around. Well, that would make sense, except for the fact that she would have taken a left out of the neighborhood. She would have gone the same way she came back in. You see what I'm saying? How you turn around, you go back out. You wouldn't have gone back right deeper into the neighborhood to ride around. Like, I don't know. So, I don't know that she was, obviously, I don't know what she was doing. I don't know why she stopped in the cul-de-sac, but I don't know, who knows? Maybe I don't know who she's stalking, what she's doing. I know it's bad fucking news, and I don't want anything to do with it.
Yes. Thank you.
I did. You will be proud of me, though. I went and bought I told you my crystals. I went and bought my black graphite and my selenite, which are for protection anyway. And then I did order my
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I know what you're talking about. No need to say it out loud. Don't worry. The elder sign. Mm-hmm. The elder sign. Yes. Mm-hmm. And wonderful. And
I got the right one, apparently, because I got told today when Ian called, he was like, "Did you get this right one? Or did you the one with it?" And I was like, I showed him a picture, and he was like, "Oh, you got the right one."
Oh, excellent, excellent. I'm so glad that Ian is attuned to that. And so did you tell him about the latest chemical spill in Florida that I made that joke about? Said, I'll leave it to you to tell him.
No, because that's what I thought he was going to come on. Like, he basically ruined my fucking day, to be honest with you.
Oh my God. What did he do now?
I'll be honest with you. It wasn't his fault as far as, like, we didn't even fucking fight. Well, he's just saying some Trump shit this morning, like I sent him the link on that I sent you about Fox News saying on the chemical spills, like as far as the even Fox News have reported that Trump's the one that repealed the laws that Obama had put in place to fix the railroads, right?
Interesting. Okay. Yes.
And so he just replied back, "What does that have to do with anything?" And I was like, I just find was just saying it's a fact. Unlike, some of the things he says, I was like, just saying it's a fact that, Trump did repeal something that Obama put in place to fix these. And he's like, I didn't know that Clemson gave, he said, and I didn't. He goes, I didn't know Clemson gave railroad engineering degrees. And I was like,
what a son of a bitch.
And I was like, well,
that is funny, but it's what an asshole going.
Well, I just replied back. I said, well, they actually are one of the top engineering schools out there, not for necessarily railroad, obviously. I said, but no, I did not get that degree. I said, I actually just have what's called common sense and pay attention to the fact that for the last 10 years, probably, railroad workers or railroad engineers and conductors have all been complaining that it needed to be upgraded. It was on the news if you ever paid attention the entire time, which is why Obama put that in place. And guess what? The companies that run the railroads, they didn't want to, just like they didn't want to give their railroad workers any time off either when Joe Biden's there. They didn't want to fix any of that. So they went, before they had to fix it, Trump came in office and went to Trump and had him repeal the law so they didn't have to fix any of this shit. So, I mean, whether, now you could get into a fact that, okay, maybe there is something sabotage, but hey, let's not make it easy to sabotage something or make it like, oh, it's easy, an accident. Like if I'm running around in a brand new fucking Honda, let's say, like the case of me, right? And my brakes suddenly go out. It's going to be a little bit weirder than if I'm in a 1970 Gremlin that I haven't taken to the shop in 50 fucking years and my brakes go out. You're going to be like, well, we told her to take it to the shop and get a new car. I don't fucking know. She's dead. I mean,
oh my God. And by the way, the brand new Honda is what the woman trying to kill you was driving, right?
Yes, which again, that's why I want to know, because there's no way this person can afford that car.
Right.
Like, right. I mean, I guess possibly could be leasing a car, maybe, but it just seemed to, not from what I saw.
But by the way, when she's hitting a woman bodily who's a pedestrian at the time that she hits her with her car, that is nothing less than attempted murder. So you're dealing with someone who is basically an attempted murderer. This is terrifying. This is terrifying. And it's
well, that's what I realized. That's why I was just so upset when I came in, because I wouldn't have followed her. Like I wasn't have followed her if I really thought anything. And I mean, if somebody cusses me, I can get away. But it was almost like like I said, I had the intuition something wasn't right. Something told me, just like you said. What's her name would say it was like a God,
God shot. Yeah.
A God shot. And it was just like, because I kept saying, I didn't even think it through. Like there was nothing, like when I was trying to explain it to people, when you tell the story, it sounds a lot longer because it's like, well, this is why I followed her. But there wasn't that much thought that went through my head. Or this is why I looked out the door. Like there wasn't that much thought. Like it was just like it wasn't really a thought. It was just like an immediate reaction. Something just was off. And but again, me, I'll cuss. And then I pulled in that driveway. Something told me to pull in that driveway. I'm just going on. Somebody's flying up on me. I'd have gone the fuck on, and they wanted to fly up on me again. I'd have fucking slammed on the fucking brakes and let them fucking hit me by my ass. That's not like old me. And I'm not even saying it's not me that wouldn't do that now. But there was something that just did not feel good. Like I pulled in that driveway, and I started seeing me on the phone at that time, and I kind of muted him when I heard somebody screaming. And I rolled down the window, and I didn't cuss her back. I said, no. I said, I'm not following you. I said, you were in my neighborhood going up and down my street. I said, and then running around it. I said, and then I came across. I said, and I just wanted to see why you were doing that. And then probably didn't even say it with that many words, because she just kept cussing and, said she'd, cap me or whatever. She had her fucking gun.
Right.
And I just, and like, I didn't even question that. I didn't go, like, normally I'd have been like, well, fuck you, bitch. I'm not out of the fucking car. But now, well, first of all, nowadays I wouldn't go out the car unless I had my own gun, because I know people fucking will pull one out on you. But I literally, still, it was just, I knew, like, I just rolled the window up. I didn't even say fuck you, or bitch, me. I mean, I call you bitch, just kidding. I was just like, I just rolled the window up like something ain't right here, and it wasn't like she was the worst person to ever tell me off, but she looked evil. And you saw that picture of her. She was fucking evil, man.
Yes, definitely.
And I'm not saying she's anything like from a stalker from like this shit, but what I am saying is there's something fucking wrong with that bitch, period, either way. And then to go and try to do what she did, that I was not expecting. You know, I was not expecting her to try to ride by, like try to get on my side, like, because I didn't know if she did have a gun at this point and was going to shoot, try to stay on my side, and then try to go in the median, and then jump on the interstate, turn around, jump on the interstate, and running me at 90 miles an hour. Like, it was just a little crazy.
No, it was. I was glad to spend the night with you too, because it's something that it had to be done. I had to spend the night with you. I mean, we had to discuss that, discuss it with the public, and let them know what you're going through. The thing to point out about these kinds of patterns is that when people are affiliated with myself, these things start happening, and then they disaffiliate with myself. If they do, they stop happening. So do understand, it is, regardless of whether it's directly traceable or not, it's definitely part of this milieu. Now, hopefully, now one thing that is that people who ride it out, it does stop happening, because there's only so much energy that can be expended in a cult sense, in a financial sense, in a manpower sense, a personnel power sense, I mean to say. With your daughter would appreciate that, as opposed to my saying man thing. Yeah, so it's just there's only so much they can do before they give up trying. But this is all part of you're undergoing the initial siege.
What you saw there, I'm not going to say it out here. I don't think Ian, you probably haven't spoken to Ian since.
No, haven't. Yeah, go on.
You were asleep, and I went back and looked at those pictures that I'd taken because she then pulled in the gas station when I was leaving after I'd lost her. Like she had to go up another highway and get off an entirely different road and either come back up 85. How she found me at that gas station, I don't know. But like she's pulling in, I'm pulling out. And I didn't look at, like I said, I thought there were maybe two people in the car, remember? And I took really fast pictures of it because I wanted just the tag number to see it. Because I was far enough away and she was parked. She was they were sitting in the car, couldn't see in it. And I told you I thought there were two. I have to show you that picture later. But I freaked the fuck out when I saw that fucking picture. There's 4. And that 4th picture freaked me out, man.
Wow. You can't
Ian
show
was
it to me now?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I can share screen with you.
Yeah.
But I think
Oh, Brendan's joined us again. Brendan,
Yeah.
I don't know how much of this you've heard, but you can confirm, of course, to Brooke. She's undergoing. She's basically being exposed to heavy-duty occult siege right now. A lot of that, and you know exactly what it's like to go through that. And do just encourage her to ride it out because you've done so. And if you just ride it out, eventually you will prevail. And I know you're going through. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you can see your screen share, Brendan, but this is the individual who tried to kill. Basically, we can use that term. She tried to kill Brooke pretty much on Sunday night, and so Brooke came back.
They already booked her. That was quick.
Yeah. So this is what I originally saw, and then I can show you what Lola found that actually says what the assault and battery of having that was where she hit someone with their car, because there's an actual news article on it.
That's from her arrest, Brendan. Yeah, she wasn't booked for this one. The police just let her go.
Oh.
Yeah, they asked me what I wanted to do, and she said, well, I had followed her. And then I was so, I didn't even really, and obviously at that point, I'm like, maybe she did just turn around my neighborhood. I haven't ever even seen her because I hadn't seen this picture yet. Barely saw, I kind of saw her when she took it. I said, well, why did she fucking threaten to kill me twice? And then, and at that point, the lady's like, well, people say things when they're upset. And, I was so upset. And
imagine the cop saying that. Oh, people say such things when they're upset.
Well, and the other thing is when, like I said, when they first pulled up, they were like, because the last, they had been to my house the only other time other than in 2016 or 15 when I had to call him to get my ex-husband out. When he was drunk one night, like literally before I had kicked him out, he came in drunk and was going crazy, and I had to call the police on him. But other than that, they have never been to my house except in 2020 when it was, of course, for me, when I hit the parked car and then ended up with the DUI that got dropped. But that's when they got called. And then in the same week, of course, then they get called for disorderly conduct. And I'm like, oh, no, So what they do is when they get the address, They type the address in. Address has a record. They ask me my name. Of course, now my name's matching the record too. It's Brooke Gibson, so it's the same person, same address, right? So first thing they do when I pull up, he's like, cut the car off. And I'm like, I'm going to straighten the car up because I have to straighten the car. The way you have to pull in my driveway, you have to straighten it because Lola's car is on the left side. So I don't want to tire.
Otherwise, it rolls down the driveway and runs over the infant child that will run underneath the tires. Yes, go on.
Yeah, something. Regardless, I have the right to straighten my fucking car up either way. And he was like, no, just cut it off. And I was like, no, I'm going to straighten it up. And he's like, no. And I'm like, I always straighten my car up. And then he was like, just cut it off. And I said, that's when I just went, I am straightening my car up. And I just put it in reverse, straighten my fucking car up. And so then I cut it off, and he was like, what is going on? I was like, anyway, my point is I'm not telling the whole story, but he was just like, have you been drinking? So have you had anything to drink tonight? And I was like, no, sir, I have not had anything to drink tonight. Do you have any drugs?
You know, that reminds me of that guy asking Michelle about what were you wearing and how did you behave when your uncle raped you?
And I said, you know what? I said, why am I being, and I said no. And then, I mean, he even asked me, do you have any weapons? Guns, knives, or grenades or something in the
grenades, car? Yeah, the bombs. You almost made a joke.
Yeah, that's when I almost said yes, and probably would have gotten shot before I could. They don't take my jokes funny, obviously. So luckily I said no. And
by the way, one time I was walking home with a big pink box of donuts, and a cop car came by, and I had this sudden thought that I would bum rush them with a box of donuts because I would think that was funny. But then I realized, but they'll kill me. They'll shoot me because they'll say,
Mm-hmm. Just to remember, like how you tell me sometimes, Brooke, we can't tell if you're joking. That's how cops are always going to be. Like, they're just like, we didn't know. So, and I guess that went through my head when I probably, at least in the back of my mind, don't say yes to the bomb. Or the grenade. I want to say he said grenade, but maybe he said bomb. What the fuck? Anyway. I
think he said bomb.
It was a crazy enough word that I was like, yeah, I don't have knives, guns, alcohol, or anything, but I do ride around with a few grenades or bombs. If I had, I'd already thrown one at that bitch when she was driving 95.
Yes.
I would have said that. I would have been like, if I had one, I would have just thrown it in her window.
Yes.
Right. Yes, especially once she was trying to kill me on 85. The second one, I mean, like.
But by the way, what puzzles me is that she was definitely pointing at least a laser pointer at Brooke. And they said she had no weapons. But by the way, a laser pointer is considered a dangerous item.
Well, I don't know now that it was a laser pointer. All I knew that was a small round light. And so then I could see it from before I came up, and I kept saying, she's going 2 miles an hour. I'm going to have to pass her. Now that they said, like I said, and I told the guy, I said, look, you're questioning me. I got all the car. I said, look, I'm going to need to smoke a cigarette. And he's like, oh, you can smoke a cigarette. And I was like, well, I'm going to either need to go in there and get a lighter unless you got one. And luckily, my daughter came out, and I said, go get a lighter. And so then I'm standing there smoking. He's like, you just need to calm down. Why are you so nervous? And I was like, why am I so nervous? Why am I so nervous? I was like, I was like, do you realize that I've been sick all day and not feeling well? And I just left literally to go to the gas station to get coconut water and a vape. And now I'm smoking a cigarette with no coconut water because I just had, and then, I couldn't even go through it all with him. I mean, it was just like, so that was my point. So then this woman kept coming back. She was his partner, and she was going back to her car to talk because I had told them where she was. So on my way home, she said, what gas station? And I told her, I was like, right up the street. Like, oh, she said, what QT? I'm like, the only QT near my Pelham Road? Like,
by the way, was this a big dyke Chinese bitch?
Yes. And so she's going back and forth.
Big dyke Chinese cop, Brendan, if you can imagine that.
So I never, Asian, I will say Asian, but she didn't like, I've never seen an Asian woman that big and.
She said it's like they took an Asian woman's head and grafted it onto some fat bitch's body.
And I'm not saying she was gay, but like, the old dyke body of like the big bones. Like, and I can say that as like a female who loves females, I'm not attracted to that body. I'm sorry. So that's.
Hey, we're guys who are attracted to females, and we're not attracted to a female in that type of body either, honey. So don't worry.
I think the only other person would be attracted would either be another female that looked like that, or a man that was like 500 pounds. I don't know. Or you see
They probably hire those chicks on purpose because otherwise it'll end up like that one chick that was like training. She was like quote unquote training all the cops. By
Well,
train,
she-
I mean,
Interesting.
like,
Yeah, just
getting
fucking
trained.
them. That's right. That's right. They
well,
got to get a
she
big.
was she
Yeah.
was training this guy, and this guy, he wasn't that young.
No,
you
no.
know?
What Brendan is referring to is they said this woman is training the cops. She was just their whore. In other words.
Oh,
Yeah.
They only hire those ones now because the other one was like, if you hire a hot chick, she's just gonna get the whole department in trouble. Like,
Oh yeah, for trying
Yeah.
to fuck her. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. I
Yeah.
got you.
But by the way,
which has happened recently. Yeah.
yeah, that's right. And just a funny interlude here. One time, Beaver and I, when he was helping me get my Social Security, years and years ago when I had that, for those of you who don't know, they took that away when I became a care provider for my parents. Now I have SSDI after my parents died. Long story. But anyhow, when he was there to help me get my Social Security years ago, and then we were waiting, and there was this fat Chinese guy who was at the desk as security, full uniform, gun and all that, working for the feds. And he was telling one of these people coming in, hey, you could bring that sandwich in here, but you can't eat it in here. And then Beaver says, yeah, he can't stand to watch. And then he was getting relieved from duty, and this big fat bitch comes in, big fat white bitch. And then that's when Beaver says, man, I guess they have you pass a certain weight requirement and you're hired. But anyhow, so go on, darling. Yes. What is it about the fourth photograph that freaked you out so bad?
Oh, okay. So remember, I took these literally. It's like snap, 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 snap. So I'm going to show you. There's 4, and they were all taken in succession, right? So it wasn't like I sat there for a minute. It was like bam, 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 bam.
And remember, Brendan, this woman has a history of bodily hitting victims with her car. That's what she was arrested for. Was attempted murder with her vehicle.
If you look at the picture, like 2 or 3 spots over to the right, because that's the very last one where there's a door, you can see where the gray is. I was pulled in front of that door. There was no car here when I went in, and then there was no car when I came out. But when I went to back out, I'm taking a picture from going up a little hill where you exit, and that's where it pulled in front of me, and I wasn't paying attention because I'm calling my son. But then I just it hit me, and I said, "What the fuck? Wait a minute." And I turned around and looked. I'm like, is that car? And so I backed up just enough down the hill and zoomed in. And so I could get the tag number to see. And so it is the tag number because you can't see there, but I could see that it was an X and a Y, which I remember telling him X-ray yellow. And anyway, so there's 4 pictures. So if you start, this is the first one. And you can see there's a headrest over here. And then those 2 in the back, those are, I guess, back headrests. And that is her fucking there. Because if I play it, you can see movement. See that?
Yeah.
There's movement. So I think there was only one person in the car. This is what freaked me the fuck out. So see, same picture, same shit, right? Second picture. Third picture. Same shit, right? And then I'm just going through it. And then I go to the 4th picture. And I'm like, what? I zoom in.
Yeah.
And I see that little thing in the middle.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, what the fuck is that? Because it wasn't there. And then if you zoom in, I'm like, is that little fucking little
It's
it
like
looks
Baby Yoda or something.
That's what that's what I thought. It looked like a little fucking demon. Does it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these people that do this stuff, I mean, they have entities attached to them. They're not just normal. Normal people don't just go on ape shit like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
that's that looks pretty paranormal. Wait, go back to the other photo.
Yeah.
The
Go back
other
to
ones
the
don't
other
have.
photos, honey.
Yeah, but
So
I
you
don't
can-
think it was actually. Now I didn't know that.
Wait,
yeah,
yeah, it's
but
not
what
there.
What I had told her, Brendan, was she said that there were
That's what made me
times
think of it.
where she thought she saw movement in the other chair, at the other seat, and other times she wasn't sure. And I said, honey, what you saw was, even if there was no one physically there, she has an entity riding with her, is what I had told her.
Yeah. She has to have one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Yeah.
Road
definitely.
rage happens, but it's
But this
Not like
woman
that.
is she's got a history of trying to kill people. She's got a brand new car that, and she's trying to play chicken with it to run head on into Brooke. I mean, so this is not something as Brendan says, this is
So wait, how did you get that photo? I'm just curious. you like followed her or something? And, like,
No, so that's what's so weird, Brendan. So so I go down 80. I jump on 85 off Pelham. That was the road that we ended up on, which is like a 4-lane highway, like just regular. And not many people are on it, and that's when she's trying to come up on me when I finally had to pass her because she's doing 2 miles an hour, and she had the light, and I'm thinking that now it might have been a phone light, because that's what I was trying to say was that cop kept coming back, and that's why I never got to tell my whole story to them. I never even got to go into. They had it recorded, so they should have listened, but I doubt they did. That she was, I mean, because the cop that I was talking to was scared to death for me when he was like, I've got to get some out. You've got to call 911 because I was a desktop, but like. I never got to even talk about, well, she tried to number one stay beside me and then go around me in a median and then came down 85, 90. I didn't even get to any of that. Like every time I would try to talk about that, then she'd come back and the lady would go, well, she said that you were following her. And I said, I did tell you I followed her because I'd started from the beginning and told her how after I left the neighborhood, I ended up going straight, following her. She turned into the next neighborhood. And then as soon as I saw her stop at a cul-de-sac, I know that neighborhood. And I was like, there's only 2 cul-de-sacs in here. And she was stopping waiting for me. So I turned it fucking around and was leaving, and she acted like she was going straight on, and then she fucking did a U-turn once she saw that I wasn't following her and came flying up on my ass in a neighborhood like mine. But I fucking pulled, that's when I pulled into my driveway because it freaked me out, and I don't know why. So that I only got to like these part of the stories because then she would walk fucking back, right? And then the guy would be like, so you know, and he was looking in my car one time, and I was like, what are you looking in my car for? And he was like, oh, because I've been talking to her, so he didn't think I fucking noticed. I was like, what are you looking at my car for? I was like, I told you they're alcohol or drugs. I was like, but if you want to know what those bottles in the back are, I said, I can get them out for you. They're milk bottles to take my milk back for the glass, for the money, because I buy expensive fucking milk. And I didn't tell him that, but I mean, like, I buy the milk with the glass for my son. Right. And so I had like 6 of them. I was like, you want to see the bottles? I can get them out. And he's like, oh, yeah. But my point was, like, he was just, you know, he was trying to look in there like he's gonna see some. I guess thought I'd have my crack pipe laying out or something. Fuck, I don't know.
Right. They always do that. They'll just do that just to get you on something.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
while they're there.
Yeah, that's what he was hoping. And like I said, they had that from 2020, you know, and thought, I guess, you know, maybe I said, look, I mean, I didn't tell him this, but do you think that's the great thing about being sober? I wouldn't have been able to call the police if I had been drinking and run into the gas station because I would have been like, fuck, man, I want to call the police, but I can't. Right. Because, I mean, I figured even when I told him I'm coming down Pelham, I'm on my way home, I already figured they were going to probably pull me over coming down Pelham because number one, they have my name. Number two, I told them where I was. And number three, I'm speeding anyway because I'm trying to get to the gas station to go home to my kids. So, you know, I didn't care at that point as far as what they thought. It just really pisses me off. It's like I said, if I had been a black guy on the wrong side, I'm a white woman on the right side of town. Now, if I had been a black guy on the wrong side of town, I wouldn't have been coming back to that show that night. I'd have been in jail or fucking dead. You know, like they just come up thinking you're guilty anyway. And then, you know, I'm sure as soon as I put that car in reverse, like I'm going to straighten my car up, they'd have tasered my ass, you know?
Right.
But anyway, I forgot what the point of that story was. The light.
How did you get the photo?
Oh, so then I lose her. I go down 85, and I didn't think she was going to jump on 85 in major highway, and because she was in the right lane, she couldn't. And I just jump on it real quick, and I told that cop, "Don't hang up with me," because he was like, "I need to call 911." I'm like, "Bitch!" I told him, "I already called 911. You are 911." He's like, "I know, but they transferred you to the desk cop, and I can't send anybody." So like, just stay on the phone. So I jump on it. I'm like, "No, I think I lost her." And you know how if you're coming in on a highway, you can come in I'm coming in from the right side, so it was a little curvature. What she did is she just went out and realized that, and she just did a little U-ey and came back in. So it took me a second to realize. Then she's flying down that fucking that ramp. And I had gotten on the interstate, and then I'm like, oh, no, she is. And my point is I lost her on the interstate, and the way I lost her was not because I was going any faster than she was. She got up beside me, and then I'd hit the brake, and then she went around and got on my left side, right? And I knew the cop had said, if you can't lose her, he had already told me, if you can't lose her, you need to come, can you get to the Greenville County, just drive to the Greenville County Detention Center, which is on 85, you can get off onto 385, which is another highway, and it goes straight into downtown Greenville, which is where the detention center is. So I'd already planned to get on 385, and he, in the meantime, had said, I'm hanging up with you. Call 911, and I'm calling the police. So I did that. In the meantime, she goes to my left, and here comes the exit for 85. And I waited. I didn't think I was going to be able to get over because she had stayed in that right, and she jumped to the left because I wasn't going to be able to get to the right to get on 385. She was riding beside me and trying to. So she jumps around on my left, which gave me time to then jump over there and get on 385. Well, she didn't have time to do that because if you don't get on, there's a wall there, right? So once I was on the next highway, I drive up like a couple exits, get off at another road. I'm talking to the police. They're like, where do you want to meet? And I'm like, I don't, and then going through all that, I finally said at my house. So, I said like 10 minutes away. So I'm headed back there, and I'm like, I'm going to go by the gas station. I'd gone to get a vape and a drink. I was like, at this point, I needed a cigarette. I was just like, fuck it. So I ran in to get a pack of cigarettes at this gas station. Now, she could not have gotten on 385 and followed me there. There was no way. Like, I came down Pelham Road all by myself. There was nobody behind me at all. There was nobody around. I pulled in that gas station. And then I'm pulling out after I come out to leave. This car's pulls down in there as like I back out, and I see it like pull in the parking spot. But I was making a phone call to my son to warn him the cops might be there, or you're going to see him, and why. And I didn't really pay attention to the car pulling in the spot as I'm pulling out. And then I was like, what, wait. And that's when I turned around, and that's why it's from behind, because I'd already passed as the car was pulling in. So obviously she saw my car. I mean, I doubt the coincidence. She just happened to be coming to that gas station, right? There was, so she had seen my car there and pulled in, but it came right out, and I was backing out as she was pulling in, and as she pulled in the parking spot anyway. So yeah, I mean, that was how so I ended up running into her again after losing her. And I'm assuming she just turned around and came back up Pelham, and I don't know if she was going to come to my house. I don't know if she's looking for, maybe she's moved somewhere around here. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. All I know is, so this is the other article that my daughter found that I was going to show y'all. And it says, so it was 2018, an assault by a moving car last spring was alleged yesterday following an arrest on a traffic charge yesterday morning. The Lawrence County Sheriff's Office, and I want you to understand, Lawrence County, which is where she was when she got arrested, that is like 45 minutes to an hour away from me. And Simpsonville is 30 to 45. So she's in the Simpsonville part that's Lawrence County, not even Greenville County. So not even the same county as me, much less near me, unless she's moved. But
You don't
anyway.
have to give too many details on where you're at.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows I'm in Greenville, so I mean, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's on my Instagram. On my
at this point, by the way, Brendan, the reason that what you say is kind of, how would I say it, redundant, is because the enemy already knows everything about her, address, phone number, everything. So the enemy already
Well, I mean,
knows.
you can pay and get all that online now anyway, right? Like pay $10 to look up somebody's name. But yeah, it said, that's where it said, she got the possession charge and the 25 miles over, whatever. But it said a warrant was also served charging Miss Bowers with assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature. Accuses her of assaulting a female victim on April 15th of this year, stating the assault was of a high and aggravated nature because of her having struck the victim on the left side of her body with a moving motor vehicle. The warrant state this caused injuries and bruises to that area of the victim's body. So,
she like beat someone up or something? Or strangled them?
No, she hit them with a car.
No,
Okay.
Assault and battery. So they did a high and aggravated nature because she struck the victim with on the left side of her body. The victim on the left side of her body with a moving motor vehicle, just like she was trying to strike me off the fucking road.
So she has some kind of track record where she like sees a woman and then gets this like enraged kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it.
Yeah.
Or something.
She goes into this fucking bleeding rage, we can call it that, or some bullshit, and apparently that's her defense. I mean, the fact that she's loose on the streets, but the fact that they let her go after what she did to Brooke is outrageous.
Well, that's my point. So I didn't know that. So that's why when they were like, "What do you want us to do?" Well, at that point, again, I told the whole story, and at this point, my daughter said, "I think she just wants to feel safe," and I'm like, "Yeah, like I don't know who this is." And she said, and the girl, that's what she came back and said. Well, she said you followed her and she had video. That's when she first came back. That's why I said, well, maybe that's what
why
that.
You saw that thing, yeah.
Yes, because I think what happened was when she slowed down and I was behind her, that must be the light I saw. Because I think she'd have fucking shot me already if she had a fucking gun. That's what she said. She said if I had my fucking gun, I'd cap.
Well, she can't own guns because she's got aggravated assault charges.
Oh, she should not be able to own guns, but go on.
Yes. Or theoretically,
theoretically, she could probably get illegal ones, but yes.
Right.
If that charge is still pending. But yeah, either way, they should have told me. I mean, I just feel like, yeah, like you've got somebody there that's already hit somebody with their car and has had a $20,000 bond for that. You know, speeding I don't care about, her pot possession I don't care about, but like that. And then she's doing this and threatening to kill me. I feel like they should have done more instead of just being like, well, what do you want us to do? And I even asked that female bitch. I was like, well, what would you want? What would you want done? She said, I'm asking you what you want done.
Yeah.
And that's when my daughter said, I think she just wants to feel safe. And I was like, yeah, that would be nice. Like, I mean, she knows where I live. Like, I have been threatened to be killed. Like, I've been chased down the road. Like, I just want to feel safe. And she's like, well, I think it was probably just a misunderstanding. And how people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
misunderstanding. She said, I want to put a cap in you. Yeah, that's
what I told the cop. And she said, well, you know how people say things when they're upset. And I was just like, and at that point, I'm just like.
You should tell her, is that what you say when you get upset when people say they don't want to sleep with you, bitch? Yeah.
Right?
But if you say that to a cop, you just get blown away. Like,
it's true.
No, you get arrested for disorderly conduct. It would get dropped because legally you can say that. But they can still arrest you because they have the power.
They can still taser you to half to death and jump on you.
Yes.
I just watched a video of this guy on YouTube. I don't know if y'all seen it. I'm not. Yeah, in a short video, and he's holding it. He got pulled over for whatever reason. He's a nice looking guy, like dark skinned, but like not I don't know what his race was, but very just clean cut, nice looking guy, right? Probably like 25.
A genteel colored person.
Yes. But just what I'm, because at first I was going to say I think he was Spanish, but I really don't know because he didn't have an accent either. And he kept saying he had his phone, like I would be holding my phone. He had his hands in the air, but in his right hand, he had his phone and it was on record. And the cop was standing behind at his car, saying, put the phone down, holding his gun, pointed at this guy. And then the guy said, stop recording, put your phone down. Stop recording, put your phone down. And he said, I can't do that. I'm doing that for my safety. And he kept saying, put the fucking phone down. And he said, I cannot do that. I'm doing this for my safety. And he was screaming, put the fucking phone down like 3 times. And the guy said, and then another cop comes up and he's got the gun. And then he starts screaming, put the fucking gun down. And the phone down. And he's like, I am doing this for my safety. I cannot put the phone down. I can't do that. I am not going to hurt anyone. Both his hands are high in the fucking air. He's got a phone in one. He's just recording what's going on in case he gets shot. And guess what they do? When the second cop shows up, they yell at him a couple more times. And then they run at him. They look at him and they tase the shit out of him. And you see the phone go to the fucking ground.
Exactly. Oh my God. They rushed him. They rushed him
and both tased. I'm sure they both tased him. I mean, he just started shaking. I mean, I couldn't even see him shaking. He just dropped the phone, obviously. And we see him fall. Right. Like there was a falling going on.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And you wonder, and we wonder why he's recording. I'm going to start a channel and just start taking these videos and just be like, and maybe even call it bad cop, good cop. Because, I mean, there are some good cops out there, right? I'm not saying they're all bad. But, I mean, these things need to be seen. Like, we forget them. We hear 1 or 2, and it's,
Right. I mean, I've had my own experience, and I'm like, not even in any kind of demo.
Are you willing to share some of that?
I mean, it's such a long story. I have to go back. I have to go to sleep. but the good news is I found my wallet that was missing. So
thank God.
Mima helps you. I said it.
Yes.
I said Mima.
Yeah. So that's why I called back. I wanted to say I appreciate the well wishing.
Yeah. Every time I would lose something, my mom passed a year before my daughter was born, and she would say, I call her, like, can't find this. Did you do something? Like, and she said, just ask Mima. That's what I always do. Just ask Mima. And I
Okay.
swear I would ask her and then it would show up. So I was like, okay.
Yes. So I appreciate that.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
We're so sorry that you have to go to sleep. We wish you could be a night
But in
owl.
summary of your situation, I wish too, Douglas, but I'm like on like no sleep. That's how I lost my wallet in the first place.
Good point. Good point. Oh my God.
But in summary, it seems like that wasn't a cult attack. Like whatever entities attached to this lady was like targeting you for whatever reason, whether it was sent or not is like kind of in the air.
Right.
But it's like,
whether it was
I mean,
sent
once
or-
you start dealing with Douglas, it's like
Thank you.
they can sense like even those entities can like sense certain things. Like
Thank you.
they don't like Milik Tausch too much. Like
Thank
some
you.
of these lesser beings.
The peacock.
And I'm
So-
wondering if that's why I sense, because like I told Douglas, I wouldn't have normally paid attention to the car, been to the neighborhood, probably wouldn't have been going outside to see it, probably wouldn't have like done any, like then why did it turn there? And then why is it now just coming around the road? Like wouldn't have cared.
Well, the fact that it like pinpointed you just shows that she's using like not even a djinn, but like some kind of being that can like, it's not, like that's not a normal, even like human psychic has its limits, like, like that, like literally like you guys met coming from different streets, basically is what you're saying, right? Like
yeah,
completely
that's what I'm
different
saying.
routes.
The
And you
first
guys
time-
met at the same place. I mean, that's like the being was like guiding her or like,
Yeah.
it's called like possession,
Yes.
Yeah, it was very strange.
That's
the whole
unfortunate,
entire
but if you just hold your ground and get some good vibes going around your house, get some sage going and like
I
or
bought a
whatever
couple
you
of
use,
things. Yeah, I bought a few.
whatever
things.
you use, like
And
Um,
she found
yeah.
maybe you can show Brendan. Can you show Brendan an image of the jewelry that you showed Ian West?
Yeah, I didn't do jewelry yet. I bought it for the house, for protection for the house. And I actually did. Yeah, I can show him. If he's got a second, let me pull it up. I'll just show it on here. But it was one that was basically more like it had Tibetan imagery as well.
Right.
So where do you see your?
it's a
there it is.
swastik.
Yes.
There we go.
That's what it is.
There's two of them,
Yes.
and you hang them on walls. So
Yes.
it's got that, but then it's got those mean something else. I don't know if it says traditional swastika yantra spiritual metal showpiece,
Right.
whatever, for Hindu
So
religion.
you found a yantra of like the Muladhar possibly.
Oh, am I not sharing
I don't
screen?
see it. I'm not seeing it.
Oh
but
shit! I stopped sharing screen. Sorry, I got it.
but I
up.
got the message.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There.
You can see
Okay.
it now.
Wonderful. Let's take a look. See if we see it.
It says 3, 2, 1. Hold on. There we go.
There we are. Okay. So
Okay.
we ought to be seeing it any second. There we are. Okay. Oh, good. Right direction. Good. That's what Ian said.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that's a very powerful sigil. It's like the Trishul, which is the weapon of Shiv or Shiva in the West. And then you have like the Om, which is Ayom, like the full sound of creation.
Yeah, the Om is the middle part, right?
And the Suastik
Yes.
is very auspicious.
Yes.
So those will be very helpful in that
Yeah, so I
way.
figured I'd hang one on the front door, one on the back door, and then if
Right.
I need it smells. So yeah.
Yeah, and you'll find like the Vedic kind of power will assist you in that.
Yes.
Yeah, and
So, yeah.
that's why I like that it had all that on it.
But
so
but you
that's
you,
what
you,
kinda
you
calms
need
it.
to
Very
have something to
auspicious.
carry on your body as well. Maybe Brendan can help find you something to carry on your person. Yes.
Yeah, I
and-
mean, if you have any links, I don't know if we're friends on Facebook. I should check. I think I sent you. I
Well,
don't know
Douglas sent me a link to you, but do you have the app Mercari? Have you ever heard of Mercari?
I've heard of it. I don't have
It's
it,
like-
but
It's like a purchasing app, but there's a cross with wings on there from one of the sellers that I work with, and because I bought a ton of stuff from this person, but I've had this cross saved for a while because it's very auspicious. It's like a cross with wings, and it has a swastik in the middle of it.
Yes.
And I found that would be very helpful. Yeah.
yeah, apparently I've had
So-
that downloaded before because I just had to re-download it. So
Yeah.
I just downloaded that.
So
app.
I
don't-
can I can send you the link to that item and you can like check it out.
Yes.
See if
that
you
would be
can talk the person down to like a cheaper price or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do send her that and do accept her friend
Yes.
request. She sent you a friend request.
I
So,
think I
Yes.
did, unless he sent me one. I thought I did, but we'll
Yeah.
see.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I will do it soon, but I
Okay.
have to go now. So many
Understood.
blessings.
We
and
love you.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you so much, Brendan.
Yes. Yes. Divine.
And I'm glad
Divine
you
and
talked
higher
about it.
forces.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Stay
I
safe and
appreciate
be
that.
well.
All right.
Okay.
Many blessings.
All right. That's our man, Brendan Zoga. And now we can see if our man, Sammy, can come on. Sammy, since you're talking in the chat, let's see if we can bring you on vocally, please. Thank you. So let's see if we can cajole him on. And hell, I'll go so far as to call him again. Let's see now. I see our lovely Brooke is very much enamored of much of what she's looking at. It is captivating. I'm sure it.
Well, no, I just like finding stuff. So I know he'll be busy, and by the time I find it myself, I will see if I can find it myself.
Mm-hmm. Sammy, you're already on the call, so do jump on the call, please. So let me see, jump on bandwidth, please, and that way I can grab myself a Coke. That's let's see now, and then I'll start probably monologuing at some point soon. Did want to do that, and it's something that been promising to do for a while, and but oh my God, as far as I'm concerned, if Brooke wants to stay on the rest of the night, I'd let her. She paid for it. Yes.
No, I need to sleep too. It's fine.
Understood, honey. Understood.
I did pay for it.
You
I
did,
I
you
need my
did.
3 hours of freaking time, man.
Yes.
No. Oh, that's a fucking pretty ring, man. That's cool. Oh, is that got a... No, that's that fucking other cross, man.
Yeah, that's the other kind. Iron cross. That's called an iron cross. And
no, it's with that freaking Lady Vanderbilt lady saying that's why Ian ruined my day. Sent me all this crazy. Oh my God, I can't even think of it.
Yeah, what did he do again? What did he do again to piss you off? I mean, you shouldn't let that
He
guy.
didn't piss me off. He didn't piss me off. He actually freaked me out because what he sent me was he's like, we were just going back and forth about the Trump shit, whatever. And then I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I was like, first of all, if you want to say anything else, because he kept sending links. I was like, sending links. I was like, if you got something to say, just call me. He's like, well, I was like, just call me. So he called me. I was like, because he said, you don't believe in the white hats or some bullshit about the white hats. And I was like, I'm not getting into the white hat thing. If you freaking call me. But I wasn't going through text to explain what I thought about white hats. And so,
oh my God.
Then he said, I'll send you this. This will explain everything. And he was talking about my stomach and stuff for a little bit. And then he said, this will explain everything. So he said, just look at it. So I was like, man, that's too little to even look on my phone. I was like, I'll forward it to my email. So I did, just because I happened to be planning on working on my computer and doing a bunch of shit. And I slept late. That's the reason I'm really up late now, because I ended up falling asleep late. And I didn't even get up until like 11 and really get going until 12. So anyway, I'm looking at shit like one he sent me on the computer. And oh my God, I still have it. It's a document. I don't know. I think he sent it to you too last week. I just didn't look at it. It's the testimony of Jessie Marie Sitzbarter, sworn under the pain and perjury. She would like to submit under the record the involvement of Cathedral St. Peter, located in Rockville, Illinois, in crimes against children and humanity through satanic ritual abuse, conjunction with, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that sounds like Ian shit. Yeah.
It named, everybody from Joan Collins, Gloria Vanderbilt.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, that's right.
Aquino was on here.
Yeah. And of course, you know what I said is what made it political propaganda was they had to add the neo-Nazi Ukrainian unit. And those guys were never even on the radar at the time that Aquino and everybody else was all fucking active in shit like that.
All right, which one was that? There's a guy on here. I looked him up later because I ended up looking up something.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? What is the name of that group?
Oh, Azov Battalion, or some other.
Nazi and Ukrainian Legion of Defense leader Michael Karkok. That's who they were talking about.
Yeah, that guy's not. That's funny. I tried to merge Teddy Bass on the call, and it didn't work. Then I tried to add him, and it doesn't seem that he's responding because he did try to call. So I figured I might as well add him to the call. But it's
Maybe
like,
because I was sharing screen or something.
oh, I don't think it's that. Don't think it's that. I just think that Skype just updated, so it's probably not updated effectively or something. In other words, it's probably glitched. In terms, let's try them again. We'll try the adding. Press the add button. See if this works. There, looks like it might work now. Maybe this sharing screen did have something to do with it. So Teddy Bays is on tonight with Brooke Gibson. Do say
Good
hello,
evening.
sir. Yeah, excellent.
Good evening.
Good evening. And dear sir, Brooke suddenly, Brooke, you there, honey? Geez, last thing I need is for her to disappear right now.
No, yeah, you guys were on. There was a delay, but I didn't want to cut into anything. No, for sure.
No, not as far as I can see. It suddenly she paused. I don't know if she realized she paused. She put the conversation on pause. So hopefully she's doing all right, and catch us up on everything that's been going on with you, sir.
Yes, I was just a few seconds behind, so I was kind of listening to what was going on.
Yes.
And I just missed your last great guest, Brendan. And you guys were talking about some awesome stuff there. So good on you guys.
Thank you. Yes. And of course, Brendan and yourself are able to talk technically about the occult to a great degree. Now, since you've joined the conversation, Brooke Gibson left.
Oh, she's left. What?
What the fuck?
Oh, come on, she got to come back. Must be a bad connection.
Well, I'll try calling her. Let's try that. Just see if she. Hopefully she's all right. Jesus, that was odd. See if this works.
Oh, she's back.
Okay.
She's back.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck is going on now.
Oh, wow. Well, anyhow, you remember Teddy Bays, Grimy Bear.
Grimy Bear, I love it, baby.
Yes. And if the two of you could do me a favor and talk to each other for a few minutes while I run and get my Coke, I'd be forever in your debt. I'll be right back, and then prep myself towards monologue within the next several minutes. But both of you hold good conversations. You're very good at this, and perhaps you could tell.
Whatever. You hated our last conversation.
Oh.
No, that's not fair. Ted, why don't you? She totally blew my mind with that. Okay, Ted. What the fuck was I gonna say? I totally lost it. Brooke, you leave me speechless. Honestly.
Oh, baby.
You take the tongue out of my mouth.
I would take the tongue out of your mouth if you know how to use it right there.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, honey. So darling, what was it the last time? Oh yes, Teddy said he had heard what you were saying. So, Teddy, perhaps you could share with Brooke what you heard and what impression you got of what you heard. Thank you, and I'll go mute for a few minutes.
Cool, right on. Yeah, Santa Claus.
Blow your rocks out before you come back.
So I noticed that the same colors as Santa Claus are the devotional colors for the Sufi. And I was very curious on this because I think where we fell off last time was our discussion on who is in control of the secret societies and our discussion of certain face. I mean, I love Douglas because the second that he made light of something, he went right into the heavy aspect of it. And I forget who he is sometimes. So I think he delivered everything I couldn't have said in our late conversation, which was long. And it's
who were you talking about? Who were you talking
about? Douglas and I discussing the Semitic issue. And because on other aspects we've talked about in Rome, when the letter J was created and certain terms, and then if it's faith-based or if it's genetic, it would be two different things. As well as we went down to the pharaohs, and I heard you just speaking about Om and these other Sanskrit terms. And of course, on March 6th now, I think, what is it? what's up on March 6th right now?
March, you're talking about like the new moon.
It's Gura Purnima, and so it has to do with that old Sanskrit stuff. But yes, the new moon and sort of the spring thing. So don't let me take the microphone away.
No, you're not. I'm just trying to get a feel for where we're going or what we're talking about. Because
I ain't going anywhere. I was just happy to. I'm in the studio. I'm recording the tracks. I'm doing the blind faith track, and I was doing some Apache stuff, and I just heard the track you guys doing the pod stream. I'm like, oh, let me just come on for a little bit. I didn't want to think, Douglas, that I'd abandon you guys either. I'm just busy.
I appreciate you coming on because nobody else was coming on, obviously, and I hate it when he puts me on when he takes a break by myself. God,
even if it's for Coca-Cola.
Right. Yeah, send me some Coca-Cola if you're gonna do that. No, I'm just kidding. But
so to go to the OM thing, I have a dragon tattoo where it's actually visual. So the dragon on the one side has his hand back. Oh, now we've got it. There's an echo on the thing.
Oh, and I think I have you on speaker.
Mouth open. And on the other side, it's supposed to be mouth closed and the hand forward, finishing the stanza, creating Om.
Oh, okay. Are you still hearing the echo, by the way?
Yep.
You are? Okay, let me
call up Paul Wall. I need less echo.
Let's see. I can try to take it. Well, it's on iPhone. It's not on speaker, so I understand that. Okay, let's try this.
I have the same problem if I put the microphone and I have the speakers on. It'll create the loop. So I just turn my speakers off.
Just clicked iPhone, take it off that, and my son's got my AirPods. Is that any better?
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care if I hear myself. Maybe they do or do not hear it on the stream.
I don't hear it, so I'm wondering. It may be a feedback from your own phone.
Yeah, it just might be the Skype, so don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it, but I know I hate it when I hear myself. So that's now I forgot what I was going to fucking say about the and the dragon tattoo. But yeah, as far as the leaders, like it's just like what's his name sent me something today, Ian, and he's going into the whole like. We went into the Zion movement by, he was talking about the Zions, well, basically the, what is that really rich family that everybody says?
The Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or something like that.
The Rothschilds. And he said we're the Rothschilds, basically, I don't know, something about.
And the Rothschild is actually Bauer family, and they changed their name to Red Shield. In German means Rothschild or Red Shield.
They are the what family?
Bayer family or Bauer family, however you want to pronounce it.
Okay. Yeah, and
I seen the one dude, he's gonna read what's his name? Brother Santos. He's gonna do the thing, he's gonna read Bloodlines of the Illuminati by this one dude, who is he? Ian Fleming or something like that. I don't know that Ian Fleming dude.
Santos. Who?
Bro Sanchez, but it's Fritz Springmeier who wrote the book, and it's called Bloodlines of the Illuminati.
Oh, yeah.
And in that book, it describes how Adolf Hitler is the grandson of a Rothschild, and that's how they put him. Obviously, you don't get to put in those type of positions without being okayed.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? It's not like he's just some dude that wrote some book in jail and said, oh, motherfuck this. It was sort of guided type of thing.
Right.
But the dude that wrote that book, he went to jail, and then he wrote another book, sort of
a follow-up to it or something. That's what
and sort of
talking about.
And he sort of like glorified the families and said, well, maybe they're not so bad, and but who knows what happened to him. But in that, he also explains where Disney the dude Walt Disney, his family lines goes, his name is made up, and it shows all this collusion, which goes back to where Douglas and I were talking about the assassins and who's really pulling the strings on the secret societies, which is I think where we got our lines lost up, Matt, on the last conversation, where I'm sort of poking the bear, and I understand the elephants in the room, but I'd like for us all to describe it the best we can.
Right. Well, I mean, again, like, as far as the, like when we would go into the Epstein thing, and I think that's why Ian sent me this today, because, it would always just be a list of names. And, at first it was like, oh, everyone he sent out, they were all
And
Democrats.
Epstein was
like,
controlled too. Like he was definitely not the boss. He was
no,
a pawn.
he's,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Even if he was a bigger piece than a pawn, he was doing his thing. He was not the dude in control.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if it's these, Zionists that, some people want to say that they're Zionists that aren't actually Jews and that they took over Russia. That's what Ian says, that when, what's his name, that went into Russia in the early 1900s and killed so many
Trotsky,
people.
Stalin, Lenin.
What was the first name?
Trotsky.
It might have been Trotsky. I know it wasn't Stalin or Lenin.
Yeah, so the Trotsky was actually funneled. They knew he was a dissident and was going to create a revolution in the U.S. They sent him through Canada, and Canada actually pushed him over there. So these are the same bankers that bankrolled the war profiteering a century ago.
Well, what I found interesting was on what he sent me. I just ended up looking up. It was basically a testimony by this lady who, again, and I don't know that you've seen that. I know that Douglas has, and I went back and forth with it. Like, I mean, again, this can be written, and this may be complete. She may be a complete liar, but I did find it. I decided to Google her after I read so much, and it scared me what I read, because it's testimony that's.
Oh, sweetheart, I think your mic cut out. I cannot hear yous. Do, 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 do. Where did you go home? We've got dead air. All right. It's Dr. Fever in the house, baby. We're going to pull on some fresh tracks. We're going to do some things up now. I can't even hear what's going on. I just tried to check the live stream. It looks like we're down. All right. It's Johnny Midnight in the house. Doing it up roundabout. We got this set on the one time. 1, 2, 3. Can we get the ring? Yeah, baby. All right, bring it back, bring it back. It was One Nation Under Black Male. It was written a few pretty words by a wonderful girl named Whitney Webb. We'd like to take this time to bring it all right back to the Delta Maximum. The MK Ultra Vidal. We got some fibrillations on the dilations. It was Funkadunkedelic, baby. That's right. How can we get some up in this thing? We need a little bit more of the good times, baby. All right, Vincent Price in the house. Isn't just make a phone call, gonna get some Michael Jackson. All right, baby. Woo. It's going down. Maybe someone to come back in on things.
What happened?
I think we lost Brooks on the microphone, baby.
She's still there.
She's there, but I don't hear nothing. And I checked on the live stream, and I
says
don't
she
hear
left.
nothing but my voice.
Oh my God. Okay, so how long was that going on?
About 1 or 2 minutes. I just tried to do some Johnny Fever stuff there.
Oh my God.
I can't even hear myself. I couldn't even get a track. I was trying to get a live track on there.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can add her again. Probably she needs to go to bed soon anyway, but definitely. Hopefully she can say goodnight before
10 o'clock.
that. Let's check in, see if okay. So bunch of hearts suddenly went up. I don't know which one of us sent
I
that.
threw some hearts out there. Yeah, no, it was me. I was throwing. It was
Okay.
like we're at the clown show. Okay, so here we go. It's good. Oh, I see the lovely lady. Here she comes. She's coming back.
Yeah.
She said her
Sorry, it just
iPhone wasn't
dropped.
working
I
so
don't know
good.
what's going on with my phone.
Oh,
I'm telling you, it's just like it's been crazy. That or the internet is going down all the time. Like the phone
Occult,
just.
this is occult assault. That's part of the occult assault. Brendan Zoget will tell you about that later. It affects the electronics. The electronics are the most vulnerable.
And my son's getting so mad. I've called the internet company. They're like, we don't know what's wrong. I'm like, I got new internet last year, so I have a new modem and a new, whatever, and a new phone. I mean, my phone's maybe 12 months old now from Apple, brand new. So none of this should be happening. And the internet company's like, I'm like, is something wrong? Like, did I forget to pay my bill? No. Okay. Well, is it down? Because it's saying on the line there's not an outage. No. And they're like, well, we'll reset it. It doesn't freaking work. And so they said, we can't do anything from here. You're just going to have to keep playing with it or we'll have to send somebody out. So I just kept like unplugging it or like every hour. And eventually it just came on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
well, you're back.
Crazy.
It's all right.
Yeah.
We thought you were lost there. I was doing WKRP in Cincinnati, a little bit of hang time,
Right?
but you're both back right now. So thank you very much.
At least I'm not dropping turkeys from an airplane on Thanksgiving. Remember that show
Woo!
on WKRP?
Yeah.
Totally.
That's,
That shows my age, I guess, but that was
it
fucking.
does. It does.
Oh, it's all right. If we're all there, we're in the same circle. It's okay.
I don't even know if I watched that live. I think it was just like because I didn't really like WKRP that much, but I think that
But
was one of those,
now-
like you had to like see that it was a replay, like even on YouTube now.
For sure.
You haven't seen that, like the poor guys out there, and they think they're gonna. He's like, I didn't know turkeys couldn't fly.
Les Neckman.
Turkeys from the airplane to advertise the radio station. And they have this reporter out there, and they're like, how's it going over the radio? Like we'd be doing we had somebody out in the field. Be like, hey Teddy, how's it going? And you're like, well, the plane is here. We're about to release you. We're about to get the free turkeys. And then you're like, oh my God, it's a turkey star. It's blood everywhere. People are running for their lives. They're screaming. Children are hiding themselves in their cars.
It's like War of the Worlds almost. It's like a radio op. It's Dr. Fever in effect. And we laugh at it now, but I think there was something to that. There was sort of the magic lantern of it all and how they control the narrative and keep the strings on us, right? So don't let me take away from the fire. You guys are fire.
You're doing fine yourself, I assure you.
No, you're doing awesome.
Yes. So go on, darling. I mean, after all, you when you brought that up, that is quite funny, and it is nostalgic, and it is, of course, a totally different world. Oh my God, who was the actress that was in there? She used to be the one who was the wife of Burt Reynolds.
Pamela. Pamela.
Yes.
What was her name? She was married to Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds. Burt Reynolds.
Yes, she was a sex symbol at one point, though her facial features were a little extreme. It wasn't Dolly
Yeah,
Parton.
she almost was like a fake Dolly Parton in a way, kind of.
Yes, kind of.
Laurie Anderson? No.
We can't
Maybe it
Janet
was
Smithers?
Lori, because it wasn't Pamela Anderson. Lori, I don't know. Somebody married to Burt Reynolds.
Lonnie Anderson, I think. Something.
Lonnie
Lonnie
Anderson.
Anderson. Yeah, Lonnie Anderson. Yeah,
Yes.
no.
Oh my God,
Woo.
whatever happened to her?
I don't know. I know Burt Reynolds died for sure, didn't
Did he really? How could you tell
think
me he was
so.
ever really alive? Oh.
I'm pretty sure Burt Reynolds died. I don't know. People overdo those end of year things, and you'll see, and it'll be, and then I'll see people. I'm like, they died this year. They'll do like the end of the year. I'm like, I didn't know. Yeah, he died in 2018. He didn't even get to see COVID, man.
Shit, eh? Wow.
Poor son of a bitch.
Reynolds.
Jeez, did he
What's
miss
his last
out?
name go to?
Yes.
Do what?
What's his last name? Where's Reynolds from? What's his family delineation and all this?
Oh, he doesn't have any. We were just saying he was married to Lonnie Anderson off that show. He's just.
Oh no,
married
I
her.
know, but I mean, he did really big. How did he get into the thing? That's all I meant. If he come out at the end of World War II, right? He had to have been in there in the 60s. Reynolds?
Yeah, but I don't think every actor that got in Hollywood it was like part of some elite society.
Douglas, you
Actually,
take that
believe it
one.
or not, I don't think that's what Teddy is saying. I think he's saying
Oh,
something.
what were you asking then? I'm sorry.
Just kind of like he's just asking where did Bert come from and what was his roots, like
Oh,
what's
it
his
says
family.
I mean,
What's his,
I don't know.
genetics. Like, is he Scottish or something?
I don't know much about him, to be honest.
Not much to know. I mean, you talk about
I mean, like even on Wikipedia, I don't see much. Oh, he was from Lansing, Michigan. That's very interesting. Wow. Well, Lansing, Michigan.
And he had a nice head of hair.
His family, he must have wanted to tell everything. His family descended from Dutch, English, Scots, Irish, and Scottish ancestry. Reynolds also claimed Cherokee and Italian roots. So basically he claimed every fucking thing except Asian.
Oh, the kibitz. Hey, nice. They're very Hollywood of him.
Mm-hmm. He's just making sure he had every director covered that he thought would be popular. I don't know. He didn't put he was Jewish there. Maybe he is. I don't know. He didn't put his...
He did get the bankroll and the completion budgets in a lot of films, so he must have known somebody at least, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How do you even know that trivia?
Me?
No, you're getting it off the net. I meant Teddy Bass.
No, I memorized this shit. What are you talking about?
Yes, honey.
Oh, this is much love. That's so good. It's great to have you on.
He attended Florida State University, and he was on a football scholarship. That's why he got the job. He was popular in football.
There we are.
And he became a member of Phi Delta Theta, of course, fraternity. So he sure met some rich people along the fucking way. He also, his mother. I don't know why we're talking about this fucker at all.
Because we're talking about Lonnie Anderson, who was once married to the son of a bitch.
No, his father, Reynolds. I just find it interesting now that you asked me. I'm like, Reynolds, his mother and sister joined his father at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, because his father was drafted into the United States Army. Blah, 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 blah. And then his father eventually became chief of police near West Palm Beach, Florida. So we know Florida's fucked, and apparently it was fucked back then too.
36, that's a fucked up year too, right? So what's going to be in 2036 here?
Do what now? What did you just say?
Yes, sometimes we need you to repeat yourself because you do.
I took it off speaker because he said that. Oh my God, Sammy's on here.
Yes. Oh my God, I didn't even look. So he did say he would join after about 15 minutes, and now he has.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Let me introduce these two gentlemen. Sammy Romero, this is Mr. Teddy Bass, and Mr. Teddy Bass, this is Sammy Romero. And things are going well, Sammy. As you can tell, I've got the microphone, just hanging together with the paper clips and darning needles and duct tape, and we put it in place where I try not to move it, and it generally is able to function. It's when I move it is when the problems happen. But other than that, at least the most important thing was getting the rent paid, and we did that. We did that with your help, Brooke Gibson's help, and many other people's help, who I'll credit again, and the wonderful Clarice Claudette, who sent help last month, sent a care package this month. So I'll try to open that as soon as possible.
Who's giving the most this month?
Brooke Gibson, of course, my darling. Of course,
Brooke.
Yes, I prostate.
Again, yeah, because I had to pay. I paid $200.25 because I took up. Well, we took up. I wanted to do it for others. Took up like 15 minutes of Peter's time.
Oh, baby.
Well, he says you need to pay for time, so sure I paid.
Under the thumb.
That quarter's for him, you know.
Sonny, yes.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Yes.
But I want to say hi to Teddy. Yes. I know for some reason, I remember his government name when he said, "No comment by that." It works the opposite of me. Now I remember it. Anyways, that's
I know. I can't remember anything else but Teddy now either. Because I think that's a stupid movie.
I know it's government name. That's the problem when they'll come
I
up
know,
like
right?
that.
I told way too many things. I should never say that much. Fuck, it's recorded forever now, Douglas. You got too much information. We're gonna take you
Oh,
out.
I need the government name. You have to give it to me now.
Well, what you should have done, Teddy, is said, don't. My real name is Teddy Base. That's not the other name.
Yes. Yeah.
Good call, sir.
Anyways, I'm just playing.
Oh, I thought you were saying he didn't want to be called Teddy. I'm sorry. Now I understand.
No, it was Teddy came by another name. He actually managed to somehow change that in Skype, which is a pretty difficult thing to do. And but by that time, Sammy had remembered it. Sammy being the only one, because I promptly forgot it myself.
Yeah, don't. I'm not gonna say this.
Yeah,
it's still there. It's still there in the timeline. You can still.
I wish
it.
I had been smart enough to come on here with a
three-letter intelligence agencies.
Well, dear Brooke, we like you so much better as a.
Brooke isn't my real name, actually.
Teammate Brooke. That's good.
Yes. Well, Teddy Bass, of course, is does his thing, and Sammy Romero, your quality of audio sounds great. Where are you? Are you at home?
Break right now. I'm on break. I had to step out. But I was listening to Brooke, and the one thing that amazed me about Brooke, because she was actually very calm when everything was happening. I was on the phone with her for some of the
opening
time
shots, the opening scenes of that.
right. But I think she really was targeted.
Yes.
But I think it was good was she was by herself. I think the fact that she noticed someone, I wouldn't say tracking her, but at least surveying her.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes. Casing her neighborhood.
Casing her. There you go. Yes. Brooke is a natural fighter. She's very spunky, as we all know. Yes. And I think she can't help but to investigate. I think probably that was the reason why this individual made it obvious to do this. So when she, investigated it, and for the most part, she was very defensive in the sense of not engaging in the aggression that this individual was displaying to her by using her brand new vehicle, which was interesting too. I think a lot, at least to me, maybe I'm overthinking it, but it'll leave plausible deniability. Like, why would I attack you with this brand new car?
Right. And she doesn't even look like she can afford a car like that. And I found her Facebook from because, no people her age, she's, 25. They don't really do a lot of Facebook. They do Instagram. But she had one when she was like 14 or 15. And that's when I tell you, I can tell that, where she went to school, where she lived in, again, same not area. And also just the pictures, she didn't come from money, right? Where she doesn't live where there's money. And so, number one, even if she has somehow gotten where she can afford a lease car or whatever, wherever she's working, maybe she's, after her trying to kill someone with her car and her $20,000 bond, somehow she's gotten a new car. Wouldn't you want to be careful if that, because it had to be the nicest fucking car she's ever fucking had, I would think.
Well, but most young people that age are very vanity driven or very image conscious.
Ego materialism, yes.
Yes. So it's just very odd. But also, I think what was very key was her children were not in the car. Brooke is a type, at least what I've observed and talking to her in private, she loves her children very much. She would fight and claw her way to save them.
Yes.
So the fact that she's by herself, I think it was protection. Or a creator, or maybe her loved ones were protecting her in a sense of shielding her passion, not to get her into trouble. Yes. Obviously, her background with prior relationship which she's been through, and like anybody in a relationship, it does scar you.
Well, what you say is really appreciated, but in a sense, her kids were on the line because that woman was right near the home where her kids were in. That's why she was telling the cops that, the cops going, why you want to go home?
Oh, that pissed me
I'm
off
talking.
so bad. He was like, "Why do you
Well,
want to go home?" And I'm like,
well,
"My
I'm
kids
talking
are
in the
there."
vehicle.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, go on.
saying in the vehicle because
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
that's what
this
Sammy
woman.
means. It's thank God the kids
Yeah,
were
I
not in the
wouldn't have
vehicle with
followed.
you.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
have followed her probably
Yeah.
on if my kids had been in the vehicle.
Right.
Is what he's saying.
Yes.
But you know what was so weird is I didn't really plan to follow her. I was talking to Sammy at that red light, and I had already decided to take this right. And really, again, had forgotten really about her because I'm talking to Sammy, and he started telling me a story like what we were talking about, and so I'm listening to that. So I was doing a habit of going right, and so what I did is when light started to turn green, I angled my car right, even though I'm the second car back. Follow her. I wasn't even following her, and then and again, I didn't know if it was a man or a woman at this point, or who it was, and then she apparently what she did is she waited a minute and didn't go, and then that's when I angled my car right because I'm talking I'm like, let me go ahead and get by, like, go, I'm trying to take a right here. And then I forget, like, I'm talking, then this is the person that I told Sammy, I don't know, this crazy person's in my neighborhood, but then I'm just thinking I need to go to the store.
Honey, could you
And
do
then
me a
when she
favor and
didn't go,
share screen and show Sammy those photos as well as Teddy Bay? Show them those
oh
photos.
yeah, so when she didn't go, that's when I realized that she waited to see which way I was going, and then she wanted to go the other way. And then that's when it made me question, well, wait a minute, is this person trying to now avoid me? Because it's like she wanted to see if I was taking a right or going straight before she picked which way she went, even though she's in front. So that's the only reason I went forward. And then I turned into the very next neighborhood. She just turned in immediately. And so I turned in too. And then that's when I told Sarah, like, oh, she's stopping at this cul-de-sac. I'm turning around. So I just turned around, and she literally then she'd gone on like she was going to go straight, and then she did a U-turn when she saw me turn around. That's when she came flying up. And I was talking to Sammy. I didn't tell him I had pulled in. I don't even think I told you, but I had pulled in somebody's driveway. And then when I did, and I had it angled, and I'm just listening to you, and that's when I heard screaming, and I muted it so you didn't have to hear it because I still am not thinking this is that big a deal. Like, I just roll my window down because I'm feeling safe in the driveway, and I see somebody in the car, so I roll the window down, and then I hear her saying all that, and then I didn't even fucking cuss, me, like, again, just like he said, like, normally, like, I can be very fiery, but it didn't feel right, and I just rolled it up, and waited on her to go, and that's when I waited till she got stop sign, and then I backed out. When I felt safe enough, she was far away. And then, but that's when I told Sammy, I'm going to call 911, because at that moment's when it hit me. This isn't just somebody going away. This isn't just somebody that threatened to kill me. I just need to let him go. This is somebody that threatened to kill me that knows where the fuck I live. And I don't know who the fuck she is. She's on my fucking street right by my house twice. So I need this called in, because if it is
this
someone,
broad MS-13 or some sort of gang member? Like, what is going on? Like, why is the thing where people got to watch you? This even sounds weird, like intelligent agency type of thing. Like, why do they need to do that?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, none of it makes
sense.
You
look like a beautiful girl I know named Melissa Gilbert, not the one from Little House on the Prairie. But when people would try to mess with these, even my daughter looks just like you. And I try to explain to her that this should not be happening. People should not be trying to miser over you. They should not be trying to figure out what you're doing. They should go on their merry way. And the second you see things, because if you don't have a presidential or like a police escort or somebody, trailing with you, then you need to remove yourself from the situation. And the second you see people acting squirrely like this, or they're trying to watch you too much, like, does this person have any authority to be watching you?
This is her right here. If y'all can see share screen.
Psycho bitch.
Yes.
Stay away from me. What the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm.
This lady seems very disturbed.
And so then that was her charges that I saw right there.
So she's this one's going to come around and try and attack you now.
This is the one that I lost her, and then she ends up coming back to the gas station, and that was her car. And it was shiny. It was brand new. I mean, it's it might be 6 months old. I don't know, but it's a brand new.
That's a Honda Civic. That's a new model. That's about almost 30,000. So I mean, it's a relatively it's not cheap, But
No, not a brand new one.
it's
I wasn't sure if it was a Civic or an Accord. It didn't say. It just
no,
said Honda on it, and
it's
it didn't actually
yeah,
say on the back.
it's a Civic. So
Yeah, he knows what it is. Go on.
it's just it's very interesting that this person is being very aggressive in a car like that. What amazes to me though, Brooke, is you didn't match her aggression.
Yes.
Because when you're cornered, just by knowing you turn up.
Yeah, I do. I
And
do.
when I meant when your children were in the car, if someone's gonna corner you with your children, you're going and it's instant. You're gonna protect your children at all costs.
Well, but that's what I was doing then. I mean, at that point, like, so I knew at that point, like, you know, Red Rage, and you hear people getting shot. And something didn't feel right on her. You know, if I'm in the store, somebody cusses me, you know, I'm a fuck you, bitch. You know, I've had somebody ride by. You know, I've said things that, you know, maybe shouldn't have said to somebody, but, you know, because somebody cussed me at the Walmart. Well, actually cussed this other woman because she was backing out, and me and another one were there, and it was a man and woman. And I was like, fuck you, man. Leave her the fuck alone, you know. He could pull out a gun, but, you know, he wasn't you know, he didn't seem threatening, and I maybe shouldn't have said it to him. And he was like, well, fuck you, you know. So, I mean, yeah, I can get fiery, but there was something with this one that, like I said, I just knew this isn't right. And then when she started doing this shit on the road, like I said, I mean, I've been the type that'll fucking turn around and fucking fly past your fucking ass, slam on the fucking brakes, hit my fucking ass, by my ass, bitch. Like, we'll take turns.
Right.
You hit my fucking ass. You know what? It doesn't matter because you hit me, and you're gonna get, unless you got witnesses, it's following too closely, right? Like, you're right. I can get too fiery, but I think I've gotten old enough to now know that my life is still. If my children aren't with me, I'm still responsible for them, and I've got to get back and stuff.
But
right?
honey, you're show us the pictures again with the little Yoda demon face. Show that to us.
Okay, so I took these 4 pictures back to back, Sammy. If you
You're
look
not
at, like,
screen
it was
sharing
like,
now. You have to screen share again.
oh, I thought I was still screen sharing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Take your time. And
all right, y'all saw her picture, right?
yeah, we saw her picture. And by the way, when she was in the lineup in that picture, that was for attempting to murder a woman with her car. That was for running over a pedestrian, attempting to run over, hitting her bodily. She did hit a pedestrian with her car. Yes.
Yeah. My daughter found that out because we just had assault and battery of high and aggravated nature with the marijuana and the speeding. But the car.
And she used to work at a strip joint. Get that.
Yeah, she worked at Twin Peaks, strip joint, but you know, the restaurant. But like,
it's like Hooters.
You paid to fucking see that bitch? I don't fucking know. Anyway, so this is the car. So what happened was I went uphill and I backed up just a little because that's when I realized it had just pulled past me and I wasn't paying attention. So backed up, like, I'm still not as close as it looks because my phone's zooming in even from there, but I'm zooming in more now.
And she originally felt she saw someone moving in the car besides the woman.
Well, I didn't know that I thought somebody, that was the thing. I didn't know that I saw somebody moving in the car. What was weird is when I turned around and I was taking the picture, I just felt like there were 2 people in the car. And I don't know if I felt that way. And that's what I told you later. Cause like I looked at the pictures. I'm like, well, I don't know why I thought that. Cause I see a headrest there and then there's the back headrest. Right. And so if you zoom in, like you got that, and then I can play this cause it's a little video and you can see her move right there from the front right there. You see it over, like she was trying to look back at me cause I had backed up a little and she's probably trying to see what I was doing. So she does that. That's the second picture. Now these were taken in 4 seconds. I just went bam, 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 bam. And, you know, when you do it with an iPhone, it actually does a little video on some of them. So then again, this one, same fucking picture. You don't fucking see anything. And then the last fucking picture.
Yeah. There we are. The Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda demon.
You see that suddenly fucking appear?
Girl, you need to get the fuck out of there. You gotta stop messing with them fucking crazy ass bitches. And just stay the fuck away from the voodoo shit, whatever the fuck they gotta do.
That's interesting. That is kind of interesting. It kind of looks like
it does. I see the happy face, fucking creepy smile.
Yeah, it looks like you can see eyes and almost little ears coming off or something.
Yeah, it's baby Yoda. Baby Yoda.
That's her soul.
That's a creepy looking Yoda. Yoda's at least cute. That looks creepy.
There we are, creepy Yoda. Right. It's the dark side Yoda. Yes, there we are.
Right. No, that's crazy. I'm surprised you got that much information. I honestly I
You
really
can see
thought
it though. You can see it as you pull away.
right.
It's there. It's not like a blurb on the on the pixel. It's
Right.
there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But what Sammy is saying is he's impressed by how much information, period,
Yeah,
including
you
the
can still
data on
see it
this
right
woman's
there.
background that our lady was able to recover. Right, Sammy? That's what.
It's poltergeist. That's,
yes.
that is a fucking.
I am. I'm just very impressed. But yeah,
Well,
this
what's funny,
individual.
I was able to Google her name, get her name, and then that, I mean, to be honest, when you look her up, other
It
than her like
matches.
15-year-old, when I looked her up, because I only Facebook, I could only find that, and I assume that's her. She's much thinner, you know, this was in 2014, so it would have been 10 years ago, right? So she would have been fucking, you know, 14 years old if she's 24, 25 now. So,
Those were
I
her
saw
best
that.
years, by the way, in terms of her looks. But go on.
Yeah,
I will say
yeah.
one
Well,
thing.
she wasn't pretty then either, but she was much thinner. But and she didn't look that evil, at least in the picture that was on Facebook. But there was only one or two.
Maybe that was prior
But
possession. Prior possession. Go on.
but then I saw that, like I said, Sammy, and then I showed I wasn't actually going to show the kids because Noah wanted to look her up when I told him I found her. And then that's that night when he wanted the name again, and I happened to go through the pictures, and that's when I saw that demon, whatever the fuck that is. And I said, Noah, no, don't look her up, because I gave him the name, and he texted me and says, what was the name again? I was like, don't look her up, because then that freaked me out. I don't want my son looking her up. I don't know what was going on, but I was like, do not look her up. Just don't worry about it. I'll tell you later. Don't worry about it. Well, then, you know, I felt better about the next day, and I told Lola I found her when she got home. She said, what's her name? And so Lola looked up her on Instagram. She couldn't find her at first, and then she messaged me from upstairs like 5 minutes later, and she said, y'all can still see the screen, can't you?
Let's take a look. Yeah.
No.
No?
Yeah, go ahead.
You cut it
Go
back
to-
to the chat.
Go to share screen.
Yeah, go to share screen, honey. Yeah.
I fucking swear I haven't stopped share screen. I don't know why it keeps
No,
stopping.
it's the electronics. I told her this is part of the occult siege. The occult siege,
I
the
never
electronics
stopped
are the
fucking
most
sharing
vulnerable.
screen. Okay.
And so the electronics get hit like hard.
Fucking it's been horrible the last fucking week or two. So, and I told you about the dog thing. Anyway,
What about the dog thing again?
remember I told you last week, let me find this pic that Lola sent first before it fucking goes away again. So then Lola said, she said I found her Instagram, and she works at Twin Peaks, and she said she worked. Then she was like, well, she worked there. She didn't know for sure if she still works there, but she ended up telling me. But this is what Lola found, and this was an actual article that said an assault by. So I didn't know what her assault and battery with a high ground. It said, you can read it. Assault and battery by a moving car last spring was alleged yesterday following an arrest on a traffic charge yesterday morning. The Lawrence County Sheriff's Office. Now Lawrence County is who booked her, and that means she was at least 45 minutes to an hour away from me when she got fucking booked. Says she lives in Simpsonville. Simpsonville.
Wait,
you're
let
even
Sammy
near Lawrence.
interject. What was it, Sammy?
Brooke, I think that's Lindsey Graham's niece.
Yeah, probably. Just no.
Catch and release.
The only problem is it's the wrong direction. It's the wrong fucking direction. But yeah, he probably hired her.
What's wrong with marijuana?
But yeah, so basically it said Lieutenant Kimbrell issued tickets charging Miss Bowers with speeding, allegedly driving 15-25 miles over the speed limit. Yeah, she does a lot faster than that when she's chasing you. And charging her with simple possession of marijuana at 10:30 yesterday morning on northbound Interstate 385 near the 5-mile marker. A warrant was served also charging Miss Bowers, which shows you she's going fast. She's on 385, and even if she's only doing 15 over, which they don't ever charge you. I mean, they witnessed the 15 to 25. She was probably doing 90 miles an hour then, because the speed limit is stuck in 70. A warrant was served, or maybe 65. But this is the point. A warrant was served also charging Miss Bowers with assault and battery. So that means they already had a warrant on her, probably, when they pulled her over. With assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature. It accuses her of assaulting a female victim on April 15th of this year, stating the assault was of high and aggravated nature because of her having struck the victim on the left side of her body with a moving motor vehicle. The warrant states this caused injuries and bruises to that area of the victim's body. She was given was $850 for the 2 tickets, and a $20,000 bond was set on the warrant for the high and aggravated. And she was booked into the detention center that morning. So yeah,
she's trying to drive into people and kill them.
Yes, that's right. She's got a history of this. Yeah. So definitely targeted onto.
She sounds like an operative. She
Yes.
actually sounds like somebody who's being sent out there, because why would you be anywhere else? You got somewhere to go, you got somewhere to sleep, you got some kids, you got some place to chill out. Why are you out there? Why are you at the store all the time?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Well, it didn't make sense why she was in my neighborhood, and it didn't make sense why she turned on my street. And then if she turned on my street, like because she turned in our neighborhood to turn around, then she would have turned around and left, and she would have taken a left back out the same way she came in. So it was like she was still like. And then why did she sit for a while? But like it was all weird because it was almost like you said, like she found me at that gas station. I waited 3 or 4 minutes to leave. It takes literally less than 60 seconds to get around my neighborhood and leave. Yeah. So even when she took that right out, she would have.
She had eyes for you.
Yes,
for sure. She had eyes for you.
Yeah.
She like
now. Sammy's got to go for now. Do you want to say goodbye, Sammy? Oh, he just left. Okay, so he has to go. He's
good day, sir.
Yeah. And but
anyway,
yeah.
That's it.
No, definitely, it's you were being stalked. It's all part of this, all part of it. Like Brendan said, you've got to stand strong through it and brave through it, and you'll make it. But they try until they wear out. Of course, with the electronics, it never really wears out. The electronics gotta be a constant pain in the ass. Hopefully,
no, I think Sammy was really good there.
Me. They just keep setting my electronics off. I'm just gonna fucking blow my own brains out eventually.
Don't let them know that. But at any rate, the electronics, they'll give up after a while too. Hopefully, just give it some time, and it stabilizes after a point.
Patience is a virtue, right, Douglas?
I guess.
I think it's look. It's something that actually fucking. I think it's fucking like I'm protected. I know the protection. I protect myself, protect my family. God's got my back.
Yes.
My spirit team's got my back. My ancestors have my back, and yes. I have my back. And I can tell you what, if somebody is that like want to stalk me, like, you know what? I'll take all the attention I want. You want to fucking give attention to me? You want to waste your time, your little part of your life, fucking doing something to me? Like, make me meaningful, because I mean, I don't usually feel that meaningful.
Making you famous. All right.
Fucking A. Come on, bitches.
Yes. Thank you. Very good.
Hot tamales, baby. Hot tamales.
And,
although I was going back, not had to deal with Ian, I was going back to the shooting range to get another gun.
Yes, keep your license good, but don't let them bitches stalk you, because that bitch seems weird. Like, I wouldn't like that. The fucking bitch trying to watch you and shit when you go to the corner store. Fuck off. Don't let it happen.
No, I'm going. Yeah, I've got to. I know what I'm doing. So yeah. But no, I mean, if she shows up again, obviously, then I will.
No, but you won't have to go and draw down on it. Like, if it goes kinetic, that's the weakest thing. But I mean, if they got eyes for you, that it is what it is. But they shouldn't have eyes for you. Tell them to fuck off.
Right, I'm not going to draw down on anybody. Yeah. I just want to know that if I was stuck right then. If she had drawn on me and been walking out that car, I need to be able to get the fuck out, but be able to fucking handle it as well.
Bear in mind, Teddy, that this woman actually said she was going to shoot her. She did say that.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Oh, no, I get it, sir. So
yeah. She was going to cap me, and the second time in the head. She said that twice.
It's really inappropriate for people to talk like that, because that is actually a breach. You're not actually allowed to speak like that. So that would say that person is not actually. It's like a loose cannon, which are dangerous. It's like a bear or a wolf with a rotten tooth. They will.
It is a loose cannon. And you think after she got charged with a $20,000 bond a couple of years ago for hitting somebody with her car, she would be a little bit more like, hey,
she's got to be related to somebody that's like a senator or something, where they're just letting this fucking nonsense go on, because anywhere else that thing would be put away. Behind bars.
Like our lady Brooke Gibson said, she apparently comes from the wrong side of the tracks. So she doesn't seem to have that kind of backing.
Then it's blackmail.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she's being backed by somebody else, like either drug money or satanic something. I don't know.
It's the cult money. Yeah, definitely the cult. And by the way, we'll go into this more privately, but Brendan Zoget was looking up the activities of the lady I thought it might be and was showing you pictures of, Lena Crane, who used to be Lena Shea before her husband got rid of her, kicked her out, and she was driven out of town. But she was in apparently New York City, I think, in some like comedy clubs doing her karaoke trip, which, you know, to me is like, by that I mean she was on stage and supposedly singing, but she doesn't know how to sing. She just shouts into a microphone. She's basically doing a kind of karaoke trip. But I thought, I told Brendan at the time, I said, you know, that could be a cover. She could be down there, and it's a lot closer to rent a car from there to go down to where Brooke is. Of course, now we know it's not her, just so that people understand that that much has been confirmed. But Brendan was doing his bit in terms of information retrieval, and he's very efficient at it. He's actually very good at it. When it comes to Sammy was impressed by how you found the information that you did. He's very impressed by that. You might want to talk to him about that later, because but definitely also he sees what both Brendan Zogit and our man Teddy Bass saw. We all see it. There is a face there of a paranormal entity. You were saying that after a while you kind of talked yourself out of that, and you thought it might be like,
Well,
what?
I called. I can't. Of all people, I was freaking the fuck out that night. Like, and I hadn't slept. Remember, because this is the day that I had all that energy that morning. Remember, because I stayed up and I was just wired. I told you I did not take a Adderall or anything, and then I was still wired that morning. Yeah. So, you know, and so I ended up staying up that day. So I was really tired by the time I saw it, and so I went upstairs to take the dogs to bed. And I knew I couldn't call you because you were already like conked back out or whatever. I'm sure, because when I was like 11. And you hadn't messaged, and I had messaged you something earlier, and you hadn't read it. So I go upstairs, and I'm like, fuck. And then I fucking message. Only person I fucking thought that like believes in that kind of shit that I had their number. I was like, I messaged Ian West of all people, and I was like, hey, because I was like, we can believe this like shit. And I was like, are you up? And he was like, yeah, what's up? And I was like, he called me. He was like, yeah, give me a minute. So he calls me. So I'm about to go to bed because I really just need to go to bed. And he said, just give me like 2 minutes. So he called. And I shared the screen with him. And he said he could tell I was upset. I mean, I wasn't like crying or anything, but I think he could tell I was like freaked the fuck out. And he was like, that's just her leaning the fuck over, man. That's just her. That's nothing. That's just her leaning over.
That's not her leaning over. I guess he was just trying to calm you down. That's a real stretch. So that doesn't make any sense. That's not. It's physically impossible for somebody to. It's just not physically possible. It's.
Yeah. So I didn't think about it, but then I just the next morning I was like calmer and had slept and was like, okay, maybe it wasn't leaning over, and you know, if it wasn't, like I'm just not gonna.
Is that on a Tool cover?
What?
He said, is that on a Tool cover? Tool cover. So. Sometimes you'll come up with sentences and we don't understand them.
You know who the singer from Tool is, right? What's his name?
Oh God, I'm totally.
I'm horrible with I don't know. I don't even know. Like I've heard of Tool and I probably know a song, but I cannot know.
So
never mind then.
So I'll leave you both for a few moments here with a conversation topic. Teddy Bass was under the impression that there is, of course, the quite historical phenomena of democide. Democide is the mass murder of one's own public, one's own population. That would be historically attributable mostly to communist countries with their gulags, and their collectivization leads to mass starvation. So that's historical democide. But Teddy Bass was thinking maybe all of the chemical spills and facility leaks might be a form of democide here in North America. Now, taking a look at the historical reality of sabotage in World War II. Now, this is something I've brought up in the past on different interviews, and we'll probably bring up with our lady, Christine Joanna Hart on the next interview I'll have with her this month. The fact was that the Germans, of course, could never match the productive capacity of the United States. No nation on earth could. And the American productive capacity was astronomical. So the Germans had to strike back asymmetrically, and they were far more capable of doing that using personnel than the Japanese were, simply because racially they could pass in America. Now, anybody who remembers the old World War II newsreels or propaganda, they were constantly, the Allies, warning about a fifth column and, keep your lips sealed, loose lips sink ships, warning people constantly that there were spies amidst us, whether in England or in the United States. Yet all of that is completely scrubbed from the record after the war. If you were to try and research German spies in the United States, you'll find nothing. You'll find nothing. And they'll claim, of course, just like they'll claim about the Japanese never reached America, they'll claim the Germans never were able to get anybody here on North American shores. All of it's a lie. So if one takes a look at the labor statistics, the Department of Labor has pointed out that, first off, it's always important to remember that Rosie the Riveter was an icon because we had feminized the entire labor force. Since all the men were drafted and are volunteering to fight on the front lines, industrial labor was overwhelmingly female. It was, and for every American military casualty, there were 8 female industrial casualties on the home front. So, just as I've pointed out before, the females are also scrubbed from history. So basically, according to the statistics for World War II, and they have it down to like an exact number in what they recognize, they'll say that about 306,005 American soldiers died in combat, and another 571,822 sustained non-fatal wounds, but life-changing injuries. So that's all people are told about. But the reality is you've got these women who are manning, if you will, basically bodily functioning or rendering functional our factories and mills and even the mines. They suffered the heaviest physical losses during conflict. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that between 1942 and 1955, there were 2 million disabling and deadly industrial accidents. 2 million deadly industrial accidents, a total of more than 6 million disabling accidents, meaning the women were crippled for life. So all of this was due to German saboteurs that tore America's industry apart at the seams. All of that was completely hidden. Now, is it possible that all of these train derailments and chemical spills, leaking facilities, that all of this might be a result of some foreign sabotage, that either more Russian than Chinese, I would think, being capable of infiltrating into America? That might explain quite a bit. I'm not married to that, but if we saw what happened in World War II and how they scrubbed it, why not have that happen today? And they wouldn't tell anybody either. I mean, it would... Did she leave us again?
I think she did, dude. It's all right. Keep going, man. You're on the thing.
Well, I mean, I pretty much said what I was going to say.
It's beautiful, man.
I can't believe she's
gonna come back. She's gonna come back. Give her a couple minutes.
It's no. Every time she's come back, I had to bring her back. So we'll see. I was trying to, at least have the two of you go into a conversation while I took off.
Oh, for sure.
There
cool.
she is.
Oh, she's
swear to God, I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. I'm not fucking Indy now. I don't fucking know.
Oh my God.
Just ends.
Well, thank God you're back. So, I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, what I was gonna say is that's not so. Ian West and Michelle were talking, and what he was saying was he was impressed with how Michelle had said last time that she found the train tracks. See, he goes with the other scenario. He believes that that a lot of these derailments are, them fighting the underground child predator ring, whatever.
What is the connection? I mean, how does derailing chemical trains and destroying our environment help
that's what I
abducted
asked
children?
Him. He said that when they derail it, they're that they're causing the deaths down underneath where it is, and I'm like, yeah, but do you know how many innocent people, like innocent animals, died just on like the train drill in Ohio, and innocent people are probably waking up with cancer and shit. Like, I don't think they would do that. So I don't know, but I'm just giving you his story. Then he sent me a picture of a fire, and it was raining coming up out of a drain near his house, and there was a huge fire coming up. He's like, remember how I told? That's why I was surprised he didn't come on, because he said he was. Because he's like, remember how I told Douglas that there were those tracks underneath my house that school was across? He's like, look at this. And then there was a fucking fire, and it was blazing up out of a storm drain. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck was going on there.
He showed me that before. He showed me that before and said it was connected to something. I can't remember whether it was the same thing. I thought he was saying that it was supposed to be connected to that school over in
he's saying that he said the school is what his reasoning is he had originally told us that the reason the tracks ran under there, where they ran under the school, and they went to like Disney World and all that, like they have all these underground places, just like this is where they fucking, like that thing he sent us that talks about that fucking woman where she says there was all these underground stuff and under the church in fucking Chicago or wherever the fuck she was, and under Washington D.C. and under all these different fucking places she was. But that's where he's going with it, like that he had said. And she did name both Disney World, Disneyland. All this idiot called them both Disneyland. It's like fucking it's like Ian West in his spelling. But
Thank you. But it's like, no, I meant it was the other school he said it was for. Teddy Bass, you might remember this. Help me out here. What is the school that was all involved with George Bush was getting the boys there? He was fucking and shit. It was the
Oxford, the
McMartin. It's McMartin in which state was it? McMartin was the McMartin school preschool trial. How is it when I look up McMartin, it goes directly there, McMartin preschool trial. So it's obviously famous, but I'm trying to say which state is it? McMartin preschool state. Let me see, preschool, and it was the state that. Oh fuck!
Sorry, man. I'm cutting up some weed right now. I can't even look on the interweb. So
Chief
John.
Thank you for sharing that. It's like, why am I not surprised? Okay, so McMartin was the California one. What's the one that?
Whatever. You just because you don't do weed, you're all on speed. You can't make fun of him for doing weed.
Thank you.
Anyhow, but the point is, it was a different state in a historical school that a bunch of kids were basically auctioned off at, essentially, that he was saying it was connected with that, if I remember correctly. So it's like he's changing the location. It's like
if it's the same fucking picture that he fucking sent me today.
That's what I think it must have been, because how many pictures do you have of fire and smoke coming out of a storm drain, right? So
right, and he acted like this just happened because he's like, remember how I told Doug that there was trains? Look what just like he had like he just fucking got this picture. So obviously.
I mean, the man
he's probably fucking passed out. He probably been up for 2 days and I don't think he was safe.
Thank you. Because I swear that it was George Knight was with me when he was saying it was involved with that, Boys Town, that other school that was affiliated with the Boys Town scandal and all that. So, I was hoping maybe you and Mr. Weed Patch here could discuss the...
I will do that.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Whoa, before you go, because I'm going to get cut back out of this shit.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sure.
Look at that. You see my screen?
Yeah, Douglas Dietrich reacted to your message.
Screen it up. I'm trying to look at it.
Yes.
I want to show you the fucking picture he fucking sent.
Okay.
Actually, that's what he sent me. That was his fucking car. Because I was trying to buy my son a car. He's like, this is what I had. You give him a little truck.
Wow. It's a cute little truck. It's like a Hot Wheels. Yeah.
It's a Subaru.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. And this car right here, look at that car. Oh my God. I wanted to say this with Michelle when Michelle said this to you. But Michelle's story, I could not interrupt with that because her story was too serious. Yeah. But remember how she said, like at one point when she went being too serious, we were talking about seatbelts and how like something about like she had an uncle that would like try to throw him out of the car or something like that.
Right.
Remember that? Right. Okay, so Ian sends me a picture of this. He said no, he wanted to find a worse one because he said mine was nowhere near that nice. He said like painted that night, like it wasn't like that, but that was the kind of car it was. Mm-hmm. And he said he had gotten it from a neighbor, and he said it was rusted, and he said he was driving and he was drunk and he fell. Surprise. And he fell out of the fucking car while he was driving.
Jesus.
And I said, wait, well, was it rusted out the bottom? Was it like a Flintstone thing? Like you fell out the bottom of the fucking car? And he said, no. He said it was rusted and the door wouldn't fucking close because it was rusted. So the door wouldn't like actually like latch shut. And so he was driving home and luckily I guess he had a friend following him, and he was going too fast around a fucking curve, and the door flew open and he just flew out the fucking car. And I was like, dude, do you know how lucky you fucking are to be alive? Like this shit, you fucking flying off a bike at 20 feet, like with your motor on it, flying out of a car, shit. Like what's going on?
You know, being drunk as shit fucking helps, of course, because your muscles are all loose and you just kind of roll.
Yes. You're bouncing soft,
Yeah. Oh my God. And so you're telling him you are crazy. I like that. Yes. So is this what you're talking about?
I'm telling me something crazy. So this is what he started with this morning. That's it right there.
Oh, okay, this is different. It's different footage from what he showed. So apparently this is quite common because he showed a picture of something that was kind of like this, but it was a photograph, different place to George Knight and myself. But now he's showing fire in the rain, and he's saying this is near his place. So okay, it might be.
You'll love this right here though. Watch this. So then he sends me that. And he says it's on his fucking page at first or something. Link to his tells me to go to his fucking page. So go to his fucking
By the way, his banner, it's so disgusting. It's like, why? I mean, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't even have no fucking idea. So was this on Frank Black 8 hours ago? Let's see, 18 hours ago. Fucking... Where was it? I think it was You're Welcome, Florida. Was it on here? Yes. It was on fucking here. I'm pretty sure it's where I posted. Well, maybe not.
Professor of Demonic Geography. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
5 comments.
Yeah.
Are you the person who put the ha-ha on there? I don't blame you if you did. Yeah.
I put on one. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. Like, what the fucking way was it? Was it on? Maybe on this one because this is the storm drain one.
Yeah.
Yes, this is me.
That's
so somebody put, has this happened more than once? I don't remember it raining that day. And
then, can you stop saying we is what you told? Can you stop saying?
Because look what he says. Yeah, we run the HARP to keep the civilians out of harm's way. And he said, you should have seen the all DOMs. See, he doesn't even know how to speak.
Yeah.
We took out during, again, not during. I don't even tell him this shit, but like, you couldn't got into Clemson. You couldn't got into Greenville Tech during Hurricane
I love
Ian.
the way you say it. Yeah, I know where you were on those days and you had nothing to do with. Yeah, I know. Why does he need to include himself in this? In his fantasies, he's flying with a Superman cape, and he's like he's participating in these the fantastical actions.
Yes, he says we run the HARP. We're there. So then when I say, can you stop saying we? Yeah. And he's like, I'm like, I know you weren't there these days and had nothing to do with it. And then he put Brooke Gibson, and he didn't even know I commented. I messaged him and said, I just comment on your shit. So then he had to go there and look because I saw he's gone for a second. And then he was like, Brooke Gibson is right because there are no white hats. And I'm like,
ooh.
And then you said, yeah, I know they changed the term to cone hats, didn't they? Yeah. Oh my God.
So anyway, and what was funny was the other thing I liked. Somebody put a fucking comment on here. I think I liked it. It was fucking gone. I liked somebody's comment because he said,
"Brainer."
Oh, he has one guy who chews him out on his Facebook timeline. That's funny as hell. And pointed out the Russians were abducting kids out of Ukraine, and he says, yeah, your hero Putin is the real child trafficker. And there we are. Technically, it's not a true dump, just an underground power station for the maglev track under 408. Yes. And did you put the haha there, honey? Was that you that put the haha?
No, I think that must have been Eric Love, the person talking to him. Duh.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't see who said that. Oh yeah, it was Eric Love.
Yes, there we
I had put I know what I put. I liked Eric Love right here because it said the entire last 8+ minutes is just a slideshow of stock photos. Wow. And I put a like for that. See? Because the fucking thing. This right here. This is what he's talking about.
Copyright, yes.
He did this fucking video, right?
Yes.
Now look at this video.
Yeah.
This is when he said, "I've proven it all to you. Choose red or blue." Right? Okay. Now watch this, and this is what that guy was talking about. I'll just fast forward it just a little, just so you can see. It's just fucking. This is all that happens. It's just stock photos.
Yes.
Keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Some alien shit.
Yeah.
Planes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I was just like, hell, because I watched it for a minute and I was like,
It's still cubist.
Yeah.
What is
Cubist,
the point of
like
this? And then that
modern
guy
art
had already
and
said,
yeah, adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome. Yeah, exactly. Cubist, adrenochrome.
I mean, what is any of this showing? And that guy, so I loved it that guy said, this is just all stock fucking photos, man.
Yes.
It's cliche. It's totally cliche. It's yeah.
Thank you.
It's Roman clown circus, bitches.
So yeah, I don't know. He said he didn't make that, but I don't know why he shared it either because it tells like it's nothing. It's just
Thank you. Oh my God. Let me share something in turn. Let's see what see what we get out of this. Let me share a screen here for a second, and give me a second here before I start sharing. Here we are. Go. There we are. Okay, so I'm sharing now. I don't know if you can see what's on my screen, but we'll go to Messenger and let's take a look at, aside from that, where were we? Here's what it said. It was Sammy said, Brooke and Peter getting petty, laugh out loud, and I put the eye roll there. That was earlier. But
I know, I heard you try to interrupt. You thought I was going to get to let that go. I was going to finish my... That's all he does is interrupt. He does it to her. He did it to everybody. I said, what street is it? A street? Let me finish I believe I was already started my sentence, and I will finish it. Thank you.
And you heard me. I got all nervous. Yes. So here we are. Let's see what our man says. Look at this shit. Oh my God. This is like, was this world map made 10 centuries ago? It would have to be. It's that fucking ignorant. Yeah. No.
What? Whose is this?
This is, who do you think it is? It's
this is Ian's map. Oh, this is the same map. This is a different. Is that the same map, but it's just kind of different? Is what he sent me? Right?
Yeah, Hawaiian Gazette, Friday, January, something like whatever. I don't know what the year is. He makes certain that's blurry. So it's just that's cute.
But see those ice rings, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Turd McDurdles. Yeah. and the centrifugal rings are on the wrong space, but I mean he's trying. You gotta give him. He's trying.
Now how do I get rid of this shit? How do I get back on the fucking...
You need to show that other fucking map that fucking has all the fucking
well, you've got it. You've got it.
All the fungolos.
Oh, wait a second. Here's interesting. Hey, do you know this Amelia Willard girl personally, or is she just some rando? She popped up on my suggested friends list, and you are the mutual friend. Okay, that's interesting. So that's...
I am?
No, Amelia Willard. Amelia Willard. I'll tell you that story later. But anyhow, damn, I missed it. How they make the clones' teeth. Sorona Dental Lab Furnace. This is how they make the clones' teeth. He missed
So they put the teeth in after? Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I guess that must hurt. Yeah, and he missed out his chance to auction one. This is how they make the clones' teeth. How does he know these things? And then, Dan, this adrenochrome sifter was a steal. So he bought this? So he's telling us now he's using adrenochrome. Damon, IEC Division Centrifuge Science School Lab Equipment. Yes, that's it. They bring all the kids to school so they can take their adrenochrome. That's what the science lab is all about. This is why we have a new anti-science wave. Too many people have been exploited. So there you go. These are my messages.
I told him today, I was like, dude, here's your problem. I was like, you know what? It's like I try to tell you might get some shit right every now and then. I was like, but you say such stupid shit like Nancy Pelosi got fucking beheaded. She fucking eats children. He's like, I never said she ate children. I never said that. I just said she helped ship the children.
Oh, that's hilarious. You know what's one funny thing? In science class, when we had to dissect the cow eye, I thought that the lens looked like a jelly bean with the candy coating taken off.
And you ate it.
Okay, go for it. Hey, I'll make you a bet. $5.
Oh my God. So, Brooke, are you still with us, or did she get knocked off again?
No, I'm here. I was just thinking about some kindergartner that I knew, and I was trying to remember if it was a green pea or a marble. And it was like, I was literally like that first kindergarten you go to, like K fucking 3 or 4 or whatever. Like it's church still. And I remember sitting beside him. He had a fucking boogery nose. I remember boogery noses because they're gross. And I remember thinking, even
The
at that
kids,
age,
they
I was
wouldn't
like,
wipe their face, right? They had the thing, the dangling. You're like, dude, you got the
yeah, that's like my
dangling.
doctor. But this little kid just had a runny nose. But then he's sitting there. I don't remember. I guess it was a green marble. It was green. It was a green marble or a pea. But either way, he stuck it up his nose. And I remember it because it became a
Oh,
big
that's
thing.
gross. Did they snark it back?
No, he couldn't get it out. And then the teacher had to come over there. And they was like freaking out. And the teachers, and they finally had to take him out of the room. I don't know. Eventually, I guess
That's
they took him.
vomitable.
Oh,
I
God.
worked at a restaurant where it was a raised floor, and it was next, and it was near the water, maybe 300-400 meters to the water. So there was rats everywhere, and this is in Vancouver, so the infrastructure already had problems.
Okay.
And the mildew, and there was a bacteria in the air, and all these people, all the waitresses, everyone would have sinus problems.
There you go.
Because of you know what I mean? It was an
It
active,
was probably
like,
black mold.
Yeah.
100% black mold.
Disgusting.
100%.
So, okay, so I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 5.
Oh my God, that's probably what's wrong with Ian. He probably grew up in black mold.
Oh,
You know, because that really, like, if a kid grows up in that, it can damage their brain.
it will.
Fuck,
It rots the brain.
I grew up surrounded by black mold, so I guess that explains a lot. So,
Explains about you too. Yeah, explains
Yes.
both of you, right?
so that being said, I'll go mute for about 5 to 10 minutes. Both of you have
You
got
give
this,
an
right?
email because Ian should have come. He made me watch a stupid movie and he didn't even come on. Which the movie was okay. It was, to be honest, you know me, I didn't watch all of it.
Let's see if we can try and call him again. Okay, before I go,
No, he's not gonna fucking
Bing,
answer because
bing,
he didn't
boom,
answer a
bang.
message. He went to bed. And you know what he'll say next time? I was getting laid. By your sister. Okay, whatever.
Oh, all right, baby. Hot tamales.
And well, you know, that's the funniest thing was that private detective I used to work with, the guy who got banned from the Presidio military base because he was sleeping with all the officers' wives. He would do the tarot card readings. He would do the tarot card, half black, half Italian. Gino Neely, the private detective, and when I was
Gino Neely, I love it.
Yeah, Gino Tonelli Neely was his. When he one time he said, "Yeah, you know, Doug, I think I've slept with every woman on this base except my mother and my sister." And I said, "Yeah, between you and me, we did them all."
Oh, that's right.
That's a
Getting
good
little
one,
close.
man.
Yes.
I knew as soon as you said that what you were about to come back with.
Yes.
I mean, you should have said, "Well, hey, between me, I'm only 2 ahead of you then."
Yeah. Yes. Now I'm dialing our man Ian. What makes you so sure he's not available? God, so yeah, usually he doesn't sleep. Usually he's awake for weeks on end and shit.
Not unless he's
How did
mad 'cause
Gino
you didn't call
handle
him in the opening
the
hour.
comment, though, Douglas?
Yeah. What's that?
Maybe he's pouting because you didn't call him in the opening hour.
Yes, thank you, Brooke. And what were you going to say, Teddy?
Oh, sorry, man. I was just saying, what did Gino say to you back when you told him that? You know?
Oh, he laughed. He took it well.
That's cool for sure, of course, right? With a grace, yeah, exactly.
I mean, good God, he didn't give a shit. Jesus Christ, that guy. No. Anyhow, so okay.
Hey, dude.
Have you heard from him? I've noticed, like, Ian. I mean, I know why Ian's not here. He's either passed out because he was up 3 days, or he's mad because you didn't call him. He's definitely
oh, baby. Got his feelings hurt. Last feeling.
Well, because you know, normally you call him, but because Michelle was on and I answered, I think you just called me and Michelle, and then you called 3 females. Is what you did.
That's right. Which are much preferable. And Sammy Romero was saying what a good move that was. He said, "You don't need us dumb guys. All that female energy is what we need." Yes.
That's what we need.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard from what was King George? I haven't heard from him lately.
Honey, look, let's. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in.
Exactly, Brooke. Take the microphone, Brooke. Run with it, babe.
Yeah, well, not in that direction. So both of you have got this. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. So.
God, how much coke can you do, dude?
It's no, I.
Sam Kinnison is in the house. All right.
So, Teddy, get Brooke on a different track of conversation.
Okay, bellissimo. Molto going. I understand what's going on. So, Brooke, tell me something about The UFOs over there. Is it a balloon or is it a dirigible?
The balloons over here, our balloons over here are usually things we have at birthday parties, and then sometimes kids let them go and they cry. That's all I know about a balloon. I had one that I drove all the way back. My poor parents. Oh my God. We went to fucking Disney World. I was fucking like 8 years old. And I got a Mickey Mouse balloon. And I fucking love that fucker. I didn't want the fucking Mickey Mouse hat one. Like, I may have had that and go, the fucking balloon because it was huge and it has the Mickey Mouse ears. And of course, at that time, like, you didn't see those balloons like you do now everywhere shaped like the fucking mouse. And so I love the fucker. So, like, they had to put it in the car from the hotel, like, and we had a rental car. We didn't drive there. We flew. So we had to put the fucking balloon on the fucking plane. It was a fucking big
Flying
balloon.
bitches.
My parents did that. And they did that for me because
You tell them a phone just cut out, baby.
Huh?
Bring it back. Bring it back to the 1, 2, 3s.
You serious? I'm here.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you now. I hear you now.
I don't
Keep
know why
speaking.
I cut
Keep
out
speaking.
the
Tell me
outside. I was
something.
here.
Take me to church, baby.
So the
Take me to
balloon
church.
fucking, we put it on the plane. Did you hear that part?
Yes, I did, and that's where he cut out. So give me the rest
And
of the
then
sentence.
we get the balloon, we get back to Greenville, we get the balloon off the plane, we get in the fucking car, we come home, and we pull in the driveway, and finally we have made it in to the house, and we are getting out of the car, parents are getting the luggage, and I get out with my balloon, and I didn't apparently have a hold of it, and I let it go.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
No. Didn't let it go.
I cried. I watched it just fly away. I would have been like, send a dirigible to shoot it down so I can have it.
I need my balloons.
I couldn't, and there's nothing my parents could do. And I know they were like,
it's kind of cute. It's kind of cute.
We should have let that balloon go in Florida. We wouldn't have to deal with it in the car.
Oh, shit. Yeah, all this way. Because now she's got attachment.
And then still had to see me cry like a little baby.
That's so cute, though. It's cute.
But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about balloons around here. I mean, the only other balloon I know about around here is the one that fucking Joe Biden waited till he got, of all places, South Carolina, to shoot it the fuck down.
I know. I was talking about my Blue Jean Blues from ZZ Top. And I was talking about, you know, how
you said dirigibles or aliens is what you fucking said.
I know. I'm playing with you a little bit.
You're trying to do wordplay. I don't do wordplay.
I know. I do ZZ Top, though. It's just to say you gotta just sing because, you know, you seem like a real good girl. Whoever let you slip out their fingers is a dumbass fool, motherfuckers. That's all I got to say.
Well, thank you. Well, one of them I kicked. Most of every single one except for one I've literally kicked. I actually kicked them all out. But there's probably only
kick dirt, bitches. She said, "Fucking kick dirt."
But only one hurt me. Like last one, man.
Don't let them cut your heart, baby.
You know, you sometimes you give more than you should. You don't see the red flags. You think you can. I have a problem with thinking I can fix people or making myself feel needed. I was, especially that time my kids were getting older.
Yes, and this is definitely something we see. There are things where they think I'm gonna fix a broken record or I'm gonna do these things, but it's not. I'm funny. Someone should actually become to be some sort of solid stuff. But you know, the country has been subverted for a while, and I don't mean to take the microphone from you. But you seem like a real good girl. And when I was talking about the ZZ Top stuff, I think that they tip their hat to a good old country girl that wants to actually do right by her man. And there's nothing wrong with that. So
ZZ Top's good. I like ZZ Top. I like Leonard Skinner, CCR.
Yeah, rock and roll is good music. I mean, you know, whatever sings to your soul and stuff too, right? So. Yeah. And then we can go to the hip tops. I'm not trying to go and date myself just because I did some rock and roll things. But the rock and roll,
I mean, I date myself, but like my oldest is Leonard Skinner and like NCCR, and those were before my time, but I used to listen to them a lot. And then,
do you like the blues?
I mean, there's probably some blues songs I like, but I'm not like a big blues. I don't know a lot of, you know.
All right. You know. No, I'm just curious about how in depth, you know, you're researching the music thing.
No, I don't research music. I know what I like to hear. So like my playlist is so fucking broad from fucking, you know, I've got that shit on there. I've got fucking some Guns N' Roses from the 90s and Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre.
Jam, baby.
Fucking Alanis Morissette. I can jam out to all that shit I grew up with.
Alanis. All right. It's going down.
Nirvana. of course.
We hung out at the Clash of the Titans with Alice in Chains, and nobody knew who they were. And we sang the lyrics back to them. And then
Really?
at the break, the motherfuckers broke the chairs. And the motherfucker, one kid got his leg broken. He got his fucking, he got caught up in the, the conundrum of it all, and got his leg caught up in a piece of metal. But they still let it go down. And after that, they try to do like floor seating everywhere. On the West Coast, they always had big shows and stuff.
Right.
I always loved me some rock and roll. So I've been in a lot of places. I've seen a lot of shows. And
what's your favorite band?
Favorite band? Jeez, I don't even know.
Favorite top 5, man?
Favorite top 5? We all be dead motherfuckers like Led Zeppelin, Howlin' Wolf, John Lee Hooker and stuff, J.J. Cale, just old guys that wrote songs and stuff. People wouldn't even realize who they were, the songs that they wrote. And I get a lot of respect because I get the opportunity to sing songs now and do great things, and I hope the kids and everyone out there, all the beautiful ladies.
Records?
Yeah, no, I record records, sweetheart.
That's fucking awesome. I have to hear some of your music, man.
Yeah, I do some like hip hops, and I do the stoner rocks, and I do the classic shit. So
you can't do some Simple Man or Free Bird by Leonard Skinner?
Oh, Simple Man. Oh, I love that. It's my track, baby.
Love that song. I went and saw Leonard Skinner. Well, obviously, the brother died, and the fucking half the band died in a plane crash in the 70s. But then the other brother and the rest of them came back, and I saw him in the. I was fucking. I'll tell you what. It was a good story. I was 19 years old, and I was with my ex-boyfriend. A boyfriend at the time, and we had been in Charleston, and he was like a hip hop, like he liked hip hop.
Charleston is hot. It's extra old too, and the things that went down there is crazy. So go on.
So I don't know if you know what's going on down that way now with the Murdoch trial, but anyway, but we had been in Charleston and we were headed back. He was, he was into hip hop music, at the time, it's late 90s.
EDMs, yeah.
Yeah, I was like 99 or whatever. And so he Snoop and whoever, Dre and whatever the fuck else it
yeah, they did a big thing. They bowed that one dude in. So
who was that fucking guy that talked horrible short? Oh, I don't remember. Anyway, it didn't matter. He listened to a lot of rap. I loved rock and southern rock and some pop, and I would listen to some of the rap, obviously. But but he obviously didn't like any of that. So we're coming through Columbia because we're on our way home, and it's a Sunday. And so we're hit Columbia, and I'm picking up some Greenville stations. Live in Greenville, obviously where I'm headed. And they said, "Oh, Leonard Skinner, they're at the fairgrounds," and it was summer, obviously. Fairgrounds. I love concerts, but I love outdoor concerts especially. And it was like, Leonard Skinner will be on like at 6. I was like, oh shit, let's go to that. We'll be home, because Columbia's like an hour and a half from where I was. Like, fuck, we'll fucking be there plenty of time. He's like, I'm fucking not going to fucking, fucking Leonard Skinner. There was like an all day thing, and they were coming on. And I was like, I want to fucking go. And he's like, fuck that, I can fucking go in there. And so I just didn't say shit. I was driving my 3. I had
Good for you. Good for you, girl.
And so I pulled up to his fucking house, and he thought I was getting the fuck in. And he got his shit out, and I got the car and handed him stuff. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "You coming in? What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to a fucking concert." He's like, "You're gonna go to that concert by your fucking self?" And I was like, "Yeah, I fucking am." I left and went to that concert. I had a great fucking time.
Good for you. Good for you. So my mom,
I was on the front fucking row, because it was fairgrounds, so you can make yourself. I was fucking one single fucking girl. I made it right up to the front of the fucking fence.
You could do it all. My mom, they wouldn't let her go up that way, and they stopped her. So I encourage all of your fortitude.
Yes.
I've always made it up to the fucking front, but yeah. Anyway, that's a whole other story for some other stories. But yeah, that one was easy to make it up to the front. Anyway, it was a good one. And then Simple Man, I was thinking, there's
I'll
another
record
band.
the track and send it your way.
Yeah,
Douglas, I'll send it you guys.
I hear that shit.
Wonderful. Thank you. And So both of you held this well, and let me check what time it is in the time zone of our dear Brooke Gibson. Time in New York would be her same time zone, so that would be
2:21. Why
a.m.
don't you just ask me what time it is? Like, I'm capable of reading my own time.
That would make too much sense. It's one of those things where it's seems a reasonable time for you to try and go to bed. How do you feel?
Oh, so I know what I want to tell him.
Yeah.
So now they've got Leonard Skinner, and I don't know who the fuck. They must have replaced those fuckers again, because I just heard on the radio they're advertising concert tickets they're giving away for fucking August in Charlotte for Leonard Skinner, ZZ Top, and Uncle Cracker.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that for sure. And so the last time I was out,
go to that shit. I mean, like, ZZ Top's from South Carolina anyway. I've seen them before.
Yeah.
And
and there's only 2 of the members left because
they're old as shit, man. I went into this little redneck fucking bar, and those motherfuckers were in their fucking place.
Oh, Frank Beard, yeah.
Oh my god.
I did not.
Dusty Hill's gone though. Dusty's gone. So all you can see is
you don't remember the name of the
I don't
other
even
two?
know, but you know who I want to fucking see? I want to see I've seen the other two. I want to see Uncle fucking Cracker, because I love that one fucking song he sings.
Yeah.
Like, sitting here. What is it? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
I'm not asking. I know you don't freaking know, because you're not into music. Isn't it Uncle Cracker that sings that song? Like, where
Teddy,
he's
are
sitting
you
there?
still with us?
I'm still here, sir.
We're counting on your expertise in this case. You're the musicologist.
Oh,
Maybe
forgive
I'm wrong.
me, man.
He's sitting in a bar.
It's Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard.
That's somebody else.
Dusty Hill is gone.
Yes.
And so when it comes down to
looking up names,
Uncle Cracker, I know that's
the
Kid
bartender
Rock
song.
Stuff. Bartender, yeah.
Oh my god, I love that fucking song, man.
Okay. Yeah. I always thought of them as the Hasidic Jewish rock band because of their beards, but
no, totally, dude.
Yeah,
and they had that in the 80s.
You talking about ZZ Top?
Yeah, he's talking about ZZ. Yeah.
And all of the records in the 80s are actually quantized. So they're the first sort of digital aspect where they will show how music
Don't
can
get me
be.
hit with the copyright strike. Jesus Christ, cut that out. Okay, turn it
Who is
off.
playing?
I'm
I'll
not playing this.
It's not you. It's not you. It's him. I'm talking to Teddy Bass.
No, I don't have any music.
Oh,
I don't have any music.
Really? Holy
Sorry,
shit.
sir. No. I don't know who put that fuck above, man. It's not me, man.
Interesting.
Excusez-moi.
So somebody who's trying to get us copyright strikes.
Dude, I can pull the guitar and play the live guitar if you want, but I'm not going to.
Purposely, and they said, listen to this. If I play a song and it's playing in my background and I'm talking, my daughter walks in and I say she's playing a song, you can get copyright struck for if I don't say, hey, listen to this song, I'm playing it. That's why you got to know what the fucking rules are.
Okay. All right, honey. Yes, thank you. So that being said, if
my daughter walks in playing a song.
Oh, okay. Is that what it was? Is that what it was?
No, I mean maybe. We can say that.
But it definitely. Thank you for clarifying that. I understand. In theory, what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that everything on YouTube follows the logical theory.
Well, logically, like, I watch all these people that can't even cuss and they get their shows taken out for fucking cussing, and you haven't gotten yours taken down for freaking. So I don't even know how often they're. I mean, you must have got a random hit on that shit. You know what it was? Like, it's just like it's like the algorithms listening for the fucking song, and then it just fucking happened to hear that shit. And that's why you got fucking taken out. They played something long enough.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. And so...
Oh, God forbid you ever agree with me.
Honey, I could say the same about you.
I will agree with you. I agree with you on a lot of stuff. Like how awesome I am.
Yes. And I agree with you on plenty of stuff too, darling. I mean, don't I? Yes, I do. I agree with
Name
you.
something.
I agree on all kinds of things. We have the same politics.
Oh yeah, I forgot you like that comedian I like. What's his name?
Yeah. Noah Webster or whatever his name is. Noah Trevor or whatever his name is. I forget.
Yeah, I don't think that was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yes, the one you named your son after.
Trevor Noah.
Yeah, Trevor Noah. That's it. Yes. Yeah. It's a turn. Anyhow, our man there is playing his guitar. See, this is what I expected. By the way, Teddy Bass. This is what I expected Ian West and the Real Tech Geek to do one time when I took a break, and instead they played music that got me a copyright strike.
And that's why he's so freaked out.
No, that was just me just playing a few chords in the background, dude. And
Understood.
if it was too much, just
Understood.
tell me.
No, that's fine.
You know.
That's a live guitar, so they can't do shit about that. That's fine. Actually, that's not.
You also have to play so much of a song. Like you have to play so many
Actually,
so long
honey,
of it.
The reason why I get kind of sensitive about the songs is you'd be amazed. I got hit with copyright strikes with just like there wasn't even more than a few seconds.
Ridiculous stuff, exactly. You're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And like, how the fuck they want to come down on me like this? They're
Oh yeah,
fucking off,
I mean,
right?
if you say I'm playing this song and it doesn't have to be many bars on it and they can copyright. I'm not saying that, but like I mean like I played like 2 seconds and it was in a background that I did not say, hey y'all listen to this. See, that's what I'm trying to say. But if you're on the show and they're like, hey, I'm gonna play this song on the show.
But that's not what I did. I mean, it just happened to come on while I was on. I just happened to click onto one of those stupid Facebook what would you call it, like a story
Feeds
they
or
call it
something.
Facebook
Yeah,
stories, and
just
sometimes
puts
they'll have
on.
background music on it, and then it came on for just a few seconds, and then got a copyright strike for that. It was,
Oh wow.
yeah. But by the way, the copyright strikes, they don't mean anything. You just don't want them. You just don't want them anyway.
They'll pull your channel if you fuck up too much, is what the problem is, right?
Well, what happens is they say that don't consider this anything that will affect your channel in the long run, but they just basically say if your show's ever monetized, all the profits go to the owner of the song.
They'll demonetize you. So people that are monetized, like having advertisers and things like that, they'll demonetize.
But I'm totally not monetized, so that's something that.
So I could be playing all the music in the world right now, making people happy instead of just talking bullshit.
At any rate, so I definitely want to thank both of you.
Yes, I know you want to do your monologue. I will let you go.
Yeah. Oh, bless you, honey. I love you dearly. And so definitely we'll check in with each other very soon. I'll see how much energy I have after transmission. But sometimes, surprisingly, I'm pretty amped up after transmission. And I'm so glad that Teddy Bass joined us tonight. It really was appreciated. And I think that he certainly contributed. He tried his best to hold after you dropped off that one time.
I don't know what, I mean, like, I'm not even going there.
But I thank him for continuing to burn bandwidth. At least he didn't freak out and shut up.
Yeah,
that would have been much worse.
I appreciate it. I'm saying I didn't hit end, so I don't know what's going on with it.
Understood, honey. We've explained it. It's part of the occult siege, and
and we're creating nice content. It's a beautiful thing. We sing and dance. It's a beautiful thing, right? So.
Yes,
with some kumbaya, man.
And you know what, honey? You've got a little bit of a treasure there with that photographic evidence of paranormal activity that is actually, as far as I'm concerned, the real thing. So it's like there are photographs that do catch paranormal activity. I count that among them because you actually have comparative photographs, comparative footage. So
I know that was weird, man.
Yeah, well, it's the real thing, and like, and you heard Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit could go deeper, but that's she had someone riding with her, definitely, and she's definitely guided by the cult, and this is part of the initial phase where they do everything they can to. Basically sever yourself from me, like they tried to do with our man Sammy Romero and other people. Maybe they'll start doing that with Teddy Bass at some point, but I think
I don't know why they try to sever us. We'll sever each other. We fucking do all the time anyway. So
and I still have questions for you, sir. Like, I mean, we talked about these things, and I'm very curious. So you talk about this of the death cult in California, the Presidio, San Francisco, right? We are. There's many things. Just ask me to create a small question list And
Okay.
I want to let you run with it, sir.
Sure. Sounds
Please.
great. So you're talking about this as the itinerary for an interview, correct?
Yes, if you would be so much to indulge us, but again, you're your own content creator. If you're going to write another book or whatever it is you're doing, I'm only here to help in whatever which a little way I can, sir. So
Oh well, you're definitely helping, and so I appreciate that. And
Why wouldn't you just ask the question tonight? Like, why didn't you do
yeah,
that?
you're
no, no,
welcome
no,
to ask
no.
something.
Is this the time to ask Douglas for this big spiel? I don't know, man.
I mean,
You're
yeah, unless
welcome
you're
to
just too high
ask.
to fucking handle it.
You're welcome to. What was that you said, honey?
I said, yeah, unless she's just too high to handle it.
Oh, I like it. She's coming in with the hot ones and twos.
Yes.
All right. So the big question I think on everyone's lips, if we talk about the white elephant in the room, Brooke and I also just spoke about this. When you feel the spidey sense that something is wrong, is the good.
I don't know if
There
we
was a
discussed
long
it.
enough pause where Brooke and I both had to interject.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were waiting for me to say something. Sorry.
No, not at all. I'm. This is unwritten. I do
I think
not
you
have
should
a
have gone
script in
with
front of me.
sativa or the other one.
I don't like sativa. I like indica.
That's the slow one. That's the one that slows you down, right?
No, this indica is the only real strain. Sativa is the cross strain, and then they have the ruderalis.
I don't know. It all makes me paranoid, and I have to get an Uber home because I didn't even know I smoked it. And then...
Uber bitches is right. Smoke some shit. Hashishans. That the assassins are coming to get you. Which brings us right down to the question. Unit 731.
Okay.
Douglas.
Yeah.
What do you think is the legacy of the Yamamoto, or what is the Axis powers and Unit 731, and does that have anything to do with what we see in the vaccinations today?
Okay. So.
Oh, I should have sent you the vaccination thing, and I didn't, man.
What was the vaccination thing?
And this also includes
Remember
Russia and everything.
No, that doctor I was going to tell you about because I wanted you to watch it, and you said you would.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, if you send it to me, I might.
I didn't think you fucking would watch it. So I didn't really care to after that.
It doesn't help just to presume, darling. You could always send it and then nag me.
Really? Because you should presume I'm not going to watch half of what you fucking tell me to watch. And Ian should presume I'm not going to watch 99% of what he told me to watch.
But honey, you gotta admit, I don't send you that much.
No, you'll just be like, did you hear that show? Did you hear that show? Did you hear that when I told you to listen to that? I'm like,
a rude boy in a Kingston.
I did not hear it. Was I on it?
I
didn't hear it. If I was on it, I heard it, unless I was snoring.
I was snorkels. It was deep underdiving.
Yes.
Anyway, whatever the fuck 731 is, or how the fuck that. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't know what Unit 731 is?
I'll explain it to her. Okay.
Yeah, it's something to do with the Japanese fucking army, the Imperial Army.
Yes. So you know more than most, honey. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't know that. How did you even?
They
know
wouldn't
that?
have a clue.
Yeah, fucking Google.
Oh, just now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. There you go. I thought she'd actually read my book. Have you read my book, darling?
I have read in your book, yes.
Okay, by that you mean you've kind of read some chapters or skimmed?
Exactly.
Skimmed, okay. Oh my god. So when it comes
but
to...
you say I bought them all, man.
Yes, that's right, darling. That's right. Yes. Okay. Anyhow,
I don't know how I even found them with the marketer you have.
Point well taken. I mean, your point's well taken, I assure you.
Your coke isn't working.
My what?
Your cocaine is not working.
It's beyond that. It's kind of like I'm trying to again. It's like you said. Ian, excuse me, not Ian. Teddy Bass has asked a question that requires a fucking book to.
Well, I mean,
You don't have to
all
answer
know
it. You did ask me to.
it was set
to
up
put
in
it down.
1938, if I'm not mistaken, when in Japanese when Japan occupied Japan occupied China, excuse me, I do believe. Wasn't it a secret research and experimental school in central Tokyo that was headed by Lieutenant Shiroishi? I'm sure I'm said that wrong.
Yes, but you're reading this, right?
No, I'm remembering that from your book.
Really? Oh my God, is that true? Come on.
I'm remembering parts of it. Yes.
That's I'm impressed. If that is true, I'm truly impressed, and it's definitely shall we say it's a it is what it is. So
well, from what I understand, that they really didn't know what was going on, but from like later on, I mean, from what we understand, that it's pretty horrifying, the activities that were going on there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. Yes. And all right. So to try and see if I understood Mr. Teddy Bass's question, which is Unit 731 is today's vaccines. A legacy of Unit 731 is basically your question, but it's kind of a loaded question in the sense that you're insinuating that there's something negative about the vaccines.
No, I wouldn't even say that. I would say is the dirigibles, is the contrail programs, is all of this an extension of the Spanish flu, or what we see as the...
Okay, first of all, I don't even think you're on the right page. Okay, I think you're a little too high. Dirigibles, I don't think are having to do with the chemtrails. Okay.
We used to fly a different way, though. I think that we've been augmented in how we think. I've flown hundreds of times. I've been in the air.
You mean like piloted?
I mean, you're not talking about like
yes,
flying.
I used
you're
to
not
be.
doing
Yes,
like
I
that
used.
dream shit at night where you're flying.
No, I'm not. This is not dream warrior shit.
We know you fly high a lot.
I smoke a lot of weed, bitches. Don't get it wrong, all right? Is Rick James in the house? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being up in the sky in the vehicles and actually doing the stuff.
As a passenger or as a pilot?
Both. And again, so I can just shit, dude. So we can talk about some things. We can talk some other things. I'm not trying to. Yes, I am allowed.
So just to what Brooke was saying is that your question was conflating, and this is something about your questions that is fine. It's okay, but they conflate a lot. A lot of the elements are from my book, but a lot of the elements are the.
And I'm excited, and you have to understand. I'm a fan. Okay. So forgive me if I go too far, it's because I'm excited.
Oh, okay. You know, so just a little history about just this will be as general as possible and just as short as possible.
Before you even go there, because you're going to go long, and I'm going to make it short so that you can go shorter. So if I'm mistaken, so then you can go anywhere you don't need to. This is where I think he's going. So 731, basically, they did a lot of experiments. Basically, from what I understand, they infected mice with the bubonic plague, tried to spread that.
Way worse.
They, like did horrible things to people, like frostbite, experiments, a lot of key things. Okay. But that was World War II. Now,
if you went into the program, you didn't come out.
Okay.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but go on, Brooke.
Okay. So the point is, they do say the remaining 400 prisoners, I believe was 400, were shot, and that were in it. But I don't think that anybody knows the exact number. Could have been like 30,000. Yes. The point of that matter is that was World War II, and could it have something to do? Here's what you mean: the disease, not the vaccine. The vaccine and the disease. Now, if you're saying are there powers that be that could have had influence on the vaccine, that's a different story. First, what you need to start looking at is the disease, and that would be an argument probably you and him would get into anyway, which actually me and Douglas would also get into, because I think it's been proven now that has come from a lab in China, but regardless, not a pig market. But whatever, That is one thing to say. Okay, was there an extension of 731? If that's what you're trying to say, was it like I don't even think it needed to be an extension of
Is it a
731.
policy? Because I think Douglas and I both agree that there is a different ending to World War II than it is the official policy or the state narrative pushed.
I mean,
through.
everyone on the show knows.
But there is actually something on paper
Thank you.
that says something else is okay. And again, that's me being pushy, because why would Douglas disclose that? Why would we all disclose that? That's me being an asshole.
Disclose what?
The answer is different.
Thank you.
But what answer is different?
The lie.
Which answer?
Well, the state lie, the federal lie.
You mean on the disease?
No, just about the policy of what happened.
Or on World War II?
Oh, even yes.
But
So
then
the
he brought
past
up the
200.
Spanish flu, which ended World War One, which of course.
And so we're talking about
right, which is all
Douglas,
connected.
go.
But nevertheless, the problem is he keeps making the question more and more layered and deeper, and
Like an onion. But, I'm an asshole, and that's what I said. I'm an asshole.
It's just put it this way. It's kind of like it's just a train of thought that's going on that is not necessarily conducive to communication, but it is what it is. And I get the general.
See, my mind goes so fucking fast all the time. You know how I talk, right? Yeah. So my brain's always going. So when I get on pot, like what he's fucking doing, and I get lost in those little loop scenarios, man, I'm fucking done. My brain's got so much. I first of all solve world hunger, solve world peace, figure out all the answers to every fucking thing.
I dig that.
I've done it all in the shower, and then I can't figure out if I've been in the shower. It's either been 1 minute or it's been 2 hours. I don't know, but I know I've done all this in my head, and I'm like, well, there's still hot water.
Well, both of you, we are joined by Ian West for several
minutes.
Fuck
you, bitch. Where was your lazy ass, and don't say you're fucking. We can't even talk now.
I am not of the propane.
He's showing us his pictures. I see his pictures. Oh
he's
my
sniffing God. Propane? Is that what he said? He's been sniffing propane?
Honey, are your tits as big as his are?
He's got big tits. Not quite.
It's going real.
If I did a push-up bra on, if he puts a push-up bra on, we're about even, I guess.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, no, he's cut out.
yes, we hear you now. We were impressed.
Leave him alone. He ate Chinese tonight, and I'm going to be honest with you. He made me want Chinese, Douglas, and you'd be proud of me. I didn't get it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. Yes, we hear you, Ian. And you got great.
And he
moves.
ordered 3 things, and you know how Chinese has a lot of salt. His tits are just holding in some.
Thank you.
Douglas won't let me eat Chinese because I throw up every time I eat it. He's caught me twice, and then he's like, the second time I was throwing up. The first time I was like, I ate Chinese, and the second time I was throwing up, I was like, my stomach just hurts.
You know, my gang brother Beaver would say out there in the deep south, he would be of the opinion they have no real Chinese food, and that anyone would throw up eating that shit. But that being said, Ian, now that you've joined us, tell us about don't tell us about your Chinese food. We don't want to make Brooke hungry. So what is it that so did you hear anything we said earlier? And we've been trying to contact you.
No. I heard y'all. I mean, I assume you guys were having a good go with me, but how was it?
I was having a good go with you, trying to get your ass to come on, you little bitch.
Well, I'm helping
good goer.
Neighbor. Her car's a piece of shit.
Brooke's fucking feisty.
I know. Yeah, she's a cunt. She's a total cunt.
Cunt. Yeah, you know what? You love to call me a cunt because it's about the closest you fucking ever get to one.
Look, calm down, Miss Rodeo. Over here, all right?
How could you tell her that the evil baby Yoda face in the car was the fucking assailant bending over and contorting backwards? She'd have to be like fucking Pazuzu possessed and shit, like in the fucking Exorcist film with her head spinning around 180 degrees. Oh, we are seeing Teddy Bass now. Does everybody love Teddy Bass's face?
Oh, look at Teddy. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
He looks good.
Tattooed. Yes, he's.
You look good. You look good.
Yes. is grimy
He
bear.
doesn't have his boobs are smaller than yours, Ian. You beat him. You beat him.
Yes, that's right. And he doesn't
Yeah,
have your
lots of
girth either.
tattoos.
He's showing his tats. Yes, that's
What are
yeah.
all those tats? Oh, well, you'll tell us later. Anyway.
Yes.
Oh, here.
Now, not to be outdone, our man Ian
Has Ian
West.
got some tats?
These
There we
guys
go.
are gonna knock us off bandwidth. They're gonna yes. It's not
Oh
even the
my
amount
God.
of bandwidth that they're chewing up. It's the
Sammy
sheer
Rivera
ugliness.
came back on just because he wanted to see Ian West and Teddy live.
Yes,
like
that-
he's so
that-
attracted
that's-
to y'all.
This
Oh,
is,
look,
this is the
Ian
worst
pushed out his
cam
apple.
sex I've ever fucking had. This is like
The worst camera sex ever.
yes, this is the worst camera sex I've ever had. It's like now this guy's trying to generate static electricity by rubbing his fingers through his hair.
Ian's gonna show you. See
My
that?
afro. It's my afro, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Ian's gonna
Sammy,
get on
we
that
hear you.
futon right there back behind him and spread his legs out.
Okay. Is that Teddy Bass in the bottom, or that's Ian West?
Teddy Bass is on the top, and
Ian
and
West
Ian
left
West
the
is on the
room
bottom.
because he's looking for his crack pipe.
Yeah, Ian West is.
Okay. Because I picture Teddy Bass as a big fat guy. Any guy named Teddy.
That's right. That's what I expected too. I
No,
expected
no, man.
somebody.
I'm a thin
well,
Irish
well,
Oh
dude.
my God! Look, he went to get his guitar to show your ass up, man. Look at that.
Nice.
Came
All
back.
right. All right.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Here, let me go down.
This is. That's Ian fucking West on the bottom, dear Sammy.
I like it, I
actually
like
they're
it, I
listed.
like
they're,
it.
they're actually tagged.
Ian, you're not gonna play nothing for me.
Well, I gotta do this right, and it's a piece of shit.
Okay, that's Teddy Bass playing the guitar, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can't tell them apart, man. You've known Ian for a while. Like, what's your
They're
problem?
like clones. They're like clones.
I know, but they look different. Damn, you're gonna have to
Yeah,
put
but
some glasses.
I thought Ian West was Teddy Bass because he's bigger. Ian West is bigger.
But thank you.
Well, you would think Ian would be skinnier with all that coke he's doing.
Cocaine. Sniff a fucking line, bitches.
Fuck.
That's thank
No,
you.
my fucking camera is a piece of shit, and it's not. Oh, there it goes. Right.
I like the way you pull your pants off. Thank you, sexy.
No,
That's-
stop. Look at that.
yeah, that's
Go
that's-
back
oh,
there and lay on that futon. Let Eagle spread for
Yes.
Oh, let me go change shirts.
Oh,
I look pretty.
oh my god.
We don't need you to change shirts or show us your 22-inch waist.
Okay, why did these guys suddenly get so?
Yeah, get off.
I don't
Get
know,
off
Sammy.
of
I mean, Sammy, I think
Get off
Teddy just put a vest on for you to look really good for you, Sammy.
Is he gone? What the fuck happened? I can turn back on.
Oh my god.
No.
Don't.
You guys are fine. He's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
thank-
Sammy's here.
Yes.
I'm here.
I
I
like-
have
I like
my
your-
headphones on.
I like your pictures in the background, man. Those are cool.
Who?
All right. Cool.
I like seeing people. I mean, you know what? I used to cut my camera on all the time, and fucking Douglas would be like, "You're bringing bandwidth, shit."
Yeah, they're burning bandwidth. They'll throw us off the call. That's
There you go. I put on a prettier shirt for you. There you
Oh
go.
shit!
Oh,
No,
look at sexy
no.
motherfucker. Look
Yes.
at that's how you some girls right there.
Oh my god. Is that hair on his chest or is it just discolored skin?
No, the goddamn camera. Oh no, that's my chest. But no, the goddamn camera is a piece of shit.
Oh, that's it. Blame the camera. Blame the camera.
Exactly. You know, it has a couple of pounds. They say. You know.
I'm sure it does. Yes.
There we go. I got all the drugs put away, so we should be good.
Yes.
Drugs. But why put them away?
Well,
No,
you know,
Teddy's not. Teddy's been smoking them the entire fucking time. I can
Yes.
tell you.
I like to smoke a little bit of herb. I'm Rick James, bitches.
Oh my god.
goddamn thing. I hate this camera shit. God damn it.
I don't know what
not
you
bad
do.
for
You
you.
cut it on and off. Like it's just like you're
There we
building
go.
your computer.
I
Stop
got a
doing it.
goddamn clip on it. There we go.
Yes.
Okay,
Are you-
there we go.
What are you doing?
There we go. So what are y'all getting into tonight?
What?
What are y'all getting into?
We've been waiting on you to play your fucking guitar you just brought out, or fucking
Oh.
if you're. Are you gonna do it or not?
Hey, here. Come say hi.
That's what I always like the girls to say. Are you gonna do it or not?
Come on over. Say hi.
Yeah, because it's fucking boring, and we just wanted to be done.
Yes.
Come on.
As long as you give
trying
me
to
a
get in
kiss,
the room. He's
sweetheart.
got some girl there. He's trying to get
This
some.
is my neighbor. This is my neighbor. Come say hi.
Oh my gosh.
Come say hi.
And the microphone, baby.
Oh, hi.
Oh!
Yes.
Very
Yes.
Say hi.
Yes.
Are you
Yeah.
fucking Ian West?
No.
No.
Will
I
you
just
fuck
did that
Ian
to make
West?
you jealous. I just
Are
did
you
that.
going to fuck Ian West? Because that's what he's wanting.
She should.
Oh,
She should.
I haven't shaved in like 2 years, so.
Oh my
No,
God.
no, her car's all fucked up. So we're downloading this like 4,000-page book.
Why?
Did
They
you
want
fix
you to
the
play
car?
Simple Man. Ian, they want you to play Simple
How
Man.
does that help with the car?
Where's the?
Oh, you put it up.
Because it's the directions on how. Where I put your book?
Over there.
Oh, here's your book. There you go.
She has a lovely voice.
And she sings too.
And her name, Ian?
Amy.
Amy. You
She's a
should come
size
on the
0.
camera.
Size 0.
I'm not.
Eat that up, bro. Size 0.
Amy, can you do as many? I mean, do you do all the drugs that Ian does, or just some of them?
It's a mutual thing. It's like community drug pull.
No, I don't do the same stuff he does.
Hit them tracks, man. Play them guitars, man. We want to hear them
Can
riffs.
you do some Simple Man? Some
Yeah.
Skinner? Can you?
No, shit, I forgot. Bye.
We can do it, man. We can bring it in.
Okay.
Two.
So I definitely appreciate your having showed up, Ian, and I'm glad that you have company. I believe Teddy is completely jealous now. He thought he was showing you up, but once Amy
Not
showed
even
up,
worried about it, but no.
Well, no, I figured since I can disappoint you guys all the time, I can disappoint her tonight. You know. It's,
Woo!
Yeah. Have you ever tried buttoning the bottom button of your shirt?
Doug, can you see it? Should I? Oh, let me go change shirts. Hold on.
Oh my God, we've got to hang up on you if you don't just come back on and talk. Like he's going on monologue.
Yes, I'll go on
I'll
monologue
put
soon.
my camera
But
back
Amy,
on just because.
if you come on the camera, Amy, I'll be willing to delay monologue a little bit.
Come on,
longer.
Oh, wait a
Amy,
minute.
put Amy on.
That's
Put
right, Douglas,
Amy
can I
on.
remove that $200 from your account. Let me
You
go on and do
got,
that.
oh shit, no, baby, I'm so Brooke, honey, Brooke, I want you on
No, I
camera
forgot
too.
you said that's possible to do.
You want me to play the guitar?
God.
I can play the guitar.
Oh my God, don't Brooke, please, oh my
How do I
God.
fucking do that shit?
Okay,
Fucking
I'm
hell.
sorry. Yes, Brooke, you're the one, Brooke. You're the one.
It's too late now. You fucking no.
Yes, you stood by my side, baby. That's right. You're the one, Brooke. You're the one.
I don't want to be the one. I just
Look,
don't appreciate
I-
that. I've been here all fucking night, and you're like, oh, let's
You
get
know what I
here.
can do? I can do like a little bit of Aleister Crowley, like sort of seance ritual. I can put on some better show than this.
Oh my God. So okay. So we are glad that you joined us for
That's
a little.
pushing it, Teddy.
We are glad you joined us for a little bit, Ian. We did miss you, and yes, we. Such being said, I.
All right, look.
Is there something you wanted to say before I go monologue?
Are you really gonna go monologue?
Soon, yes. I feel obligated. I haven't done it in a long while.
Oh my God, you just did it the other fucking day.
No, it's underneath.
You may
nice,
feel
so-
like I did it the other day. It really wasn't. I mean, it's.
Oh,
You might. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every time I came on, and Peter Moon was on there tonight. I kept rewinding. I kept being like, "Did Peter Moon get off early? Because you're doing a lot of talking."
Look, we gotta talk to Peter Moon. Peter Moon's been pulling a Brooke and he's been plagiarizing. Look at this.
Oh, the horror of Montauk Cave. Oh, that's
Yeah,
cute.
Talk
Yeah.
to Peter about this.
Oh wow. Bring it to his attention. It sounds interesting. A little novel there.
Right.
That's really
Sir,
thin.
I'm
That's
sure
a
you
thin
did.
book.
Did you plagiarize it from ISBN 0 dash? Never mind, I'm just joking with you.
Yes, of course he's joking. Yes. So
Anybody know how to take money back out of
Y- y-
PayPal? Because I'm
yeah,
trying
oh
to
my
figure it
God.
out.
It's like now we know how to draw a picture as an illustrator. I know how to draw a picture of Ian West. It's beer belly and butt crack all the way. That's it's
Well, you know what, Douglas? At least he'll come fucking on the fucking picture as well as I have several times. As I've come on there fucking crying. Apparently one fucking night and fucking because Sammy was like, "What is wrong with you? Your mascara everywhere." I'm like, I didn't even know it was on the camera. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
He's there.
I was also probably drunk and crying.
Yes. And oh God, Teddy Bass is back.
I've got the glasses on now. That's good.
Great. This is okay. So This is all very sophomoric. And
Yeah, I was getting a late start. You had a busy night, you know.
It's cold, bitches. Cold.
Yes.
You were
It is
trying to get laid. It didn't fucking work. You also probably didn't fix
Oh, I'm
it.
trying to download a 4,000 fucking page manual and it's not fucking working either.
Well, you know what? If you have to read a 4,000 page manual, you can't fix a car. So you shouldn't be trying.
Oh, yeah, it's like fixing a car, you have to be a psychic. Yeah, you nailed it, Brooke. That's cheating.
Well, let me ask you, did you fix the car?
Yeah, because I had to download the goddamn
Exactly.
pages.
Because if people go to school for that, or they either work on cars all the time, neither of one you do. I know that you do the meth thing and collect metal
Oh, God damn it. Brooke,
and have bicycles outside. But other than that,
what
pretty
you-
sure.
hard. It's not hard, you know?
Did she look at your bicycles and think maybe he knows how to fix the
She
car?
bought my bike. And she still
You should let her know you probably fucked her car up more so that then she won't have a car, so she'll have to get on the back of your little bike and sit behind you so you can at least feel her fucking pussy rubbing against you.
I mean, you totally did when you bought my bike. Yeah.
That's how I know what you were doing. You pulled some wires fucking loose. He made shit, if she's listening, he made shit wrong with your car that wasn't even fucking wrong with that. I can assure you.
Amy, did we ever tell you the story about how depressed Ian was back in school and he hung himself and then all the girls thought he was a piñata and started beating him with baseball bats?
That's terrible.
Yes, it was sad.
Well, it was sad, but well, you know what the good part was? It's always one of those girls, and it was bad and good, but it was the first time I ever, we were like, what, 13, I believe, wasn't it? And it was the first time I ever got to do a line of coke, because fucking candy didn't come out of that motherfucker, but drugs sure as fuck did.
Amazing. How you doing, Brooke? What you up to?
This is
And what is it?
Smoking my crack, and you hear me in my little face.
What is
straight
this man showing us?
fucking THC.
Teddy Bass, what are you showing us? What is that? That's disgusting.
Is this a wax?
That is
Yes, he does.
no, that's like straight THC.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
what
you call
comes out
like
of his
a-
nose at this point in his
That's
life.
wax.
He's been doing this
What?
shit so long. It's what comes out of his fucking nose. It's one of his boogers, but it's pure THC because
I didn't
that's
even
all he's
see
got
it.
in
I
his
wasn't
system.
looking. What the fuck? What happened?
It was disgusting. Show her again. Show her. It's disgusting. Show her, Teddy. Come on, show her. Go ahead.
What happened?
It's
now
like,
you got this guy showing you something. This is what he
Oh,
showed
yeah,
to
yeah.
Amy to lure her into his home.
Yeah,
This is how Amy wound up there. Yes. Yes. And
Okay, that's like you trying to be a fake M&M or something.
yes.
Oh, fake M&M's, babies.
Oh,
We got some herbs, and we got some. Here's the mushrooms. That's what you
Oh
really
my God.
do.
Is
Right
this
there,
stuff
baby.
going to get me banned off YouTube? Jesus Christ. I better
Can you
these
just
guys-
not? No, you know what? Something
No,
just
those are
keep
props.
saying it because you got an algorithm that listens. They don't watch your ass. Shut up.
Yeah, those are props.
You guys are confused. Do you know what the mushroom is? You
Yes.
don't even know what a mushroom is.
Yes, I
It's
cook
okay.
them all the time.
It's that stuff that comes out of your zipper. Yeah. You guys don't know what a mushroom is?
Oh, Amoeba Records. I got my records at Amoebas right there.
Yeah.
You can play my record. You can dial it back.
Mushrooms are one thing I have never fucking done, to be honest with you. That and ayahuasca. And
Yes. Why is this suddenly show and tell
DMT.
night? What the fuck is with these two guys? Was
They're
this
trying to show
prearranged?
each other out.
Not even. I was
Neither
just.
one can
I thought
show
we had a
out.
couple minutes. I thought we got 2 minutes. It's 1 minute to midnight, baby. I thought we do the thing. It's almost like the sixth, the mid dress. I thought we were doing the things. 666, baby.
Canada.
You're both fucking little pussy motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, he's coming in with that little fucking shit, trying to get fucking laid on a $4,000 book with this little bit of pot. You're coming in with
I
looking
love-
like fucking maybe it's a
Brooke
fucking
is
pound.
hot.
Like a pound.
Hot
Let me tell you
tamale,
what,
baby.
I was fucking 18 years old, motherfuckers, and they were fucking talking about we had our doors panels taken off the fucking car, and that bag you just fucking pulled out, talk about 200 of those motherfuckers coming back.
Oh, I know, but no, I got a little bit of mushrooms here. If you need one, do you need the mushrooms?
You gonna mail it to me?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I can say what do you need. It's all right.
I've never tried a mushroom. I would try a mushroom.
They're
And-
everywhere.
and, you
It
know,
makes you feel okay.
Troy Bellamy says, Doug is having fun tonight. You guys are a riot. How can I see you guys? Skype, Zoom, Teams. You don't want to see any of this. Troy.
Yes, invite him on, man. You should invite him on. It's not fucking fair.
That's
not
well, hey, my Skype ID is Douglas Dietrich 1. If you want to send
you got
me
a friend him so you can call him, man.
Yeah, you got to. Here we are, Douglas Dietrich 1, and if you like send a contact, what they call a contact request, you'd have to download the app, Skype, and then send a contact request, and then you'll be able.
I'm pretty sure most people since 2020 have Zoom and Skype. Okay.
Well, a lot of people don't have Skype. They've got that Zoom shit.
I know because most people do Zoom. I don't know why the fuck we're doing Skype anymore.
You know when motherfuckers had like mosquitoes and stuff in their amber? And they probably had like some other weird stuff in the amber?
I think I'm never doing mushrooms.
Yes, you don't want to wind up like Teddy Bass. Yes, this is a warning, kids.
What's so bad about me?
Yeah, it's
you
not
just
bad.
randomly went on ants or something. Remember when they got ants and flies in Cuba?
Yes,
is that what you just said?
It's the disconcerting disconnect that happens when you suddenly spin off onto a topic that's non sequitorial. Yes, that can be disturbing. Yes.
Love it. Love it. Rome code.
What is he and Wes doing? He's like explaining something to Amy, like
he's trying to
he's
show
pointing to the
off
sky
for
and
a
saying,
bit,
"The UFOs, they came and got me." It was,
Amy, do you know about the tunnels underneath your fucking house where they've got the kids and they're getting adrenochrome? Do you know about that?
Yes. There you are. That now he's
Amy.
Yes.
Yeah, you're aware.
And
one mushroom. I give you one mushroom.
Great. The guy's just opened his fly. He's this is what we get. Yes.
I don't need you to show me what fucking mushroom looks like, dude.
No, give me your address. I'll make you one. Mushroom. It's fine. It's less than one. It's called microdosing.
What was
it's
that?
It's actually really good for you.
I said we call that coffee.
Coffee. That's right. Coffee. I like this guy. It's a kapitzer.
Yeah, that's like some shiitake mushrooms. Exactly. I'll give you my.
And we have this. You know what this is?
Turmeric. What?
Is that
Chia
chili
seeds?
powder to keep the drug dogs out of your yard?
Yeah. Cayenne pepper,
baby.
Okay, so
Yes,
it's what you
keep
put
that
in
for
your
drug
mace.
dogs.
It's what you spray to people who try and rape you.
No, you eat it. It makes your heart grow strong.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Well, you actually, if your drug dogs come to your house and you put cayenne pepper down, it will keep them from chasing you. That's what.
Oh, that too. They don't like it. They go, "Oh no, it's too much, baby."
No.
That's what the ghettos teach, man.
Yes.
I got ghetto raised.
Yes, that was.
Oh.
How would I say?
I would like to say thank you very much for letting me,
perform.
be on the show.
Well, it's good meeting you.
Exactly. So.
Yes.
I don't have the set as much as you, but I can show you a better set next time. I'm bringing the horses out and everything. So
great.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to
sir.
hear that Simple Man.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna bring you Simple Man. Oh, next time I'm gonna digitally up it and just send you Simple Man because that song is actually a great track. So
love that song.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
I don't even know that Douglas knows what Simple Man is.
I have no idea.
How can you be like older than all of us and not know what Simple Man is?
And not know Simple Man track. Come on, right?
You're the only person that grew up during that time frame. Like you were a teenager when that song was made. The rest of us, we had to go back and find it.
No. I think I remember it. Hold on.
You remember it, but it was not.
He's trying to look
it was
for
made
like,
in the 70s, bitch.
Yes, he's trying to look for it like it's a lost piece of equipment.
It's on the head, you know.
Yes. Oh, now he's brought his guitar. Okay.
Yes, because
this is where we see the great seduction. He is now going to seduce Amy musically. This is where.
That's not Simple Man.
No, I got to tune it. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. I'll zoom. There you go. Okay, so it's
Robert Johnson in the house, baby.
There we go.
You're supposed to do the tuning song before you go live.
Okay.
This guitar's got too much bass in it.
Yeah, I was about to say it's not the most romantic sound.
I like it. It's minor key. It's horrible. It's circus music. Give it to us.
Yeah, let me get the other guitar. Hold on. Let me go get the Takamine. Hold on.
Is that
now I got it?
Is that new?
Amy must still be there if he's still trying to show off with the guitar.
Amy is hiding herself. She's okay. I have to breathe.
Breathe.
It's this
All right,
was
let me
what
get
it was.
the other talk. Hold on.
Okay.
I need fucking. I
You need to be on drugs to even appreciate this shit. Yes, I know. It's like and as for our man Teddy Bass, I mean, he's going through hand motions now. People don't see this. It's like
slow, like a slow motion. He's got a. I wish
yes,
you could see him.
it's like
He's
this
put
is
his hood on.
Yes.
Like he's in the fucking like hood for real.
Yeah.
And he's got sunglasses on.
Yeah, and at night, he's going through
in his house.
Yes, slow motions, like he's underwater. It's like don't do drugs, kids. It's
Right.
I'll be honest, he seems fucking happy.
I haven't even smoked my joint yet. Wait until I smoke my joint.
You have definitely smoked a joint. Oh, you must be on the mushrooms, and maybe that's what it is.
No, I didn't. I haven't taken mushrooms for over a month.
This is your
I got
normal
lots of
brain.
mushrooms.
Teddy Bass, I would guess that you do mushrooms as if they were Lucky Charms marshmallows in your cereal.
I try to. Whenever you guys would take.
I've seen a bag of pot that big many of times, obviously. I have never seen a bag of fucking mushrooms like that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a lot of
Thank
shrooms. I hope you're not picking them wild, because you're going to wind up with organ failure.
No. In fact, I have the book. You cannot eat wild mushrooms. You will die, sir.
Thank you.
This is a very important thing. Do not tell the kids to eat wild mushrooms.
Thank you.
Very important, sir. You need to know exactly what you're doing.
But mushrooms mushrooms are very healthy for you, by the way. I'm not talking about the ones that get you high.
Farm grown.
Like lion mane, cordyceps.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So Ian's like paused. What happened, Ian? You like what?
Oh no,
we're waiting for Simple Man. We're waiting for anything. Give us freestyle. I'll play.
Hey, Ian, can you tell the girl to go home so you can act normal for a minute? I would like Ian that I know back and like, I'm sorry. Or can you tell her to fuck you and you just get off the camera?
She does want to do
good. How does Simple Man go? It's like I keep on thinking
how about Freebird? You want to fucking Freebird?
Freebird.
No.
Give me Frank Zappa.
Ian, I want to know about this neighbor situation. So you had one neighbor that you approached and you just basically fell back and almost fainted because he had all the fucking parasites leaping out of him because he had you presume, the vaccine. So that can't be this neighbor.
This girl, I've known her for like 7 years now, or 5 years.
Okay, so neighbor like across the street? No, that's the school. So if it's across the street is the school. And...
Okay, first of all, you're confused. You don't listen to Ian's stories correctly. So basically, when Ian got originally infected, he had a bitch there from like, I don't know, some other country. I want to say Dominican. I don't fucking know.
I got infected from the one night stand.
It was some bitch you had crawling around your fucking house, you said, for a few days. That's what you said.
You said from Africa, right?
No. They came in afterwards. They came in after I got sick.
What the fuck ever. Anyway, then you said, so whatever, you changed your story. The one neighbor is male. That's the one that fucking shot him with this fucking, gave him some shit up his fucking nose, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And saved his life.
Oh, that's the down the street neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is the bitch who's known for 7 years and obviously still hasn't gotten laid.
Yeah, no, we're still virgins.
I mean, no, if you fucked her, that's fine.
Still dangling.
So that's the young lady is next door neighbor or what? What?
No. She lives in the condos about like 5-10 blocks away.
That is not neighbor.
That's not
that
a
is
neighbor.
up in the bankers' towers. Where the bankers' towers go?
No, she bought this condo like 6 or 7 years ago, I guess.
Okay, so how do you know her?
I mean, in fucking West. That's how she knows.
The dingle.
So Amy, have you fucked him?
This is all Brooke wants to know. She wants to know how fresh it's going down, baby.
Brooke
wants to know the freshness.
I'm very jealous. I know. I'm very jealous.
She wants to know the action. Can I get some action, baby?
No, well, the reason is because I really don't think Ian's fucked her. But what I'm saying is, if you haven't fucked her, if you have, it's fine. You may have fucked her anyway, because I think the story I'm going to go to either way with the lead there
The only way she'd ever be hanging out with you if she'd either be so in love with you that she's hanging out with you, which we know that's not true.
Well,
The secondly is
I
It
always
was slippery.
Yeah.
It was slippery. It just slipped in.
the second part would be yeah, that she's fucking getting drugs from your ass.
By the way,
Just
So
right
my
now, for those of
question
you,
is, are you just giving her drugs and fixing her car? Are you that loser, or were you at least able to fuck her?
Amy, am I just giving you drugs?
It's hardcore. It's hardcore, baby. It's hard. She's got some legitimate questions.
by the way, we get to see Ian West's feet now. His feet are on camera. All I can think of is
And he's gonna play the
Flintstone.
song.
This man could stop his car by sticking those feet out of the door, which I believe he actually tried once when he flew out the door.
Like Fred Flintstone, didn't you?
My bad, y'all. My bad. I got it on like a split screen thing. My bad.
Yes.
It's all right. I gotta
She's
play
grabbing her
Danzig.
purse, I
Pretty
noticed.
cool.
She's grabbing her purse, so she's definitely considering escape.
Yes, because she's probably. Why do you think she was out of the room? She was getting some of his fucking drugs and putting them in her fucking thing. You think she'd be there without fucking no other reason to be there with Ian West?
These Clemson people have no couth. I'm telling you, no couth out of these Clemson people.
They're not even Jewish. They're fuck up people, man.
Oh, God.
She's
Every
just
time he
shouldn't
gets
have
up
been
and I see his ass, it's just, I'm astonished at how big it is. It's not that big, mind you, but still big enough. Oh my God. It's not the ass I want to see. This is not
I know. I wish Amy would come sit at the front.
Thank you, honey. We're both in accord there. See, we agree. Subterranean
Why don't you
Worlds.
put Amy in the chair at the front? We would both rather see her.
But by the way, that's a classic book and it's hard to find. Subterranean Worlds. So, and what inspired him to suddenly show us that?
I don't know. He's trying to show off in front of Amy. He wanted you to say something good.
He wants us to think he can read. He wants us to think he can. Rapid excavation and tunneling conference.
Oh my God, Ian, you're so awesome. I want to fuck you. Are you trying to get like me good? And Douglas say it so that you'll get turned on.
And take a look at Teddy Bass. He's over there. He's like,
oh, and look, Teddy's even wanting to fuck you. You just wrote your name on the wall.
Yeah.
I love Ian.
Oh, y'all are true. Y'all are true. Got some more news about that fucking
Can you put that bitch back on and put her at the front?
She's jealous of you. That although I wasn't lying. I said every girl is like jealous of you for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm not jealous. I want to look at her. She's prettier. I'm hot. I like to fuck her.
She's just.
They want the little lovely lady in there, Ian. Bring the lovely lady up on the camera.
I'm pretty sure I have a better chance with her than you.
Anyhow, I agree. By the way,
I agree that
Ian's
Brooke will
arm,
take her home. Brooke will take her all the way around.
I noticed that his arm has that deep gouge in it, and yet it's remarkably healed. So I have to give him that. He heals quickly for someone who.
I'm off now. Okay, all right.
She's leaving?
She's leaving? Jesus. That's
Uh-oh.
Well, you know,
without her car.
Well, no, just like, it's like throwing her in a monkey cage right now,
How did she even get back there from 10 blocks fucking away without, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, how's she gonna get home at this hour? It's fucking 3, 4 a.m.
How did she get her car there if it's broke, or did you go to her house?
Now I think Doug's getting jealous now.
We're all jealous.
Yeah. How did
I'll
you?
be honest with you. Of the three of us, you're the only one there with a fucking hot bitch, so I'm pretty sure we're all jealous.
Yes. So you're like, you abducted her. You must have abducted her. How did you?
Brooke was on it. She was like, I want that right now.
Yes.
Ian's lucky he doesn't live in South Carolina. I'm on my phone. I'd have been driving. I'd have been at the door. She's walking out of the room. She'd be like, where'd she fucking go?
Bing a bang.
You know, I'd be on the screen at my fucking house and be like, she's right here.
Amy, don't leave me.
Is that Teddy or Ian shouting that? Anyway, okay, so enough highbrow conversation. I think.
Yeah, this has gotten boring.
So I will commence to monologue, and Brooke, I'm going to kiss you goodnight, and there we are, a nice kiss in the direction of Amy, poor dear, in the company of Ian West, and hugs to Teddy Bass and Ian West as well as to Sammy Romero, who I think went to bed at this point. He said, Ian West looks like a broke Jonah Hill.
Yeah, or Seth Rogen.
Yeah, God. And but we were glad
I'm
that
off the mic, bro.
you were able to cameo, and our man Teddy Bass did his best to
Can
try.
you never? Can we agree, everyone here and anyone ever that comes on the show again? Like, if you've got somebody over at your fucking house, don't fucking come on here to try to show because you just act like another fucking like because you're not yourself, right?
Yes.
So like, if I
yes.
fucking date, like, don't fucking come on here. And if you don't come on, bitch, I'm like, hey, I'm here. See my bitch. All right, peace out. Done. Like, I don't want to hear shit. Oh, where you going? I mean, like, fucking hey, bitch, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear all that. Also, if you're gonna do all that, make sure you put her on screen and try to show her fucking tits while you're at it.
Well, you have a good night too, Brooke. It's good to hear from you.
Don't ever send me another fucking movie again either, like that bullshit, and then make me watch it.
Turn it on.
I'll just say bye to everybody.
She'll say bye.
Mad hugs and kisses, right? Mad hugs.
Oh, wait, we might see her. There she is. So darling. Yes.
Yeah, she's pretty. Got a pretty hot body, man.
Yeah,
She's size 0. Size 0.
There she is. We see the reason why she's there. She's smoking.
Smoking. Yes. All right.
There you go.
Yeah. Did you know that your man there says he has a 22-inch waist?
I thought that was I thought that you were gonna go for the what's his name, the real tech dick joke.
Yours was funnier. He 22-inch waist and a 48-inch ass is what you said.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, we
talk about that.
We had a clown. We had a clown on this program who was saying, "Oh yeah, my dick's so big and I can last so long," and then Ian started backing this guy up and saying, "Yeah, I can last 14 hours too. I do the cocaine, the Viagra, and the Adderall all at once," he said. And that's when Brooke said, "Look, just marry me. I'll get the insurance policy. Do that every day, and this won't last long." Oh, look at those gouges in his arm, Amy. They're right next to you. You can see them now. What he tore out of himself when he tried to isolate the queen of the colony of what he felt was infesting him when he was on his meth.
Get it around when I was making that concoction mix.
Oh my God.
I mixed the Viagra with the Coke with the
Really?
the Viagra, the Coke, and the Adderall. Yeah, I used to do Adderall, Coke, and Viagra.
I didn't.
I had that goddamn vial. Vial.
I love the Amoeba record shirt though, dude. Like that is awesome.
Yeah, every time I go to LA, I
got my vinyl.
Huh?
Do you got my vinyl? I'm gonna send you on the link. Just send me a thing. I'm gonna send you vinyl, man.
Do you want to see my vinyl collection? It's in the camera view. I can show it to you.
No, I know, man. If you don't own my records, you should have them. You got the turntables. We'll just spin it out.
I can't believe there's this attractive young lady sitting in a chair in front of this idiot, and he's talking about vinyl. Incredible.
I wasn't hanging out with Satanists at the fucking Presidio. What do you think is gonna happen?
I'm just trying to figure out why she's sitting there. Period. Like, I mean, Amy, what's going on?
Did he abduct you? How about your car?
Let her talk. We can't hear her.
My Cadillac converter.
You should have said, "Blink if you're not safe." Blink if you're not safe.
So the car still drives.
Make my throat better.
It's loud and it's not going to drive for much longer until it gets fixed.
All right. So when's the last time you saw Ian before this?
Yesterday.
For the car or no?
Yeah, I drove here. I live like a mile down the road.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so you saw him yesterday because of the car too?
No, he rode his bike over to my house.
Why is this interrogation going on? I mean, come on.
He rode his tricycle over.
Yeah,
here we go. With the one with the basket on the front.
On the house, baby.
I bought one from him that has a basket in the back.
She bought the pink one.
Yeah, it's hot pink.
So, Teddy Bass, are you trying to compete with this young lady, or are you trying to turn her on? I'm not quite sure what the message is here. It's like
no, nothing. I'm just doing my hair.
You might see that Teddy Bass is trying to generate static electricity by rubbing that scouring pad he's glued on his skull.
That's my real hair, but thank you, sir. Thank you.
Did you change shirts?
Yes, he changed.
Yeah, shirts. I did. I put on the same shirt that I have on my.
Yeah, you should probably change back. That's obvious. All
right, cool.
I'm sorry, I can't see it. It might be cool, but like it's far away. So from here, It's it looks like it's a country western.
Go back to the other one. Yeah, I know because I got the SOS pad on my head.
No, I don't do that anyways, but it looks country western.
So
like one
Amy,
of those...
Amy found out she's sitting on something. She found out she's sitting on something because
probably
Ian
a
West,
needle.
yes,
Does that change?
that's probably one of his used syringes, honey, that he left around there.
Wait.
Yes,
Yeah, wait. Ease it on in there, Doug. That's good. Thank you, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, is it like a Hawaiian shirt, man? I don't know what you got on, dude. Can't tell.
Well, all right. Y'all have a good night. Enjoy the rest of it. Good luck on the monologue, Doug.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Good luck. Good luck, Amy. I hope he does better than I think he would ever be able to do.
What was that, Amy? Repeat that.
Friends for years. So.
I'm sorry.
Say that again, darling.
Skype.
She said, we've been friends for years. And I said, I'm sorry.
Brooke gets jealous of the guests.
Oh, my God. Well, where did you meet him? Amy, where did you meet him?
Through mutual friends. We came over here for a barbecue, and he had tons of blow. So.
Why am I not surprised?
I don't think that anymore, but yeah.
That's a true story.
Yes, of course it is.
We know it's a true story. Amy, you want to hear a funny fucking story? This motherfucker used to come on and try to say you didn't do fucking coke. I called him out the first time I ever fucking heard him. I actually called him a fucking meth. I said, you're on fucking meth. Yeah. He was talking about how he got the bug from the Uber Eats guy, and he grabbed the bag, and the guy didn't touch him, but he felt the bug. My guy had the shot, and the bugs jumped off the bag. And they didn't touch him.
Thanks, Wingman. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. But here's the thing. No, what he said about the coke.
Go ahead, twist it in.
Do they know how your skin broke out from being next to somebody that got the vaccine?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was one of the stories. Anyway, the point is what he saved him at one point. A lot of stuff saved him. But at one point, what was hilarious is he still was saying he didn't do coke. He hadn't admitted it yet, although I knew it. And he says, he comes on the show and Doug's like, hey, how you doing? Because Doug's usually really nice. Like, hey, how you catch up, Ian? And he's like, oh, man. He's like, I got rid of that fucking shit, man. He's like, I'm better now. He's like, but man, my buddy saved my fucking life. And he's like, how? And he's like, man, that shit was going to cross my blood-brain barrier. He said, I was laying on the fucking bed. He said, and you know how, like, if somebody just puts a straw to your fucking nose, you just, like, reflexively inhale? He's like, I just, you just reflexively inhale. He's like, I did. He was like, and it was fucking cocaine, man. He was like, but that shit fucking saved my fucking life.
No, that was meth. That was meth because I did a drug test 2 days later, and there was no coke in my piss. It was only meth. So the guy
I've always said real meth. So I mean, then I was still more right. But whatever.
It's really meth.
The point of the story is, Amy, is nobody reflexive. I've done coke. No one reflexively inhales.
So he was lying.
Like, I will sit there and say, if I inhale, I know I'm inhaling. If you put a straw in my nose, if I'm walking in Walmart, I'm not gonna just reflexively be like, you know. He was like, oh, you know how somebody puts a straw to your nose, you just reflexively inhale. I was just laying on the bed. I didn't know.
All right, we're going to go to Wawa. We'll see y'all later. All right, bye.
Oh, God. Wait, Amy, you can't possibly consider Wawa to be a romantic outing.
He had to cut that shit off. He's going to lose a fucking friend, man.
Oh, my God. Well, we just lost Teddy Bass. He left because he was trying very desperately to get some attention, and it just wasn't working.
I couldn't get any attention. The fact that Ian had a fucking girl there that looked how fucking decent. I couldn't fucking believe it, man.
Thank you. There's no way Teddy Bass could compete with that.
No. I mean, just the fact, like, it was both. It was looking at her and then Ian, like, had her. Like, it's not like she's the hottest fucking model, like some model, but not like for Ian, yeah.
Yeah, that's orders of magnitude above Ian's pay grade. But like she said, it's the blow. It's the blow. And what
at least she fucking admitted. I mean, I knew it was. You heard me the whole time. I kept saying she's there for drugs. She finally at least came in and fucking admitted it.
Yes. There we are. So, okay, kids. Now you know how to get laid.
Now we will let you monologue. I will go to bed.
I love you, Brooke. That didn't come out sounding right, but it was a hard night.
It was fucking not fucking love at all. That was shitty.
I love you. Jesus fucking Christ. I love you, you fucking bitch. How's that? Jesus.
That's much better.
So, whoa, he's back. He's back. Then he's gone.
What happened, Teddy? Joined and left and joined and left.
He really wanted attention, and he just was doing what he could on the camera, but it's no point. We got a attractive blonde on the other camera, and so maybe he was doing that for her.
I mean, he was more attractive than fucking Ian. If it had just been Ian, he'd have been getting the attention. But and I'll be honest, it wasn't even just her because I couldn't really see her face good. But she had a cute little body. She was thin. I knew she was on coke or meth. I mean, man, and I'm not trying to judge her for any way, but
of course not.
She's pretty fucking thin, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I'm not saying anything because she's naturally thin. I'm not any heavier than her. She's a little taller, so just fine. She's but I'm just thinking with Ian West, if I was hanging out with Ian West, right, or any other girl, if she's half decent looking and she's not fat, she's on fucking coke or meth.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's a stretch. Being that Ian just admitted forever that he was on. He's admitted for a while now he's been on coke, but he wouldn't admit the meth.
Then she copped to it herself.
She copped to herself, but then he just copped to the meth, which he said he didn't do. And then he's like, well, no, I just tested positive only for meth.
Yeah, only for meth. There you go. So his story is now complete. We've completed the circle. We've closed the circle of the story of his life. And that being said,
I love you. I hope I didn't embarrass him too much. I mean, I hope he can get laid if he can. I don't think she's fucking him though, to be honest with you.
Fucking him, to be honest. Yes, is what you're saying. Yeah, no, she's just.
I doubt she's probably just there for the play. That's what I was trying to see though. If he was that big of a, I'm not calling him a loser, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you got a girl that I remember being younger. I haven't done that in a long time, but like when I was younger, like I would go to fucking I'd be like, hey, will you fucking fix this? And you they're like, well, you want to go get something to eat? Oh, sure, you can buy me fucking drinks. What the fuck ever you doing? I'm not fucking you ever. Like, those friends, like you have those friends, it just it'd be like if fucking one of these people on the fucking show moved the fuck down or near me. Like, okay, you keep trying. That's fine. It's not ever happening. Yes. Like 40-inch dick. I mean, it's not happening.
By the way, if you take a look into the text of the Skype call, the text of this Skype call, Sammy Romero entered a sentence about he's referring to your assailant. He says, sorry, Brooke, your whiteness, he spells it gang style, of both you cancels each other out, laugh out loud. So what he was saying, since both of you were white ladies, the cops didn't know what to do and just let you both go. That's so I just gave that a but other than that, I'm not quite sure how
I just think that was bullshit though. I mean, I don't have an assault and battery.
Thank you. I mean, this girl has a history of something that's actually quite dangerous.
You can't. She had a $20,000 bond. You can't even sign your own. Like when I went into jail for the DUI. Like you sign your own recognizance. Like they put you out on $1,000, $500. Like you just sign your name. Like she had a bond, which means she had to come up with at least $2,000 to pay a fucking bondsman.
Yeah.
To even get out, or somebody had to come with that. Like she had a true that was a true charge. She was in jail. Like that's a major charge. So for her to just to let her fucking go when they knew what was going on, I think that is bullshit though.
Thank you. I agree. I'm the first to say that. And that adds to the mystery that she might have had some backing. In other words, some people making some phone calls for her. That makes sense. And so again, you handled this well. Ian is typing. Oh shit. I'm afraid to see what's going to come up. Hold my hand here, honey, till he's
he's
finished.
just gonna put me down saying, "Oh, I'm so jealous of his girlfriend, and I'm so blah blah blah," and he knows I am. I'd already bought a plane ticket to go down there and fuck him this weekend, but fuck, now it's all ruined.
I love what you said about the pinata story. Yes, then when we kept hitting him with baseball bats, all this powder kept coming out. This is Amy. I don't do coke or meth. That was years ago. I'm an athlete, swimmer. Thank you, honey. That's thank you. By the way, it's no judgment call. We wouldn't care if you did. You would actually explain the situation much more
I mean,
than.
honestly, Amy, that's kind of sadder. Like, if you're an athlete swimmer and you're hanging out with Ian. And I mean, there's a reason you should be high. Or drunk. Or both. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't putting you down. Like,
it's just what we would need to be.
I have to take Adderall to deal with his motherfucking ass. So, like, I mean, it's close, like poor what's his name thought it was actually like the exact same as meth, but unfortunately, unless you do about maybe 30 milligrams at times 10, you would fucking get to a meth level. But yeah, I think you should totally.
She says I should be. Yes, she should be
Yeah,
high.
You
yes.
should be. You should totally be fucking high. You should get high right now. Either that or go to a fucking church and be like, what the fuck am I doing, man? Like, just Uber there.
I get prescribed ADS, ADYS, Addies.
Addies. She's saying Addies, Adderall.
Okay. So she's prescribed 20 milligrams here. Oh,
that's what I take. That's how her and I stay so thin.
Yes. So you
I've
lovely
been
ladies.
sick as well, but yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that? Say that again.
I said Adderall just make you. It's kind of like, it's not like meth, like where it makes you stay up for days, but it'll make you where you don't have as much of an appetite. So if you take I take 20 milligram ER, I was on 30. Okay. Went down to 20.
Then she says, I'll smoke some herb, Adderall. Thank you, honey, for clarifying that. Look, I don't mean any disrespect here for either one of you, but I mean, oh my God, how do you get prescribed Adderall? I mean, are you fucking your doctors, or are you got a diagnosis for ADHD? What?
Yeah, I had a diagnosis for ADHD when I was a kid. Before there was Adderall, they put me on whatever the fuck it was, Ritalin.
Ritalin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was back when I was a kid.
Oh my God, that impacted you for life. I'm sure it did.
No, my parents only kept me on for a year, and then I was fine, and then didn't take it for a long time, and yeah, and then well, that didn't work out really well for me, did it? Because I flunked out of college.
You did? I never knew that.
Yeah.
Wow. But by the way, you really helped Brendan there. The prayer really helped him get his wallet. That's thank you, honey.
Mima helped him.
Yes. You mean your mom?
Mima.
Yeah.
See, you know what? Sammy knows me so much better. He knows who Mima is.
Okay.
It says that she said it's extremely easy to get prescribed.
So you can't pay attention to shit. Thank you, honey. That's cute. Oh my God.
Yeah, Adderall's not that hard. I mean, Adderall comparatively, it's a controlled substance, but it's not like pain. God, getting a 5 milligram Lortab would be harder than getting an Adderall or even a Xanax or a whatever those the nerve pills are. Like, those are harder to get. Those are all because my mom is 70 years old and she has trouble getting her Ativan, lorazepam. So Adderall, I think that they know it's a speed, but it's the reason is because when you come off Adderall, it's not an addiction that you are like, oh my God, I'm like, I can't come off of it tomorrow. Like, if you quit taking it, you just quit taking it, and maybe for a day or so, like, you don't have, if you've been taking it for a while, you might not have as much energy for a day or two, but it's not like where like pain pills or even whatever the lorazepam and Xanax, they fall under whatever those nerve pills are. They all of that sends you into withdrawals. So like pain pills send you into horrible withdrawals as far as pain. And then I don't know, but I would assume the nerve pills. I know somebody that came off Xanaxes, and I didn't think they needed to be on them. And then when they came off, I was like, man, then you probably need to be on them because you're acting fucking crazy as shit right now. So I think they get a little crazy because they're used to the nerve pills, like taking them. That's about it.
Wow.
So I don't know. Yeah, but here's my question. Why the fuck are you asking how we get Adderall and all the shit you fucking take?
I was just curious. I mean, it's with all the stuff that I take, it's basically available at the estate, but when it comes to prescription meds, they're usually quite difficult. So the prescription meds that I got asshole doctors that won't even fucking give me a referral for a chiropractor. So it's like here on the left coast, they're like they're tighter than a crab's ass, as my late and sainted sire used to say. They're just all, or was it Aquino who said that? Christ, I hate to conflate the two of them.
That's a horrible fucking thing to fucking, yeah. I bet your father's turned over in his fucking grave.
Thank you. Yes, my apologies to him. But it was Kino who said that, now that I remember. But in terms of the doctors here are just, good God, it's just a pain in the ass. They're just assholes. They
Of course,
don't give
of course, Aquino loved your father, so who the fuck knows? Maybe they're all happy together.
You mean my biological father?
Yeah.
So, well, you're wrong on that, honey. That's not the case. But I understand why you would think that. Yeah, based on all the propaganda.
Well, that's part of the reason I thought he picked you, because he knew that.
He picked me because of that, but it wasn't because. It was because he thought that would be a great propaganda tool. So I'll explain that to you one of these days.
Oh my God, no, I don't need you to. You explain everything. I'm sure you've explained that a million times. No, I mean, I get it. It would be a propaganda tool. I can't see how we would go any further than that. I know what propaganda is. Like, are we going to go into a 45-minute conversation on it?
Wow. Oh my God. Well, I understand. I get it, and I thank you for.
No, I do like it when it's a story, but I just can't see it going much further than it would have been a propaganda tool, if it's not anything else.
Right. No. I mean, I hear you. Yeah. No. I mean, you kind of got it. I mean, you kind of got it. Like you said, it doesn't need to go much further than that. I mean, I could go on, like you said, for forever about all kinds of things. And I'm glad that you took the time to, explain what you did to Teddy Bass, though, I'm not quite sure that he's satisfied by any explanation. He's looking for something that basically draws a connection to video game reality. Teddy Bass is in video game reality. It's like it's all a Matrix or something. So when he asks questions like that, he's looking for like an ultimate connect the dots. Is what he's looking for.
I mean, World War II, he asked me while you were gone, did you hear that? So what do you think about the balloons in South Carolina? Are they dirigibles or aliens?
Did he really? Oh my God.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know, dude. Like, the only balloons I see in South Carolina usually are the birthday party.
Thank you.
I said, other than the picture of one I saw was that Biden had shot off the coast, but I'm pretty sure that was Chinese.
Thank you.
But I mean, I don't know. But hey, that's what he asked me. I didn't hear that. I guess you did not hear that.
No, thank God. Thank God. If I had heard that, I would have been, that would have been just...
I mean, am I missing something? That's what I thought. Am I missing a bunch of balloons over South Carolina?
I think Teddy Bass sees balloons flying around him no matter what. I mean, with the drugs he's doing, he's got balloons floating in front of his eyes the way that that dear lady whose name is unpronounceable, South African daughter of Elon Musk's dad, her mother had the snowflakes all around her. By the way,
right?
For those of you who don't know the reference, I'm referring to a picture that when Brooke saw that, she said, "She looks high as shit."
That was Elon Musk's mother.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's when I told you, I was like, well, that's why she was fucking the stepdaughter, because he had her fucked up, man.
Yes.
He had the wife.
Yeah. And it looked like some of her teeth were false teeth. It was like they were so badly fixed. Like you could tell they were temporary stopgap measure to hide the gaps in her teeth where he had knocked her teeth out.
Well, the whole problem was the entire left side of her face was completely shut down. Yeah. And so that made her look high. But then when you pointed out the teeth, we decided, well, it could just be that the left side of her face is permanently paralyzed.
Mm-hmm. So sad. Oh my God. I mean, true evil. I mean, that's true evil right
I
there.
don't think she was. It didn't look really. I'm pretty sure she was fucking high in that picture. I mean, she may have bad teeth too, but maybe I'm smoking
Well,
crack.
if you're on enough drugs, they do a number to your teeth. Drugs and alcohol. Alcohol's got a lot of sugar in it, so the alcohol ultimately take the teeth out. And but what puzzles me is why they weren't fixed, because it's like
They
they're
had
rich.
money.
They could fix the teeth. So it's like they just happened right then, and they gave her some stopgap until she saw the dentist or something. It was really
Well, yeah, but they were in Africa, and it's just like it's just like England. Like they didn't care as much about their fucking teeth.
I guess. Yeah.
They're like, you got some teeth still? You're good.
Holy shit. Oh my God. So, honey, I love you, and I really mean it. I truly love you, and I prostrate myself before you, kiss your toes, worship the ground on which you walk, and usher you off into that gentle night. Okay? Darling? She's mute. What is this? Is this suddenly like Ian West or something? What are you? Oh my God, what's with that? Well, if she doesn't respond, I'll just start monologuing. Okay, let's take a look at the time we got left.
I was peeing, dude.
Oh.
I finished peeing. Sorry. All right, dude, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Take a look into the chat room, darling. Take a look into the chat room. I don't know if this is Amy or Ian in the chat room. This is far different from what we were getting on our Skype text. The mannerism seemed like it was Amy. Then what we got in the chat is Ian West. It looks like Ian West is saying this. This is Ian West.
It's both. Well, I don't know. Jealous is definitely Ian fucking West.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I don't do coke and meth, and LOL might have been her.
That's
and she
him.
might have got it back for
That's
athlete
him
swimmer.
because it's all caps.
Yeah. I'm an athlete swimmer. Well, I mean, that's either her or he. We know he's not an athlete swimmer, so I don't know.
He might say that just because he's, because he claims all kinds of things.
She said that in the chat too, though. She said she was an athlete swimmer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So she might be saying that, but the two of them.
But that's when I told her it was sadder.
Yes, yes, that's right. Because you should be high to be in his company. Yes, or doing drugs. That's right. Oh my God.
I mean, let me tell you what. I told Ian West because I'm on the show. I've been sick for fucking months. Ian West is like, I don't fucking know. It's something with COVID. I'm like, determined. Well, it probably is with COVID because nobody else can figure it out. So I told him it's that, and I don't have a fucking job right now, and I get fucking bored. I'm at home with kids and dogs. Like, what is her reason? She's coming to his house, man. Like, if he lived close enough to get to me, do you think I would talk to him? I already have a security camera up. I just had a bitch try to kill me. I already have a security camera up. Yeah, no. You know why? Because even if you want to come over and try to fuck me, he'd be over here looking for tunnels. He'd digging my house up while I was gone. There's a tunnel under there. Fucking hurt shit. I come home, my whole floor's ripped up. I heard shit under there. They're killing fucking babies or something.
Yes, yes, you've got it right. I mean, honestly, that's where the man is at. It's between him and then Teddy Bass saying, is it aliens? Is it reachable? Sorry. Oh my God, what did I do? Somewhere I went terribly wrong. But
Debbie's got hell. She said you guys are a fucking riot.
Yes. Who's Debbie said this? Where is
Debbie's it got held, so I unheld it since I can do that because I could read it, and I guess it got held because she said fucking, and sometimes it'll hold a message if it cusses.
Okay.
And yeah, so I unheld it. It says you guys are a fucking riot.
Oh well, I can't see it. And
it's right below where you put Douglas Dietrich 1.
Okay, interesting. Well, I can't see it at all. So why can't I see it? I should be able to see it as the manager of the channel. I'm the channel manager. I should be able to see.
I just put all I did was, like it said, it was in hold, and you said you can unhold it.
Mm-hmm. And you unheld it, I hope.
Yes, I can see it now.
Oh, okay. So, I guess maybe
Let me
if I try resetting the page, but I doubt it. It's
I
just
don't
one
know.
of
The
those.
show was doing shit weird earlier when I went on the live chat when you were still on there with what's his name. Like all suddenly it only showed me like you know how I said like I giving you money and it showed me the person like before me like and I knew there were comments before I left and you were on the same call and it wouldn't show me any of that.
Interesting. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I figured it was just my phone, but obviously there's something with this shit as well if you can't see that because I can plainly see it.
Okay, so it's definitely just the nature of the beast. It's just like you said, it's a quirky system. So all of that being
Yeah,
said,
I screenshotted it and just sent it to you.
yes. Then Debbie Starborn says, "Can you see me now?" Yes, I can, darling. Mwah. Love you. And we've got the screenshot from Brooke, and let me go take a look at that because this looks like something that would be intriguing. Okay, so it says, "You guys are fucking right." Yeah, interesting. Oh my god. So glad you screenshot that. That's incredible.
So you can't, yeah, I can't believe you can't see it. Yeah. So you
Yeah.
just go straight from your name to Ian West's name?
Yeah, it goes straight from my name to Ian West's name. Yeah. But you'll notice hers is a lot darker. It's a darker black than everyone else's. Everyone else's looks
I
more.
think it's because, so like, I think I've had them held before too in other channels. Like, if you, so stupid YouTube's fucking algorithm, like, they don't have people watching, just the algorithm. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think they have algorithm listening. They're not actually watching. That's why, like I was saying, they're not watching folks. Not like, I mean, if there's somebody really popular, they might have certain people that they're every now and then watch. You know, they're pacing people. They're people to watch. An algorithm. An algorithm catches cussing, music, and then the algorithm also catches cussing on the channel, so it'll automatically hold it, and it won't bar it. Like you can bar, like obviously if you don't like somebody cussing, you can bar them, but it holds it for you to review to make sure that you want it in there.
Yes. Yes.
And
definitely.
so I think that it's only showing darker probably because I held it, because it was held and then I unheld it.
Okay. Yes. Interesting.
But I like that she cusses is what I'm trying to say, because it makes me feel like I'm not the only person cussing. So I think she should continue to fucking do it. I mean, that's my favorite word.
Thank you. No, I agree. I'm fine with the cussing.
Also, I think it's hilariously funny that every other word I say is fucking, and they don't fucking hold any of this.
Oh, yeah.
All right, your monologue. What are you monologuing on?
Well, because the 24th, Friday into this weekend last.
Bless you.
Yes. So, is that the?
It was a dog. Yeah, this is a little chihuahua.
Demon Baby Yoda. I was gonna ask
you. That's just not allowed in my fucking house, man. Don't say that shit.
Yes, sorry. You're right. I shouldn't say something like that. You are quite right. I apologize. That's a negative. So what I was gonna say was, because Friday into this weekend, the last weekend, was the 1 year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I'll start with Ukraine. That'll start my monologue for tonight. And start with San Francisco, actually. I mean, I'll start with a little bit of gossip with you concerning Ukraine, just for morbid entertainment's sake. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it was just on Monday, 4 days into the second year of the war in Ukraine, that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin awarded the Under Siege and Hard to Kill actor Steven Seagal a state decoration, designated for a person who has contributed to strengthening peace and friendship between nations. In case you didn't know, Steven Seagal defected to Russia. I mean, you probably knew that, right?
Yeah, Steven Seagal. Remember, I played the fucking bullshit comedy about Steven Seagal that fucking night, about he had that stupid show and then he defected to Russia. Remember how he was before that he had a stupid show and he'd walk up to fucking everybody and be like, "I'm a cop," you know, and then like, I don't know, he's fucking horrible.
Yes, he's
a horrible person.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and so there you go. So now he was given a personal award by Vladimir Putin. So it goes to show where he's at, and which is pretty much at the bottom of it all. This is like they're disgusting. They deserve each other. I mean.
It's unbelievable. And you know what? I heard this fucking guy saying the other day, you know how, actually it's like one of Trevor Noah's guys. He goes to those fucking Trump rallies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he was at one And I mean, God, you can't even go to all the stupid shit. But this was hilarious because this guy goes, yeah. So he's like, yeah, Trump's, still head of the military. He would handle this better than Putin. He's like, well, how would he handle? I mean, better than Biden. He's like, well, how would he have handled it? Well, what he would have had to do was just call over there and just tell Putin, hey man, stop your shit, stop it. And he was like, so he'd just be like, and even say stop it. I can't remember what fucking word he used. He was like, so he'd just be like, cut it out. And he said, so if Trump just called it to cut it out, that would be it. And he'd be like, yeah, because he's serious, because he backs his shit up. And he'd be like, well, so how would he back it up? With like military, like what would be Putin's reason for listening to him saying that? And he said, well, because he knows that Trump's strong, he'd back it up. Well, is he going to back it up with military force to the military in? Well, no, because of course these guys the same thing, right? They don't want us Republican, right? They don't want us sending money even to fight Russia, right? And they sure as hell don't want to send troops there. So the guy then backs up and says, well, no. I mean, we don't want to send troops in or anything like that. He says, so he's going to back it up, but he's not going to threaten any military force. He said, yeah, well, he's just going to pretend. He's going to pretend to use military, like that he would. And I'm like, I think there should be a test, and don't get me wrong, I'm fine if I fail it, but like I really think there should be a test if you get to vote or not.
Yes. Honestly, there should be. Of course, that would knock off like probably the overwhelming majority. That was this. It cost the president or this presidential candidate. I can't remember who it was. I'd have to look him up, but it cost him the election because basically he was running ahead in the election, and this was in the 1930s, the 20s or the 30s, something like that. And some reporter told him, Mr. Whatever the candidate's name was, you have the vote of every thinking American. And he said, that's great, but I need a majority to win.
Was this Trump's like uncle?
No, it's too clever for that. So.
Well, I didn't know Ian West had any family members that ran for president.
Oh my God! So there we go.
You know who I fucking miss, man?
What?
What's Joe Tide?
Yes. He comes into the chat every once in a while and says odd things.
Yeah, I haven't heard his little crazy ass voice about his shit in a while.
Yes, and he's sorely missed in a certain sense. That's true.
Oh, you miss him because you just like to ask him questions because you want to be like, tell me more about this.
Honey, for a fact it's not like I enjoy that. It's the questions I ask. You can hear my voice. It's frustration, confusion. It's maddening.
It's pure confusion, but here's the thing. I'm just as confused when you ask the question because I know you're getting frustrated and you're asking a question that you are only diving in deeper into a hole. It's like when Ian goes, there's tunnels under my house. And if I go, why do you think that? And then he goes, because I heard something. And then I go, why did you hear it? And then he goes, because I heard Nancy Pelosi scream. And then I go, well, why do you think you heard that? Like, should I just keep on with this train or should I just go on? There's tunnels on my house. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. There's tunnels under your house. Anyway, so what else are you doing? What else is going on? You fucking anybody? No? Okay. So anybody else got something to say?
Thank you. Good point. I mean, your point's well taken. In the sense.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoy laughing at some of it. I mean, like the tar to the roof shit was fucking hilarious.
Yes. For those of you who don't know what our Lady Brooke is referring to, is that our man Joe Tai, I almost forgot his name. he got a job roofing. And basically on his first day at work, spilled this incredibly powerful adhesive all over himself.
It's pretty much tar.
Yeah. And, well, they told him that if it was tar, like back in the old days, he'd be pretty much, skinned alive or dead or something. And that he's lucky it was the new type of adhesive because it was comparatively non-toxic. But he wound up tarring himself to the roof. And this is a flat roof, mind you. I had always thought this was an angled roof, but he told us it was the roof of a school, a public school. So he was hanging half off the roof with his
Glued to it.
man boobs, showing. So he was of this indeterminate gender because his penis isn't that big.
Okay, that you didn't need to tell all that. That's not part of the story. I think the funniest part is just anybody hanging off a roof. I don't care what you look like. Picturing you tarred to a roof right now, or myself, like people should laugh at the like image.
Yes, just the ability of someone to do that. You'd think they'd have to be trying. But of course he's kind of a master at that. He's just yes, and oh, poor guy.
Well, in the South we make fun of we don't make fun of, but like we know roofers work tough jobs. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna say that, but like it's a tough job because you do it in the hottest part of the year. You do it in the summer. You usually are, and then you're up on a roof, in the South, and it's it's 100 degrees, and then you're on a roof. It's fucking on a black roof, and you're working in the middle of the fucking day. It's fucking it's hot. It's a miserable job. So the majority of people that do that job, they get paid okay for non-skilled. They learn how to do that. You don't go to school for it. You just learn it. And the reason you learn that is because it'll pay okay. It'll pay for your drug habit. And 99.9% of any roofer that I've ever known or talked to of any other roofer, they are all on drugs. And will admit that they have to be fucked up to be up there, right?
Absolutely.
And I, at least in the South, and I have yet to ever see a fucked up Southern roofer tar himself to a roof.
Thank you. Your point's well taken. But Joe Ty doesn't need any drugs. He's kind of on a natural high. Yeah.
That's my point. He didn't even he could have been high or not. Like maybe Southerners have it better with that. Like they're used to being like, okay, you know what? If I get tarred to this roof, I can't get high.
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna be a little more careful.
Oh my god. And the negative thing about Joe Ty was that he was consistently coming down on Southerners as making himself feel superior by downing Southerners as inbred and shit. And it at any rate, I think he was tarring down south where the jobs were when what happened. It's definitely some karma there.
If you think him putting down the South would ever upset me, and it's Joe Ty, like I think Joe Ty is hilariously funny in some ways. He pisses me off in others, obviously, because he just does stupid shit, especially he's done on my Facebook. Like, oh my god,
people die too. People die too. Yeah.
Yeah. I put a comment on my Facebook. It was just like I shared a meme. Somebody put I won't watch. It was a meme, and it just said, "I won't watch the movie if the dog dies. I'm not watching the movie." It was like, and I'm like that. Like, the dog's dying. I'm not watching the movie. And his comment was like, "Well, people die too. Movies." I don't know.
But by the way, to his credit, so he had that Lena Crane crazy call him up, showing him all the photographs. This is not Douglas Dietrich. He just told her she's a retard. He was actually considering getting a massage from her because he lived in the same city as her, Albany, New York. But then wasn't going to do it after that. So good for him. I mean, he has some loyalty. He has loyalty, that's for sure.
I know, that's why I've been pressing him on. I think he does have loyalty. He's just got he has also he has some racist comments in general on some...
That's right. And the other day, remember I was feeling like shit the other day? I was saying I just felt like crap, and I think that was the day that you knew I had to go take a dump, and but it was here's Ian fucking West saying, I could hear Brooke. What's he saying here, honey? It's in our text.
I haven't read his shit. I'm just looking at us. Where is he at? I don't know.
He's in our text box here in Skype. I could hear Brooke get all tensed up when I said she's a size 0. I'm not quite sure that's funny. I mean, it's like what. Anyhow, the whole point that I was saying,
I was just thinking about the last people I've been with were always like, you're too thin,
So I don't know why he would think that would be it, but I do understand what he's saying. Most women are like, yeah, I want to be thinner. That's I'm unfortunately, Ian, I'm not at the level of eating the amount of Chinese you are, so I don't really worry about being thinner. No.
Oh my God! Did you hear what happened in Hong Kong? 28-year-old model, her in-laws used like bone saws and shit and chopped her all up and put her in the soup. Really happened.
No.
Horrible.
What?
Yeah. Oh, it's
what, in North Korea, South Korea?
No, Hong Kong.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Hong Kong. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah.
Hong Kong.
Of all places, yes. 28-year-old model. Yeah, some supermodel, famous. And
why? What?
Her in-laws. It was like the whole family, the mother, the father, and the son all cut her up, and you know.
How did they get caught?
Somehow the police came in and found her in the soup. Maybe they were simply trying to hide the evidence, and they felt that was the way to do it. But
I've gotten between you and Ian West, I've had the worst fucking stories today.
I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Came to my mind when I was thinking of that stuff. But this was the point I was trying to make about Ian and Joe Ty. The other day when I was feeling like shit, that was the day you realized I had to take a dump. And when I took off and I just said, oh, I gotta, and you said, oh God, he's coming back. But that day, Ian West went off on this Judeo-phobic trip. He was like talking to Amy Como and saying, yeah, and then the guy, he cashed a check. And then the Jews all said that was because he's anti-Semitic. But, he's just cashing a check. And he's just going on with it. And it had no connection to anything. It was very bizarre. And I was just thinking, why is it every time I feel like shit, then one of these guys goes off on a Judeo-phobic rant?
Yeah. Yep. It's either that or you leave them with me and they go off about how big their dicks are.
Yeah.
What was it? And the birth control. What was the birth control fucking thing? Remember that one?
Yes. Well, and then Peter Moon was bitching about it, and I got you guys off early. And then I explained to Peter, I said, look, Real Tech was saying he had a really big dick, and that's why Brooke was responding with, I can get pussy better than you guys. And then he said, oh, okay, that was context at least. But she should learn to maintain decorum like a lady.
Yeah, because that's fucking Peter Moon. And you know what? Let me stay on till fucking 7:30 a.m. so I can say this fucking again. You know what? It's context. Oh, but he didn't say the guy shouldn't say that and put her in that position. It was, but it's because she should talk better. She should. Just like when he called me to teach me Qigong, like he's going to fucking send the girl for fucking cancer because he thinks it cures everything through fucking breathing, which, don't get me wrong, breathing is important. And I'm not saying Qigong can't have some helpful hints. Pretty sure it's not going to cure cancer. May help her. I don't know. Pretty sure if he had listened, she said she does Qigong. But he apparently thinks he's going to teach her some new Qigong. And here's what he'll fucking do. He will call, and if she has some breaths, he'll fucking look at those. And if she doesn't, he probably won't. But either way, he will then come up with some insult or just won't listen to shit she says. Like for me, it was also talk slower. And I'm like, dude, I need to talk slower. I've been like this since I was like a kid. Do you understand that? But I get it. I'll try to talk slower. Well, then practice. And then he would say the other thing you need to do is it's very not ladylike to use cuss words.
Well, he doesn't want you to sink down to the level of these guys like Ian West and Real Dick Geek. Anyhow, Ian, come on. So Ian joined us again. What?
Ian, you're not coming through clear, buddy. Are you eating pussy and trying to fucking talk?
No.
If you are, I'm proud of you, man.
I just got from the animals I hang out with that no. I'll be beating it alone tonight again. Thank you so much, Brooke. Thank you.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I tried to help you out, man. I said you had a big
cock-blocked him, Brooke. You cock-blocked him.
Yeah, in a galaxy far, far away. It's amazing.
All right, I know. It's amazing I can do that. So you want me to be your, what do you call that, your wingman? You want me to be your wingwoman? You're going to have to fucking penny up some shit.
Well, it's like, it'd help if, it'd be nice if I had a little support or something. You should have freaking out of it.
You're not telling me to watch a movie that we would talk about tonight, and I waste my fucking time watching the majority of it, and then you don't come on or fucking call because you want to go get your fucking cock sucked, and you can't even fucking answer your fucking phone to be like, hey, I might get my cock sucked, by the way.
I was busy.
Well, you know what? I was also busy making fun of you then.
Oh
Oh,
my god.
oh.
Ian,
Well, two.
so what happened? She just ran away? What?
Oh, no. She has to go to work in like 3 hours. So,
Oh my god.
but she's so sweet.
The
She's
strip club opens in 3 hours.
she's so sweet. When I saw her, I said, "There's a star." I said, "There's a star." She did lose a lot of weight, though. I told her she needs to get that baby fat back. You know.
No, I think she looks good. But
Well,
I'm
the
saying
camera
like
has to
when you
come
were making
out
like, I mean, you're
real
right.
life.
Like a woman here's 0 or a woman that's heavier. I've been a 0. I mean, like I'm between a 2 and a 4 now. So like depending on how tight they are, I have 2s and 4s. I can get in the 2. It's a little tight.
Well,
0s. I have 0s. Old Navy, I wear a 0. Old Navy, I'm telling you right now. I don't care what size you wear. Old Navy. People, if a girl tells you I wear a 6, and you're like, well, what are the pants? And they say Old Navy, that's a fucking like 8 or 10. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Oh.
Like, but other than that, like a
She's
0 is really
She's listening.
really pushing it, man. I mean, it's pushing because I was there. Like back when I told Douglas this, you know, I didn't take Adderall up until I started getting sick again, and I got prescribed 130 milligram, and now I'm down to 20 milligrams. But
that's what you're doing?
Huh?
You're not doing meth. I thought you were doing meth.
No, well, when all my teeth fell out and I got the dentures.
No. You get that. Shut up. Anyway.
Yeah, well, no, I mean the crack. I'm still smoking the crack pipe, obviously. But
Don't do that.
whatever. I'm saying so honestly, and seriously though,
But thanks for being such a great wingman, Brooke. Thank you so much. I hope I can.
I tried to tell him he had a 22 inch waist, man. He was making look. You know about me being a bad wingman. I took my mouth shut a lot and just asked him
Get out of there. There's green sludge coming out of her slit. You know, I mean, come on.
No, I told you to play your fucking music, man. And then he was the one. Is that hair on your chest? Button your shirt up. Why don't you give Douglas hell? You know what? You're just like Peter Moon. Give the hell to bitch. Give the hell to Brooke. She didn't do it right. Oh my God. You're right.
Well,
you should fucking message Peter. He still will not think you were on his level because no one's on his level. But you haven't figured that out yet.
You like that plagiarism joke about Peter? That was good.
Oh my God. So
you mean the book Peter wrote on the child molester?
No, the Montauk Cave, the kids' book, the Montauk Cave. I got that.
Yes, I'm saying the child molester that he made the book about.
No, he has an actual. Yeah, I get what both of you are saying, but our man.
No, there's another book that was it written after Peter wrote his?
Let me go get it. Hold on, let me see. I don't know. Let me go grab it. Hold on.
Oh my God! So it's like a thin novel child's book called The Montauk Cave. It's apparently for kids. I didn't know what it was.
Oh my God! I just figured out how I can get that fucker back. Every time I'm gonna go get every one of these fucking books and turn it into a fucking kid's book. You can't fucking see me. I'll be like, what's the name would be Peter Moon, but close enough. Like I was.
And you know, so let's go easy. Let's go easy. I have now. Okay, this is there's humor, and then you know, we want to maintain a sense of.
I don't know. When I get called the devil, man, I call the devil what he is. Call me the devil. I'm gonna give it back to you.
Restraint, honey. Restraint. Yeah. Though it's a bit of a compliment. You know, it's a compliment in its own way. And okay, so Ian is.
This book came out in 1982.
1982. Okay. Yes, and it's definitely that's so there you go. So
you don't even know. I love that you have no idea when Peter wrote that. None of us do. We're all like, I don't know.
I've never read those. I've never read those books.
We don't know. 70, 61. I mean, how old the fucker?
I think it came out in 91. Or so whenever the bombing, when they blew up the what was that building?
World Trade Center.
After World Trade Center.
Peter wrote it after that?
You mean he's talking about the original bombing, the car bombing of the World Trade Center, right?
It was after the World Trade Center on the other side of the United States, where the wake up.
The Oklahoma thing?
Yeah, the Oklahoma. Yeah. That's the year it came out.
That's not the World Trade Center. That was Oklahoma City bombing, but okay.
Oh my God. Okay, so the two of you.
I mean, am I wrong? Was that called the World Trade Center?
Fuck. It's been so long now since I talked about shit like this. I don't remember consciously.
I'm fairly certain that the World Trade Center
bombing
was called the World Trade Center because it was the two tallest buildings near
Yeah.
Twin Towers.
Yeah,
Was that
yeah.
not right?
Yeah. So he's talking about.
Okay,
I
so
think
they weren't Oklahoma City. That was the Oklahoma City building, the government building in Oklahoma.
Right. That was the Edward P. Murrow Federal Building. If I
And
remember.
so that was in the 90s. So then if this book was written in the 80s, it was written before Peter. So Peter's plagiarizing, man.
It's a joke.
That's the joke, Brooke. Thank you.
Everybody listening, it's a joke. Yes. So, oh my God, my life is so hard.
But what'd you think of her, Doug? Was she cute?
Yes, I'm impressed.
She's an angel. She is an absolute angel.
Yes. I mean, it helps to have drugs. It helps to have.
Hey, that's the thing. She's got her own drugs. That's what I like about her. I wouldn't have her around.
Oh my God. Well, there's plenty of reasons to have her around other than drugs. But yes. So such being said,
I mean, but you've known her, honey. Now I have a friend in Florida that calls me, and he like stalked this girl in a gym for like fucking a year and a half and didn't talk to her. And I had to finally tell him she was fucking married, or at least engaged, whatever. Yeah, I'm like, why did you wait? Well, every time I look, she's looking at me. What, have you spoken to her? No. So again, I don't think you're at that point. Obviously, you have this girl at your house, but you said you've known her 7 years, and you haven't fucked her.
Well, it's in between boyfriends. She.
You know what? That's bullshit. Okay, because if she's hanging out with you and she wanted to fuck you in between boyfriends, add a boyfriend, you'd be the next boyfriend if you were fucking good. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My point is, like,
she's not good at it, like, you Clemson girls are,
What did you say?
She's not all get it and go like you Clemson girls are.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you mean get in and go as far as I'm going to come in, I'm going to take my car to somebody that, first of all, I'm not going to waste my time at your fucking house unless I'm either wanting drugs or I know you can fix my car. I sure as hell wouldn't have wasted fucking 12 hours with your ass to fucking not get my car fixed. Be like, oh, you're reading a 5,000-page book that I brought over? Thanks a lot.
What? Some things are personal. I don't like talking about on the radio. Just leave it at that.
I think we've gone past a number of boundaries already, but yes, such may be the hint to change the subject.
Oh, I get it. You can't say that you fucked her because she had a boyfriend. Is that what you're trying to say?
It's personal. It's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah, it's not complicated. You didn't fuck her, but you want everybody to think you did. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, okay, good. We'll leave it at that. That's good.
I know, that's good. You're a good actor too. I like that. You should go back.
Psychic, Brooke the Psychic. Call her now.
Yes. Oh my God. You have no idea, people, how cold it is here in San Francisco. It is fucking freezing. Unbelievable. Yes, it's we broke 100-year-old record. Just so people know, I'm trying to segue into monologue sometime any minute, but
I'll get off.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm torn because I do love having both of you around, and you both are entertaining, and so why don't you do me a favor?
Sometimes you can be civil.
Yeah. So Ian, why don't you ask her about the film? She watched it for you. Ask her some questions.
Yes. Yeah, Brooke, what did you think of that? Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it, but I mean, like, it was a lot of stuff we already know as far as the way the entertainment industry's run. And part of it, like the first part where they were going into the ghost shit, I thought that was stupid.
Why? Why did you think that was dumb?
Because let me tell you why. Because about fucking, I don't know, before I ever even started thinking aliens might be real, right? Like before I even got near-death experiences, I was watching ghost shows, and let's see, my son was like fucking 4 or 5, so I was watching all the ghost shows everywhere, like fucking 2004, 2005. No, he was born 2005. She was like 2008, 2009. I mean, yeah, 2010 maybe. 9, 10. That's 14 years ago, bitch. That I was doing ghost every fucking day. That's when I had that fucking black thing. The only time I ever had a fucking experience when I had that thing come through my fucking room and I couldn't fucking move.
What?
And
Yeah, I had that fucking paralysis, man. That's when I said, cutting this shit out. I used to want to go ghost hunting. I would take my family on the weekends and want to do like just like urban exploring kind of like, and do that, like go to a couple places. Really not ghost hunting because I wouldn't go like cemeteries or anything like that. It was more just like abandoned buildings or something like that. We would go check them out. Well, only once or twice. And I was watching those ghost shows every morning after I took my kids to school and get really into them. And like, so all that shit I fucking knew. All that stuff about those theaters and all that. Man, I'd seen all that. Saw a lot more than that. But so I believed in that. But and I got so into it that one morning I was on the chase, and
Was
I
that
believe
like on the rag or something? What does that mean?
what
Does that mean like on the rag?
chase like a I know like y'all don't have them like it's like a chair that like it lays out like a couch. It's like
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right.
it's like so you lay on it, but it's just like a which anyway. Doesn't recline because it stays out reclined. Anyway, it's just I was laying there. That's where I was watching the show, and I had started to fall asleep after I brought the kids back and me taking the kids to school and watching some ghost show. I'm sure because that's all I watched, and I'd fallen asleep, and then I started to wake up. So I could see this like black shadow, and it was completely light in my room, like daytime. And there was going around the ceiling. It was just blackness. And I was completely awake. And this was not me dreaming. And it wasn't me like, because I mean, at that time before it, like I kept thinking I would watch these ghost shows. I thought it'd be the coolest thing to fucking run into a fucking ghost, right? Like I thought that'd be a cool fucking thing, right? Or a spirit. Like I watched that shit. I thought it was fucking cool. This, I woke up and I was like, it was black and it was going around the room. It was on the corner of the ceiling, like on the wall. And it was just like a blackness, just a blackness, not huge, not small, like fucking 3 feet, maybe 2, 2, 3 feet. And it went all the way around when I have a pretty big living room, all the way around, and I couldn't move. That was a problem. Like I felt this complete fear in me. And I was like when I woke up after, I was like, fucking A, like, what is that? And then I'm wanting to move and I could not fucking move. And it's the only time I've ever had paralysis. People call it sleep paralysis, I guess. But like, I mean, I was wide awake when I opened my eyes and couldn't. And it fucking, I remember it coming all the way around the room and coming over me. And I was just like, And it didn't feel good. And then I eventually could fucking move and get up. And I never cut those fucking ghost shows off. Never fucking gave a shit about that shit again. Good. Hadn't fucking thought about any of that evil shit. And a matter of fact, until fucking dealing with Douglas and shit like that, like talking about that, but I don't even deal with any of that shit.
Thank you. That's so healthy. I don't understand how, honestly, people think of this sort of experience as thrilling, and I guess it's a need for them to confirm that there's something greater than themselves out there in the world, and so it's an addiction to a kind of thrill. And it's extraordinarily unhealthy because you bring it home, and that's what happened there. That was brought home. By the way, so the latest photograph here that is being shown by Ian West is basically it's got music on it. Fuck, you gotta cut that off.
Which one?
The one with the sea serpent sort of thing.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. This, of course, is somewhere in Asia, and it's a giant, many people would argue it's a whale carcass that has disintegrated to a point where it's unrecognizable. But it is a bizarre-looking object, a biological. Now, you can see this, right, Brooke? You can see that?
No, I didn't look. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's right there in the... in the text where Ian entered it, but
that's one of those giant fucking squid, man.
That's what I was saying. I think it's a squid or something.
Yeah, it's one of those giant fucking squid that live deep in the fucking ocean.
No, honey, it's a giant disintegrated whale. It's if you take a look at it, you can see that it's a trap feeding whale.
Oh, you're right. It might be a fucking whale. Yeah, now I see the tail. You're right.
Yeah.
But they do have giant squid, so that's why at first when I just glanced, I thought I saw a bunch of stuff. But you're right. It's a
right.
I do see.
I mean,
yeah.
I understand why you would think that. That's what I thought at first too. You have to look at it a while to actually figure it out.
Yeah, when you see the tail, yeah.
Yeah, but it's definitely...
That's like those things that wash up on the beach and they'll say, oh, look at this. This is some weird animal. And then it's just something that's Yeah. Just like that horse he was talking about the other week.
Yeah. But what I don't get is the non sequitur of this. So Ian, you give us this triangulated kind
What's
of.
the reason for the picture?
Okay, the thing with the triangle, why I wanted to bring that to y'all's attention, there was another train derailment here in Florida this morning.
Yeah, that Brooke was supposed to tell you about it. I gave her the punchline.
Yeah, I
for
was
it
going to, but he was too busy telling me about child fucking rape and eating children.
Well, if you notice on that map, where it
Did
derailed.
you talk to Amy about that shit?
Oh yeah, that's all me and her really talk about.
You're kidding.
No, I love you. No, you're beautiful. None of that. That's, you know.
Instead, you talk about, sifting adrenochrome out of kitties and shit.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. It's like, what would she? Why? Why would any sane woman?
After 7 years, it's like, not 7 years. When did I first meet her? Shit. I think it was, okay, I was with Leah. And I just broke up with my ex. So, yeah, 5 years, yeah. Yeah, I met her right. Oh, dude, that girl. Oh, God. I'd beg. Jesus Christ. She is just, that's a Rubik's Cube I couldn't solve, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Trying to get her?
Well, she was always seeing this dude, and he wasn't, a
drug dealer like me. Yeah.
No. He was worse. No, he was worse. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, but it's like that Stockholm syndrome and shit. It sucks. We were just here and there kind of thing.
Oh my God. And so again, there's a series of things you gave us. One of them was the triangulated satellite map. The other was your own money and also charge you interest. What is that?
Okay, that's this newest court. It's like this newest court case. I forgot. I don't know if it's in Europe or America, but what it is, it's basically it's basically what it is. It's like a court judgment coming down that every loan that the bank has ever made to anyone since banks have been banks are going to be considered fraud. So you're not going to have to pay your shit back. You don't have to pay these motherfuckers back because they didn't loan you anything in the fucking first place.
Just to our listeners, I do need to present a word of caution about this.
I mean, Doug, feel free to play the clip.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid to. It's got that TikTok shit on it. It's probably got music. But what's the sequence here? What's the train of thought from the train derailment to the banks?
Oh no, I had a whole bunch of shit queued up for tonight, but she called and I just can't say no to her. But
yes, because you still think you're gonna get laid. You're not, bitch. It's like it's Douglas with that fucking bitch, the 20-year-old. He thought he was fucking a 20-year-old.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. Come on.
Yes, that's right, Brooke. Have a little mercy on us, will you?
Right. See, I was like, God damn, I can't bring her. You can't take her anywhere. Jesus. Anyway, but this new mind control shit with the vax, when you guys see this, I'm going to screen share it with you guys. It's going to blow your fucking mind, man. I am dead fucking serious. But anyway, back to the train thing.
You already blew my mind. You had a girl over there, period.
I always have chicks over here.
I mean, I know you couldn't fuck her. I'm saying that's normal. Like, we got that far, but just that she was decent looking. You had her there. Like, my mind's blown, dude. You can't tell. I'm getting tired. I can't handle much more.
I mean, you need to see the other girl. I mean,
I've seen the other girl. Why don't you show me a picture of the other girl?
No, I'm talking about no, shut the fuck up. No, I'm talking about you need to see the other one. I mean, but she is top 5. But you
show me your other picture of other fucking girls.
I rotate the women out. I let them have their way with me, and then they go back to their boyfriends or husbands. But anyway, But what I'm pointing out about
I wish you would fuck her. I wish you would fuck every fucking woman in Florida, and then I would have my choice of every woman in Florida because they would all be fucking gay. I'd be like, you fucking Ian West? I'm fucking turn, bitch.
you do seem like kind of the Cowboys crowd, Brooke. I gotta admit, but anyway, that with the triangle and the derailment thing, this Jessie Zaboter chick says like the way these Satanists fucking set up these like church purchases is that they'll buy and build churches, and if they are in a shape of a triangle, that's like a cue for out of town Satanists to go, fuck little kids and eat little kids and do all this other shit. So with the derailment shit being right there, these churches in a shape of a fucking triangle, and then the CPS being right there, it's just too coincidental.
Of course.
But that's what the map was about. That took me like 2 hours to do that. But,
2 hours. He invested 2 hours in that, Brooke.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah. I did like a screen.
And the diamonds? Did you draw the diamonds too?
Huh?
What are the diamonds?
Oh, that's the train. That's where the train derailed.
Oh, so that's the train derailment.
Yeah.
And so it derailed there. And so how did that stop the kids from being sacrificed?
Because this is what you said the good guys did, right?
It's bringing attention to it.
Oh my God.
How do you think most people watching the news are like, train derailment? There's probably kids being eaten under there.
Look at the church. There's like
I'm saying, but you're looking at it as Ian West, honey. I'm saying, do you think most people are saying, oh, there's a train derailment. I'm not worried about chemical spills. Not worried about environment or my family. Not even worried that nothing's happening because I don't give a shit. They're just, I'm going to go on my life. No, most people, 50% of people. No, wait a minute. Probably only 20. No, maybe 1.1% of people, which would be like you and your friends, and now me and Douglas, because we're hearing it, are going to go, train derailment. Could be kids underground being eaten.
Well, yeah, that's what the triangle's about.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying that they derailed a train to bring attention to it. Who are they bringing attention to it to? You?
Well, they're like knock on the door and say, hey, get the kids out of there. They can't do that,
Why can't they do that?
If they could derail a train, and you're saying Trump's running a military, they can go in and save them, then why aren't they just going in and saving them? They saved a fucking million over in Australia. Why can't they save these fuckers?
Yeah, thank you. Why do they need to derail a train to draw?
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would they do that, Ian? It doesn't make. I watched her shit today. I'm saying though, but that doesn't make sense.
I'm not on these missions. I don't know what their motivation.
Oh, really? Because go to your fucking Facebook page. We did this.
Yes, we. Yes,
we did.
Oh my
but
God.
You're not on the missions, but we did them.
Yeah, it's like, a little analogy, it's like a little, I don't want to type out and say the white hats do it because then I'll never hear the end of it.
But why not say the white hats did it? Because
we.
Oh, did you tell Doug about the underground explosion here in Orlando?
Doug told me about it and told me to tell you, but I was too busy. Who was the last bitch you fucked that was good looking? Who was the last bitch?
Pam?
Well, I was too busy fucking Pam because we fucked Pam. We fucked Pam.
Yeah, she's sweet too.
We fucked Pam. We enjoyed that, didn't we?
I love how jealous she is.
Because I love how we did it.
I'm gonna buy a Match.com website membership for you. Hi, I play with straw and hay and grew up in the hills of Clemson.
Oh my God! But it went from the train derailment to the banks. How we don't owe the banks anything, and that because money's going to be declared illegal or something.
Well, no, the loans are going to be declared illegal. You got. I mean,
Can I go get a loan for $1 million right now? And then I don't pay it back?
If we don't pay it back, let's go get all that money now and get caught up for the year. That'd be great.
That's what I'm saying. If we listen to Ian West, that's what we'd all do, and then we'd all owe a bunch of money.
You got to listen to the court case. You got to listen to the court case.
And how did that lead to the whale?
Oh, it was just on my desktop. I just thought it was cool, because you were talking about the Chimeras a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
But this, the mind control shit. How do you do the screen share in the Skype? You've got to see this.
The screen share. It says share screen down below. Look.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. My bad. I got all the porn off. Okay. Start. Okay.
Why didn't you just hang up and start monologuing?
Well, then we couldn't hear how jealous you get of everything. It's great. Yeah, am I doing?
I don't know what you're jealous of, because Well, I guess we both fucking pay him, but you know what?
What filter did you use on your image here, Brooke? That got all the on your face. That it looks really good. But now,
which picture are you talking about?
Your
Facebook icon.
Yeah.
On my Facebook?
Yeah, I got the wrinkles.
I mean your Skype icon. Skype icon. Sorry.
On my Skype icon? I don't think there is a filter on that, but I took that. That's 1.5 years old.
All right, you guys see it now?
Soldiers use mind control.
And did you just say I had all the wrinkles off? Fuck you, bitch.
Hey.
Then he glitched.
Yeah, can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Yeah, it's Zelensky. Isn't that fucking Zelensky?
Check this shit out.
Dude, it's a robot dog. That's this shit.
No, don't jump. Hey, don't jump off the horse in the middle of a run. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
Is that what you tell all your bitches?
Could you shut the fuck up for like 3 minutes, please?
If I was fucking you, I could, because I'd be sound fucking asleep.
That was good.
By the way, what did Amy think about what we told her about Real Dick saying how he was going for 14 hours, and then you chimed in and said I used the Adderall, the Viagra, and the Coke all at once, and
she loved it. She had a great time.
Okay, there we are. Good.
Before Brooke opened her fucking mouth. Okay, here we go.
Whatever. She loves me. She's like, thank you for getting me the hell out of here and giving me an
Watch the video. Shut the fuck up.
I know she liked the pinata joke. She
had a great time. Thank you guys. No, thank you. Like honestly, I mean, besides Brooks, fuck up, but still, thank you.
Okay, so the dog. So we're looking at the robot dog, and this woman's trying to sell it. She's trying to sell it. She's pitching it. Defensejobs.gov.au.
It's like pitching Ian West. It didn't matter what I fucking said. That was not gonna happen.
Oh shit. And I like they got the Asian guys there. The Asian guys there are there to make it work. There's no white guys to make it work.
Look legit, it's a real thing.
Yeah. If the Asians weren't there, it wouldn't work.
What does that say right there? What does that say?
Graphene sensor.
What's in the shots?
Graphene? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So
what is your
Say it, Brooke. Say it for me.
What's the point of the fucking what is the point here? So
I think he says that they're hunting us down. The troops and the robot dogs are hunting us down because we've all been filled with graphene through our vaccines. So this is
the vaccines, you can control these robot dogs
through the vaccines.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. How? So you mean like when we get the vaccines, we can control the robot dog, or the robot dog can sniff us out?
No, you can control the robot dog with your mind through the vaccine.
Fuck, I need the vaccine then. Why are you telling us not to get it? I need to control a robot dog. They're going to send that fucking lesbian fucking crazy bitch over here. She's going to have a robot dog next time. I need to control it.
Oh, yes. So if the vaccine enables us to control these robot dogs, isn't that to our advantage?
Yes. This is okay. This is the most important part. After this part, I'll turn it off. But this puts it in perspective. for everything and why it's so important.
Because everybody can't see this, I'm describing it to our audience. It's Volodymyr Zelensky is the man who's accompanying the robot dog. Oh, he doesn't look like him now. Now when he takes the goggles fully off, it looks more like Pancho from the taco stand. Pancho from the taco stand is hunting us all down. And then there's this dyke.
Yeah, what's cool is that the squad commander can mind control the robot while he's aware of his surroundings and his crew. So he can hold his gun and control the robot with his mind. So if they're going underground, they send the dog in first, and he can take care of his shit. He doesn't get shot or walk into a booby trap. That's what's amazing about it.
That's great. That's nothing to do with the vaccine for COVID.
Yes, because we were all born with graphene in our bodies. Yes, that you're a genius, bro. You're a genius.
So you've gone from thinking the vaccine was bad to thinking it's good.
Well, I'm just saying that's another little thing that
it's another little thing that you say that goes against something else you say, which makes everything you say not make sense.
It means it's enabling us to be transhuman.
Yeah, some of us might become transhuman. You were never human, so what does it fucking matter?
You know, we let's just get Brooke enlisted in the army, and she can run around the battlefield with the RC remote control. Be like, go get him. I mean, come on.
Look, I already talked to Michelle earlier. I'm telling you right now, if I had the fucking power she did, fucking your ass, I wouldn't even killed you. I'd just have burnt that dick off, and I'd be like, in case you can't fuck her anyway, can you, bitch?
She's so jealous. She's so jealous. It's great. Oh God, it's so good. But anyway, I think it's amazing.
You can use that though. You tell her, I'll pretend to be jealous. Tell me, give me like a 5-minute window you want me to pretend to want you, and I'll do it, and then you can play it for her and see how Brooke was so jealous. I'll be like, oh my God, like she was so pretty. I was so jealous how hot she was, and like I thought you were fucking her. You weren't, were you? Please tell me you weren't.
No, I was like, no, that's the girl Brooke used to beat up in high school because she was jealous of her.
So the anyhow, I thank you for showing us this. And then we do see Zelensky. We actually do see Zelensky.
Yeah, he's saying Americans will have to send their sons and daughters to war, and they will be dying.
He did not say that. It's or if he did say that, it's taken totally out of context.
I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know.
By a right wing media group. And see, like this, they're saying they told me anyone wearing Trump has to go now. Ron DeSantis book signing event in Florida. Oh my God. It's like, I like the Ultra MAGA t-shirt, and all the rest. This is all Don't Tread on Me. It's some right-wing site that this is all sourcing from.
Well, here's a stupid fucking thing. And I mean, stop it. Fucking, first of all, it's all the fucking right. So if it's graphene oxide, which, don't get me wrong, I'm all about fucking Pfizer fucking lying because I work for pharmaceuticals, so I'm not trusting big pharma, especially rushing something through. So, I can buy some shit that, could there have been graphene oxide in there? But then if you're going to go with the graphene oxide bullshit that you're going to say that they put graphene oxide in there, that literally what that causes is clotting and thrombosis, then you would have to say, well, why would they put something in there that's going to clot and cause thrombosis to our people that we need to also be alive to control the dogs?
Don't you understand? Because you can go do missions, you can keep yourself safe. You
can't go do a mission if you have a blood clot.
Okay,
and you're dead.
But babe, I don't look. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing that they got mind control technology for these robots now.
They've had mind control technology for a while. I'm sure Douglas could tell you more about it.
They didn't, because you didn't shut up while the fucking video was playing.
It had nothing to do with your graphene oxide shit. That's what I'm saying. Get your shit right before you fucking start playing it, man.
But it's what we're talking about is a form of remote control. But you use the term mind control as if they're controlling the robot dog telepathically.
Yeah,
so,
they are.
Which
With
you
the help
can't do that because now what you're saying is they're telepathically.
Yes,
First of all, I could telepathically communicate to Doug.
I think you're
I
getting
can
it.
telepathically communicate to you and say, I'm sure you can hear right now. You're not getting fucking laid
Oh, no,
by that
no.
bitch.
I would not want to voice my head. I would not.
Like
want
you heard that in your head before I ever said it. But what I'm saying is you can't telepathically
All right,
communicate with the computer.
I won't
I
have
don't
any
think.
shits over
And
here.
if anybody could, it would be Doug. Doug, you telepathically compute with the fucking computer in Japan?
I won't have any girls over here prettier than you. Okay, I'll try to keep it like that.
Oh my god! I swear to God, shut the fuck up.
Yes, it's in
For the battlefield, it's amazing. It's amazing.
It's oh my god, Ian needs to hire himself out as the pitch master for this kind of product. So it's so there we are. Thank you, Ian. That was cute.
I think it's amazing.
It's Ian's earnestness, his earnestness and his sincerity
He's
about
earnest
this
about all of it.
combined.
He was earnest that Nancy Pelosi was beheaded.
Oh, no, she was executed by a firing squad.
Didn't you? Now, is it true? Was Brooke joking, or did you really say you heard her scream?
Who?
You heard Nancy Pelosi scream.
Oh no, I said he would come over my house and say that if he lived near here. No, that was a joke. I said even if Ian lived here, I said I'd have fucking security cameras up. I said that was just crazy. I said it's one thing. I talked to him. I call him in Florida. I was like, but fuck, if he lived here, I said I'd have security cameras up. I said, and it wouldn't be just because I think, oh, he's coming over to try to fuck me. I said I'd be having security cameras up because I'd come fucking home and he'd have dug my living room floor up, being like, I heard a fucking tunnel. There's a tunnel under there. I heard a kid screaming. Nancy Pelosi, they're beheading her. I want to see it.
Oh my god.
The whole fucking house be dug the fuck up. My yard and all.
Have you heard from Nancy Pelosi lately?
She's retired.
She called me last week. Check in, yeah.
Oh my god. And we have heard from her. Yeah, she says things. I just never pay attention to them. But
she's not a speaker anymore, so you're not going to hear of her like you did.
Yeah.
Because she's not a speaker.
Yes.
But yes, I've heard of her, and definitely since you said that bullshit fucking before Christmas. I mean, she's fucking saw her fucking New Year's, saw her in fucking January.
Yes.
But I'm sure that's her clone.
Right.
Where they made your clone.
By the way, heads up, Brooke. He's showing us one of these connective charts. So
yeah,
the victims. Oh my god.
Yeah. See right here. I mean, I we need to put Brooke in this victims category up here. But
I wish the fuck you would. I'd be out of this misery.
no, I'm trying to find Brooke's leader, Hillary Clinton, in this chart. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Oh, here's the guy that stole your Pegasus software.
The Mossad guy. Yes.
He's right in the middle.
Yes. Okay. And so I mean, these are a lot of lines. I mean, all it takes is Epstein's a pervert and he's fucking young girls, and he brings a bunch of other guys in to fuck girls with him. So I mean, I think they're overcomplicating this. Brooke, do you agree?
Well, I mean, they're just that dirty. They're just that dirty. That they're all
like anybody that wants to know what this looks like. Imagine everybody had a kite day in elementary school, and if you had a kite day and there was a string going up, but imagine they brought 40 schools in, okay, and everybody had a kite in every elementary school in the county, and y'all were all in the same yard. This is just a piece of paper with all the kite strings, red and blue and green, just going straight up. I don't know where the fuck they're going. There's a couple of little boxes he's got.
Brooke, this is the guy you give your money to make you feel sexy about yourself. This is Lex Wester right here.
I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about.
Well, he owns Victoria's Secrets,
Yeah, I haven't been to Victoria's Secrets in quite a while.
Oh, that's why there's no self-esteem left in you. Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Okay.
No, I don't go to Victoria. I don't wear underwear.
All right, I'll turn this off.
Yes, which I which I am totally cool with.
I usually don't wear a bra either. You know, I don't need to wear a bra because my boobs don't sag like yours, man, and mine are bigger.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I know I got a lot more mile on my tits than yours, but thank you. But anyway,
You know what? You probably do, because once they see your dick, they're like, well, I'll fucking lick his nipples, I guess. That's all I can do.
I get the complimentary reach around with so it's good. It's good.
Oh, by the way, when he put that,
You get the complimentary reach around when somebody's on the back of your little bike. You mean?
All right, get it out of here, bro. Get it out. Come on. Oh, I found that cyborg clip. You want me to play it real quick? The Chinese cyborg.
You can tell Douglas is dying for you to play it.
Yeah, no, this might be your future here, Brooke. Here you go.
Did you notice, Brooke, that when he put up the triangulated map that he worked 2 hours on, that Teddy Bass put a heart on it and said pyramid dipped?
Thank you, Teddy.
Teddy said pyramid what?
Read it yourself. See if you can make some sense of it. Pyramid dipped. What the fuck is that?
No, that's what I wanted to ask. I don't want to take my time to go back and
Is that like a chip dip? Is that like a chip dip except it's for pyramids?
No, this is the guy admitting the Chinese cyborgs.
Yeah, yes, I understand. We were talking about what Teddy Bass said, but this guy.
I don't think Teddy knows what Teddy said. Tomorrow morning he'll be like, I don't know what I said.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Yes.
I mean, he asked me about the balloons over South Carolina. You probably don't remember that either.
Yes, that's right.
By the way, Ian, do you know what the balloons over South Carolina are? Because Teddy's trying to figure out if they are
aliens or dirigibles.
Yes, the ones over South.
Hold on, you mean what? I didn't hear about this.
Yeah, nobody did but Teddy. Teddy just asked me, like, so the balloons over South Carolina, are they dirigibles or are they aliens?
Oh, like are they foreign or domestic, right?
No, he meant like extraterrestrials.
Oh, God.
Are they ETs or are they dirigibles?
Well, I hope ETs would have a little better technology than fucking balloons, but
yeah, I mean, maybe you should have been on the call. You could have fucking handled that because I was lost. I just said the only balloons I know in South Carolina are usually at birthday parties.
Gender reveal.
I was hanging out with the Amy, not a Brooke. I had to go for the A team, not the B team. So.
That was good. That was good, man.
That was good, right? Alphabetized.
Unfortunately, you might as well gone for the D team because you ain't fucking swinging A, B, or C. You ain't hitting shit.
By the way, for those of you who are wondering about the quality of the Chinese cyborg video or clip, we aren't seeing shit.
It's
just a white screen. Like he's pulled a white screen up, and there's not even a play button. It's just.
No, here, let me play it so you know.
Really? Because it looks like your mouse, like you moving very slow.
Would you shut the fuck up here?
Yeah, because I'm ruining the video that you can't even bring up.
Oh God.
Just like you would have gotten laid tonight had I not said a word.
Did he stop it? Did he stop it?
You won't shut up.
If you play it, I don't know if we can hear it. It sounds really low.
I don't see anything.
Well, that's because Brooke won't shut the fuck up. That's why.
Well, shouldn't we see something first?
No, I just ripped this for the radio.
He says it's all audio. He says it's all audio.
Oh, well, I don't hear shit.
And if you shut up for 3 minutes, I can finish this clip and we can move on from it. You can insult me some more.
All right, I'll pretend like we just fucked and you're fucking me right now. You were like, just started fucking me.
Close your eyes. Start rubbing that little slit down there and shut the fuck up, okay? Thank you.
If I rub my clit, it wouldn't be like me.
Just shut up. Fly out there and fuck her to shut her the fuck up, please. All right. Here we go.
Wow, this is intense.
Yeah, Doug, will you fly out the fuck to fuck me and shut me the fuck up? Because I'm missing so much.
Yeah, I'd love to do that now because we're not hearing anything with this clip.
Yeah, I know. I can't. Brooke can't have the. You must be ADD. You need some fucking Adderall.
Did I? I'm sorry, Doug. I was quiet. Did you hear anything while I was quiet?
No, you were quiet. You were quiet. There was no sound. There's no sound.
For 4 or 5.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
Oh, here's his maps. Here's his
All right.
maps. Oh, one of them is octagonal. I like the octagonal.
Yeah. Read it, we boys. Here it is. Here it is, y'all.
This Buddhist world map. It's lumps and clumps.
Yeah, Douglas already showed this earlier tonight.
Yes.
This map?
1907. Yes. Yes. And it's like, so what are those black lumps?
These are the islands that Japan got what's it called?
Claimed.
Stats over or not sovereign. What the fuck's the word?
Sovereignty.
Yeah. Whatever the word is. Yeah, that they're claiming.
Oh, this is so cute.
So this backs it up even more than what I said a couple of weeks ago. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
Thank you. It's cute. It's cute.
Oh.
It's cute.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I didn't. I forgot. I got distracted with her, but I got more articles on it.
Wonderful.
They
share them with us.
One of the islands. I forgot the name of it already, but you can go there now. They're booking trips. You can go.
Could you show us that link? That would be interesting.
Yeah, here.
For those of you who are wondering right now, we're looking.
You could have 1,000 fucking people watching right now. I swear to God. Just have Ian on and him just showing you shit, man. Like, cause people would just be like, "Is this actually happening?" They'd be like, "Am I high? Did I get some of Teddy's weed through the phone?"
Oh, and I found this too. I bought another subscription to a database, and
yeah, that's all you fucking needed.
All right, this is from 1897. What does it say?
It says the Earth is flat. At least so think these deluded enthusiasts. And that says Japan's new stamps.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Look at that little right corner right there. Well, no, the right corner, there's a little square box right above it, and that tiny little bit right there. What does it say? Dear Black family, please stop reproducing immediately.
Where do you see that?
Right there. Dear Black family, please stop reproducing immediately. We will cause damage. What year were you born again?
Well, this map's from 1897.
I know, but I think they were. I think that was your family. They were telling them to stop reproducing. It says 1970. What was fucking no? 80. I can't read the year. It's too small. Said massive. Says not anti. Fucking Mongoloid will be born. Yeah, Alabama.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Then he took it away.
He didn't want me to see that. Did you see that?
Yeah, he didn't want you to see that.
No, she's usually going to talk over it.
That was the Osage County Chronicle from February 24th.
Okay, you want no for real? You want to go back and talk about that shit? Go on, man. It's just flat fucking Earth. What is your point?
1897, and they say that it's diluted. They say in 1897 they said these people were deluded. So
okay, and then I got this. This is the guy who tells the story about how they went past the Wandering Strait or whatever to get
Suguru Strait. Suguru
yeah,
Strait.
this is the guy. You want to hear him?
Sure, why not?
Oh God, you're doing like a Joe typing.
It is. China, Russia first. Oh God, I was trying to read it out loud, but he was so fast. Put it back. Oh, I guess, but we can't hear what this guy's saying.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we can't hear anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. And the guy looks like a dork, but
well, he's English. He's English. They all look like that.
I mean, you could put CC on it and let Douglas read it. How about that?
Yes.
Go
click on the CC.
Yeah.
Here's this guy. Where's the here? I got stop share.
Stop share, then you won't be able to show and tell anymore. Oh my God.
Share computer sound. Start sharing. I apologize, y'all. Okay, I apologize. I had to click that button. Okay, tell me if you can hear it now.
Okay.
Good day.
Yeah.
A few days ago, I did a program in which I discussed the large-scale naval drills that were taking place between China and Russia.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
In the Sea of Japan, and the way in which these naval drills highlighted the growing cooperation between these two nuclear superpowers, and the fact that they also emphasized or underlined the extent to which these two nuclear superpowers are now, in effect, de facto allies. I pointed out that the Chinese seem to be increasingly sharing classified information about their top of the line weapon systems.
Well,
he looks really fucking. If he moves like that, he's really gay.
Yeah. It's like this excites him. This excites him.
I mean, I can't tell if it's just a bad video screen and he's like going like it's moving. You know what I'm saying? Like the frames are fucked, but if they're not, yeah.
I hope they don't.
The wall pattern. What's the wall pattern?
To let you in the new world. When I go to the new world, I'll be like, don't let Brooke Gibson in here.
Hey, you know what? If you go to the new world, you tell them that, bitch, because I might accidentally come and not know you're fucking there. And I swear to God, if I get in there and get stuck with your ass, not the world I want to be. I'd rather burn in fucking hell, man. I'm already fucking the devil. You know that.
Yeah. Yes, but can you bring it forward to where he's talking about the Tsugaru Strait and why you think that this has something to do with going into these new islands? Bring it to that section because
it's I mean, I don't have it queued up, but it's like somewhere within like the 3 or 4 minute mark where he talks about.
So turn it to the 3 or 4 minute mark and let's see. Yeah.
Joint task force encircle Japan or approach the United States.
Remember I was talking about that a couple of weeks ago?
Control displays a high level of political and military mutual trust that exists between China and Russia in terms of safeguarding regional peace and stability at a time when the United States is ganging up with its allies like Japan and Australia.
It's like he's reading the article you were reading.
Pacific. The Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force spotted a joint flotilla consisting of 10 warships from China and Russia.
He's reading off the screen he's looking at. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Go on. Keep
the
playing.
Type 055 guided missile destroyer Nanchang. This is the super destroyer, the top of the line Chinese warship that I discussed both in my previous video and in this one. It is, as I said, the most advanced missile destroyer in the Chinese Navy. And to continue, the Type 052D...
Totally he put his cat to sleep in the background. His cat's like totally out.
Oh, I thought that was a dog.
Guided missile destroyer Kunming, the Type 054A guided missile frigates Binzhao and Yuzhou, and the Type 903A comprehensive supply ship Dongping-hu. And the large anti-submarine ships from the Russian Navy, Admiral Panteleev and Admiral Tributs, the instrumentation ship Marshal Krylov, and the corvettes of the Project 20380 class hero of the Russian Federation, Aldar Tsidenjapov and Gromky. The warships passed through the Tsugaru Strait.
See, I told you. Damn, I'm good.
Between Japan's main island of Honshu and
Hokkaido. Why does that? How is that some kind of accomplishment?
Yeah.
Oh, because I wasn't prepared. I was just going off of memory.
Oh my God.
It's amazing when you quit drinking what you can do.
Toward the Pacific Ocean on Monday. This is the first time Chinese and Russian warships were seen transiting the Tsugaru Strait together. The Tsugaru Strait is not territorial waters, and warships from any country have the right to transit, which means the transit of the Chinese and Russian vessels is completely in line with international law and common practice. Many of the ships just completed the Joint Sea 2021 naval exercise in waters near Russia's Peter the Great Gulf, which started on Thursday and concluded on Sunday. The ships practiced more than 20 joint tasks, including mine defense, live fire, artillery shooting, air defense, maneuvering,
you say that communication. Soon he's going to talk about the islands, right?
I don't know what point.
Okay.
But he goes into it about how America and Japan, once they went for a final exercise, and the final exercise was for plotting the new lands or the new islands.
Interesting. Okay.
But anyway, the
So,
clip
so
of.
tell you what, why don't you send me a link to this? If you could send me a
Okay.
link
Why
to
don't you
this.
fast forward to the middle and then to the end? Let's see if he says anything.
Yeah.
Well, since we're crunched for time, we should get George to just lip sync over the guy.
Whoa. Yes. Actually, what Brooks suggested is good. Fast forward to the middle and then to the end. Let's see if we catch it.
Okay.
Which is going to be based more on the Five Eyes allies, the United States, Britain, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. New Zealand, so far, it must be said, is a reluctant partner, rather than relying on its more far-flung allies like NATO and,
Yes, Kate, I think you're right.
and groupings like the Quad. It's already indicated through its submarine deal, the submarine deal. With
The submarines, they were like, America brought bomb subs, and forgot. I think they were saying that they blew up an enemy ship in these waters.
with Australia, that it regards France as an unreliable ally in the Pacific. So there's
Why would
some
you want
things
friends
about
fighting for you? It's not they can fight. They fight like this motherfucker.
That's a bit unfair, honey, but yes, directly into the middle, Ian. Try that. Try
this,
more
and
into
that the
middle.
real
I'm sorry, what's that?
adversary of the Chinese and the Russians, on the assumption that these Australian nuclear submarines we've been hearing so much about are ever built. And that, I have to say, is, I suspect from an American point of view, a very alarming development. If China and Russia are going to start sharing technologies and capabilities, and I come back to that very interesting
try the
comment
end,
about
Ian.
the area of Kamchatka, the Kamchatka Peninsula they're building a just enough issue in itself, especially given the fact that the Chinese and the Russians are now clearly sharing classified secrets about their respective technologies.
What I'll do is I'll go into monologue to clarify all this for people. So I do thank you for that. It helps me.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
But the flight the vacation package to go out there. Let me here, I'll pull it up. Hold on.
Oh my God! Yes, I can't wait for this. The vacation package to the new islands. Oh my God!
It's a nice name too. I forgot the name of it. I mean, it's kind of common, but okay.
I just want to know how the guy thinks China and Russia coming together are going to take over.
Look, you heard him. I mean, come on. I mean,
yeah, that's right. I'll clarify all that, honey, in my monologue.
Here's the part. I could clarify that, and I don't even know all the military shit you do, and I could clarify that. Like that's just.
It's true. I mean, it's that they're just losers. Yeah. Yes, thank you. It's like two losers getting together makes like for a.
It's like Kmart and Sears when they tried to fucking merge.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was pretty good. I'll give her that. Okay.
Oh,
all right, it's right here. No, that's not it. It's not that link. Yeah, if you guys ever get these alerts, man, you can just put in whatever, and you get emails. Okay, here we go. Exercise the Shinyuma tree at the Komatsu Islands. Plant wreck of long lost U.S. war. China flag cargo. Lazarus Islands. Here it is. Here it is.
Okay.
Oh, they got little containers things out there. That's cute.
It's like a model Lazarus Island for the first time with tiny away escape. There we are. The only and most famous offshore island in Singapore where one can spend the night at is Sentosa. Now you can add another island to the list. Visitors to Lazarus Island can finally spend the night in eco-friendly, low-carbon accommodations. These are like converted freight containers.
Island is part of Singapore.
Yeah, it's outside of Singapore. Yes, explore
Singapore.
Yeah,
it's it's not a ball, it's a circle.
What does this have to do with all the new fucking islands?
That's part of the new thing.
No, it's not.
No, that's not a new fucking island.
Yeah, it's new perhaps in the sense that I do know one thing. One of the biggest purchasers of sand in the world is Singapore. And they purchase beach sand for construction because you can't use desert sand. So the beach sand, they do create artificial islands to expand Singapore because Singapore is fucking strapped for territory. It's a fucking city-state with the only way they grow is by making artificial extensions of their central landmass. So they probably have built a new artificial island. So in the sense that these islands may be new, they're built. They're constructed out of these sand reefs. But you know, this is why you got these yeah.
It got me there. It could have gotten me there. I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still pretty badass. Though it's a new island.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a new island. It's been there a while. It was originally called Pelu Sangjang Pelapeth.
Yes.
Pelu, I cannot say that correctly. Literally translated from Malay, say means kajang, which means barking deer, and Pelepe is a palm frond. Put together, it means island of one barking deer and palms. It is unclear when and why it was renamed to Lazarus Island. The nearby St. John's Island was originally
the tourists couldn't pronounce the original name.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it also, well, it was uninhabited, and so they decided to build on it to these little shacks so they could be toural, like they could make some money on it, right?
Yes.
So you really can't get people to come to some you can't say Pulang Sergang Chapelapath or Island of One Barking Deer and Palms. Sounds like where I want to go. So Lazarus Island.
Sounds like where you are.
Right.
And by the way, Lazarus, the biblically was the man who was reanimated.
Right, and it was near St. John Island, which makes sense. It's all biblical shit. They're just putting it together.
They're trying to appeal to the Christian tourists. Disgusting.
There you go.
Well, I mean, that's good. They're going to let us out there, you know.
Now, okay, here's what we need. Do me a
Here's
favor,
what's funny,
Ian.
though. St. John's Island was originally a penal colony.
Right.
And a quarantine station for chlorella.
Oh, it's a trap for Americans.
Holy
and
shit.
For leprosy.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible, honey. I mean, honey, that's atrocious. I mean, oh my God, so they're bringing Americans to an old biological dump site. So
yeah, it's a trap.
So I want a link to this, Ian. Please send me a link to this article.
I'll send it to you.
Please, yes.
Yeah, not a problem, sir.
Okay, bless you.
That was by the way, I said the Lepers Island and the one for Chlorella, that was St. John's Island, which is the penal colony. That's the nearby island.
Okay, thank God.
So this one was uninhabited, and then they changed the name to Lazarus, and now I guess they're starting to try to build on it and make it. They built on it some so tourists can come.
Yeah.
Well,
it was renamed after World War I to honor Lazarus Raymond, actually, they say, who, as a high-ranking official in the Treasury Department of the British High Commission, took steps to save the colony's gold reserves from the Japanese. He was variously honored by Singapore after the war with a park now built, the park, which obviously they didn't give too much about him because they built over the fucking park. But it's named after him, and possibly, so they named the island after him now. And possibly there's a statue named after him. So all the family stories are just family stories passed down. That's it about him.
Wow.
Well, thank you, bro. That was the smartest thing you ever said I've heard. Yeah.
The smartest thing I ever said was, I'm going to block you, and then I blocked you. The stupidest thing I ever did was unblock you.
Oh my God. So, but basically, this is, why are you going through the comments? The comments seem to fascinate you.
Yeah, more insight. You know, I'm so fascinated by this.
Okay, well, it is fascinating, but you're interpreting it in ways that it doesn't need to be interpreted. As a matter of fact, I put all of it into perspective when George was with us, and I know, but I only wish Brooke would listen to that, and then she might actually be impressed by the depth of
what are you putting in perspective? I just said Lazarus Island and fucking knew. What are you fucking
I'm talking about the doubling of the Japanese islands, and I was putting that into perspective. I wish you would listen.
God, this bitch goes like from fucking 7,000 to 70,000 backwards. And then he pulls a fucking map from.
Oh yeah, you totally lied about that. Yes, the other day. I never said 70,000.
Okay, I promise you did, and you may not.
No, you're just trying to be. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
I'm not. That's fine. I give you. You know what? I'll give you the fact you may have.
I'll let you have it, but I mean, come on. You know.
I'll let you have
don't like a dead dog. You know.
what I'm trying to say is it didn't matter. Let's say you said 7,000 exactly, which by the way, it wasn't exactly 7,000 either. You couldn't even get the fucking number right. But regardless, the fact of the matter is, you fucking then pulled, let me prove it, and pulled a 1985 fucking map up with fucking 90 more continents on a flat earth with 2 fucking walls of ice past all we've seen. I mean, there's 2. What I'm saying is, on this earth, I want everyone to understand that imagine the entire population that you know, there is an ice wall, and there's a population a lot bigger than that outside that ice wall. And then outside that ice wall, there's a population bigger than that, and they all have fucking oceans bigger than any ocean we fucking have on our fucking earth. But this is still on our earth, according to EMS.
No, my biggest fear is like this Ice Wall Council listens to the show and they hear you and they're like, no, we don't want this bitch in here. That's my biggest fear.
I hope no, they should. I don't want them to want me in there. I don't want to be in their shit, man.
I'll be like, look,
unless they're at Nemo Island, I'll go to Nemo Island. I don't even know what the fuck's there. It might be a penal colony, but it sounded cool. Nemo, I like little Nemo.
Oh, I like that Lazarus name though. It's really catchy. You know, it sounds like a car or something.
Sounds like the next disease you're gonna get.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, so thank you. I would appreciate these links, dear Ian. And what I'll do now is I'll go into monologue. It's 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got about, almost 3 hours. So I should be able to occupy that with monologue.
That'll be fine. That'll be fine.
Yes, and both of you have been so wonderful about this. And oh my God, what time is it over there, dear Brooke? Jeez,
I don't know, but since I quit drinking, I'm just wondering if
Quit lying.
Huh?
Quit lying.
I have quit drinking. I swear to fucking God. Well, I fucking have coconut water right now. But
you got your son's bottle of Captain Morgan under the bed.
If my son has fucking Captain Morgan's, I'll slap the shit out of him. Number one for having nasty fucking liquor.
What, for holding your liquor? Oh, never mind.
I've never drank Captain Morgan's in my fucking life. I don't think ever.
Oh my God.
You one up me again, Brooke. You one up me again.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I haven't drank plenty of fucking vodka and some tequila, but I never fucking Captain Morgan.
That's spiced rum. Oh yeah, that's right. Captain Morgan's spiced rum. Yes. Oh my God.
I equate that as like a dyke drink because the captain's got his knee up and it seems like something Dyke's from there.
Oh my goodness.
I can do some shit with my knee, man.
Yes.
That's what they all say.
So you've both been wonderful. I appreciate this, and yeah, that guy talking on the Japanese and he was talking about.
Send it.
Yeah, send that, and he's really fucking one of these alternative right gay guys, kind of like what's the fucking guy with the unpronounceable name who was a Trump sucker, that gay kid who basically called Trump daddy.
Milo.
Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah,
hang out with him in L.A.
Yeah, the guy who did that we were just looking at is a Milo Yiannopoulos faggot. He is one of these guys who's gay, but he's alternative right wing. He's basically saying the Russians and the Chinese are the good guys, and the Japanese and the Americans are the bad guys, which shows you which side he's on. So he's reading that Asian Indian article and just agreeing with them. So this is the enemy. But nevertheless, I do want to review it to see what I can find to see if he said anything else and to see if his dog ever revives.
He rambled on for an hour in that video. That video is like an hour long.
Oh God!
Let me ask you a question. If you were reborn as a dog and you were Ian West's dog, would you be fucking alive in that?
It's so cute the way you say dog. Oh, like you sing it, like you love the dog so much you gotta sing it every time you say dog.
Well, I get when I do get tired, I get more southern. So
that's cool. That's good. I love it. And by the way, Peter Moon said, "Yeah, what is Brooke's message aside from be kind to animals?"
I think it's right there. It stops. There's nothing. Never mind.
There's more. Like,
Stop putting warnings on Tide Pods. You know, so people that are stupid kill themselves, and also stop putting.
My favorite book quote: "You've never really done doing your laundry unless you're naked."
Oh, I know. I love that quote, man.
That was good. You got me on that. That was good.
Well, I like what Ian said, that he should have copyrighted that sentence about I inhaled reflexively when the straw was put to my nose. He said he'd be a millionaire by now if he had copyrighted.
Make a meme of that shit, man.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah, I was all laid out the disease, but my friend came in and saved me.
Saved my life. Hey, Dad.
You tell Peter Moon my only other favorite thing besides taking care of fucking animals to fucking innocent is fucking outliving that fucker.
Well, you let him know that we're on to him about plagiarizing this Montauk Cave or whatever.
By the way, he's joking. He's joking. It's a children's book. Yes, for that title. Oh my God.
I don't think he's joking. I think it's completely.
I can't believe I bought this thing. Oh my God, Montauk. That sounds cool.
Who was the child molester he wrote about, Douglas?
Oh God, oh God. The Preston Nichols.
They all were child molesters. All of that was part of the MK Ultra program. You had to butt fuck those kids.
Yeah, but he fucking then Preston went on like he was saving them, taking them in private rooms to fucking save them. He's look like Preston's so fucking great, talks about like he's fucking angel. When I fucking really found out what Preston was doing, fuck that, man.
No, that was part of the program. You have to do it like that. You gotta butt fuck those boys.
No, I'm talking about when he was trying to save, like he was saving them. He bought a fucking van, fucking taking them to a private room. These are boys that were already been abused, man, and they're fucking homeless and shit. And he's like, "Oh, I'll save you. It's okay. You're part of the program." And then, oh, well, how did Preston save them? He took them in fucking rooms by them fucking themselves. No, Preston was a fucking pedophile the entire time, and he didn't stop ever.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to argue with that. That's and as a matter of fact, to tell you the truth, Peter Moon doesn't argue with that. Not that you know, and it's just one of those things that he felt the story was interesting, and the interesting thing, what we might all ask why people knowing what they did about Preston Nichols, why no one ever pursued that, why no one ever pursued I guess because these were all basically rejected people, and because
it's a matter of national security. That's why.
Well, I mean, look, I can buy that. That's a factor that could be part of all this. In other words, what Ian is saying is not that far out. That it could be that because the national security complex was exploiting Preston Nichols, that he had a kind of protection, a kind of immunity. That makes sense.
Because there was nobody big enough like these boys. Any of these boys that have come forward, they could have easily been pushed down, and yeah, they were nobodies, right?
Yeah. So these were mostly just gray area.
I mean, they weren't nobodies, but they were easy. They didn't have money.
Well, they're nobodies in the sense of social judgment as we perceive it based on the moneyed classes and the kind of caste system. As you pointed out, we are a caste system.
Yes.
And so by our caste system standards, they're untouchables. They're effectively untouchables. They're rendered social rejects, and Preston was taking every advantage of that. So it's or at least that's how I understand it. And my understanding is he got to the point where he was thinking of going on a national kind of tour on the road, where he had purchased a school bus and was gonna use that to round up such boys and, go on the road and I guess fuck everybody he wanted. And it's like what Ian is saying is not to defend. He's not defending Preston, but Ian is saying he's like,
no, I know. I'm not disagreeing with him.
Yeah.
He's not the one. Like I'm sitting here, fucking motherfuckers gonna be like, hey, or what does Brooke give a shit? What does she care about? What's her rep besides fucking animals? I don't know what's your rep. You've been on Montauk and fucking shit. And now you've latched on to Douglas's shit. So you just latch on to people to make fucking money.
Whoa, whoa. Let's go easy.
I'll do that.
At any rate,
fuck that. I was called the fucking.
Look.
So what I'll do now is I'll segue.
Before you guys go, I got another big story. You guys are gonna love this.
Okay.
Dude, I got a story. I'm working on it, that involves Trump like fucking not draining the swamp and going along with his blackmail cartel in what city or what fuck, I forgot
The
which.
Jewish blackmail cartel.
No.
That's what you told me before.
No, this is different. No, it's this money laundering cartel out of like Nebraska, and it implicates everybody on Trump's staff.
Okay, and Nebraska was the state I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember the state where that school was.
Wherever they play Maxwell, that's where the state that Trump's getting mixed up with this blackmail thing. But I'll have it ready in a couple of days.
So it's not ready now? You were going to tell us something about it. I mean...
No, I still got a few more pieces to put together, but it's going to take me a couple of days, but I'll have it soon.
Okay. And so Ian did also agree that Michelle Carmela Saldana is the real thing because she knew where these tracks were. She actually identified that there would be train tracks near this nursery, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I got the map. I can send it to you right quick. But, dude, she nailed it. I went back through some old, like, underground notes and footages and shit. Mm-hmm. And around where that fire was, they talk about these trains that go in, like, these steel buildings and these food packaging place. And these trains get lowered onto an elevator that go underground and then fucking ride through these tunnels underneath the earth.
Okay.
So it's just ironic, you know?
Okay. And
I know I like Michelle though. I like Michelle. I think she's been through a lot and has a really interesting story as far as how she's come back and she's done some really good things with her life. So
yes,
it's cool.
Yes. I mean, her uncle and her father and her God, at least her uncle and her father in particular are disgusting. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that's so sad.
Oh, what did you know about it? What do you know about it?
About her uncle raping her?
How did you find out about that?
I listened to it earlier.
Oh, how come you didn't come
on?
on?
You were fixing a car.
I was with Amy.
That's right. Yes, that's right. He's fixing a car. I think now that is a allegory or some kind of metaphor for he was trying to put the make on her. And he was downloading a 4,000-page instruction manual for how to get a girl.
No,
I don't even think a car has a 4,000-page instruction.
Thank you.
I just downloaded it.
What, in every language known to man?
No. It's the service manual for a Honda Accord 2003-2006 workshop repair manual.
Oh my God. But again, why would she think you would be the person to the go-to guy for that?
Have you seen my house?
I'm not quite sure what that.
Well, I converted my carport into a workshop.
Okay. You mean like with a fucking lift for the car and shit?
Well, no. I got some jacks for the cars, but no, I've got like a fucking drill. I got saws. I got like all sorts of like heavy machinery.
Oh my God. If I were a young lady, I'd be more afraid that you would be using that to cut my body up after you were done basically raping me.
Well, she knows me like you don't, so it's all good.
Okay, yes. Good point. Actually, Ian West looks like a very jovial fellow. He doesn't look like he's that kind of person.
You got them all on Facebook. You can see pictures of us when we were, like 5 years ago or whatever.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I dig through like the fucking thousands of photos, and she's in some of them, but she was just dating this loser all the time. So I just, just moved on,
Yeah, I understand. Yes. Has she stopped dating the loser?
Yeah. I think he's back in jail for it.
Oh my God, she doesn't seem to have much discernment.
Strong Stockholm syndrome. Strong.
Oh my God.
I mean, it broke my heart for real. Like, I was hanging out with fucking Saturday Night Live's head of wardrobe's husband. She calls me up at like 7:30 in the morning. She's like, "Can you come over? I gotta change my lock." And so me and him fucking had to go fucking over her place, change her lock before he got back. So
Is that like changing oil in a car? I mean, you make it sound like it's a simple operation there. How do you change someone's life in a matter of like before the husband gets home?
Yeah.
Is this a
She-
metaphor for simply you just double penetrated her, or?
No. She knew about the workshop I had, so I had a bunch of like extra like locks and casters and shit like that to build stuff. So.
Oh, is this the other woman you're talking about with you went over to change her life?
No. This was Amy. No. She just called me upset because like her boyfriend was fucked up or something and hit something, and she called me up at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah. There was a leap in logic somewhere here.
I was just rubbing it in that I was with the head of wardrobe for Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, got it.
I was with her husband. So
right. What? Did you say you were with her husband?
Yeah. Her and her husband moved down here to Orlando. Were working with me.
Okay.
I hit him up that morning to give me a ride out there because I didn't have a car. So.
Oh, right. So you're just talking about you were hanging with some celebrity type people, basically.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant by that. I thought for a moment, Brooke, he meant that he and the husband were getting it on.
No.
Oh my God. She disappeared. Maybe she crashed.
Oh, thank God. Oh. Did she leave for real? I'm sorry. I was reading this note. Did she? Let me pull up the Skype. Oh no, she's there. I see 3.
But she's not talking.
Well, maybe God found mercy in it and ripped her vocal cords out or something, you know.
Oh my God. Oh, well, I love you both dearly. Hugs.
We love you too. I'll speak for her. Yeah, we love you too. So.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's too good to be true. Why, Lord? Why? All right. You'll be okay.
Okay.
I'm only being quiet because if I say something, it's not going to be fucking good.
Well, I love you. And,
Or do you love me? Do you love me? Did you defend me to Peter when he fucking said, "What does she only fucking care?"
Yeah, I pray for you, Brooke. I pray for you.
Fuck you. Did you fucking say anything like, "Well, why aren't you putting Ian West down? What's his fucking life plan?" Or did you say, "Hey, dude, what's your life plan? You inherited some money. What? You wrote a few books on some molesters. You're helping me out, dude. Is that your life plan? That's it. You married a woman that wants to fucking kill you. Is that it?"
Well, I have hopes. I have hopes that he'll help me rewrite the vampire book. We've got, look, I got some hopes invested in
Well,
this.
what's his life? But what I'm saying is,
whoa, hey, let's not make my life any harder than it can be.
I'm not kidding.
Like privately, maybe. Yeah, at any rate,
he has such a fucking ego. This is why I don't like the fucker. He has such an ego. He's going to judge somebody's life. What else is she doing? I don't know. I raised 2 kids. I didn't raise them where they have fucking a bunny. I raised them. I didn't fucking leave them, for one thing. And number 2, I fucking sure as hell don't take fucking pictures of them with little monkey costumes that look fucking weird as shit. And then all my friends call it looks like pedophilia. I sure as hell didn't join a fucking church. They fucking were fucking
step on that high horse. Everywhere.
So yes, honey, I love
I'll
you.
jump on a high horse any goddamn time I'm called the devil by somebody. Fucking already told me fucking piss me the fuck off by the way their ego fucking is. And then he's gonna fucking ego trip out instead of fucking getting me.
Okay?
Yes,
Thank you, bro.
yes, we love you. I love you. And
No,
he hung up. He hung up. You scared him off.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to get in trouble with Peter Moon. Everybody's scared of Peter Moon.
Yes.
I'm not scared of Peter Moon.
Including myself.
He's scared to death of Peter Moon.
So I love you. And
you're scared of Peter because he's writing your book. I know.
Yes, that's right. So
you also know everything I'm fucking saying is true. That is fucking egotistical.
I appreciate his help. He does help. And but Brooke, you gave a lot, and I definitely, you have no idea how indebted I am.
I just mean that was an egotistical thing that he said that you just told me he said.
Yeah.
Over the top again.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go into monologue, okay, honey? And but I'll catch up with you. Believe me, I love you, and looking forward to speaking to you more. And you're great. Okay. Oh my God, she hung up. Oh, my life is hard. Why is my life so hard? It's like, I try my best to, hey, Debbie Starborn, love you dearly. All right. So as I said, San Francisco recorded its coldest day in more than 100 years on the Friday into this weekend when we had the 1-year anniversary of the invasion into Ukraine. Temperatures dipped to 39 degrees Friday morning in San Francisco, which turned out to be the coldest temperature ever recorded on this specific day. The previous record for February 24th was 40 degrees back in the mid-1800s. Now, Putin himself is casting this war as a battle for Russia's survival. Putin says Russia is battling for survival. And Putin says the Russian people may not survive. Putin says the West is trying to disband Russia. And he insists that the Russian Empire is going to take into account NATO's nuclear capability, which is probably a way of rationalizing his own incapability of delivering a nuclear strike. Now, according to the analytical brief from the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, that wargamed the potential communist Chinese invasion scenarios for my native Taiwan, between 60,000 and 70,000 Russian soldiers have been killed on the battlefield directly in Ukraine. Same analysis concluding Russia suffered roughly 200,000 to 250,000 total casualties, personnel killed, injured for life in a crippling manner, or missing in action during the first year of the war. In comparison, Russia had some 13,000 to 25,000 fatalities in Chechnya from 1994 through to 2009, I believe, and 14,000 to 16,000 in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989. Now, citing trois particularly deadly wars for Russia and its predecessor, the Soviet Union, respectively, this analysis evinces that Moscow's troops are dying each month at a rate, in its words, at least 25 times the number killed per month in Chechnya and 35 times the number killed in Afghanistan. Some types of authoritarian regimes are willing to accept high casualties in interstate conflicts, but Russian casualty numbers are unprecedented for post-World War II Russia. Now, sourced analysis evidences that the Ukrainian military has also performed remarkably well against a much larger and initially better equipped Russian military, in part because of the innovation of its forces. It adds that Putin has thus far been willing to accept large numbers of Russian fatalities with limited political repercussions. But, so it says, it is unclear that he will be able to do so forever. This lower figure of 60,000 is still greater than all the Russian soldiers that were killed in wars since World War II, during which 8.7 million Soviet Union soldiers died, although exact figures are still debated by historians. As many as 50,000 Russian soldiers were killed in the 16 later wars included in the analysis, which stretches from 1950 until present day and includes wars in places like Korea, Georgia, Syria, and Angola. The CSIS analysis concluded the high casualties are the result of Ukrainian military innovation, as well as maneuvers like Ukraine's defense of Kiev in the spring of 2022 and counteroffensive action in the territory around Kharkiv in the northeast late yesteryear. Earlier this month, Great Britain's defense ministry shared in an intelligence update that Russian forces had likely suffered between 175,000 and 200,000 casualties since the start of Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. It added that between 40,000 and 60,000 soldiers have likely been killed. A top American diplomat echoed this estimate and said in mid-February that over 200,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded on the battlefield. Britain's defense ministry noted that the casualty rate reportedly skyrocketed after Russian dictator Vladimir Putin imposed a partial military mobilization of Russian reservists in September of 2022. Insider previously reported that as many as 13,000 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed in combat as of December 2022. According to the CSIS analysis, despite high losses, both sides are now fighting a war of attrition to wear each other down, chip away at defenses, and replenish resources as quickly as possible. Although neither side has gained much territory since late 2022, casualty rates have increased. Military experts have concurred that the campaign is at a pivotal moment, as Ukraine must absorb Russian advances for long enough to see the forthcoming delivery of advanced Western armor and weaponry. The CSIS update on the war's casualty figures comes just days after the first anniversary of Russia's invasion. When Russia invaded Ukraine in late February 2022, Putin originally believed he could capture Kiev in a matter of days. But Russian generals seriously overestimated Russia's military based on being high on their own fumes from their heads stuck up their ass in rectal defilade on the myth that they had won World War II. And they underestimated thereby Ukrainian forces, resulting in poor strategy, command failures, and completely mismanaged logistics. Ukraine, although originally mismatched in terms of military power and resources, was able to resist Russia's initial advances toward the capital and force Russian troops to withdraw from the Kiev area and ultimately shift focus to Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. When Russian dictator Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine a year ago, of course, he was expecting to quickly capture Kiev in a knockout blow against his Eastern European neighbor, but right from the start, things went sideways for Russia due to early blunders and a stiff Ukrainian resistance that shocked both Moscow and the Western leaders whose intelligence agencies predicted Kiev would fall in a matter of days. Still, Russia saw some early gains, but its forces have been losing ground for months. A new Russian offensive is underway, but so far, little has come of it as Ukraine continues to hold the line. Over the past year, cities and towns have been flattened, and the death toll continues to rise. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been killed, and both militaries have suffered well over 100,000 casualties. The war has spiraled into a grinding and bloody affair being played out in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. NATO is warning that the conflict has turned into a race for logistics as Russia throws poorly trained soldiers at the front lines to increase offensive pressure with limited success, and Ukraine hopes it can regain momentum once it has an influx of heavy and advanced Western-made weaponry. Putin said the tens of billions of dollars worth of American and European military assistance to Ukraine showed that Russia was now facing off NATO itself, the Cold War nightmare of both Soviets and Western leaders. A year since ordering the invasion of Ukraine, Putin is increasingly presenting the war as a make-or-break moment in Russian history, and saying that he believes the very future of Russia and its people is in peril. Putin said the West wanted to divide up Russia and then control the world's biggest producer of raw materials, a step he said that could well lead to the destruction of many of the peoples of Russia, including the ethnic Russian majority. Putin's existential framing of this war allows the 70-year-old Kremlin chief to gird the Russian people for a much more deeper conflict, while it also allows him much greater freedom in the types of weapons he could one day use. Russia's official nuclear doctrine allows for the abuse of nuclear weapons if they, or other types of weapons of mass destruction, are used against it, or if conventional weapons are used, which endanger the very existence of the state. Putin has signaled he is ready to rip up the architecture of nuclear arms control, including the big powers' moratorium on nuclear testing, unless the West backs off in Ukraine. On Tuesday of Yesterceptimania, last week, he sought to underscore Russian resolve in Ukraine by suspending a landmark nuclear arms control treaty announcing new strategic systems had been put on combat duty and warning that Moscow could resume nuclear tests. Putin said the Russian Empire would only resume discussion once French and British nuclear weapons were also taken into account. Russia, which inherited the Soviet Union's nuclear weapons, has the world's largest store of nuclear warheads. It has more warheads than the United States, France, and Great Britain combined. That's according to the Federation of American Scientists, from which I sourced the numbers. In an interview recorded on Wednesday but released on Sunday, Putin told Russia One state television, "They have one goal, to disband the former Soviet Union and its fundamental part, the Russian Federation. I do not even know if such an ethnic group as the Russian people will be able to survive in the form in which it exists today. In today's conditions, when all the leading NATO countries have declared their main goal as inflicting a strategic defeat on us, so that our people suffer as they say, how can we ignore their nuclear capabilities in these conditions?" He said the West's plans had been put to paper, though did not specify where. The NATO and the West dismiss such narrative, saying their objective is to help Ukraine defend itself against unprovoked attack. The United States has denied that it wants to destroy Russia, while President Joe Biden has warned that a conflict between Russia and NATO could trigger World War III, though he has also said Putin should not remain in power. Ukraine itself says it will not rest until every last Russian soldier is ejected from Ukraine, including from Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014. Putin said the biggest result of the past year was the unity of the Russian people. In this, he is correct. The Russian people have assumed the fetal position. They have learned to stop worrying and love the war. Nevertheless, a total Russian collapse is surprisingly close. As Moscow's latest offensive in Ukraine slowly but bloodily cranks up, the next phase of this ghastly war has well and truly arrived. Contrary to expectations, the Ukrainians are bravely and successfully resisting the tens of thousands of fresh Russian recruits being thrown at them. Nevertheless, according to many Western observers, the chances of a total Russian collapse in the coming year are slim. I myself am less certain. We could be surprised. Far from being cowed, Zelensky's government is emboldened. Kiev is openly preparing its own major thrust against Russian ground forces in the spring. Vadim Skibitsky, Ukraine's deputy military intelligence chief, said this week that this counteroffensive will aim to drive a wedge between Crimea and the Russian mainland. The Ukrainians are determined to, in his words, liberate all occupied territories, including Crimea. Now, General Ben Hodges, former commander of U.S. forces in Europe, has devised a strategy he believes would not only enable Ukraine to retake the Crimea, but would precipitate a total Russian military implosion. His suggestion is as follows: isolate the peninsula by precision strikes against the trois land routes connecting it with Russian territory, the Kerch Bridge, and the corridor that runs along the Azov Sea. Then follow up with a large-scale armored drive towards the Azov, penetrating Russian defenses north of Crimea, bringing rocket and artillery systems into closer range. Russian air, ground, and naval forces in the peninsula would then be reduced by precision strike and bombardment until the point when Ukrainian forces could launch a ground offensive along the Perekop Isthmus and into the Crimea itself. This concerted attack against the peninsula, isolating it, neutralizing and inflicting severe damage against its military infrastructure by long-range strikes, would be a major blow for Russian morale. In the absence of decisive battlefield success elsewhere, it would represent a defeat for Moscow that it could not disguise, and could lead to collapse of Russian forces in the field and even to Putin's downfall. I agree that this is desirable, but as so often in this war, without boosting our support, it is unattainable. Even this more limited operation would demand massively increased Western assistance, including many more tanks than have been promised, much larger quantities of ammunition, as well as long-range missile systems, which so far have not been provided at all. This additional support would have to be sustained, and that would mean stepping up defense and industrial production in these United States and Europe beyond what has been contemplated so far in this war. To achieve this is a question of political will on the continent, one that remains quite shaky. By the way, I'm going to check into live stream. Let me know my quality of sound, if you can hear me. Now, there are signs of European leaders pushing Zelensky towards peace talks with Russia, rather than the defeat of Moscow's invasion. That was the message delivered directly to the Ukrainian leader in Paris recently by President Emmanuel Macron and Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Both their countries have said they will not be providing new types of weapons this year. All talk at the moment is of future security assistance and guarantees to Ukraine from NATO after the war ends as a means of pressuring Zelensky into an accommodation. Putin recognizes this wavering of Western support for Ukrainian offensive action and will be encouraged to press forward his own offensive to maximize territorial objectives, gains, in advance of any potential negotiations. He is unlikely to achieve his full objectives on the battlefield, but neither will he willingly surrender what he now holds, which is significantly greater Ukrainian territory than when the war began. With Ukraine denied the resources for decisive success, the scene would then be set for a period of relative quiet, followed by the next round of Russian aggression. General Hodges' plan for Crimea may be overly optimistic, but he is absolutely right to suggest that long-term peace is contingent on Russian battlefield defeat. The scenario that NATO leaders are now planning equals the vanquishment of the West and the emboldenment of both Russia and China. It is a crying shame when the possibility of a total Russian collapse remains within reach. Understand that the war in Ukraine was already the end of a world. Whether a dream or an illusion, it's over. The war in Ukraine is the final shovel of dirt on the grave of any optimism about the world order that was born with the fall of Soviet communism. Now we are faced with the long grind of defeating Moscow's armies and eventually rebuilding a better world. But this weekend last, I grieved. Friday into this weekend last marked a year since Russian dictator Vladimir Putin embarked on his mad quest to capture Ukraine and conjure into existence some sort of mutant Soviet Christian Slavic empire in Europa. This brings us to Putin's unholy alliance and the sins of the Russian Orthodox Church. Travel the length and breadth of the Russian Empire, as you could fairly easily do before the outbreak of war last February, and you will find, in many cases, or at least I should say in many cities, a museum called Russia, subtitled My History. These institutions have a clear message for visitors. Empire-building luminaries like Ivan the Terrible and the despots Nicholas I and Alexander III are depicted as heroes. Vladimir Putin is also exalted. The territorial gains strong rulers can achieve are something to celebrate, as is the state religion they aggressively propagate. But what many visitors don't know about these modern-day monuments to expansionism is the hidden hand that helped curate them: the Russian Orthodox Church. Orthodox Patriarch Metropolitan Tikhon, a close friend to Putin and rumored to be his spiritual confessor, partly oversaw the organization of these state historical museums. In most countries, the Christian church exists to win souls for Christ. But in Russia, the established church has an additional motive: to endorse Putin. In the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Tikhon acted as apologist, assuring parishioners that if Putin had not done it now, but later, Russia would have been attacked, with the risk of having millions of victims. In this troubling marriage between church and war machine, Tikhon is far from alone. On the 23rd of February, the eve of the invasion, Metropolitan Kirill, Patriarch of Moscow and effective head of the Russian Orthodox Church, congratulated the Russian military for the very correct path they had chosen in life. The following month, in Moscow's Cathedral of Christ the Savior, he presented an icon to the head of Russia's National Guard about to go into battle, in the hope it would inspire new recruits taking their oath. A few months later, he was at it again. After the partial mobilization on the 21st of September, Kirill assured recruits that death in battle washes away all the sins that a person has committed. Rarely has the spectacle of a religious leader putting himself at the service of a violent military campaign been quite so unambiguous. Though 150 Orthodox priests signed an open letter against the war in March, none came from the church's upper reaches, and the abiding impression has been one of lockstep. As One of my Russian friends put it quite warily. It's a long way from the Sermon on the Mount. What does the Russian Orthodox Church want from Putin's war? For Kirill, the answer is straightforward. It is a holy mission to repel the corrupting influence of Western liberalism and to unite the entire region's Orthodox believers, despite the Ukrainian Orthodox Church breaking away in 2018 into one enfolding Russian Globus, Ruskaya Globus, the Russian world. This disdain for Western culture is something Kirill, who has spoken at length of the war as a metaphysical crusade against pride parades and same-sex marriages, shares with Putin himself. The dream of ever-strengthening unity between the Orthodox's flock at home and abroad is another reason why the Church is on such good terms with Putin. Russia's leader is seen as the man who can help bring this about. Yet there can be little doubt that this alliance of church and state has a darker side. This is a bond that has helped lay the groundwork for the invasion of Ukraine. The symbiosis between the twain goes back to the earliest years of Putin's rule. Since then, a compact appears to have emerged. Whilst the Church has lent moral credibility to Putin's government, Putin has made the Church the centerpiece of a Russian spiritual renewal and the cornerstone of his domestic and latterly tragically foreign policy. In 2004, all church property seized during the Soviet era was returned by law, making the Orthodox Church built or Okay, there we are. Back. Now, this is why I need a new microphone, but we had to make rent. Rent was far more important than the goddamn mic. And even though something like this happens and it's maddening, what can you do? So, Michelle Saldana said I sounded good. Let's see if we're sounding at all. Let everyone report to me what you hear. Let me know if I'm heard at all. And I'll get back on track talking about the sins of the Russian Orthodox Church, the shit they're pulling now. So, basically, how do I describe this? I would say that you've got let's ask the question. what does the Russian Orthodox Church want from Putin's war? And for Patriarch Kirill, the answer is straightforward. It's this holy mission to repel the corrupting influence of Western liberalism and unite the entire region's Orthodox believers. Despite the Ukrainian Orthodox Church having broken away in 2018 into one enfolding Ruskaya Globus. Ruskaya Globus is Russian world. The rulership of all Eurasia. DJ says Mike has lost sound, and I should be back now, so do confirm that for me. Tell me if you hear me now. And I know it lost sound there for a bit of time, but I'll be checking back into the chat soon enough. Now, this contempt for Western culture is something that Kirill in particular, who has spracket that length of the war as a metaphysical crusade against pride parades and same-sex marriage, of all things, dangers that pale compared to global burning and depopulation. Yet this rabid homophobia and xenophobia, sheer racism, is what Kirill, the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, shares in common with Vladimir Putin. This dream of ever-strengthening unity between the Orthodox's flocks at home and abroad is another reason why the Church is on such good terms with Putin. Russia's dictator, the Pravotol, the ruler, is seen as the man who can help bring all of this about. Yet there can be little doubt that this alliance of church and state has a darker side. This is a bond that has helped lay the groundwork for the invasion of Ukraine. DJ says, you're back now again. Thank you. Michelle Saldana says, making Orthodox Church last words heard. Thank you, honey. God bless you. God bless you, DJ, as well. You're both wonderful people. Hugs to DJ. DJ might be a female as well. Let me know. Then kisses to you as well as Michelle. All right. So I'll put that down there. Here we are. All right. So, the symbiosis between church and state in the Russian Empire goes back to the earliest years of Vladimir Putin's Pravotol, his rule. Since then, a compact appears to have emerged. While the church has lent moral credibility to Putin's government, Putin has made the church the centerpiece of a Russian spiritual renewal and the cornerstone of his domestic and latterly, tragically, foreign policy. In 2004, all church property seized during the Soviets era was returned by law, making the Orthodox Church one of the largest landowners in the Russian Empire. State-owned energy firms were obliged to contribute to the restoration of old churches and the construction of new ones. 25,000 being built or rebuilt since the 1990s. And Orthodox religious teaching was reinstated in state schools, and the existence of competing religious groups virtually banned. Meanwhile, the Patriarch looked on approvingly as Putin's 2013 ruling made promoting homosexuality in schools illegal, followed by the recent draconian legislation to make even referring uncritically to LGBTQIA+ issues in public an offense. Putin and the Russian people are going to war to kill gays and transgenders, a form of sexicide. Putin's conversion from former KGB man to religious banner bearer seems complete. He visited Mount Athos in 2016. That's effectively Orthodoxy's Mecca. It's like Tibet. None live there but the monastics, the hermits. And to celebrate the Epiphany in 2021, ritually immersed himself in icy waters near Moscow, an Orthodox tradition for its most die-hard adherents. Whether this is the stuff of genuine belief or photo opportunity is a matter between Putin and Tikhon, his confessor. But the Russian Orthodox Church has amply rewarded Vladimir Putin regardless. Kirill spraketh of Putin as a miracle of God, and vigorously campaigned for him before his controversial return to the presidency in 2012, urging the Russian public to make a choice that would lead to the greater glory of God reflected in people's faith, their lives, and the glory of our fatherland. And that alone stood out because most Russians have always historically referred to the motherland. By the way, Michelle Saldana says, still no sound. Sorry for the previous typo. Okay, back. Yes, thank you, honey. And that's right. I even move around and this thing goes to shit. Right now it says we have an excellent connection, but that has to do with Skype and the software, the OBS, the online broadcasting software. This chicken shit microphone, on the other hand, that's a whole nother thing entirely. And really disgusted by it. It's just no end of disgust. Now, as Russian bombs battered civilians in Aleppo, Suraya, Syria in 2015, the Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church declared the Russian action a fight with terrorism and a holy battle. Military chaplains, revived in 2009, blessed tanks and missiles, although, as Mark Galliotti has gone on record to attest, the church drew the line at camouflage cassocks. Perhaps the apotheosis of this grotesque marriage between church and military machine, before it went on full activation, as it were, in February 2022, took place in 2020, with the opening of the Cathedral of the Armed Forces in Rossia's Patriot Park near Moscow, costing a reputed £73.5 million. The cathedral is a tribute to Russian military might, featuring mosaic scenes of Russian victories, including Georgia in 2008, the fight against international terrorism in Suraya, and the annexation of the Crimea in 2014, with the legend, "Crimea is ours." Another Crimea-related mosaic depicting Putin, current FSB Director Alexander Bortnikov, and Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, was taken down before the museum's opening. Putin's spokesman Peskov explained that, when he heard the report, Putin smiled and said, "One day our grateful descendants will appreciate what we did, but it is too early to do this now." Such absurdities aside, few things make clearer than the Cathedral of the Armed Forces the path to war that, 12 years ago, church and government inexorably and inseparably embarked upon together. It's been said since the beginning of the war that Russia is sufficiently mighty, robust, cultured, and pluralistic to survive the ignominy and destruction into which the Putin government have led it. Likewise, the Russian Orthodox Church is strong enough, various enough, rooted enough, indeed beautiful enough, to weather out the storm of its temporary, misgoverning occupying power. Those with any experience of the Orthodox Church know its peculiar magic. The candles, the icons, the shadows, the chants, the feasting and fasts, the sense of other worlds beyond this one which it so powerfully communicates. Yet in the meantime, while Putin's war drags on and the Church remains silent, the question begs itself: what is the point of such transcendent, transporting beauty when it cravenly lends itself to such ugly human purposes? On this grim anniversary, just behind us, I will leave the political and strategic retrospectives unto others for but a moment. Instead, I want to share a more personal grief about the passing of the hopes so many of us had for a better world at the end of the 20th century. The first half of my own life was dominated by what Americans misnomer the Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect. America fought and won World War III, and the Soviet Union collapsed. Before that happy event, well, I grew up next to a nuclear bomber base in the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. I was able to study Russian and Soviet affairs as a Department of Defense librarian. I first visited the Soviet Union when I was but 19 years of age. I was 23 years old when the Berlin Wall fell. I turned a quarter of 100, 25 years of age, a few weeks before the Soviet's flag was lowered for the last time. When I visited Moscow on that initial trip in 1985, I sat on a curb on a summer night in Red Square, staring at the Soviet stars on top of the Kremlin. I had the sensation of being in the belly of the beast, right next to the beating heart of the enemy. I knew that hundreds of American nuclear warheads were aimed where I was sitting, and I was convinced that everything I knew was more than likely destined to end in flames. Peace seemed impossible. War felt imminent. And then, within a few years, it was over. If you did not live through this time, it is difficult to explain the amazement and sense of optimism that came with the Raspad, as Russians call the Soviets' collapse, especially if you had spent any time in the former Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics. I have some fond memories of my 1985 trip to the pre-collapse Soviet Union. It was a weird and fascinating place. But it was also every inch the evil empire that President Ronald Reagan described, a place of fear and daily low-grade paranoia, where any form of social attachment, whether religion or simple hobbies, was discouraged if it fell outside the control of the party state. Perhaps one story can explain the disorienting sense of wonder I felt in those days after the Soviets' collapse. If you had visited the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics in the 1980s, Western music was forbidden. Soviet kids would trade almost anything they had to get their hands on rock records. I could play a little guitar in those days. They certainly cannot now. And I and other Americans would catch Soviets' acquaintances up on whatever was big in the U.S. at the time. But once the wine and vodka bottles were empty and the playing was over, the music was gone. Fast forward to the early 1990s. While on a gun run for the Serbs, I found myself in a Russian gift shop. And as I browsed to mark the time until the dealer I was to rendezvous with arrived, the store piped in the song Hero by the late David Crosby. I was absent-mindedly singing along, and I looked up to see the store clerk, a Russian woman, perhaps a few years younger than me, also singing along. She smiled and nodded. I smiled back. In Russian, I said to her, "Great song," just to start up a conversation. She answered, "One of my favorites." This might seem like a small thing, even trivial, but it would have been nearly unthinkable but 5 or 6 years earlier. And at such moments, I thought, no one would willingly go backward. No one would choose to return to the hell they just escaped. In fact, I was more concerned about places such as Ukraine. Russia, although a mess, had at least inherited the infrastructure of the Soviet government, but the new republics were starting from scratch, and, like Russia, they were still hip-deep in corrupt Soviet elites who were looking for new jobs. Nonetheless, the idea that anyone in Moscow would be stupid or deranged enough to want to reassemble the Soviet Union seemed to me a laughable fantasy. Even Putin himself, at least in public, often dismissed the idea. But I was wrong. I underestimated the power of Soviet's imperial nostalgia. And so, this weekend, the anniversary of a year of war in Ukraine, I grieved. I grieved for the innocent people of Ukraine, for the dead and for the survivors, for the mutilated men and women, for the orphans and all the kidnapped children. All the fuckers who say on the alternative right that they're doing it for the kids. The greatest traitor in children, abductor thereof en masse, is their man, Vladimir Putin, and their goddamn Russian master race. I grieved for the elderly, who have had to live through the brutality of the Jewish landlords and the Soviets, and now the Russians. I grieved for a nation whose history will be forever changed by Putin's crimes against humanity. And yes, I grieved too for the Russians. I care not one bit for Putin himself or his criminal accomplices, who might never face justice in this world, but whom I can only hope or imagine, fantasize, or pray will one day stand before an inescapable and far more terrifying seat of judgment. But I grieved for the young men who have been used as cannon meat, for children whose fathers have been dragooned into the service of a dictator, for the people who once again are afraid to speak and who once again are being incarcerated as political prisoners. Finally, this weekend I grieved for the end of a world I knew for most of my adult life. I have lived through 2 eras. One an age of undeclared war between two ideological foes that threatened instant destruction. The next a time of increasing freedom and global integration. The second world was full of chaos, but it was also grounded in hope. The Soviets' collapse did not mean the end of war itself or of dictatorships. But after 1991, time seemed to be on the side of peace and democracy. If only we could summon the will and find the leadership to build on our heroic triumphs over Zionism and communism. Now I live in a new era, one in which the world order created in 1952 is collapsing. 1952 being the aftermath of Japanese victory over the Allies. The United Nations, as I have often expressed, is a squalid and dysfunctional organization, a criminal network in effect, but it is still, in its own way, one of the greatest achievements of humanity. It was never designed, however, to function with one of its permanent members running amok as a nuclear-armed rogue state. And so today, the front line of freedom is in Ukraine. But democracy is under attack everywhere, including here in these United States. And while I celebrate the courage of Ukraine, the wisdom of NATO, and the steadfastness of the world's democracies, I also hear the quiet rustling of a shroud that is settling over the dreams and perhaps illusions of a better world that for a moment seemed only inches from our grasp. I do not know how this third era of my life will end, or if I will be alive to see it end. All I know is that I feel now as I did that night in Red Square, when I knew that democracy was in the fight of its life, that we might be facing a catastrophe, and that we must never waver. Because Putin is scrapping his arms treaty, China and Russia are threatening to use their nukes. Understand that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin on Tuesday of Yesterseptimania, last week, announced the Russian Empire's suspension of its participation in the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. New START, as the landmark agreement was known, is the only remaining arms control agreement between the United States and Russia. The pact generally limits the U.S. and Russia to 1,550 deployed strategic warheads each. Immediately after Putin's announcement, made in an address to Russian lawmakers, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, said, "With today's decision on New START, the whole arms control architecture has been dismantled." The Russian dictator did not formally withdraw from the pact. He did, however, threaten to resume testing nuclear weapons. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told reporters that we remain ready to talk about strategic arms limitations at any time with Russia, irrespective of anything else going on in the world or in our relationship. What's there to talk about? The treaty is already a dead letter. The Russian Empire was openly violating its inspections provisions. Moscow had not allowed the resumption of 18 annual on-site inspections, which were temporarily suspended during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, Russia unilaterally postponed meetings of a commission monitoring compliance. On January 31st, the State Department confirmed that Russia was not adhering to New START. There's no point talking with Putin about arms control. Exempli gratiae. Red China is not a party to New START and has rebuffed all American attempts to discuss arms control or disclose the number of its warheads. As the Hudson Institute's Peter Usey told Newsweek, "No deal to limit Red China's arsenal is possible if the size of that arsenal is unknown." Moreover, Beijing and Moscow are forming a quasi-alliance. They issued a 5,300-word joint statement on February 4th of yesteryear proclaiming their no-limits partnership, and the pair regularly conducts joint military exercises. American war planners, therefore, have to assume that the communist Chinese and revanchist revisionist Russian empires will gang up on these United States. These trois militant powers could soon have a combined nuke arsenal twice the size of America's own. Although arms control advocates argue that countries need only a few hundred warheads to deter attacks, a great disparity in numbers could invite nuclear adventurism. Washington, in short, should not extend New START without the communist Chinese empire joining the pact. Moreover, New START suffers from another major flaw. It does not include Russia's large arsenal of tactical nukes. UC said that without inclusion of these weapons, a New START would be, in his words, a very bad deal. UC calls for more nukes to get to fewer, something that worked during the latter stages of the Cold War, himself arguing that, in his words, the U.S. has to build across the board to have any leverage to strike a deal. Substituting dialogue doesn't cut it. Reagan's peace through strength strategy and push for real reductions changed the strategic environment, won the Cold War, and ended the Soviet empire. Instead of trying to obtain security by reducing the number of nuclear weapons, America's main effort should be rebuilding defenses. At the moment, the United States is blind to the nuclear attacks enemies could soon launch. During the Cold War, the United States built the DEW line, DEW, Distant Early Warning Line, from the Aleutians Islands chain in the west to Iceland, the Hawaii of the Atlantic in the east, to detect Soviet missiles coming in from the north. No similar line was ever built for missiles coming from the south. Today, the primary radars peering south are two relocatable installations, currently based in Texas and Virginia, used primarily to catch drug smugglers. Making the point that the CHICOM, Chinese Communist spy balloon that entered American territorial airspace in the Aleutians on January 28th, looks like it was trying to gather intelligence on America's northern radars. James Fannell of the Switzerland-based Geneva Center for Security Policy, himself a former director of intelligence and information operations of the United States Pacific Fleet, has noted that Red China's hypersonic glide vehicle, tested in August of 2021, can drop out of space and hit these United States from southerly directions, so Americans might not even see such an attack until moments before detonation. Ergo, Fannell has attested that America must build a southern DEW line sooner rather than later. What should be done? Connor Murray, a scholar at the Washington, D.C. based Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation, argued at the beginning of this month for negotiations to extend the pact. It is set to expire February 5th, 2026, by inking a political agreement, not requiring Senate approval, himself so writing that if the United States and the Soviet Union were able to agree to limits on their nuclear arsenals during the peak of the Cold War, the United States and Russia can do the same today. America's emphasis, therefore, must be patching and upgrading its aging detection systems rather than trying to talk to militant Russia and Red China. I say thee nay. That global struggle was decades old by the time Washington and Moscow were able to hammer out arms control deals. By then, the trois adversaries had achieved far more stable relations than they have today. Now, the world is not only in the middle of a war, it is also passing an historic inflection point, transitioning from a period of general calm to one of constant turbulence. At this moment, no arms control deal is either possible or even advisable, especially because during the past year, both the Russian and Communist Chinese empires have been making threats to preemptively use nuclear weapons against America and our partners. Global arms control is dead. Putin did everyone a favor by making it clear that it's time for America to rebuild defenses against a wider war Beijing and Moscow are preparing to fight. In such context, Putin is simply aiming to divide American public opinion with his nuclear treaty pullout. Vladimir Putin's threat to suspend Russian participation in New START, the last remaining nuclear arms treaty with these United States, represents a blatant attempt to divide American opinion over the war on Ukraine by raising the specter of nuclear Armageddon. Putin announced his intention to halt participation in the agreement towards the end of a belligerent 100-minute speech in which he charged these United States and Western powers with trying to inflict strategic defeat on the Russian Empire. His fiery rhetoric prompted instant reaction across the political spectrum in Washington. Asserting that part of Putin's calculation was to provoke certain circles in these United States to wonder whether the risks of supporting Ukraine are worth it, and that, given how politicized Washington has become, there will be elements in the Republican Party who will play this up as a way of casting aspersions on Biden's foreign policy. Thomas Graham, a distinguished fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and the Russia director within George W. Bush's National Security Council, warned that it will now be all but impossible to replace New START once the treaty expires in February 2026. To quote his T, "We are looking at the final demise of the arms control architecture that was built up starting in the 1960s, based largely on bilateral relations between these United States and the Soviet Union and then Russia. We will have a much more difficult and complex environment to deal with." Graham's prediction appeared to have been fulfilled hours after Putin made his threat. Prominent right-wing Republicans heavily criticized Joe Biden's surprise visit to Kiev, accusing him of devoting much more care to Ukraine than to his own people. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who is eyeing a 2024 presidential run, told Fox News that an open-ended blank check for Ukraine is unacceptable. He compared Biden's staunch support for Ukraine unfavorably with his approach to immigration at the Mexican border. To quote his T, "I and many Americans are thinking to ourselves, okay, he's very concerned about those borders halfway around the world, but he's not done anything to secure our own border here at home." Now, New START was negotiated under the Obama presidency in 2010 and renewed for 5 years in February of 2021. It was designed to ensure strategic stability between these United States and the Russian Empire, which hold 90% of the world's total number of nuclear warheads. The practical implications of Putin's threatened suspension are likely to be debated in Washington over the coming weeks. It is unlikely in the short term to change much on the ground, given that the treaty had already begun to unravel before the Russian president's speech was even delivered. Yestermensis. Last month, the State Department accused Russia of breaking its monitoring obligations by refusing to allow American inspectors into its nuclear weapons facilities. Russia experts expressed relief that the Kremlin had stopped short of withdrawing from the treaty altogether, qualifying that the longer-term prospects of nuclear stability were ominous. Per Suzanne Loftus, a research fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. She said, "This does not signify that Putin is planning to use nuclear weapons on Ukraine anytime soon. We're losing the progress we've made on non-proliferation, even during the Cold War." Putin's audacious maneuver puts the ball back in Washington's court. Advocacy groups pressing for nuclear threat reduction urged the Biden administration to show restraint even in the face of the latest provocation. Qualifying that such restraint should continue to be the Biden administration's response, Emma Belcher, presidentess of the Plowshares Fund, a Washington and San Francisco-based funding organization devoted to reducing nuclear risk,
then you have configured Skype correctly. If you hear this message, but not your own voice, then something is wrong with your audio recording settings. Please check your microphone and microphone settings or visit skype.com for more help. Thank you for using the Skype call testing service. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, let's see if we got... Oh, great. Brooke ended with a block. She blocked me on Skype. Not that I would call her at this time. But let's see.
Hello. Welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it replays back. That means you can hear me at this point. Testing, 1, 2, 3. So it plays it back. That means that, okay, it's recognized again. All right, back on. T-Tankberry says no audio, back on. So it was back on, but it wasn't recognized by Skype. So that's interesting. So could you hear me while I was mumbling to myself all that time? Dropping numbers because of the drop in the microphone. You know, if only Sammy Romero had just gotten a goddamn mic instead of the... I don't know, he was experimenting with different microphones that he just wasn't... He says, you are back. Michelle Saldana says, thank you. Yeah, just a nightmare. And we lose numbers every time that happens, but, you know, can't be helped. I had to make rent. It was far more important than getting a goddamn mic. And it's still how would I say it? Just a madhouse as far as the shithole is concerned. It's unlivable. Definitely need to move, but I certainly can't move in with Brooke Gibson. She's too fucking unpredictable. I mean, like, Jesus Christ. I mean, she seems determined to just sabotage everything put professionally. But of course, she contributes. Oh my God! So it's what can I do? I owe her in that regard. Always caught between a cock and a hard case, as they say in prison. So here we are, trying to discuss the nuclear situation with the START program. Strategic Arms Reduction Talk is what START stands for. That's the acronym. And we're just, as I said, Putin's just outrageous maneuver puts the ball back in Washington's court. The advocacy groups that are pressing for nuclear threat reduction have urged Biden to show restraint, even in the face of the latest provocation. I'm not quite sure that that's wise or even, that's certainly not sage advice as far as I'm concerned. Michelle Saldana says, just mic test. I am here. Ta-da! Thank you. T-Tank Barry says microphone pickup is weak. So I don't know if I can make it any better. It's just, you know, it's in front of me. So Michelle says makes up for the numbers lost. That's right. That's right, Michelle. That's cute. That's adorable. You know, I'd bring you back on if I weren't committed to monologue. Did say I was going to cover aspects of the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis tonight, try to put this into perspective for people in light of this anniversary of the war, 1 year into the war and a few days now. So as I said, with Emma Belcher, the presidentialist of the Plowshares Fund, which is based in both Washington and San Francisco, she's like saying that we've got to get back into discussions, which I've said is just, that's just worthless. So she's saying that this restraint should continue to be Biden's administrative response. And she praised the way that Biden has so far refused to rise to Putin's bait. In his speech to mark the first anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine and Warsaw on Tuesday, Yester Septimania, the U.S. president pointedly declined to refer to his Russian counterpart's threat to suspend participation. Instead, what he said was, what the U.S. should avoid is to use Putin's statement to justify increasing its own nuclear arsenal. That would merely move the clock back. The goal here, as we see it, is to get Russia back into New START, because the treaty serves the national interests of both countries. Now, suggesting that the result could be exactly the arms race dynamics the New START treaty was intended to prevent, that the United States and Russia would likely now increase spending on their nuclear arms, which is not what anyone, Russia included, would logically want. Christopher Chiviz, a senior fellow with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, gave a more somber assessment of the impact on American policy. Putin's maneuver would make it more difficult for the American empire to monitor Russia's nuclear forces and how they were deployed, or so he said, and a growing lack of clarity about Russia's nuclear actions would in turn darken the mood in Washington. Such a gloomy prognosis makes the warning sourcing from Fiona Hill, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, who was a Russian specialist at the White House National Security Council from 2017 to 2019, that Putin was attempting to provoke rifts within American opinion, all the more disconcerting. Oh, my throat is body. Getting an incoming message here. Okay, that's just a notification. And with that, checking live stream again. She says no, keep monologue. We will talk more later. Thank you, honey. And T Tank Berry says better now. Hugs, dear brother. Yes, got your 100. Took me across the finish line. Without that, I would not have crossed the finish line to make this month's rent. Okay. Now, Shiv said, it will very likely drive Washington toward a more conservative, more hawkish approach to the US's own nuclear arsenal, just to err on the safe side. Now, confirming that Putin was playing to the rifts in these United States by raising the specter of nuclear war between Moscow and the West, the strategy being to increase political discord in an attempt to embolden calls for an end to American support for Ukraine, the aforecited Fiona Hill said, it's playing to all those people who want Ukraine to surrender and capitulate to avoid a massive nuclear exchange and World War III, a kind of nuclear Armageddon. Unity is extraordinarily important at this moment on the domestic front because it determines our own ability to respond. Putin is looking for any cracks. We need to be united as Americans and resist the temptation to play silly politics over this. Because the Ukrainian war has exposed the folly and unintended consequences of armed missionaries. Now, the evening before Russia invaded Ukraine, it seemed to any observers other than myself to be completely unimaginable that Putin would carry through with weeks of a threatened military attack. As they all insisted at the time, Putin is not as erratic or rash as he is sometimes painted. Other than myself, they had all failed to take into account that Putin is, in the words of French statesman and revolutionary Maximilien Robespierre, an armed missionary. Writing in 1792, Robespierre explained, the most extravagant idea that can take root in the head of a politician is to believe that it is enough for one people to invade a foreign people to make it adopt its laws and constitution. No one likes armed missionaries, and the first advice given by nature and prudence is to repel them as enemies. Those words seem fitting as Vladimir Putin's disastrous war in Ukraine reached a grim first anniversary this Friday last into this latest weekend, on February 24th of 2023. Putin's decision marked the beginning of a year of massive destruction and death in Ukraine and of extraordinary costs, both economic and in lives lost, for the Russian Empire itself. It was also a colossal blunder on Putin's part. It has weakened Russia significantly, solidified the NATO powers around the leadership of these United States, and created a more unified, nationally conscious Ukraine than had ever existed before the war. Not to mention being a case of imperial overreach. As a fading power, Putin's Russia has refused to accept its own limitations, both economically and militarily. In invading its smaller neighbor, Russia made a bid to upset the international system headed by these United States. It also sought to establish its own hegemony over Ukraine and, by implication, over much of the former Soviet Union. But Russia's failure to decapitate the Ukrainian government, which in turn inspired heroic resistance by Ukrainians, proved a disastrous example of what might be called imperial overreach, when a state tries to expand or control other states beyond its own capacity to do so. It has produced a weakened Russia, an isolated pariah state perceived as a threat to democracies and the rules-based liberal international security system. Russia will emerge from the Ukraine war a shattered military power. Ukraine's successes against Russia have been fueled in part by security assistance from these United States and other international partners, including the provision of essential lethal aid. Who is a man I should cite, Colin Kahl, senior Pentagon official, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. He told lawmakers that U.S. military support for Kiev has been flexible over the course of the war and that the security assistance provided by Washington has changed as the battlefield dynamic shifts. During the early weeks of the war, as Ukraine was defending Kiev, the American empire focused on providing weaponry like shoulder-launched anti-tank Javelin missiles and loitering munitions. As the campaign pivoted to Ukraine's eastern Donbas region, the weaponry became more long-range in nature, like the HIMARS, High Mobility Artillery Rocket System. In recent months, the U.S. focused on advanced aero defense batteries like the NASAMS, National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems. And as Ukraine looks to regain battlefield momentum, the American empire is, along other partners, providing tanks. On Tuesday of Yester Septimania, stressing that the Russian Empire has yet to achieve any of its goals and is expected to struggle on the battlefield during a House Armed Services Committee session on oversight of U.S. military aid to Ukraine, the senior Pentagon official Colin Kahl, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, told U.S. lawmakers that the situation looked dire and pessimistic for Ukraine when Russian forces first invaded in late February of 2022. But after a year of fighting, it has become crystal clear that Russian President Vladimir Putin has lost the war. And ergo, Russia will emerge from its war in Ukraine a shattered military power. To quote his T, "Well, I don't know how the war is going to end. I think we already know one conclusion for sure, which is that Russia has lost. They intended to take over all of Ukraine. That didn't happen. It's not going to happen. They intended to divide NATO. NATO is stronger. They intended for Russia to emerge out of this war a great power in a multipolar world. They will emerge from this conflict a shattered military power. It is incumbent upon all of us to think about what Ukraine needs over the medium term to make sure they can defend whatever territory they claw back from the Russians and deter the Russians from going at it again when and if there's a halting to the fighting or a peace settlement, or even if there isn't." In November of 2022, Kahl had noted that Russia had likely lost half of its main battle tanks on the battlefield in Ukraine, arguing then that it will emerge from this war weaker than when it went in. His remarks in November, and again on Tuesday, echo what other top U.S. officials and generals have said in stating that Russia has already lost and failed in Ukraine. The strategy to assess what weaponry is best for the American empire to send to Ukraine is working, and will continue in accordance with what Kiev needs. After a year of brutal fighting, Ukraine's military is facing a pivotal moment. Its forces must absorb Russian attacks and hold on long enough for the arrival of much anticipated and advanced Western armor and heavy weaponry. Meanwhile, Putin's diatribes against the West have evolved from complaints about the expansion of NATO to attacking the permissive culture of the West, rendering this a culture war. Putin deploys rhetoric about dangerously subversive liberal democratic values and practices, echoing right-wing politicians like Magyarország's, or Hungary's Viktor Orban, and Giorgia Meloni, the far-right Italian leader. It appears that a new Internationale, just as ominous to the liberal West as the Communist Internationale was, is being formed of illiberal and authoritarian states, with Russia as a key member. This view of the Ukrainian war as a cultural struggle plays in the Russian media as an emotional rallying cry to mobilize the basest fears of Putin's people. Propaganda disguised as news, social media posts, and the screeds of government officials are being deployed to shape ordinary Russians' perceptions of this war. Perceptions towards a multipolar world, perhaps? The consequences of Putin's miscalculation are not limited to the war itself, or to Europa. Rather, they have had reverberations far beyond the battlefields of Ukraine and the homes of Russians whose sons have been slaughtered or fled abroad. Putin's imperial aggression against Ukraine, implausibly proclaimed to be a defense of a united Russia and of Ukrainian peoples against Nazi usurpers, has a long genealogy. Ever since his famous speech at the Munich Security Forum in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, died, Russia's president has railed against the unipolar military and economic dominance of these United States. What he wants is multipolarity. That is, the ability of other great powers to hold sway over their neighborhoods. In such a multipolar world, Ukraine and Georgia would never join NATO, and much of the former Soviet Union would fall under the umbrella of the Russian Empire. The Communist Chinese Empire would have paramount influence in East Asia, likewise, Russo-Slavic India in South Asia. And perhaps this is Iran's ambition in much of the Middle East. To countries hostile to these United States, and even to some friendly states, this multipolar rearrangement of the international order has considerable appeal. Yes, the war in Ukraine has solidified the Western alliance around its idea of the rules-based international order that has been in place since 1952, the year Japanese victory in World War II was etched in ink. But it has also awakened the aspirations of the global South, those countries in neither NATO nor the former Soviet bloc, largely in the Southern Hemisphere. Countries from Latin America and Africa to Pacific Island nations have urged a greater dispersion and sharing of international clout. The 12 most populous countries in the world, Asian India and the Communist Chinese Empire, have expressed their support for a new multipolar international order and have not been openly critical of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This is all redefining regional and global power struggles. The war in Ukraine has had its ripple effects on other global tensions, with my Taiwan as a potential flashpoint and saber-rattling by North Korea. The Empire of Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines are gravitating toward closer military cooperation with these United States in East Asia. Red China and North Korea are moving in the opposite direction, closer to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. The Ukraine war is also reshaping the long-festering conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Both states desire sovereign power over the disputed region of mountainous Karabakh. But with Russia bogged down militarily and economically, Putin has been disinclined to aid Armenia, its one loyal ally in the South Caucasus. This is despite the fact that Azerbaijan has repeatedly violated the borders of its neighbor. Azerbaijan, by contrast, has been increasingly aided by its regional allies, Greater Israel, Eretz Israel, spurred by a shared hostility to Iran and Turkey. Both have supplied Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Israel with advanced weaponry, giving the country an upper hand in the conflict. The Ukraine conflict also has an effect on the great global power struggle to come. Red China and the American Empire, with European Union states and regional rivals to Red China forging closer ties with Washington, Beijing may eye a growing threat, or even an opportunity to exert its influence more aggressively as a regional power dynamics evolve. American policymakers in both the Trump and Biden administrations have warned that the rise of Red China, economically and militarily, is a serious threat to the continued position of the American empire as the strongest, richest state on the globe. To its competitors on the global stage, the American empire
hear this message, but not your own. Please check your microphone and microphone settings or visit skype.com for more help. Thank you for using the Skype call testing.
Okay, echo test sound service.
Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can anybody out there hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can anybody out there hear me? Okay, delightful. We're back on. So you're going to hear the glitch, then I come back on. T-Tank Barry says, "You're welcome, brother. God bless you, dear brother. Believe me." So with the numbers back up after the last glitch, that's yeah. T-Tank Barry says, "Back on. Thank you, sir." Yes, and numbers are back up. It just, thank you all for your patience with this shit. Honestly, doesn't break until I go into monologue, and it's just the fact that it's such a, no describing it. So hopefully soon enough we'll get that mic, a new one. At any rate, as I said, to its competitors on the global stage, the American empire also looks like an armed missionary. And the uncertainty of this Ukraine war, the still uncertain ways in which it is reshaping geopolitics, will do little to dislodge those fears. Rather, it may encourage international relations scholars, such as Harvard professor Graham Allison, who believe in the Thucydides' trap, that war is inevitable. Well, it will encourage them to reinforce the notion, such as based on the ancient Greek historians' explanation for the origins of the Peloponnesian War. The theory has it that when an emerging power threatens to displace a regional or global hegemon, war is inevitable. Now, as someone trained to look to the past to understand the present and possible futures, I believe that nothing in history is inevitable. Human beings always have choices. This was true for Vladimir Putin on the eve of the February 24th, 2022 invasion, and it is true for policymakers around the world today. But the decision to invade Ukraine underscores a clear and present danger. When statesmen perceive the world as a Darwinian zero-sum game of winners and losers, a clash between the West and the rest, or as an ideological conflict between autocracies and democracies, they can create the conditions, through provocation, threat, or even invasion, that lead to wars with unintended consequences. Unintended consequences such as Germany's industrial-sized effort to wean itself off Putin and Russian natural gas. While the war in Ukraine rages on, the front lines for Europe's biggest economy can be found in cities like Luna and just offshore in the North Sea. On a frigid winter morning, roughly 120 miles south of Berlin by train, hard work is underway to keep one of Germany's most vital industries running. White plumes of steam rise up from a noisy, snow-dusted wonderland of pipes, compressors, storage tanks, and buildings crisscrossed by roads and train tracks over 5 square miles at the massive chemical complex in the eastern German city of Luna. You know, from its beginnings in 1916, making ammonia for Germany's war effort via chemical giant BASF, the largest chemical company in the world. The complex now houses over 100 companies and 15,000 employees, producing 12 million tons of everything from liquid gases to bulk chemicals. But times have grown increasingly tough for Das Vaterlands, the fatherland's fourth biggest industry, as it navigates Europe's most serious conflict since World War II, that has sent prices of essential commodities on a roller coaster ride. You know, for decades, United Germany has been hooked on cheap and plentiful Russian natural gas, which ultimately fueled the manufacturing base of its export-driven economy, Europe's largest, and bolted the two countries together with a steel network of multi-billion-dollar pipelines. While other European countries had a similar reliance, Die Neue Deutschlands, the new United Germany's dependence, was on a whole other level. On the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, more than half the natural gas it consumed was coming from that country. But Vladimir Putin's decision to make war in Ukraine has fundamentally changed Russia's relationship with the European powerhouse of United Germany. Now the United Germany is determined to wean itself off Russian energy, putting its biggest industries, which include natural gas guzzling chemicals and pharmaceutical sectors, on the front lines of an emerging battle that is reshaping the global economy. That's as it builds new liquefied natural gas terminals and biorefineries, while brewers used mixed gas to produce beer, among other efforts. And Germany can't run without beer any more than it can run without fuel. But even before Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border in February, the industry had already faced a price shock when United Germany suspended the Russia to Europe Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline in late 2021, sending European natural gas to 146 euros per megawatt hour, or MWH, megawatt hour, based on the bloc's leading gas benchmark, the Dutch Tidal Transfer Facility. The spike followed a decade of prices hovering around the 20 euro mark. By August of 2022, with Russia having all but cut off supplies to Europa, natural gas surged to a record 342 euros per megawatt hour, about $342 United States per megawatts hour at the time. Now, Infraluna was eventually forced to increase prices for natural gas and some gas-dependent utilities by up to 10 times compared with 2021. By December, Infraluna had cut its own natural gas usage by 100%, a result of reduced demand for steam, natural gas, and electricity from on-site companies whose own customers were cutting back. Dr. Christoph Gunther, the chief executive officer of Infraluna, which owns and operates the infrastructure on the Luna chemical complex for companies such as Linde and Eastman Chemicals, has gone on record to explain that natural gas is used in the production of hydrogen, a vital step in most chemical processes. Chemical companies must optimize the usage of facilities due to high investment costs, so production cutbacks come at a price. In an interview at his office on the industrial site, Gunther explained that a key component for Luna-based companies is steam, which comes from power plants that are gas-fired. To quote us, "We are able to import electricity, but we are not able to import steam. So there's basically no way to produce chemical products without natural gas. If you think about the German industry, with automotive and electric vehicles, electric industry and machine building and manufacturing, they all need chemical products to produce. Around 90% of the industry depends on input from the chemical industry. They are still running, but they are running the facilities at bad profitability. I'm afraid most of them are not profitable at the moment. So, for example, the automotive market is very weak and other markets, like machine building, are very weak in demand. And that's why production is down. Costs are high and demand is weak, and that's why the facilities are operated in many cases on the lowest possible levels." An example of this, Europe's new car market struggled in 2022, with just 9.3 million new autos registered, the lowest level since 1993, as analysts stay cautious about the year ahead. The start of 2023 has ushered in some hope and relief for Europe, thanks to warmer weather and a drop in natural gas prices to pre-pandemic levels, resulting in full storage tanks that appear to have removed immediate threats of blackouts and shortages. Also helping, United Germany's government agreed to measures late last year to cap electricity with energy prices for businesses and households, which will extend into 2024, along with the rapid building of its own liquefied natural gas terminals. And natural gas prices now hover at levels not seen since December of 2021, at around 57 euros per megawatts hour. But Europe's energy struggles are not over, according to some. The International Energy Agency has warned that the continent faces a potential natural gas shortfall of nearly 30 billion cubic meters next winter, as the Communist Chinese Empire emerges from its pandemic cocoon to possibly suck up more energy supplies. And if the war in Ukraine drags on another year, the following winter might not be so mild. So it's all about hanging on. One of the bigger companies at the Luna site facing down the energy crisis is polyamide-based plastics maker Domo Chemicals. That's an acronym, DOMO. It has on-site plants making phenol, which, for example, is used in coatings and release agents, and acetone, which can be found in laboratories, cleaning agents, and rubber production. The company's operations sprawl over several blocks, an array of almost artistic-looking buildings, with large shiny pipes ringed by staircases that climb into the sky. Domo's plants, like several others, run continuously over 24 hours, 7 days a week. According to Yves Bonte, Domo Chemicals' CEO, the entire value chain, from suppliers to customers, has been directly or indirectly impacted by the energy crisis. As a result, customers have become more cautious, leading to a slowdown of demand in anticipation of stabilization of the energy prices. Though Bonte stressed that Domo plans to keep investing in its innovation pipeline to prepare for a pickup in the market again. Bonte has informed the press that the production of polyamides, these polyamides, is, to quote she, energy intensive, even compared with other plastics. The primary focus of the industry is to make sure that we all get through the ongoing energy crisis. We are currently facing a European-wide crisis where the cost of energy remains substantially higher than in the United States or other regions. If this is not put to a halt, Europe will lose its competitiveness against other regions. Now, Germany's Association of the Chemical Industry, that's a trade group known as VCI, der Verband der Chemischen Industrie. In December, they estimated that 1 out of every 4 of Das Vaterland's chemical companies was loss-making as a consequence of the war-driven energy crisis. And those at the heart of the economy, the Mittelstand, or medium-sized companies, have particularly felt the pain. They employ 60% of all workers in the country, and 1,900 chemical companies are included in that count. That's according to their trade group that I'm sourcing. Now, German law requires diesel-fueled vehicles, mainly used in big transport and logistics sectors, to use a liquid made of urea and deionized water, known as AdBlue, that reduces emissions. Exemplar gratiae, several reports emerged yesteryear of AdBlue supplies running low, presenting problems for United Germany's hauling industry. And our lady Michelle Carmela says tech can be overrated sometimes. Yeah, she's talking about the mic. Now, like others, Jörg Rothermel, the energy expert at VCI, is cautious about the future, himself saying it's not just the smaller companies that suffer as bigger ones can face even larger problems, a byproduct of ammonia production also being CO2 or carbon dioxide, which is crucial for several different technical applications and can no longer be produced at, in Rothermel's own words, an economically appropriate rate in United Germany. To quote his own words at length, Rothermel said, "It looks like the risk of forced gas rationing has gone away this winter, but prices will need to stay lower for much longer for most companies to see a real difference. The situation with the broader economy and rising interest rates means 2023 will be a difficult year for the chemical sector. We are the sector which is suffering more than other sectors because we are the sector with the highest natural gas demand and the highest electricity demand. For example, gas-intensive production is the ammonia production, which is only done in bigger companies. The ammonia production is dependent on natural gas as raw material, as feedstock. It goes to the breweries. It goes to the water sector. It goes to several different technical sectors, and this carbon dioxide is no longer produced when the ammonia is not produced. Ammonia is also the basis for urea, a key nitrogenous fertilizer, which is also used in cars to reduce emissions. So, what's going on is, resultantly, we're rolling out a very expensive barrel. Almost hidden in the 140-year-old viaducts under Berlin's railway is the Brauerei Lemke, Berlin craft brewery, which got its start in 1999, when founder Oli Lemke returned from travel and working abroad with the desire to introduce diverse beer styles to his country. His brewpub is the capital city's popular Mitte district, which grew over the years to a business that employs 110 people. It includes the Railway Brewery, 4 restaurants, and an online shop that sells to Berlin supermarkets, bars, and restaurants, and ships to several different countries, like the American Empire, the Empire of Japan, and the Kingdom of Sweden. United Germany's culturally important brewing section has indeed been feeling the pain of the energy crisis. A tour of Brouwerij Lemke's operations offered a peek at just what the brewery and its rivals are up against to produce that beloved German beer. I reviewed it on YouTube. Inside one cavernous room under the railway are 3 giant whirring metal tanks, closely monitored by 2 employees. That's the brew house, where wort, made from malt and water and hops, is produced via a process of mashing, lautering, and boiling. Brouwerij Lemke uses natural gas to both heat the water and boil the wort. And it's clearly no mean feat to keep the century-plus damp, brick-walled room warm with outside temperatures hovering below 0 Celsius. The company explains that CO2 is needed to eliminate air from tanks, bottles, cans, and kegs before filling, and to push wort and beer through the transfer hoses and move the beer on from kegs to taps. Industrially produced CO2 is often bought by breweries, it's purchased, with plenty of supply until recently. For this reason, they switched to a mix of 70% nitrogen and 30% carbon dioxide, though still use pure CO2. The company's relatively smaller size versus bigger rivals has allowed it to react faster and better to larger rivals with more rigid structures. There are other repercussions of the energy crisis. The aforecited Lemke said they were forced to raise beer prices for businesses and residential customers for the first time in years. To quote the brewery owner, Lemke, "Prices for natural gas are extremely high. New rates are approximately 10 times higher than last year. That is more than we expected. For example, we compensated for the CO2 bottlenecks or irregular deliveries by switching to mixed gas. All beer production requires a lot of heat. Our main energy source for this is natural gas. Higher natural gas prices therefore affect our entire production and lead to significantly increased production costs. Our suppliers are also in a similar situation, he says in the German. So higher gas prices lead to higher prices for almost all raw materials. In the case of new bottles, we were in the fortunate position of being able to fall back on long-term contracts with agreed quantities. However, new negotiations with suppliers are pending here, and significant price increases are already foreseeable." Many breweries responded to the energy crisis by switching from gas to oil as a main energy source. While the COVID crisis caused supply bottlenecks and cost rises, Holger Eichel, chief executive of the Berlin-based German Brewers Association, described what happened in 2022 as, in his own words, "beyond all dimensions. We saw unprecedented price rises for raw materials, packaging, energy, and logistics. Those included a 1,000% surge in purchase prices for electricity and gas, brewing malt, and pallet costs that climbed 100%, a 70% rise in costs of crown corks for bottling, and the price of new glass that was 80% higher in 2022 from the prior year." Eichel thus concludes, in his words, "But despite all the efforts, high investments, and sophisticated sustainability concepts, replacing gas completely is currently impossible even in our industry. Basically, larger breweries often have fewer procurement difficulties due to the higher purchasing volume and longer-term planning. However, the cost increases have reached a level that threatens the existence of the entire brewing industry. This affects craft and medium-sized businesses as well as the industry itself." This really is what brings us to those new floating terminals I've been trying to work up to. In early January, a tanker called the Maria Energy arrived at the port town of Wilhelmshaven in northern Germany, carrying a shipment of liquefied natural gas from these United States. That tanker docked at a floating terminal specially designed to take in LNG, liquid natural gas, and the Maria Energy shipment was its first. The terminal was not there when Putin sent Russian forces into Ukraine a year ago. Neither were 2 other floating LNG terminals that were hastily constructed in Lubmin and Brunsbüttel, two other German port towns. It took only months to build these temporary floating terminals as United Germany pushed for industries to find different and cleaner ways to source energy. They are not the only alternatives to Russian natural gas that United German industry has been working on, and some have the added advantage of being cleaner. The IEA, International Energy Administration, recently remarked that while some blame climate policies for intensifying the recent run-up in energy prices, in their words, a greater supply of clean energy sources and technologies would have protected consumers and mitigated some of the upward pressure on fuel prices. Back at Leuna Chemical Park in eastern Germany, the site operator Infra Leuna has been expanding and modernizing its power plants, adding gas and steam turbines and a heat recovery boiler to the existing gas and steam ones. Of the facility that's now up and running after construction that began in 2020, Infraluna's CEO Gunther said, "The new turbines are more fuel efficient and thereby help to reduce CO2. Luna will also have bragging rights to the world's first wood-based biorefinery that will come online later this year after 3 years of construction. Started in 2020 by UPM, a Finland-based forestry industry group that, through its 6 companies, works on delivering renewable solutions to replace fossil-based materials. The UPM biochemicals plant will use locally sourced beechwood to produce so-called second-generation sugars, which will be transformed into renewable biochemical for such products as PET bottles, textiles, fragrances, and cosmetics. Now, qualifying that the investment is in line with United Germany's bioeconomy strategy and supports the goal of increasing responsible utilization of the commercial forests, aided by the availability of sustainably sourced hardwood in the region, Gerd Unkelbach, Director for Molecular Bioproducts Research and Development at UPM, told MarketWatch, in his words, "This responsible economic use of the hardwood is great for the forest, the economy, and the planet. The pandemic has slowed down the completion of the detailed engineering in Luna. Disruptions to global supply chains have affected both the availability and costs of critical construction materials. Hence, the capital expenditure estimate has been increased to 750 million euros. In Luna, we will only be using certified beechwood, hardwood from regional forests, and we are transforming this sustainably sourced woody biomass into building blocks for the chemical industry, enabling the vital shift away from fossil-based to renewable materials across a range of industries, including automotive." Now, delivering on this lofty talk has been difficult. UPM announced it would invest some 550 million euros, roughly 600 million United States dollars, in its 220,000-ton next-generation biochemicals refinery in Luna in January. Well, it said it was supposed to happen in 2020. It was originally scheduled to start operations by the end of 2022. Now the startup schedule has been delayed to the end of 2023. As UPM pushes forward, so does the entire United German chemicals industry, though with no doubt an overhang of uncertainty. Few saw the pandemic coming, followed by President Putin's surprise invasion of Ukraine and Europa's economy facing higher interest rates as the European Central Bank tries to get scorching inflation under control. The obvious solution to the energy uncertainty is more than 900 miles away, where the Russo-Ukrainian war is closing in on a 1-year anniversary. Infraluna's Gunther concluded, "In the long run, I think the only feasible way is peace. If there is no peace in Europe, we are really in trouble. And the United German industry and the European industry are in heavy trouble. Well, the only path to peace in Europe is via saving Ukraine. To save Ukraine, the West must deter China and defeat Russia." American intelligence officials are concerned that Red China is considering sending lethal aid to the Russian Empire. The West must increase the speed and scale of aid to Ukraine to remind Beijing that it should stay out of a war Moscow is going to lose. It's going to take more than warnings. Since the beginning of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's war against an innocent neighbor, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and his diplomats have said many of the right things, warning against escalation in Ukraine, including the use of chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons, and reaffirming the principle of state sovereignty in international affairs. But Red China has also, of course, tried to provide support for a fellow authoritarian regime by continuing trade with Russia, criticizing Western sanctions, and in general pretending that Putin's war of aggression, including his many crimes against humanity, is just another routine spat in the international community. Now, Beijing might be pondering a more aggressive maneuver. CIA Director Bill Burns said over the weekend that Red China may be considering sending lethal aid, that is, artillery shells and the like, rather than military gear or supplies, to the Russian Empire to help Putin's forces, who are still floundering about in a bloodbath of their own making. Providing shells without more launchers might not help Russia very much in the short term, but it would be a provocative maneuver meant to signal to the West that the authoritarians can and will support each other in attacks against their neighbors, an issue important to Beijing as it continues to covet my Taiwan. Burns indicated that the Communist Chinese had not yet made a decision and that the United States was discussing the possibility in public as a way of trying to warn them off. The Biden administration has been extremely savvy about releasing intelligence, and this seems to be yet another strategic leak. The Americans are saying unto the Communist Chinese Empire, "We know what you're doing, and don't do it." It is time, however, for more than warnings. Now, a year ago, I was one of the few supporters of aid to Ukraine among all the overly cautious. In those first chaotic weeks, everyone was heartened to see what I expected, Ukrainian forces repelling the invaders. But I knew that Russia had significant reserves. Most who were in favor of sending weapons were mindful of the dangers of escalation, and especially the possibility that advanced Western weapons flooding into Ukraine would help Putin recast the conflict as a war between Russia and NATO. They worried, too, that Putin's evident emotional state, characterized by delusions and rage, would lead him to take stupid and reckless measures whose consequences he himself would later be unable to control. I think these were and are reasonable concerns. But the Russian Empire has escalated the violence despite the West's measured approach. Putin remains as stubbornly delusional as ever, and he is sending thousands more troops into battles that have already killed or critically injured for life some 200,000 men. A year of pretenses is over. The Russians themselves now know, as does the world, that this is Putin's personal war and not, as he has tried to frame it, a campaign against neo-Nazis or shadowy globalists or militant trans activists. The West, meanwhile, has fully embraced its role as the arsenal of democracy, as it did against the actual Zionists at one time who had lorded over Ukraine during the Great Famine of the Holodomor, when Jewish commissars starved 14 million Ukrainians to death, and Western arms, powered by Ukrainian courage and nimble Ukrainian strategy, are defeating Putin's armies of hapless conscripts, corrupt officers, and mercenary criminals. Now it's time for the West to escalate its assistance to Ukraine in ways that will deter the communist Chinese empire and defeat the revanchist, revisionist Russian empire. Exempla gratiae. The United States and NATO do not yet have to send advanced fighter jets to Ukraine, but they can start training Ukrainian pilots to fly them. To the Russian Empire, such a policy would say that things are about to get much worse for Putin's forces in the field. To Red China, it would say that our commitment to Ukraine and to preserving the international order we help create is greater than Beijing's commitment to Moscow. As the Washington Post writer Max Boot noted yestermensis last month, the communist Chinese dictator has an interest in helping a fellow autocrat, but he is also an unsentimental practitioner of realpolitik, who does not want to wind up on what could be the losing side. Putin thinks he can wear down the Ukrainians and the West through a protracted campaign of mass murder. The Biden administration has ably calibrated the Western response, and NATO has ruled out, perhaps as it should, any direct involvement of Western forces in this war. But if Putin remains unmoved and unwilling to stop, then the only answer is to increase the costs of his madness by sending more tanks, more artillery, more money, more aid of every kind. We could also reopen the issue of whether we should provide longer-range systems, including the Army's ATACMS, an acronym for Army Tactical Missile Systems. Red China must be warned away from assisting motherless Russia, because so much more than the freedom of Ukraine is at stake in this war. CHICOM aid would be yet another sign that the authoritarians intend to rewrite the rules, or at least the few left, that govern the international system of diplomacy, trade, and cooperation constructed while the wreckage of World War II was still smoldering. Many Europeans, who are closer to the misery Russia is inflicting on Ukraine, understand this better than Americans do. Americans, for their part, need to think very hard about what happens if Russia wins, especially with an assist from the Commu Chinese. They will be living in a North American redoubt, while more and more of the world around them will learn to accommodate new rules coming from Beijing and Moscow. The freedom of movement Americans take for granted, of goods, people, money, and even ideas, would shrink, limited by the growing power of the world's large dictatorial regimes and all their minor satraps. Some Americans may wonder why we should risk even more tension with the Russian Empire. The fact of the matter is that we no longer have a relationship with the Russian Empire worth preserving. We do have a common interest, as we did with the Soviet Union during the Cold War, in avoiding a nuclear conflict. We managed to agree on that interest while contesting hotspots around the globe for 50 years, and we can do it again. Americans who ask, "What does any of this mean to me?" will find out just how much it means to them when things they want or need are provided only through the largesse and with the permission of their enemies. We knew this during the Cold War, and we must learn it yet again. We must ignore the pusillanimous Putinistas among the right-wing media. Instead, the United States and our allies must make the case every day for Ukrainian victory and send the Ukrainians what they need to get the job done. Because Communist China is using Vladimir Putin. Back in the 1960s, Red China and the Russian Empire squandered their chance to defeat the West when they became bitter rivals during the Cold War. Today, they're dictators who are expected to confer again this week, are trying to correct that fateful error. The world's most powerful autocracies have joined forces for an assault on the liberal order led by these United States and our allies, a threat made all too real when the Russian Empire invaded democratic Ukraine in February with communist Chinese support. Authoritarianism was again on the march, and the world's major democracies faced a grave challenge to their unity and resolve. As 2022 has unfolded and the true nature of the Sino-Slavic relationship has become more apparent, the danger it poses seems less acute. What has emerged is nothing like an axis of autocrats, but a lopsided partnership in which the terms are defined by its alpha member, Xi Jinping, primarily to serve the Communist Chinese Empire's interests. This tells us a lot about the foreign policy principles of Red China's dictators and how those ideas may hamper Beijing's quest to reshape the world order. Historically, relations between Red China and revanchist Russia have been fraught with distrust and confrontation. The Twa came frighteningly close to strategic nuclear war in the late 1960s, when they waged tactical nuclear operations against each other at the height of their Cold War schism. More recently, however, Beijing and Moscow have found common cause. Economically, they are mutually beneficial trading partners, with Red China's industrial machine importing Russian oil, gas, coal, and other raw materials in exchange for high-technology Chi-Com or Chinese communist goods. Dictator Xi and Russian President Vladimir Putin have also forged a close personal connection. In 2019, Xi described Putin as a best friend. The glue of their friendship is a shared frustration with American global primacy. Each sees Washington as the main impediment to the achievement of their international ambitions. That's why alarms rang more loudly in democratic capitals when Putin visited Xi in Beijing in early February, and they issued a joint statement saying that friendship between the two states has no limits. There are no forbidden areas of cooperation. Fears rose in these United States and Europe that the two authoritarian states were embarking on a coordinated attack in Asia and Europe against the dominance of the West. Those fears were justified when later that month, Putin launched his war against Ukraine. The Sino-Slavic partnership seemed to pay instant dividends. From Xi's perspective, Putin's invasion rolled back Western influence, or so it appeared, at little cost to Red China. Moscow, for its part, gained important political support from Beijing at a moment when the United States was aiming to isolate Russia on the world stage. Beijing has consistently blamed NATO for causing this war and supported Putin's security concerns in Europe, which Red China's top diplomat described earlier this year as legitimate. Xi has also rebuffed calls to use his influence with Putin to help end the war or mediate between the Russian dictator and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Although Xi told President Joe Biden in their November meeting that he was highly concerned about the Ukrainian crisis, he also appeared to wash his hands of any responsibility to play a more active role in reaching a settlement. The official Commu-Chinese readout of the conversation stated that Beijing will encourage peace talks, but looked forward to a dialogue between these United States, NATO, and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. The last thing this world needs. Beijing's diplomatic backing of Moscow's position on Ukraine as well as of Russia's role in the world as a major power, has been of significant value to Putin. So has Red China's more tangible assistance. As Russia's financial and business ties to the West crumble under the weight of sanctions, trade with Red China has replaced some of the lost income. Total trade between Red China and motherless Russia, well, it surged by nearly a third to 172 billion United States dollars so far this year. By contrast, Russia's trade with the American empire plunged by about half. That's according to the latest available data. Aside from the Ukrainian war, and whatever its outcome, the Sino-Slavic relationship is likely to deepen. Xi and Putin share a strong interest in reducing their economic reliance on the American empire and our European and Asian partners, and both have a clear incentive to expand trade and investment between their economies. Still, the events of the past year have shown that the no-limits relationship does, in fact, have its limits. Beijing has not provided material support for Putin's war effort, nor helped his government and banks evade the tough sanctions imposed by the West after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Self-interest is certainly at work here. In a March conversation, Biden warned Xi that Red China would face consequences if the Chinese dictator directly aided the Russian empire. This would likely entail sanctions on Red China, which the communist empire, still heavily dependent on American and European trade, technology, and investment, can ill afford. And although Xi has backed Putin's security concerns in Europe, he has shown some discomfort with Putin's war. In their November meeting, Biden and Xi jointly criticized the Russian dictator's threat to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, according to Washington's summary of that conversation. Some analysts have interpreted a degree of waffling by Xi in that encounter that I'm relating to you. They take it as a signal that he is having second thoughts about his bet on Russia. Revealingly, perhaps the bit about nukes was omitted from the account of the meeting released by Red China's foreign ministry. But Sino-Slavic ties continue to develop. The same day that Zelensky was in Washington addressing Congress, Xi hosted former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev in Beijing. Most likely, Xi's diplomatic two-step is an indication of Beijing's continuing attempts to play all sides. In that sense, it's typical Chinese foreign policy. Beijing eschews the sort of commitments Washington has made to its close allies. Red China's leaders prefer to maintain their own freedom of action, both at home and abroad, unfettered by promises made to other countries. Xi has enshrined this practice into his chief diplomatic program, the Global Security Initiative, a framework for reshaping the global order. Outlining its tenets, Xi declared that countries should say no to group politics and bloc confrontation. Attempts to form small circles, he said, are doomed to fail. That means Red China will resist the formation of a new authoritarian bloc with motherless Russia or any other countries like the old communist bloc that the Soviet Union once formed. Beijing's commitment to such ideas suggests that it will never forge a true alliance with Russia that would require Red China's leaders to coordinate policy more closely or that would bind them to mutual defense. Despite its current troubles, the Russian leadership may prefer it that way. Moscow may be wary of becoming too tied to and too dependent on China as well. The relationship between Xi and Putin is not equal. The Ukrainian war has exposed Russia as a declining power, and its isolation from the West has left Putin little choice but to turn to Beijing. Xi is simply taking advantage. Okay, Peter Moon has messaged me. He says, Peter Moon is in the house. Okay, we can bring him on for the remnant of the show. We only have a few minutes left. Let's see if we can give him a call. And here we are. All right.
Hello.
Good morning, Peter. How was your night? Any dreams to relate?
Yeah, I did have some dreams. I don't even remember what they were.
Okay.
They were a little weird. Nothing critical though.
Cool. And so, at any rate, glad to have you aboard. Was talking, of course, about this being the anniversary on Friday of the start of the invasion of Ukraine, and kind of like what I was saying about certain things that were raised by it, situations, challenges.
I heard the last, 15 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Then you get where I'm coming from. I'll continue with that on Sunday. Started too late, but was having so much fun with some of the things that Ian West was promulgating. He did find some interesting videos and links on the Asian situation that I definitely hope he sends my way. Aside from all of that, we only have a few minutes left. Let's make the most of it. What's on your mind otherwise?
Well, one subject I didn't get to bring up that Aaron brought up for me, Alejandro Jodorowsky. He's a Chilean, but Aaron was responding to my comment about Lady Gaga when I had this dream of her when we were both in Bucharest. And he said that this guy named Alejandro was her producer. Oh. And I looked, I said, I could find no reference. And he said, it's all been scrubbed. Relationship between her and this Alejandro Jodorowsky. Jodorowsky is the one who tried to do this movie Dune, which you probably heard of.
Yeah.
This huge negotiation, and it never pulled it off in the 70s.
Right.
With Salvador Dali.
Right.
And yeah, it
he
was.
Must be pretty old then.
Oh yeah, he's in his 90s. But I mean, I was going to bring that up. He said it's all the relationship between him and Lady Gaga was all scrubbed from the internet. I mean, that's like, wow.
Yeah. Holy shit.
It's impossible to verify, apparently, if it's been scrubbed.
Right. So were they like a couple? They were intimate?
I don't know. He seems to be more into movies than he is into, music. But now I know she's done some movies, but he's done these films, Holy Mountain, El Topo, Jewish Ukrainian parents in Chile. Mm-hmm. I heard of the guy only because of Dune.
Mm-hmm.
But right. I don't know. It's just, it's a whole, like, what would he be doing? It says he had encountered a Zen Buddhist monk.
Of course.
Became a disciple of this guy named Takata.
Oh, shit. How did we get into a gig like that? That's what we need to scam some rich old fuck. So go on.
Takata offered his house to be turned into a zendo. Subsequently, Takata attracted other disciples who spent their time in meditation, study of koans. Takata instructed Jodorowsky that he had to learn more about his feminine side, and so he went and befriended the English journalist Leonora Carrington. This is like maybe 1960s. Mm-hmm. So he's like got a unique history, and apparently, he seems to ride the esoteric with mind control. Seems to be. I really don't know enough about this guy. I think here it was a relationship with Frank Herbert. It says here, a French consortium purchased the film rights to Frank Herbert's Dune. Jodorowsky was to direct the film. He planned to cast Dali as the emperor. Dali wanted $100,000 per hour to cast Orson Welles as Baron Harkonnen, which Welles only agreed when Jodorowsky offered to get his favorite gourmet chef to prepare his meals for him throughout the filming. What a pig. His son was going to play Paul Atreides. He was 12 years old. The music was composed by Pink Floyd and Magma. It's like Frank Herbert traveled to Europe in 1976 to find that 2 million of the 9.5 million budget had already been spent in pre-production, and that Jodorowsky's script would result in a 14-hour movie. It was the size of a phone book.